Chapter 1 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Terence Callan. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 1, Monkshaven. On the northeastern shores of England there is a town called Monkshaven, containing at the present day about 15,000 inhabitants. There were, however, but half the number at the end of the last century, and it was at that period that the events narrated in the following pages occurred. Monkshaven was a name not unknown in the history of England, and traditions of its having been the landing place of a throneless queen were current in the town. At that time there had been a fortified castle on the heights above it, the site of which was now occupied by a deserted manor house, and at an even earlier date than the arrival of the queen, and coeval with the most ancient remains of the castle, a great monastery had stood on those cliffs, overlooking the vast ocean that blended with the distant sky. Monkshaven itself was built by the side of the Dee, just where the river falls into the German Ocean. The principal street of the town ran parallel to the stream, and smaller lanes branched out of this and straggled up the sides of the steep hill, between which and the river the houses were pent in. There was a bridge across the Dee, and consequently a bridge street running at right angles to the High Street, and on the south side of the stream there were a few houses of more pretension, around which lay gardens and fields. It was on this side of the town that the local aristocracy lived. And who were the great people of this small town? Not the younger branches of the county families that held hereditary state in their manor houses on the wild bleak moors that shut in Monkshaven almost as effectually on the land side as ever the waters did on the seaboard. No, these old families kept aloof from the unsavory yet adventurous trade which brought wealth to generation after generation of certain families in Monkshaven. The magnates of Monkshaven were those who had the largest number of ships engaged in the whaling trade. Something like the following was the course of life with a Monkshaven lad of this class. He was apprenticed as a sailor to one of the great ship owners, to his own father possibly, along with 20 other boys, or it might be even more. During the summer months he and his fellow apprentices made voyages to the Greenland seas, returning with their cargoes in the early autumn, and employing the winter months in watching the preparation of the oil from the blubber in the melting sheds, and learning navigation from some quaint but experienced teacher, half schoolmaster, half sailor, who seasoned his instructions by stirring narrations of the wild adventures of his youth. The house of the shipowner to whom he was apprenticed was his home and that of his companions during the idle season between October and March. The domestic position of these boys varied according to the premium paid. Some took rank with the sons of the family, others were considered as little better than servants. Yet once on board an equality prevailed, in which, if any claimed superiority, it was the bravest and brightest. After a certain number of voyages, the Monkshaven lad would rise by degrees to be captain, and as such would have a share in the venture. All these profits, as well as all his savings, would go towards building a whaling vessel of his own, if he was not so fortunate as to be the child of a shipowner. At the time of which I write, there was but little division of labor in the Monkshaven whale fishery. The same man might be the owner of 6 or 7 ships, any one of which he himself was fitted by education and experience to command. The master of a score of apprentices, each of whom paid a pretty sufficient premium, and the proprietor of the melting sheds into which his cargoes of blubber and whalebone were conveyed to be fitted for sale. It was no wonder that large fortunes were acquired by these ship owners, nor that their houses on the south side of the River Dee were stately mansions full of handsome and substantial furniture. It was also not surprising that the whole town had an amphibious appearance, to a degree unusual even in a seaport. Everyone depended on the whale fishery, and almost every male inhabitant had been or hoped to be a sailor. Down by the river the smell was almost intolerable to any but Monkshaven people during certain seasons of the year, but on these unsavory staiths the old men and children lounged for hours, almost as if they reveled in the odors of train oil. This is perhaps enough of a description of the town itself. I have said that the country for miles all around was moorland. High above the level of the sea towered the purple crags, whose summits were crowned with greensward that stole down the sides of the Scaur a little way in grassy veins. Here and there a brook forced its way from the heights down to the sea, making its channel into a valley more or less broad in long process of time. And in the moorland hollows, as in these valleys, trees and underwood grew and flourished, so that while on the bare swells of the high land you shivered at the waste desolation of the scenery, when you dropped into these wooded bottoms, you were charmed with the nestling shelter which they gave. But above and around these rare and fertile vales there were moors for many a mile, here and there bleak enough, with the red freestone cropping out above the scanty herbage. Then perhaps there was a brown tract of peat and bog, uncertain footing for the pedestrian who tried to make a short cut to his destination. Then on the higher sandy soil there was the purple ling, or commonest species of heather growing in beautiful wild luxuriance. Tufts of fine elastic grass were occasionally to be found, on which the little black-faced sheep browsed, but either the scanty food or their goat-like agility kept them in a lean condition that did not promise much for the butcher, nor yet was their wool of a quality fine enough to make them profitable in that way to their owners. In such districts there is little population at the present day. There was much less in the last century, before agriculture was sufficiently scientific to have a chance of contending with such natural disqualifications as the moors presented, and when there were no facilities of railroads to bring sportsmen from a distance to enjoy the shooting season and make an annual demand for accommodation. There were old stone halls in the valleys. There were bare farmhouses to be seen on the moors at long distances apart, with small stacks of coarse, poor hay and almost larger stacks of turf for winter fuel in their farmyards. The cattle in the pasture fields belonging to these farms looked half-starved, but somehow there was an odd, intelligent expression in their faces, as well as in those of the black-visaged sheep, which is seldom seen in the placidly stupid countenances of well-fed animals. All the fences were turf banks, with loose stones piled into walls on the top of these. There was comparative fertility and luxuriance down below in the rare green dales. The narrow meadows stretching along the brookside seemed as though the cows could really satisfy their hunger in the deep, rich grass, whereas on the higher lands the scanty herbage was hardly worth the fatigue of moving about in search of it. Even in these bottoms, the piping sea winds, following the current of the stream, stunted and cut low any trees, but still there was rich, thick underwood, tangled and tied together with brambles, and briar-rose and honeysuckle, and if the farmer in these comparatively happy valleys had had wife or daughter who cared for gardening, many a flower would have grown on the western or southern side of the rough stone house. But at that time gardening was not a popular art in any part of England. In the north it is not yet. Noblemen and gentlemen may have beautiful gardens, but farmers and day laborers care little for them north of the Trent, which is all I can answer for. A few berry bushes, a black currant tree or two, the leaves to be used in heightening the flavor of tea, the fruit as medicinal for colds and sore throats, a potato ground, and this was not so common at the close of the last century as it is now, a cabbage bed, a bush of sage and balm and thyme and marjoram, with possibly a rose tree, and old man growing in the midst, a little plot of small, strong, coarse onions, and perhaps some marigolds, the petals of which flavored the salt beef broth. Such plants made up a well-furnished garden to a farmhouse at the time and place to which my story belongs. But for 20 miles inland there was no forgetting the sea nor the sea trade. Refuse shellfish, seaweed, the offal of the melting houses, were the staple manure of the district. Great ghastly whale jaws, bleached bare and white, were the arches over the gateposts to many a field or moorland stretch. Out of every family of several sons, however agricultural their position might be, one had gone to sea, and the mother looked wistfully seaward at the changes of the keen, piping moorland winds. The holiday rambles were to the coast. No one cared to go inland to see aught, unless it might be to the great annual horse fairs, held where the dreary land broke into habitation and cultivation. Somehow in this country sea thoughts followed the thinker far inland, whereas in most other parts of the island, at 5 miles from the ocean, he has all but forgotten the existence of such an element as salt water. The great Greenland trade of the coasting towns was the main and primary cause of this, no doubt. But there was also a dread and an irritation in everyone's mind, at the time of which I write, in connection with the neighboring sea. Since the termination of the American War, there had been nothing to call for any unusual energy in manning the Navy, and the grants required by government for this purpose diminished with every year of peace. In 1792 this grant touched its minimum for many years. In 1793 the proceedings of the French had set Europe on fire, and the English were raging with anti-Gallican excitement, fomented into action by every expedient of the Crown and its ministers. We had our ships, but where were our men? The Admiralty had, however, a ready remedy at hand, with ample precedent for its use and with common, if not statute, law to sanction its application. They issued press warrants, calling upon the civil power throughout the country to support their officers in the discharge of their duty. The sea-coast was divided into districts under the charge of a captain in the Navy, who again delegated sub-districts to lieutenants, and in this manner all homeward-bound vessels were watched and waited for, all ports were under supervision, and in a day, if need were, a large number of men could be added to the forces of His Majesty's Navy. But if the Admiralty became urgent in their demands, they were also willing to be unscrupulous. Landsmen, if able-bodied, might soon be trained into good sailors, and once in the hold of the tender, which always awaited the success of the operations of the press gang, it was difficult for such prisoners to bring evidence of the nature of their former occupations, especially when none had leisure to listen to such evidence, or were willing to believe it if they did listen, or would act upon it for the release of the captive if they had by possibility both listened and believed. Men were kidnapped, literally disappeared, and nothing was ever heard of them again. The street of a busy town was not safe from such press gang captures, as Lord Thurlow could have told, after a certain walk he took about this time on Tower Hill, when he, the Attorney General of England, was impressed, when the Admiralty had its own peculiar ways of getting rid of tiresome besiegers and petitioners. Nor yet were lonely inland dwellers more secure. Many a rustic went to a statute fair or mop, and never came home to tell of his hiring. Many a stout young farmer vanished from his place by the hearth of his father, and was no more heard of by mother or lover. So great was the press for men to serve in the navy during the early years of the war with France, and after every great naval victory of that war. The servants of the Admiralty lay in wait for all merchantmen and traders. There were many instances of vessels returning home after long absence and laden with rich cargo, being boarded within a day's distance of land, and so many men pressed and carried off that the ship with her cargo became unmanageable from the loss of her crew, drifted out again into the wild, wide ocean, and was sometimes found in the helpless guidance of one or two infirm or ignorant sailors. Sometimes such vessels were never heard of more. The men thus pressed were taken from the near grasp of parents or wives, and were often deprived of the hard earnings of years which remained in the hands of the masters of the merchantman in which they had served, subject to all the chances of honesty or dishonesty, life or death. Now all this tyranny, for I can use no other word, is marvelous to us. We cannot imagine how it is that a nation submitted to it for so long, even under any warlike enthusiasm, any panic of invasion, any amount of loyal subservience to the governing powers. When we read of the military being called in to assist the civil power in backing up the press gang, of parties of soldiers patrolling the streets, and sentries with screwed bayonets placed at every door, while the press gang entered and searched each hole and corner of the dwelling, when we hear of churches being surrounded during divine service by troops, while the press gang stood ready at the door to seize men as they came out from attending public worship, and take these instances as merely types of what was constantly going on in different forms, we do not wonder at Lord Mayors and other civic authorities in large towns complaining that a stop was put to business by the danger which the tradesmen and their servants incurred in leaving their houses and going into the streets, infested by press gangs. Whether it was that living in closer neighborhood to the metropolis, the center of politics and news, inspired the inhabitants of the southern counties with a strong feeling of that kind of patriotism which consists in hating all other nations, or whether it was that the chances of capture were so much greater at all the southern ports that the merchant sailors became inured to the danger, or whether it was that serving in the navy, to those familiar with such towns as Portsmouth and Plymouth, had an attraction to most men from the dash and brilliancy of the adventurous employment, it is certain that the Southerners took the oppression of press warrants more submissively than the wild northeastern people. For with them the chances of profit beyond their wages in the whaling or Greenland trade extended to the lowest description of sailor. He might rise by daring and saving to be a shipowner himself. Numbers around him had done so, and this very fact made the distinction between class and class less apparent, and the common ventures and dangers, the universal interest felt in one pursuit, bound the inhabitants of that line of coast together with a strong tie, the severance of which by any violent extraneous measure gave rise to passionate anger and thirst for vengeance. A Yorkshireman once said to me, "My county folk are all alike. Their first thought is how to resist. Why, I myself, if I hear a man say it is a fine day, catch myself trying to find out that it is no such thing. It is so in thought, it is so in word, it is so in deed." So you may imagine the press gang had no easy time of it on the Yorkshire coast. In other places they inspired fear, but here rage and hatred. The Lord Mayor of York was warned on 20th January 1777 by an anonymous letter that, if those men were not sent from the city on or before the following Tuesday, his lordship's own dwelling, and the mansion house also, should be burned to the ground. Perhaps something of the ill feeling that prevailed on the subject was owing to the fact which I have noticed in other places similarly situated. Where the landed possessions of gentlemen of ancient family but limited income surround a centre of any kind of profitable trade or manufacture, there is a sort of latent ill will on the part of the squires to the tradesman, be he manufacturer, merchant, or shipowner, in whose hands is held a power of money-making which no hereditary pride or gentlemanly love of doing nothing prevents him from using. This ill will, to be sure, is mostly of a negative kind. Its most common form of manifestation is in absence of speech or action, a sort of torpid and genteel ignoring all unpleasant neighbors. But really the whale fisheries of Monkshaven had become so impertinently and obtrusively prosperous of late years, at the time of which I write, the Monkshaven shipowners were growing so wealthy and consequential, that the squires, who lived at home at ease in the old stone manor houses scattered up and down the surrounding moorland, felt that the check upon the Monkshaven trade likely to be inflicted by the press gang was wisely ordained by the higher powers. How high they placed these powers I will not venture to say, to prevent overhaste in getting rich, which was a scriptural fault, and they also thought that they were only doing their duty in backing up the Admiralty warrants by all the civil power at their disposal, whenever they were called upon, and whenever they could do so without taking too much trouble in affairs which did not, after all, much concern themselves. There was just another motive in the minds of some provident parents of many daughters. The captains and lieutenants employed on this service were mostly agreeable bachelors, brought up to a genteel profession. At the least they were very pleasant visitors when they had a day to spare. Who knew what might come of it? Indeed, these brave officers were not unpopular in Monkshaven itself, except at the time when they were brought into actual collision with the people. They had the frank manners of their profession. They were known to have served in those engagements, the very narrative of which at this day will warm the heart of a Quaker, and they themselves did not come prominently forward in the dirty work which, nevertheless, was permitted and quietly sanctioned by them. So while few Monkshaven people passed the low public house over which the navy blue flag streamed, as a sign that it was the rendezvous of the press gang, without spitting towards it in sign of abhorrence, yet perhaps the very same persons would give some rough token of respect to Lieutenant Atkinson if they met him in High Street. Touching their hats was an unknown gesture in those parts, but they would move their heads in a droll, familiar kind of way, neither a wag nor a nod, but meant all the same to imply friendly regard. The shipowners, too, invited him to an occasional dinner or supper, all the time looking forward to the chances of his turning out an active enemy, and not by any means inclined to give him the run of the house, however many unmarried daughters might grace their table. Still, as he could tell a rattling story, drink hard, and was seldom too busy to come at a short notice, he got on better than anyone could have expected with the Monkshaven folk. And the principal share of the odium of his business fell on his subordinates, who were one and all regarded in the light of mean kidnappers and spies, varmint, as the common people esteemed them, and as such they were ready at the first provocation to hunt and to worry them, and little cared the press gang for this. Whatever else they were brave and daring. They had law to back them, therefore their business was lawful. They were serving their king and country. They were using all their faculties, and that is always pleasant. There was plenty of scope for the glory and triumph of outwitting, plenty of adventure in their life. It was a lawful and loyal employment, requiring sense, readiness, courage, and besides, it called out that strange love of the chase inherent in every man. 14 or 15 miles at sea lay the Aurora, good man of war, and to her were conveyed the living cargoes of several tenders which were stationed at likely places along the sea-coast. One, the Lively Lady, might be seen from the cliffs above Monkshaven, not so far away, but hidden by the angle of the highlands from the constant sight of the townspeople. And there was always the Rendezvous House, as the public house with the navy blue flag was called thereabouts, for the crew of the Lively Lady to lounge about, and there to offer drink to unwary passers-by. At present, this was all that the press gang had done at Monkshaven. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 2, Home from Greenland. One hot day early in October of the year 1796, two girls set off from their country homes to Monkshaven to sell their butter and eggs, for they were both farmers' daughters, though rather in different circumstances. For Molly Corney was one of a large family of children and had to rough it accordingly. Sylvia Robson was an only child, and was much made of in more people's estimation than Mary's by her elderly parents. They had each purchases to make after their sales were effected, as sales of butter and eggs were effected in those days by the market women sitting on the steps of the great old mutilated cross till a certain hour in the afternoon, after which, if all their goods were not disposed of, they took them unwillingly to the shops and sold them at a lower price. But good housewives did not despise coming themselves to the butter cross, and smelling and appreciating the articles they wanted, kept up a perpetual struggle of words, trying, often in vain, to beat down prices. A housekeeper of the last century would have thought that she did not know her business if she had not gone through this preliminary process, and the farmers' wives and daughters treated it all as a matter of course, replying with a good deal of independent humor to the customer, who, once having discovered where good butter and fresh eggs were to be sold, came time after time to depreciate the articles she always ended in taking. There was leisure for all this kind of work in those days. Molly had tied a knot on her pink-spotted handkerchief for each of the various purchases she had to make, dull but important articles needed for the week's consumption at home. If she forgot any one of them, she knew she was sure of a good rating from her mother. The number of them made her pocket-handkerchief look like one of the 9 tails of a cat, but not a single thing was for herself, nor, indeed, for any one individual of her numerous family. There was neither much thought nor much money to spend for any but collective wants in the Corney family. It was different with Sylvia. She was going to choose her first cloak, not to have an old one of her mother's that had gone down through 2 sisters, died for the 4th time, and Molly would have been glad had even this chance been hers, but to buy a brand-new duffel cloak all for herself, with not even an elder authority to curb her as to price, only Molly to give her admiring counsel and as much sympathy as was consistent with a little patient envy of Sylvia's happier circumstances. Every now and then they wandered off from the one grand subject of thought, but Sylvia, with unconscious art, soon brought the conversation round to the fresh consideration of the respective merits of gray and scarlet. These girls were walking barefoot and carrying their shoes and stockings in their hands during the first part of their way. But as they were drawing near Monkshaven, they stopped and turned aside along a footpath that led from the main road down to the banks of the Dee. There were great stones in the river about here, round which the waters gathered and eddied and formed deep pools. Molly sate down on the grassy bank to wash her feet, but Sylvia, more active, or perhaps lighter-hearted with the notion of the cloak in the distance, placed her basket on a gravelly bit of shore, and giving a long spring, seated herself on a stone almost in the middle of the stream. Then she began dipping her little rosy toes in the cool rushing water, and whisking them out with childish glee. "Be quiet with Sylvia, thou splashing me all o'er, and my feyther'll noan be so keen o' giving me a new cloak as thine is, seemingly." Sylvia was quiet, not to say penitent, in a moment. She drew up her feet instantly, and as if to take herself out of temptation, she turned away from Molly to that side of her stony seat on which the current ran shallow and broken by pebbles. But once disturbed in her play, her thoughts reverted to the great subject of the cloak. She was now as still as a minute before she had been full of frolic and gambolling life. She had tucked herself up on the stone as if it had been a cushion, and she a little sultana. Molly was deliberately washing her feet and drawing on her stockings, when she heard a sudden sigh, and her companion turned round so as to face her, and said, "I wish mother hadn't spoken up for to Grey." "Why, Sylvia, thou wert saying as we topped brow as she did not but bid thee think twice afore settling on scarlet." "Ay, but mother's words are scarce and weigh heavy. Feyther's liker me, and we talk a deal o' rubble, but mother's words are liker to hewn stone. She puts a deal o' meaning in 'em." And then, said Sylvia, as if she was put out by the suggestion, "she bid me ask Cousin Philip for his opinion. I hate a man as has getten an opinion on such like things." "Well, we shall niver get to Monkshaven this day, either for to sell our eggs and stuff, or to buy thy cloak, if we're sitting here much longer. T' sun's for slanting low, so come along, lass, and let's be going." "But if I put on my stockings and shoon here, and jump back into yon wet gravel, I's not be fit to be seen," said Sylvia, in a pathetic tone of bewilderment that was funnily childlike. She stood up, her bare feet curved round the curving surface of the stone, her slight figure balancing as if in act to spring. "Thou knows thou'll have just to jump back barefoot and wash thy feet afresh, without making all that ado. Thou shouldst ha' done it at first, like me, and all other sensible folk, but thou'st getten no gumption." Molly's mouth was stopped by Sylvia's hand. She was already on the river bank by her friend's side. "Now dunnot lecture me. I'm none for a sermon hung on every peg o' words. I'm going to have a new cloak, lass, and I cannot heed thee if thou dost lecture. Thou shalt have all the gumption, and I'll have my cloak." It may be doubted whether Molly thought this an equal division. Each girl wore tightly fitting stockings, knit by her own hands, of the blue worsted common in that country. They had on neat, high-heeled black leather shoes, coming well over the instep, and fashioned as well as ornamented with bright steel buckles. They did not walk so lightly and freely now as they did before they were shod, but their steps were still springy with the buoyancy of early youth, for neither of them was 20. Indeed, I believe Sylvia was not more than 17 at this time. They clambered up the steep grassy path, with brambles catching at their kilted petticoats, through the copsewood till they regained the high road, and then they settled themselves, as they called it. That is to say, they took off their black felt hats and tied up their clustering hair afresh. They shook off every speck of wayside dust, straightened the little shawls, or large neckerchiefs, call them which you will, that were spread over their shoulders, pinned below the throat and confined at the waist by their apron strings, and then putting on their hats again and picking up their baskets, they prepared to walk decorously into the town of Monkshaven. The next turn of the road showed them the red-peaked roofs of the closely packed houses lying almost directly below the hill on which they were. The full autumn sun brought out the ruddy color of the tiled gables and deepened the shadows in the narrow streets. The narrow harbor at the mouth of the river was crowded with small vessels of all descriptions, making an intricate forest of masts. Beyond lay the sea, like a flat pavement of sapphire, scarcely a ripple varying its sunny surface, that stretched out leagues away till it blended with the softened azure of the sky. On this blue, trackless water floated scores of white-sailed fishing boats, apparently motionless, unless you measured their progress by some landmark, but still and silent and distant as they seemed, the consciousness that there were men on board, each going forth into the great deep, added unspeakably to the interest felt in watching them. Close to the bar of the River Dee, a larger vessel lay to. Sylvia, who had only recently come into the neighborhood, looked at this with the same quiet interest as she did at all the others. But Molly, as soon as her eye caught the build of it, cried out aloud, "She's a whaler! She's a whaler home from to Greenland seas! The first this season! God bless her!" And she turned round and shook both Sylvia's hands in the fullness of her excitement. Sylvia's color rose and her eyes sparkled out of sympathy. "Is 'to sure?" she asked, breathless in her turn, for though she did not know by the aspect of the different ships on what trade they were bound, yet she was well aware of the paramount interest attached to whaling vessels. 3 o'clock, and it's not high water till 5, said Molly. If we're sharp we can sell our eggs and be down to the Staithes before she comes into port. Be sharp, lass." And down the steep, long hill they went at a pace that was almost a run. A run they dared not make it, and as it was, the rate at which they walked would have caused destruction among eggs less carefully packed. When the descent was ended, there was yet the long, narrow street before them, bending and swerving from the straight line as it followed the course of the river. The girls felt as if they should never come to the marketplace, which was situated at the crossing of Bridge Street and High Street. There the old stone cross was raised by the monks long ago. Now worn and mutilated, no one esteemed it as a holy symbol, but only as the butter cross, where market women clustered on Wednesday, and whence the town crier made all his proclamations of household sales, things lost or found, beginning with, "Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes," and ending with, "God bless the King and the Lord of this manor," and a very brisk "Amen," before he went on his way and took off the livery coat, the colors of which marked him as a servant of the Burnabys, the family who held manorial rights over Monkshaven. Of course, the much frequented space surrounding the Buttercross was the favorite center for shops, and on this day, a fine market day, just when good housewives begin to look over their winter store of blankets and flannels and discover their needs betimes, these shops ought to have had plenty of customers. But they were empty and of even quieter aspect than their everyday wont. The three-legged creepy stools that were hired out at a penny an hour to such market women as came too late to find room on the steps were unoccupied, knocked over here and there as if people had passed by in haste. Molly took in all at a glance and interpreted the signs, though she had no time to explain their meaning and her consequent course of action to Sylvia, but darted into a corner shop. "To Whalers is coming home. There's one lying outside to bar." This was put in the form of an assertion, but the tone was that of eager cross-questioning. "I," said a lame man mending fishing nets behind a rough deal counter, "she's come back airly, and she's brought good news o' t'others, as I've heard say. Time was I should ha' been on the Staiths throwing up my cap with the best on 'em, but now it pleases to Lord to keep me at home, and set me to mind other folks' gear. See thee, wench, there's a vast o' folk ha' left their skeps o' things with me while they're away down to Quayside. Leave me your eggs and be off with ye for to see the fun, for maybe you'll live to be palsied yet, and then ye'll be fretting over spilt milk, and that ye didn't talk all chances when ye was young. Ay, well, they're out of hearing o' my moralities. I'd better find a lamater like mysen to preach to, for it's not everybody has to luck to clargy has of saying their say out, whether folks likes it or not." He put the baskets carefully away with much of such talk as this addressed to himself while he did so. Then he sighed once or twice, and then he took the better course and began to sing over his tarry work. Molly and Sylvia were far along the Staiths by the time he got to this point of cheerfulness. They ran on regardless of stitches and pains in the side, on along the river bank to where the concourse of people was gathered. There was no great length of way between the Buttercross and the harbor. In 5 minutes the breathless girls were close together in the best place they could get for seeing, on the outside of the crowd, and in as short a time longer they were pressed inwards by fresh arrivals into the very midst of the throng. All eyes were directed to the ship, beating her anchor just outside the bar, not a quarter of a mile away. The custom-house officer was just gone aboard of her to receive the captain's report of his cargo and make due examination. The men who had taken him out in his boat were rowing back to the shore, and brought small fragments of news when they landed a little distance from the crowd, which moved as one man to hear what was to be told. Sylvia took a hard grasp of the hand of the older and more experienced Molly, and listened open-mouthed to the answer she was extracting from a gruff old sailor she happened to find near her. "What ship is she?" "To Resolution of Monkshaven," said he indignantly, as if any goose might have known that. "And a good Resolution, and a blessed ship she's been to me," piped out an old woman close at Mary's elbow. "She's brought me home me aye lad, for he shouted to yon boatman to bid him tell me he was well. 'Tell Peggy Christison,' says he, my name is Margaret Christison, 'tell Peggy Christison as her son Hezekiah is come back safe and sound. The Lord's name be praised, and me a widow as never thought to see my lad again.'" It seemed as if everybody relied on everyone else's sympathy in that hour of great joy. "I ax pardon, but if you'd gie me just a bit of elbow room for a minute like, I'd hold my babby up so he might see Daddy's ship, and happen my master might see him. He's 4 months old last Tuesday sennight, and his feyther's never claped eyne on him yet, and he with a tooth through and another just breaking, bless him." One or two of the better end of the Monkshaven inhabitants stood a little before Molly and Sylvia, and as they moved in compliance with the young mother's request, they overheard some of the information these ship owners had received from the boatman. "Haynes says they'll send the manifest of the cargo ashore in 20 minutes, as soon as Fishburne has looked over the casks. Only 8 whales, according to what he says." "No one can tell," said the other, "till the manifest comes to hand." "I'm afraid he's right, but he brings a good report of the Good Fortune. She's off St. Abb's Head, with something like 15 whales to her share." "We shall see how much is true when she comes in." "That'll be by the afternoon tide tomorrow." "That's my cousin's ship," said Molly to Sylvia. "He's specksioneer on board the Good Fortune." An old man touched her as she spoke. "I humbly make my manners, missus, but I'm stone blind. My lad's aboard yon vessel outside to Bar, and my old woman is bedfast. Will she be long, think ye, in making to harbour? Because if so be as she were, I'd just make my way back and speak a word or two to my missus, who will be boiling o'er into some mack o' mischief, now she knows he's so near. May I be so bold as to ax if crooked negro is covered yet?" Molly stood on tiptoe to try and see the black stone thus named, but Sylvia, stooping and peeping through the glimpses afforded between the arms of the moving people, saw it first, and told the blind old man it was still above water. "A watched pot," said he, "ne'er boils, I reckon. It's ta'en a vast o' water to cover that stone to-day. Anyhow, I'll have time to go home and rate my missus for worritin' hersen, as I'll be bound she's done, for all as I bade her not, but to keep easy and content." "We'd better be off too," said Molly, as an opening was made through the press to let out the groping old man. "Eggs and butter is yet to sell, and the cloak to be bought." "Well, I suppose we had," said Sylvia, rather regretfully, for though all the way into Monkshaven her head had been full of the purchase of this cloak, yet she was of that impressible nature that takes the tone of feeling from those surrounding, and though she knew no one on board the Resolution, she was just as anxious for the moment to see her come into harbour as any one in the crowd who had a dear relation on board. So she turned reluctantly to follow the more prudent Molly along the quay back to the Butter Cross. It was a pretty scene, though it was too familiar to the eyes of all who then saw it for them to notice its beauty. The sun was low enough in the west to turn the mist that filled the distant valley of the river into golden haze. Above, on either bank of the Dee, there lay the moorland heights, swelling one behind the other, the nearer russet-brown with the tints of the fading bracken, the more distant grey and dim against the rich autumnal sky. The red and fluted tiles of the gabled houses rose in crowded irregularity on one side of the river, while the newer suburb was built in more orderly and less picturesque fashion on the opposite cliff. The river itself was swelling and chafing with the incoming tide, till its vexed waters rushed over the very feet of the watching crowd on the Staithes, as the great sea waves encroached more and more every minute. The quayside was unsavourily ornamented with glittering fish scales, for the hauls of fish were cleansed in the open air, and no sanitary arrangements existed for sweeping away any of the relics of this operation. The fresh salt breeze was bringing up the lashing, leaping tide from the blue sea beyond the bar. Behind the returning girls there rocked the white-sailed ship, as if she were all alive with eagerness for her anchors to be heaved. How impatient her crew of beating hearts were for that moment, how those on land sickened at the suspense, may be imagined, when you remember that for 6 long summer months those sailors had been as if dead from all news of those they loved, shut up in terrible, dreary Arctic seas from the hungry sight of sweethearts and friends, wives and mothers. No one knew what might have happened. The crowd on shore grew silent and solemn before the dread of the possible news of death that might toll in upon their hearts with this uprushing tide. The whalers went out into the Greenland seas full of strong, hopeful men, but the whalers never returned as they sailed forth. On land there are deaths among 200 or 300 men to be mourned over in every half-year's space of time. Whose bones had been left to blacken on the grey and terrible icebergs? Who lay still until the sea should give up its dead? Who were those who should come back to Monkshaven never, no, never more? Many a heart swelled with passionate, unspoken fear as the first whaler lay off the bar on her return voyage. Molly and Sylvia had left the crowd in this hushed suspense, but 50 yards along the Staithe they passed 5 or 6 girls with flushed faces and careless attire, who had mounted a pile of timber, placed there to season for shipbuilding, from which, as from the steps of a ladder or staircase, they could command the harbor. They were wild and free in their gestures, and held each other by the hand, and swayed from side to side, stamping their feet in time as they sang, "Weel may the keel row, the keel row, the keel row. Weel may the keel row that my laddie's in." "What for are you going off now?" they called out to our two girls. "She'll be in 10 minutes." And without waiting for the answer, which never came, they resumed their song. Old sailors stood about in little groups, too proud to show their interest in the adventures they could no longer share, but quite unable to keep up any semblance of talk on indifferent subjects. The town seemed very quiet and deserted as Molly and Sylvia entered the dark, irregular Bridge Street, and the marketplace was as empty of people as before. But the skeps and baskets and three-legged stools were all cleared away. "Market's over for today," said Molly Corney in disappointed surprise. "We mun make the best on't and sell to hucksters, and a hard bargain they'll be for driving. I doubt mother'll be vexed." She and Sylvia went to the corner shop to reclaim their baskets. The man had his joke at them for their delay. "Aye, aye, lasses as has sweethearts a-comin' home don't care much what price they get for butter and eggs. I dare say now there's some on yon ship that'd give as much as $1 a pound for this butter, if he only knowed who churned it." This was to Sylvia as he handed her back her property. The fancy-free Sylvia reddened, pouted, tossed back her head, and hardly deigned a farewell word of thanks or civility to the lame man. She was at an age to be affronted by any jokes on such a subject. Molly took the joke without disclaimer and without offense. She rather liked the unfounded idea of her having a sweetheart, and was rather surprised to think how devoid of foundation the notion was. If she could have a new cloak, as Sylvia was going to have, then indeed there might be a chance. Until some such good luck, it was as well to laugh and blush as if the surmise of her having a lover was not very far from the truth, and so she replied in something of the same strain as the lame net-maker to his joke about the butter. "He'll need it all, and more too, to grease his tongue, if ever he reckons to win me for his wife." When they were out of the shop, Sylvia said in a coaxing tone, "Molly, who is it? Whose tongue'll need greasing? Just tell me, and I'll never tell." She was so much in earnest that Molly was perplexed. She did not quite like saying that she had alluded to no one in particular, only to a possible sweetheart. So she began to think what young man had made the most civil speeches to her in her life. The list was not a long one to go over, for her father was not so well off as to make her sought after for her money, and her face was rather of the homeliest. But she suddenly remembered her cousin, the specksioneer, who had given her 2 large shells and taken a kiss from her half-willing lips before he went to sea the last time. So she smiled a little and then said, "Well, I dunno. It's ill talking of these things afore one has made up one's mind. And perhaps if Charlie Kinraid behaves hissen, I might be brought to listen." "Charlie Kinraid? Who's he?" "Yon specksioneer cousin of mine as I was talking on." "And do you think he cares for you?" asked Sylvia in a low, tender tone, as if touching on a great mystery. Molly only said, "Be quiet, will you?" and Sylvia could not make out whether she cut the conversation so short because she was offended or because they had come to the shop where they had to sell their butter and eggs. "Now, Sylvia, if thou'll leave me thy basket, I'll make as good a bargain as iver I can on 'em, and thou can be off to choose this grand new cloak as is to be, afore it gets any darker. Where's 'ta going to?" "Mother said I'd better go to Foster's," answered Sylvia, with a shade of annoyance in her face. "Feyther said just anywhere." "Foster's is t' best place. Thou canst try anywhere afterwards. I'll be at Foster's in 5 minutes, for I reckon we mun hasten a bit now. It'll be near 5 o'clock." Sylvia hung her head and looked very demure as she walked off by herself to Foster's shop in the marketplace. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 3. Buying a New Cloak. Foster's shop was the shop of Monkshaven. It was kept by two Quaker brothers who were now old men, and their father had kept it before them, probably his father before that. People remembered it as an old-fashioned dwelling-house with a sort of supplementary shop with unglazed windows projecting from the lower story. These openings had long been filled with panes of glass that at the present day would be accounted very small, but which 70 years ago were much admired for their size. I can best make you understand the appearance of the place by bidding you think of the long openings in a butcher's shop, and then to fill them up in your imagination with panes about 8 inches by 6 in a heavy wooden frame. There was one of these windows on each side the door-place, which was kept partially closed through the day by a low gate about a yard high. Half the shop was appropriated to grocery, the other half to drapery and a little mercery. The good old brothers gave all their known customers a kindly welcome, shaking hands with many of them, and asking all after their families and domestic circumstances before proceeding to business. They would not for the world have had any sign of festivity at Christmas, and scrupulously kept their shop open at that holy festival, ready themselves to serve sooner than tax the consciences of any of their assistants. Only nobody ever came. But on New Year's Day they had a great cake and wine ready in the parlor behind the shop, of which all who came in to buy anything were asked to partake. Yet though scrupulous in most things, it did not go against the conscience of these good brothers to purchase smuggled articles. There was a back way from the riverside up a covered entry to the yard door of the Fosters, and a peculiar kind of knock at this door always brought out either John or Jeremiah, or if not them, their shopman Philip Hepburn, and the same cake and wine that the excise officer's wife might just have been tasting was brought out in the back parlor to treat the smuggler. There was a little locking of doors and drawing of the green silk curtain that was supposed to shut out the shop, but really all this was done very much for form's sake. Everybody in Monkshaven smuggled who could, and every one wore smuggled goods who could, and great reliance was placed on the excise officer's neighborly feelings. The story went that John and Jeremiah Foster were so rich that they could buy up all the new town across the bridge. They had certainly begun to have a kind of primitive bank in connection with their shop, receiving and taking care of such money as people did not wish to retain in their houses for fear of burglars. No one asked them for interest on the money thus deposited, nor did they give any. But on the other hand, if any of their customers, on whose character they could depend, wanted a little advance, the Fosters, after due inquiries made, and in some cases due security given, were not unwilling to lend a moderate sum without charging a penny for the use of their money. All the articles they sold were as good as they knew how to choose, and for them they expected and obtained ready money. It was said that they only kept on the shop for their amusement. Others averred that there was some plan of a marriage running in the brothers' heads, a marriage between William Colson, Mr. Jeremiah's wife's nephew — Mr. Jeremiah was a widower — and Hester Rose, whose mother was some kind of distant relation, and who served in the shop along with William Colson and Philip Hepburn. Again, this was denied by those who averred that Colson was no blood relation, and that if the Fosters had intended to do anything considerable for Hester, they would never have allowed her and her mother to live in such a sparing way, eking out their small income by having Colson and Hepburn for lodgers. No, John and Jeremiah would leave all their money to some hospital or to some charitable institution. But of course there was a reply to this. When are there not many sides to an argument about a possibility concerning which no facts are known? Part of the reply turned on this. The old gentlemen had, probably, some deep plan in their heads in permitting their cousin to take Colson and Hepburn as lodgers, the one a kind of nephew, the other, though so young, the head man in the shop. If either of them took a fancy to Hester, how agreeably matters could be arranged. All this time Hester is patiently waiting to serve Sylvia, who is standing before her a little shy, a little perplexed and distracted by the sight of so many pretty things. Hester was a tall young woman, sparely yet largely formed, of a grave aspect which made her look older than she really was. Her thick brown hair was smoothly taken off her broad forehead and put in a very orderly fashion under her linen cap. Her face was a little square, and her complexion sallow, though the texture of her skin was fine. Her gray eyes were very pleasant, because they looked at you so honestly and kindly. Her mouth was slightly compressed, as most have it who are in the habit of restraining their feelings. But when she spoke you did not perceive this, and her rare smile slowly breaking forth showed her white even teeth, and when accompanied, as it generally was, by a sudden uplifting of her soft eyes, it made her countenance very winning. She was dressed in stuff of sober colors, both in accordance with her own taste and in unasked compliance with the religious customs of the Fosters, but Hester herself was not a friend. Sylvia, standing opposite, not looking at Hester, but gazing at the ribbons in the shop window, as if hardly conscious that any one awaited the expression of her wishes, was a great contrast. Ready to smile or to pout or to show her feelings in any way, with a character as undeveloped as a child's, affectionate, willful, naughty, tiresome, charming, anything, in fact, at present that the chances of an hour called out. Hester thought her customer the prettiest creature ever seen. In the moment she had for admiration, before Sylvia turned round and, recalled to herself, began, "Oh, I beg your pardon, miss. I was thinking what may the price of yon crimson ribbon be?" Hester said nothing, but went to examine the shop mark. "Oh, I did not mean that I wanted any. I only want some stuff for a cloak. Thank you, miss, but I am very sorry. Some duffel, please." Hester silently replaced the ribbon and went in search of the duffel. While she was gone, Sylvia was addressed by the very person she most wished to avoid, and whose absence she had rejoiced over on first entering the shop, her cousin Philip Hepburn. He was a serious-looking young man, tall, but with a slight stoop in his shoulders, brought on by his occupation. He had thick hair standing off from his forehead in a peculiar but not unpleasing manner, a long face with a slightly aquiline nose, dark eyes, and a long upper lip, which gave a disagreeable aspect to a face that might otherwise have been good-looking. "Good day, Sylvie," he said. "What are you wanting? How are all at home? Let me help you." Sylvia pursed up her red lips and did not look at him as she replied, "I'm very well, and so is mother. Feyther's got a touch of rheumatiz, and there's a young woman getting what I want." She turned a little away from him when she had ended this sentence, as if it had comprised all she could possibly have to say to him. But he exclaimed, You won't know how to choose." And seating himself on the counter, he swung himself over after the fashion of shopmen. Sylvia took no notice of him, but pretended to be counting over her money. "What do you want, Sylvie?" asked he, at last annoyed at her silence. "I don't like to be called Sylvie. My name is Sylvia, and I'm wanting duffel for a cloak, if you must know." Hester now returned, with a shop-boy helping her to drag along the great rolls of scarlet and grey cloth. "Not that," said Philip, kicking the red duffel with his foot, and speaking to the lad. "It's the grey you want, is it not, Sylvie?" He used the name he had had the cousin's right to call her by since her childhood, without remembering her words on the subject not 5 minutes before. But she did, and was vexed. "Please, miss, it is the scarlet duffel I want. Don't let him take it away." Hester looked up at both their countenances, a little wondering what was their position with regard to each other. For this, then, was the beautiful little cousin about whom Philip had talked to her mother, as sadly spoilt and shamefully ignorant, a lovely little dunce, and so forth. Hester had pictured Sylvia Robson somehow as very different from what she was, younger, more stupid, not half so bright and charming. For though she was now both pouting and cross, it was evident that this was not her accustomed mood. Sylvia devoted her attention to the red cloth, pushing aside the grey. Philip Hepburn was vexed at his advice being slighted, and yet he urged it afresh. "This is a respectable, quiet-looking article that will go well with any color. You never will be so foolish as to take what will mark with every drop of rain." "I'm sorry you sell such good-for-nothing things," replied Sylvia, conscious of her advantage, and relaxing a little, as little as she possibly could, of her gravity. Hester came in now. "He means to say that this cloth will lose its first brightness in wet or damp, but it will always be a good article, and the color will stand a deal of wear. Mr. Foster would not have had it in his shop else." Philip did not like that even a reasonable peacemaking interpreter should come between him and Sylvia, so he held his tongue in indignant silence. Hester went on. "To be sure, this grey is the closer make, and would wear the longest." "I don't care," said Sylvia, still rejecting the dull grey. "I like this best. 8 yards, if you please, miss." "A cloak takes 9 yards at least," said Philip decisively. "Mother told me 8, said Sylvia, secretly conscious that her mother would have preferred the more sober color, and feeling that as she had had her own way in that respect, she was bound to keep to the directions she had received as to the quantity. But indeed she would not have yielded to Philip in anything that she could help. There was a sound of children's feet running up the street from the riverside, shouting with excitement. At the noise, Sylvia forgot her cloak and her little spirit of vexation, and ran to the half-door of the shop. Philip followed because she went. Hester looked on with passive, kindly interest as soon as she had completed her duty of measuring. One of those girls whom Sylvia had seen as she and Molly left the crowd on the quay came quickly up the street. Her face, which was handsome enough as to feature, was whitened with excess of passionate emotion, her dress untidy and flying, her movements heavy and free. She belonged to the lowest class of seaport inhabitants. As she came near, Sylvia saw that the tears were streaming down her cheeks, quite unconsciously to herself. She recognized Sylvia's face, full of interest as it was, and stopped her clumsy run to speak to the pretty, sympathetic creature. "She's o'er to bar, she's o'er to bar, I'm bound to tell mother." She caught at Sylvia's hand and shook it, and went on breathless and gasping. "Sylvia, how came you to know that girl?" asked Philip sternly. "She's not one for you to be shaking hands with. She's known all down to Quayside as Newcastle Bess." "I can't help it," said Sylvia, half inclined to cry at his manner even more than his words. "When folk are glad, I can't help being glad too, and I just put out my hand and she put out hers. To think o' yon ship come in at last, and if you had been down seeing all t' folk looking and looking their eyes out, as if they feared they should die afore she came in and brought home the lads they loved, you'd a shaken hands with that lass too, and no great harm done. I never set eyne upon her till half an hour ago on the Staiths, and maybe I'll never see her again." Hester was still behind the counter, but had moved so as to be near the window, so she heard what they were saying, and now put in her word. She can't be altogether bad, for she thought of telling her mother first thing, according to what she said. Sylvia gave Hester a quick, grateful look, but Hester had resumed her gaze out of the window and did not see the glance. And now Molly Corney joined them, hastily bursting into the shop. "Hech," said she, "hearken, how they're crying and shouting down on Quay. T' gang's among 'em like t' day of judgment. Hark!" No one spoke, no one breathed. I had almost said no heart beat for listening. Not long, in an instant there rose the sharp, simultaneous cry of many people in rage and despair. Inarticulate at that distance, it was yet an intelligible curse, and the roll and the roar and the irregular tramp came nearer and nearer. "They're taking 'em on to Randyvouse," said Molly. I wish I'd King George here just to tell him my mind." The girl clenched her hands and set her teeth. "It's terrible hard," said Hester. "There's mothers and wives looking out for 'em as if they were stars dropped out o' t' lift." "But can we do nothing for 'em?" cried Sylvia. "Let us go into the thick of it and do a bit of help. I can't stand quiet and see it." Half crying, she pushed forwards to the door, but Philip held her back. "Sylvie, you must not. Don't be silly. It's the law, and no one can do aught against it, least of all women and lasses." By this time the vanguard of the crowd came pressing up Bridge Street, past the windows of Foster's shop. It consisted of wild, half-amphibious boys slowly moving backwards, as they were compelled by the pressure of the coming multitude to go on, and yet anxious to defy and annoy the gang by insults and curses half choked with their indignant passion, doubling their fists in the very faces of the gang, who came on with measured movement, armed to the teeth, their faces showing white with repressed and determined energy, against the bronzed countenances of the half-dozen sailors, who were all they had thought it wise to pick out of the whaler's crew, this being the first time an Admiralty warrant had been used in Monkshaven for many years, not since the close of the American War, in fact. One of the men was addressing to his townspeople in a high-pitched voice an exhortation which few could hear, for pressing round this nucleus of cruel wrong were women crying aloud, throwing up their arms in imprecation, showering down abuse as hearty and rapid as if they had been a Greek chorus. Their wild, famished eyes were strained on faces they might not kiss, their cheeks were flushed to purple with anger, or else livid with impotent craving for revenge. Some of them looked scarce human, and yet an hour ago these lips, now tightly drawn back so as to show the teeth with the unconscious action of an enraged wild animal, had been soft and gracious with the smile of hope. Eyes that were fiery and bloodshot now had been loving and bright. Hearts, never to recover from the sense of injustice and cruelty, had been trustful and glad only one short hour ago. There were men there, too, sullen and silent, brooding on remedial revenge, but not many, the greater proportion of this class being away in the absent whalers. The stormy multitude swelled into the marketplace and formed a solid crowd there, while the press gang steadily forced their way on into High Street and on to the rendezvous. A low, deep growl went up from the dense mass, as some had to wait for space to follow the others. now and then going up as a lion's growl goes up into a shriek of rage. A woman forced her way up from the bridge. She lived some little way in the country, and had been late in hearing of the return of the whaler after her 6 months' absence, and on rushing down to the quayside she had been told by a score of busy, sympathizing voices that her husband was kidnapped for the service of the government. She had need pause in the marketplace, the outlet of which was crammed up. Then she gave tongue for the first time in such a fearful shriek you could hardly catch the words she said. "Jamie, Jamie, will they not let you to me?" These were the last words Sylvia heard before her own hysterical burst of tears called everyone's attention to her. She had been very busy about household work in the morning, and much agitated by all she had seen and heard since coming into Monkshaven, and so it ended in this. Molly and Hester took her through the shop into the parlor beyond, John Foster's parlor, for Jeremiah, the elder brother, lived in a house of his own on the other side of the water. It was a low, comfortable room with great beams running across the ceiling, and papered with the same paper as the walls, a piece of elegant luxury which took Molly's fancy mightily. This parlor looked out on the dark courtyard, in which there grew 2 or 3 poplars, straining upwards to the light, and through an open door between the backs of 2 houses could be seen a glimpse of the dancing, heaving river, with such ships or fishing cobbles as happened to be moored in the waters above the bridge. They placed Sylvia on the broad old-fashioned sofa and gave her water to drink and tried to still her sobbing and choking. They loosed her hat and copiously splashed her face and clustering chestnut hair, till at length she came to herself, restored but dripping wet. She sate up and looked at them, smoothing back her tangled curls off her brow, as if to clear both her eyes and her intellect. "Where am I? Oh, I know. Thank you. It was very silly, but somehow it seemed so sad." And here she was nearly going off again, but Hester said, "Aye, it were sad, my poor lass, if I may call you so, for I don't rightly know your name. But it's best not to think on it, for we can do no mak a good, and it'll maybe set you off again. You're Philip Hepburn's cousin, I reckon, and you'll bide at Haytersbank Farm?" "Yes, she's Sylvia Robson," put in Molly, not seeing that Hester's purpose was to make Sylvia speak, and so to divert her attention from the subject which had set her off into hysterics. "And we came in for market," continued Molly, "and for to buy t' new cloak as her feyther's going to give her. And for sure I thought we was in luck's way when we saw t' first whaler, and niver dreaming as t' press gang 'ud be so marred." She too began to cry, but her little whimper was stopped by the sound of the opening door behind her. It was Philip asking Hester by a silent gesture if he might come in. Sylvia turned her face round from the light and shut her eyes. Her cousin came close up to her on tiptoe and looked anxiously at what he could see of her averted face. Then he passed his hand so slightly over her hair that he could scarcely be said to touch it, and murmured, "Poor lassie, it's a pity she came to-day, for it's a long walk in this heat." But Sylvia started to her feet, almost pushing him along. Her quickened senses heard an approaching step through the courtyard before any of the others were aware of the sound. In a minute afterwards the glass door at one corner of the parlor was opened from the outside, and Mr. John stood looking in with some surprise at the group collected in his usually empty parlor. "It's my cousin," said Philip, reddening a little. "She came wi' her friend into market, and to make purchases, and she's got a turn with seeing the press gang go past, carrying some of the crew of the whaler to the Randyvouse." "Aye, aye," said Mr. John, quickly passing on into the shop on tiptoe, as if he were afraid he were intruding in his own premises, and beckoning Philip to follow him there. Out of strife cometh strife. I guessed something of the sort was up from what I heard on to bridge as I came across for Brother Jeremiah's. Here he softly shut the door between the parlour and the shop. It beareth hard on the expectant women and childer, nor is it to be wondered at that they, being unconverted, rage together, poor creatures, like the very heathen. Philip, he said, coming nearer to his young man, keep Nicholas and Henry at work in the ware-room upstairs until this riot be over, for it would grieve me if they were misled into violence. Philip hesitated. Speak out, man, always ease an uneasy heart, and never let it get hidebound. I had thought to convoy my cousin and the other young woman home, for the town is like to be rough, and it's getting dark. And thou shalt, my lad, said the good old man, and I myself will try and restrain the natural inclinations of Nicholas and Henry. But when he went to find the shop boys with a gentle homily on his lips, those to whom it should have been addressed were absent. In consequence of the riotous state of things, all the other shops in the market-place had put their shutters up, and Nicholas and Henry, in the absence of their superiors, had followed the example of their neighbors, and as business was over, they had hardly waited to put the goods away, but had hurried off to help their townsmen in any struggle that might ensue. There was no remedy for it, but Mr. John looked rather discomfited. The state of the counters and of the disarranged goods was such also as would have irritated any man as orderly, but less sweet-tempered. All he said on the subject was, "The old Adam, the old Adam," but he shook his head long after he had finished speaking. "Where is William Colson?" he next asked. "Oh, I remember. He was not to come back from York till the night closed in." Philip and his master arranged the shop in the exact order the old man loved. Then he recollected the wish of his subordinate, and turned round and said, "Now go with thy cousin and her friend. Hester is here, and old Hannah. I myself will take Hester home if need be, but for the present I think she had best tarry here, as it isn't many steps to her mother's house, and we may need her help if any of those poor creatures fall into suffering with their violence." With this Mr. John knocked at the door of the parlor, and waited for permission to enter. With old-fashioned courtesy he told the two strangers how glad he was that his room had been of service to them, that he would never have made so bold as to pass through it if he had been aware how it was occupied. And then going to a corner cupboard, high up in the wall, he pulled a key out of his pocket and unlocked his little store of wine and cake and spirits, and insisted that they should eat and drink while waiting for Philip, who was taking some last measures for the security of the shop during the night. Sylvia declined everything, with less courtesy than she ought to have shown to the offers of the hospitable old man. Molly took wine and cake, leaving a good half of both, according to the code of manners in that part of the country, and also because Sylvia was continually urging her to make haste. For the latter disliked the idea of her cousins esteeming it necessary to accompany them home, and wanted to escape from him by setting off before he returned. But any such plans were frustrated by Philip's coming back into the parlor, full of grave content which brimmed over from his eyes, with the parcel of Sylvia's obnoxious red duffel under his arm, anticipating so keenly the pleasure awaiting him in the walk that he was almost surprised by the gravity of his companions as they prepared for it. Sylvia was a little penitent for her rejection of Mr. John's hospitality, now she found out how unavailing for its purpose such rejection had been, and tried to make up by a modest sweetness of farewell which quite won his heart, and made him praise her up to Hester in a way to which she, observant of all, could not bring herself fully to respond. What business had the pretty little creature to reject kindly meant hospitality in the pettish way she did, thought Hester, And oh, what business had she to be so ungrateful, and to try and thwart Philip in his thoughtful wish of escorting them through the streets of the rough, riotous town? What did it all mean? End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 4. Philip Hepburn. The coast on that part of the island to which this story refers is bordered by rocks and cliffs. The inland country immediately adjacent to the coast is level, flat, and bleak. It is only where the long stretch of dike-enclosed fields terminates abruptly in a sheer descent, and the stranger sees the ocean creeping up the sands far below him, that he is aware on how great an elevation he has been. Here and there, as I have said, a cleft in the level land, thus running out into the sea in steep promontories, occurs, what they would call a chine in the Isle of Wight, but instead of the soft south wind stealing up the woody ravine as it does there, the eastern breeze comes piping shrill and clear along these northern chasms, keeping the trees that venture to grow on the sides down to the mere height of scrubby brushwood. The descent to the shore through these bottoms is in most cases very abrupt, too much so for a cartway or even a bridle path, but people can pass up and down without difficulty by the help of a few rude steps hewn here and there out of the rock. 60 or 70 years ago, not to speak of much later times, the farmers who owned or hired the land which lay directly on the summit of these cliffs were smugglers to the extent of their power, only partially checked by the Coast Guard distributed at pretty nearly equal interspaces of 8 miles, all along the northeastern seaboard. Still, sea-wrack was a good manure, and there was no law against carrying it up in great osier baskets for the purpose of tillage, and many a secret thing was lodged in hidden crevices in the rocks till the farmer sent trusty people down to the shore for a good supply of sand and seaweed for his land. One of the farms on the cliff had lately been taken by Sylvia's father. He was a man who had roamed about a good deal, been sailor, smuggler, horse-dealer, and farmer in turns, a sort of fellow possessed by a spirit of adventure and love of change, which did him and his own family more harm than anybody else. He was just the kind of man that all his neighbors found fault with, and all his neighbors liked. Late in life, for such an imprudent man as he was one of a class who generally wed, trusting to chance and luck for the provision for a family, Farmer Robson married a woman whose only want of practical wisdom consisted in taking him for a husband. She was Philip Hepburn's aunt, and had had the charge of him until she married, from her widowed brother's house. He it was who had let her know when Haytersbank Farm had been to let, esteeming it a likely piece of land for his uncle to settle down upon, after a somewhat unprosperous career of horse-dealing. The farmhouse lay in the shelter of a very slight green hollow scarcely scooped out of the pasture field by which it was surrounded. The short, crisp turf came creeping up to the very door and windows, without any attempt at a yard or garden, or any nearer enclosure of the buildings than the stone dike that formed the boundary of the field itself. The buildings were long and low, in order to avoid the rough violence of the winds that swept over that wild, bleak spot, both in winter and summer. It was well for the inhabitants of that house that coal was extremely cheap. Otherwise a Southerner might have imagined that they could never have survived the cutting of the bitter gales that piped all round and seemed to seek out every crevice for admission into the house. But the interior was warm enough when once you had mounted the long bleak lane, full of round rough stones, enough to lame any horse unaccustomed to such roads, and had crossed the field by the little dry hard footpath which tacked about so as to keep from directly facing the prevailing wind. Mrs. Robson was a Cumberland woman, and as such was a cleaner housewife than the farmers' wives of that northeastern coast, and was often shocked at their ways, showing it more by her looks than by her words, for she was not a great talker. This fastidiousness in such matters made her own house extremely comfortable, but did not tend to render her popular among her neighbors. Indeed, Belle Robson piqued herself on her housekeeping generally, and once indoors in the gray, bare stone house, there were plenty of comforts to be had besides cleanliness and warmth. The great rack of clapbread hung overhead, and Belle Robson's preference of this kind of oatcake over the leavened and partly sour kind used in Yorkshire was another source of her unpopularity. Flitches of bacon and hands, that is, shoulders of cured pork, the legs or hams being sold as fetching a better price, abounded, and for any visitor who could stay, neither cream nor finest wheaten flour was wanting for turf cakes and singing hinnies, with which it is the delight of the northern housewives to regale the honored guest, as he sips their high-priced tea, sweetened with dainty sugar. This night Farmer Robson was fidgeting in and out of his house door, climbing the little eminence in the field, and coming down disappointed in a state of fretful impatience. His quiet, taciturn wife was a little put out by Sylvia's non-appearance too, but she showed her anxiety by being shorter than usual in her replies to his perpetual wonders as to where the lass could have been tarrying, and by knitting away with extra diligence. "I've a vast a mind to go down to Monkshaven mysen, and see after t' child. It's well on for 7. "No, Dan'l," said his wife, "thou'd best not. Thy leg has been paining thee this week past, and thou'rt not up to such a walk. I'll rouse Kester, and send him off, if thou think'st there's need on it." "I'll noan ha' Kester roused. Who's to go afield betimes after t' sheep into morn, if he's caught up to neat? He'd miss t' lass and find a public house, a reckon," said Daniel querulously. "I'm not afeard o' Kester," replied Belle. "He's a good one for knowing folk in the dark. But if thou'd rather, I'll put on my hood and cloak, and just go to the end of the lane, if thou'lt have an eye to the milk, and see as it doesna boil o'er, for she canna stomach it if it's bishoped e'er so little." Before Mrs. Robson, however, had put away her knitting, voices were heard at a good distance down the lane, but coming nearer every moment, and once more Daniel climbed the little brow to look and to listen. "It's a' reet," said he, hobbling quickly down. "Niver fidget thysel' wi' getting ready to go search for her. I'll tak thee a bet it's Philip Hepburn's voice, convoying her home, just as I said he would an hour sin." Belle did not answer, as she might have done, that this probability of Philip's bringing Sylvia home had been her own suggestion, set aside by her husband as utterly unlikely. Another minute, and the countenances of both parents imperceptibly and unconsciously relaxed into pleasure as Sylvia came in. She looked very rosy from the walk and the October air, which began to be frosty in the evenings. There was a little cloud over her face at first, but it was quickly dispersed as she met the loving eyes of home. Philip, who followed her, had an excited but not altogether pleased look about him. He received a hearty greeting from Daniel and a quiet one from his aunt. "Tak off thy pan o' milk, missus, and set on to kettle. Milk may do for wenches, but Philip and me is for a drop o' good Hollands and water this cold night. I'm a'most chilled tomorrow, wi' looking out for thee, lass, for t' mother was in a peck o' troubles about thy none coming home into dayleet, and I'd to keep hearkening out on t' browhead." This was entirely untrue, and Belle knew it to be so, but her husband did not. He had persuaded himself now, as he had done often before, that what he had in reality done for his own pleasure or satisfaction, he had done in order to gratify someone else. The town was rough with a riot between the press gang and the whaling folk, and I thought I'd best see Sylvia home. "Aye, aye, lad, always welcome, if it's only as an excuse for t' liquor. But t' whalers, say'st ta? Why, is t' whalers in? There was none in sight yesterday, when I were down on t' shore. It's early days for 'em as yet, and t' cursed old press gang's agate again, doing its devil's work." His face changed as he ended his speech, and showed a steady passion of old hatred. "Aye, missus, you may look. I wunnot pick and choose my words, no other for you nor for nobody, when I speak o' that domned gang. I'm none ashamed o' my words. They're true, and I'm ready to prove 'em. Where's my forefinger? Aye, and as good a top joint of a thumb as iver a man had. I wished I'd kept 'em in spirits, as they done things at Potticary, just to show to lass what flesh and bone I made away with to get free. I ups wi' a hatchet when I saw as I were fast aboard a man-o'-war standing out for sea. It were into time o' the war wi' America, and I couldna stomach the thought of being murdered in my own language. So I ups wi' a hatchet, and I says to Bill Watson, says I, 'Now, my lad, if thou'll do me a kindness, I'll pay thee back, never fear, and they'll be glad enough to get shut on us, and send us to old England again. Just come down with a will. Now, missus, why can't ye sit still and listen to me, 'stead of pottering after pans and what not?" said he, speaking crossly to his wife, who had heard the story scores of times, and, it must be confessed, was making some noise in preparing bread and milk for Sylvia's supper. Belle did not say a word in reply, but Sylvia tapped his shoulder with a pretty little authoritative air. "It's for me, feyther. I'm just keen set for my supper. Once let me get quickly set down to it, and Philip there to his glass of grog, and you'll never have such listeners in your life, and mother's mind will be at ease too." Thou's a wilful wench," said the proud father, giving her a great slap on her back. "Well, set thee down to thy victual, and be quiet with thee, for I want to finish my tale to Philip. But perhaps I've telled it to you afore," said he, turning round to question Hepburn. Hepburn could not say that he had not heard it, for he piqued himself on his truthfulness. But instead of frankly and directly owning this, he tried to frame a formal little speech, which would soothe Daniel's mortified vanity, and of course it had the directly opposite effect. Daniel resented being treated like a child, and yet turned his back on Philip with all the willfulness of one. Sylvia did not care for her cousin, but hated the discomfort of having her father displeased. So she took up her tale of adventure and told her father and mother of her afternoon's proceedings. Daniel pretended not to listen at first, and made ostentatious noises with his spoon and glass, but by and by he got quite warm and excited about the doings of the press gang, and scolded both Philip and Sylvia for not having learnt more particulars as to what was the termination of the riot. "I've been whaling mysel," said he, "and I've heerd tell as whalers wear knives, and I'd ha' given t' gang a taste of my whittle if I'd been cotched up just as I'd set my foot ashore." "I don't know," said Philip. "We're at war with the French, and we shouldn't like to be beaten. And yet if our numbers are not equal to theirs, we stand a strong chance of it." "Not a bit on't, so be damned," said Daniel Robson, bringing down his fist with such violence on the round deal table that the glasses and earthenware shook again. "You'd not strike a child or a woman for sure, yet it'd be like it if we didna give the Frenchies some vantages, if we took 'em with equal numbers. It's not fair play, and that's one place where t' shoe pinches. It's not fair play two ways. It's not fair play to cotch up men as has no call for fightin' at another man's biddin', though they've no objection to fight a bit on their own account, and who are just landed, all keen after bread instead of biscuit, and flesh meat instead of junk, and beds instead of hammocks. I make not o' to sentiment side, for I were niver given up to such carnal-mindedness and poesies. It's no unfair to cotch 'em up and put 'em in a stifling hole, all lined with metal for fear they should whittle their way out, and send 'em off to sea for years and years to come. And again, it's no fair play to French. 4 of them is rightly matched with 1 of us, and if we go and fight 'em 4 to 4, it's like as if you fell to beatin' Sylvie there, or little Billy Croxton, as isn't breeched, and that's my mind. Missus, where's to pipe?" Philip did not smoke, so took his turn at talking, a chance he seldom had with Daniel unless the latter had his pipe between his lips. So after Daniel had filled it, and used Sylvia's little finger as a stopper to ram down the tobacco, a habit to which she was so accustomed that she laid her hand on the table by him, as naturally as she would have fetched him his spittoon when he began to smoke, Philip arranged his arguments and began. "I'm for fair play with the French as much as any man, as long as we can be sure of beating them. But I say make sure of that, and then give them every advantage. Now I reckon government is not sure as yet, for in the papers it said as half the ships in the Channel hadn't got their proper complement of men. And all I say is, let government judge a bit for us, and if they say they're hampered for want of men, why we must make it up somehow. John and Jeremiah Foster pay in taxes, and militiaman pays in person, and if sailors cannot pay in taxes and will not pay in person, why they must be made to pay, and that's what the press gang is for, I reckon. For my part, when I read of the way those French chaps are going on, I'm thankful to be governed by King George and a British Constitution." Daniel took his pipe out of his mouth at this. "And when did I say a word against King George and the Constitution? I only ax 'em to govern me as I judge best, and that's what I call representation. When I gived my vote to Meester Cholmley to go up to Parliament House, I as good as said, 'Now you go up there, sir, and tell 'em what I, Dan'l Robson, think right, and what I, Dan'l Robson, wish to have done. Else I'd be darned if I'd have given my vote to him or any other man. And div you think I want Seth Robson, as is my own brother's son and mate to a collier, to be cotched up by a press gang and 10 to 1 his wages all unpaid? Div you think I'd send up Mr. Cholmley to speak up for that piece of work? Not I." He took up his pipe again, shook out the ashes, puffed it into a spark, and shut his eyes preparatory to listening. "But, asking pardon, laws is made for the good of the nation, not for your good or mine." Daniel could not stand this. He laid down his pipe, opened his eyes, stared straight at Philip before speaking, in order to enforce his words, and then said slowly, "Nation here, nation there. I'm a man and you're another, but nation's nowhere. If Mr. Cholmley talked to me in that fashion, he'd look long for another vote frae me. I can make out King George and Maister Pitt and yo and me, but nation, go hang." Philip, who sometimes pursued an argument longer than was politic for himself, especially when he felt sure of being on the conquering side, did not see that Daniel Robson was passing out of the indifference of conscious wisdom into that state of anger which ensues when a question becomes personal in some unspoken way. Robson had contested this subject once or twice before, and had the remembrance of former disputes to add to his present vehemence. So it was well for the harmony of the evening that Belle and Sylvia returned from the kitchen to sit in the house place. They had been to wash up the pans and basins used for supper. Sylvia had privately shown off her cloak, and got over her mother's shake of the head at its color with a coaxing kiss, at the end of which her mother had adjusted her cap with a "There, there, had done with thee. but had no more heart to show her disapprobation, and now they came back to their usual occupations until it should please their visitor to go. Then they would rake the fire and be off to bed, for neither Sylvia's spinning nor Belle's knitting was worth candlelight, and morning hours are precious in a dairy. People speak of the way in which harp-playing sets off a graceful figure. Spinning is almost as becoming an employment. A woman stands at the great wool wheel, one arm extended, the other holding the thread, her head thrown back to take in all the scope of her occupation. Or if it is the lesser spinning wheel for flax, and it was this that Sylvia moved forwards tonight, the pretty sound of the buzzing, whirring motion, the attitude of the spinner, foot and hand alike engaged in the business, the bunch of gay-colored ribbon that ties the bundle of flax on the rock, all make it into a picturesque piece of domestic business that may rival harp-playing any day for the amount of softness and grace which it calls out. Sylvia's cheeks were rather flushed by the warmth of the room after the frosty air. The blue ribbon with which she had thought it necessary to tie back her hair before putting on her hat to go to market had got rather loose, and allowed her disarranged curls to stray in a manner which would have annoyed her extremely if she had been upstairs to look at herself in the glass. But although they were not set in the exact fashion which Sylvia esteemed as correct, they looked very pretty and luxuriant. Her little foot, placed on the traddle, was still encased in its smartly buckled shoe, not slightly to her discomfort, as she was unaccustomed to be shod in walking far. Only as Philip had accompanied them home, neither she nor Molly had liked to go barefoot. Her round, mottled arm and ruddy taper hand drew out the flax with nimble, agile motion, keeping time to the movement of the wheel. All this Philip could see. The greater part of her face was lost to him as she half averted it with a shy dislike to the way in which she knew from past experience that Cousin Philip always stared at her. And avert it as she would, she heard with silent petulance the harsh screech of Philip's chair as he heavily dragged it on the stone floor, sitting on it all the while, and felt that he was moving round so as to look at her as much as was in his power, without absolutely turning his back on either her father or mother. She got herself ready for the first opportunity of contradiction or opposition. "Well, wench, and hast to bought this grand new cloak?" "Yes, feyther, it's a scarlet one." "Aye, aye, and what does mother say?" "Oh, mother's content," said Sylvia, a little doubting in her heart, but determined to defy Philip at all hazards. "Mother'll put up with it if it doesn't a spot would be nearer fact, I'm thinking," said Belle quietly. "I wanted Sylvia to take the gray," said Philip. "And I chose the red. It's so much gayer, and folk can see me the farther off. Feyther likes to see me at first turn o' t' lane, don't you, feyther? And I'll niver turn out when it's bound for to rain, so it shall niver get a spot near it, mammy." "I reckoned it were to wear in bad weather," said Belle. "Leastways, that were the pretext for coaxing feyther out of it." She said it in a kindly tone, though the words became a prudent rather than a fond mother. But Sylvia understood her better than Daniel did, as it appeared. "Hold thy tongue, mother, she niver spoke a pretext at all." He did not rightly know what a pretext was. Belle was a touch better educated than her husband, but he did not acknowledge this, and made a particular point of differing from her whenever she used a word beyond his comprehension. "She's a good lass at times, and if she liked to wear a yellow-orange cloak she should have it. Here's Philip here as stands up for laws and press-gangs. I'll set him to find us a law again pleasing our lass, and she our only one. Thou dostn't think on that, mother." Belle did think of that often, oftener than her husband perhaps, for she remembered every day, and many times a day, the little one that had been born and had died while its father was away on some long voyage, but it was not her way to make replies. Sylvia, who had more insight into her mother's heart than Daniel, broke in with a new subject. "Oh, as for Philip, he's been preaching up laws all to way home. I said naught, but let Molly hold her own, or else I could 'a' told a tale about silks and lace and things." Philip's face flushed, not because of the smuggling. Everyone did that, only it was considered polite to ignore it. But he was annoyed to perceive how quickly his little cousin had discovered that his practice did not agree with his preaching, and vexed too to see how delighted she was to bring out the fact. He had some little idea too that his uncle might make use of his practice as an argument against the preaching he had lately been indulging in opposition to Daniel. But Daniel was too far gone in his Hollands and water to do more than enunciate his own opinions, which he did with hesitating and labored distinctness in the following sentence. "What I think and say is this: laws is made for to keep some folks for harming others. Press gangs and coast guards harm me in my business and keep me from getting what I want. Therefore, what I think and say is this: Meester Cholmley should put down press gangs and coast guards. If that there isn't the reason, I ax you to tell me what is. And if Meester Cholmley don't do what I ax him, he may go whistle for my vote, he may." At this period in his conversation, Bell Robson interfered, not in the least from any feeling of disgust or annoyance, or dread of what he might say or do if he went on drinking, but simply as a matter of health. Sylvia, too, was in no way annoyed, not only with her father, but with every man whom she knew, excepting her cousin Philip. Was it a matter of course to drink till their ideas became confused? So she simply put her wheel aside as preparatory to going to bed, when her mother said in a more decided tone than that which she had used on any other occasion but this and similar ones, "Come, meester, you've had as much as is good for you." Let a be," said he, clutching at the bottle of spirits, but perhaps rather more good-humored with what he had drunk than he was before. He jerked a little more into his glass before his wife carried it off and locked it up in the cupboard, putting the key in her pocket. And then he said, winking at Philip, my man, niver gie a woman to whip-hand o'er you. You've seen what it brings a man to, but for all that I'll vote for Cholmley, and damn to the press gang." He had to shout out the last after Philip, for Hepburn, really anxious to please his aunt, and disliking drinking habits himself by constitution, was already at the door and setting out on his return home, thinking, it must be confessed, far more of the character of Sylvia's shake of the hand than of the parting words of either his uncle or aunt. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 5. Story of the Press Gang. For a few days after the evening mentioned in the last chapter, the weather was dull. Not in quick, sudden showers did the rain come down, but in constant drizzle, blotting out all color from the surrounding landscape and filling the air with fine gray mist until people breathed more water than air. At such times the consciousness of the nearness of the vast unseen sea acted as a dreary depression to the spirits. But besides acting on the nerves of the excitable, such weather affected the sensitive or ailing in material ways. Daniel Robson's fit of rheumatism incapacitated him from stirring abroad, and to a man of his active habits and somewhat inactive mind, this was a great hardship. He was not ill-tempered naturally, but this state of confinement made him more ill-tempered than he had ever been before in his life. he sat in the chimney corner, abusing the weather and doubting the wisdom or desirableness of all his wife saw fit to do in the usual daily household matters. The chimney corner was really a corner at Haytersbank. There were 2 projecting walls on each side of the fireplace, running about 6 feet into the room, and a stout wooden settle was placed against one of these, while opposite was the circular-backed master's chair, the seat of which was composed of a square piece of wood judiciously hollowed out, and placed with one corner to the front. Here, in full view of all the operations going on over the fire, sat Daniel Robson for 4 livelong days, advising and directing his wife in all such minor matters as the boiling of potatoes, the making of porridge, all the work on which she specially piqued herself, and on which she would have taken advice, no, not from the most skilled housewife in all the 3 Ridings. But somehow she managed to keep her tongue quiet from telling him, as she would have done any woman and any other man, to mind his own business, or she would pin a dish-clout to his tail. She even checked Sylvia when the latter proposed, as much for fun as for anything else, that his ignorant directions should be followed, and the consequences brought before his eyes and his nose. "Na, na," said Bell, "they feyther's feyther, and we mun respect him, but it's dree work having a man in the house, nursing the fire, and such weather too, and not a soul coming near us, not even to fall out wi' him, for thee and me must na do that, for the Bible's sake, dear. And a good stand-up wordy quarrel would do him a power of good, stir his blood like. I wish Philip would turn up." Belle sighed, for in these 4 days she had experienced somewhat of Madame de Maintenon's difficulty, and with fewer resources to meet it, of trying to amuse a man who was not amusable. For Belle, good and sensible as she was not a woman of resources. Sylvia's plan, undutiful as it was in her mother's eyes, would have done Daniel more good, even though it might have made him angry, than his wife's quiet, careful monotony of action, which, however it might conduce to her husband's comfort when he was absent, did not amuse him when present. Sylvia scouted the notion of Cousin Philip coming into their household in the character of an amusing or entertaining person, till she nearly made her mother angry at her ridicule of the good, steady young fellow, to whom Belle looked up as the pattern of all that early manhood should be. But the moment Sylvia saw she had been giving her mother pain, she left off her wilful little jokes and kissed her and told her she would manage all famously, and ran out of the back kitchen, in which mother and daughter had been scrubbing the churn and all the wooden implements of butter-making. Belle looked at the pretty figure of her little daughter, as running past with her apron thrown over her head, she darkened the window beneath which her mother was doing her work. She paused just for a moment, and then said, almost unawares to herself, "Bless thee, lass," before resuming her scouring of what already looked almost snow-white. Sylvia scampered across the rough farmyard in the wetting, drizzling rain to the place where she expected to find Kester, but he was not there, so she had to retrace her steps to the cow-house, and making her way up a rough kind of ladder staircase fixed straight against the wall, she surprised Kester as he sat in the wool loft, looking over the fleeces reserved for the home spinning, by popping her bright face, swathed round with her blue woolen apron, up through the trap-door, and thus, her head the only visible part, she addressed the farm servant, who was almost like one of the family. "Kester, feyther's just tiring hisself with weariness and vexation, sitting by t' fireside wi' his hands afore him, and naught to do. And mother and me can't think on aught as'll rouse him up to a bit of a laugh, or aught more cheerful than a scolding. Now, Kester, thou mun just be off and find Harry Donkin the tailor, and bring him here. It's getting on for Martinmas, and he'll be coming his rounds, and he may as well come here first as last. and Feyther's clothes want a deal o' mending up, and Harry's always full of his news, and anyhow he'll do for Feyther to scold, and be a new person too, and that's somewhat for all on us. Now go like a good old Kester as you are." Kester looked at her with loving, faithful admiration. He had set himself his day's work in his master's absence, and was very desirous of finishing it, but somehow he never dreamed of resisting Sylvia, so he only stated the case. "Tools a vast o' muck in it, and a thought as I'd feddle it and do it up, but I reckon I mun do your biddin'." "There's a good old Kester," said she, smiling and nodding her muffled head at him. Then she dipped down out of his sight, then rose up again. He had never taken his slow, moony eyes from the spot where she had disappeared, to say, "Now, Kester, be wary and deep. Thou mun tell Harry Donkin not to let on as we've sent for him, but just to come in as if he were on his round, and took us first, and he must ask Feyther if there is any work for him to do, and I'll answer for it he'll have a welcome and a half. Now be deep and fause, mind thee." "As deep and fause enow with simple folk, but what can I do in Duncan be as fause as me, as happen he may be? Ga away wi' ye, Duncan be Solomon, thou mun be Queen of Sheba." And I's bound for to say she outwitted him at last. Kester laughed so long at the idea of his being the Queen of Sheba that Sylvia was back by her mother's side before the cachinnation ended. That night, just as Sylvia was preparing to go to bed in her little closet of a room, she heard some shot rattling at her window. She opened the little casement and saw Kester standing below. He recommenced where he left off with a laugh. "He, he, he! I's been to Queen. I's taken Duncan on to reet side, and he'll coom in tomorrow, just permiscus, and ax for work, like as if 'twere a favour, and told Felly were a bit cross-grained at startin', for he were workin' at Farmer Crosskey's up at t'other side o' town, where they puts a strike and a half of mout intil to beer, when most folk put nobod a strike, and to made him ill to convince, but he'll coom, never fear." The honest fellow never said a word of the shilling he had paid out of his own pocket to forward Sylvia's wishes, and to persuade the tailor to leave the good beer. All his anxiety now was to know if he had been missed, and if it was likely that a scolding awaited him in the morning. "Told meester didn't set up his back, 'cause I didn't come in to supper." He questioned a bit as to what thou were about, but mother didn't know, and I held my peace. Mother carried thy supper into loft for thee. "I'll gang after it then, for I'm like a pair of bellowses with t' wind out, just two flat sides with nowt betwixt." The next morning Sylvia's face was a little redder than usual when Harry Donkin's bow legs were seen circling down the path to the house door. "Here's Donkin for sure," exclaimed Belle, when she caught sight of him a minute after her daughter. "Well, I just call that lucky, for he'll be company for thee while Sylvia and me has to turn the cheeses." This was too original a remark for a wife to make in Daniel's opinion, on this especial morning when his rheumatism was twinging him more than usual, so he replied with severity, "That's all t'women know about it. With them it's company, 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 and they think a man's no better than theirselves. I'd have you know, I've a vast o' thoughts in myself, and I'm no unwilling to lay out for the benefit of every man. I've niver gotten time for meditation sin' I were married, leastways since I left to sea. Aboard ship with niver a woman within leagues o' hail, and up to masthead in special I could." "Then I'd better tell Donkin as we've no work for him," said Sylvia, instinctively managing her father by agreeing with him, instead of reasoning with or contradicting him. "Now there you go," wrenching himself round, for fear Sylvia should carry her meekly made threat into execution. As his limb hurt him. "Come in, Harry, come in and talk a bit of sense to me, for I've been shut up wi' women these 4 days, and I'm almost natteral by this time. I's bound for they'll find you some work, if it's not but for to save their own fingers." So Harry took off his coat and seated himself professional-wise on the hastily cleared dresser, so that he might have all the light afforded by the long, low casement window. Then he blew in his thimble, sucked his fingers so that they might adhere tightly together, and looked about for a subject for opening conversation, while Sylvia and her mother might be heard opening and shutting drawers and box lids before they could find the articles that needed repair, or that were required to mend each other. "Women's well enough in their way," said Daniel in a philosophizing tone, "but a man may have too much on 'em. Now there's me leg fast these 4 days, and I'll make free to say to you, I'd rather a deal have been loading dung into wettest weather, and I reckon it's the being with naught but women as tires me so. They talk so foolish it gets into bones like. Now thou knowest thou'rt not called much of a man or other, but bless you, to the 9th part summat to be thankful for, after naught but women, and yet you seen they were for sending you away in their foolishness. Well, missus, and who's to pay for the fettling of all them clothes?" As Belle came down with her arms full, she was going to answer her husband meekly and literally according to her wont, but Sylvia, already detecting the increased cheerfulness of his tone, called out from behind her mother, "I am, feyther. I'm going for to sell my new cloak as I bought Thursday, for the mending on your old coats and waistcoats." "Hearken till her," said Daniel, chuckling. "She's a true wench. 3 days sin, no one so full as she o' t' new cloak that now she's fain to sell. Ay, Harry, if feyther won't pay you for making all these old clothes as good as new, I'll sell my new red cloak sooner than you shall go unpaid." "I reckon it's a bargain," said Harry, casting sharp professional eyes on the heap before him, and singling out the best article as to texture for examination and comment. "They're all again these metal buttons," said he. "Silk weavers has been petitioning ministers to make a law to favour silk buttons, and I did hear tell as there were informers going about spying after metal buttons, and as how they could haul you before a justice for wearing on 'em. I were wed in 'em, and I'll wear 'em to my dying day, or I'll wear noan at all. They're for making such a pack of laws they'll be for meddling with my fashion of sleeping next, and taxing me for every snore I give. They've been after to winders, and after to victual, and after to very sout to it. It's dearer by half, and no more it were than I were a boy. They're a meddlesome set of folks, lawmakers is, and I'll niver believe King George has aught to do with it. But mark my words, I were wed with brass buttons, and brass buttons I'll wear to my death, and if they moither me about it, I'll wear brass buttons in my coffin." By this time Harry had arranged a certain course of action with Mrs. Robson, conducting the consultation and agreement by signs. His thread was flying fast already, and the mother and daughter felt more free to pursue their own business than they had done for several days, for it was a good sign that Daniel had taken his pipe out of the square hollow in the fireside wall where he usually kept it, and was preparing to diversify his remarks with satisfying interludes of puffing. "Why, look ye, this very baccy had a run for it. It came ashore sewed up neatly enough in a woman's stays, as was wife to a fishing smack down to bay yonder. She were a lean thing as ever you saw, when she went for to see her husband aboard t' vessel, but she coom back lustier by a deal, and with many a thing on her, here and there besides baccy, and that were into face a coastguard on yon tender and all, but she made as though she were tipsy, and so they did naught but curse her and get out on her way. Speaking of tender, there's been a piece of work in Monkshaven this week with t' press gang," said Harry. Ay, our lass was telling about. But Lord bless ye, there's no getting to rights on a story out on a woman, though I will say this for our Sylvie, she's as bright a lass as ever a man looked at." Now the truth was that Daniel had not liked to demean himself at the time when Sylvia came back so full of what she had seen at Monkshaven by evincing any curiosity on the subject. He had then thought that the next day he would find some business that should take him down to the town, when he could learn all that was to be learnt, without flattering his womankind by asking questions, as if anything they might say could interest him. He had a strong notion of being a kind of domestic Jupiter. It's made a deal of work in Monkshaven. Folk had gotten to think naught of to tender, she lay so still, and to lieutenant paid such a good price for all he wanted for to ship. But a Thursday to Resolution, first whaler back this season, came in port, and to press gang showed their teeth, and carried off 4 as good able-bodied seamen as ever I made trousers for, and to place were all up like a nest of wasps when you've set your foot into midst. They were so mad they were ready for to fight to very paving stones. I wish I'd been there. I just wish I had. I've a score for to reckon up with the press gang." And the old man lifted up his right hand, his hand on which the forefinger and thumb were maimed and useless, partly in denunciation and partly as a witness of what he had endured to escape from the service, abhorred because it was forced. His face became a totally different countenance with the expression of settled and unrelenting indignation which his words called out. "Gone, man, gone," said Daniel, impatient with Donkin for the little delay, occasioned by the necessity of arranging his work more fully. "Aye, aye, all in good time, for I've a long tale to tell yet, and I mun have someone to iron me out my seams and look me out my bits, for there's none here fit for my purpose. Dang my bits! Here, Sylvie, come and be tailor's man, and let the chap get settled sharp, for I'm faint to hear his story." Sylvia took her directions and placed her irons in the fire and ran upstairs for the bundle which had been put aside by her careful mother for occasions like the present. It consisted of small pieces of various colored cloth, cut out of old coats and waistcoats, and similar garments, when the whole had become too much worn for use, yet when part had been good enough to be treasured by a thrifty housewife. Daniel grew angry before Donkin had selected his patterns and settled the work to his own mind. "Well," said he at last, "I mout be a young man a-goin' a-wooing by to pains thou's taken for to match my old clothes. I don't care if they're patched with scarlet, I tell thee. So as thou'lt work away at thy tale with thy tongue, same time as thou works at thy needle with thy fingers." Then, as I were saying, all Monkshaven were like a nest of wasps, flying hither and thither, and making such a buzzing and a talking as niver were, and each wi' his sting out, ready for to vent his venom o' rage and revenge, and women crying and sobbing into streets, when, Lord help us, a Saturday came a worse time than iver, for all Friday there'd been a kind o' expectation and dismay about to good fortune, as to mariners had said was off St. Abb's Head o' Thursday, when to Resolution came in, and there was wives and maids with husbands and sweethearts aboard to good fortune, ready to throw their eyes out on their heads with gazing norwards or to sea, as were all one haze of blankness with to rain, and when to afternoon tide comed in, and niver a line on her to be seen, folk were uncertain as to whether she were holding off for fear o' to tender, as were out of sight too, or what were her mock a-going on. And to poor wet draggled women folk came up to town, some slowly crying as if their hearts was sick, and others just bent their heads to wind and went straight to their homes, nother looking nor speaking to anyone, but barred their doors and stiffened theirselves up for a night of waiting. Saturday morn, you'll mind Saturday morn it were stormy and gusty, downright dirty weather, there stood to folk again by daylight, a watching and a straining, and by that tide to good fortune came o'er to bar. But XIII's men had sent back her news by to boat as took 'em there. They'd a deal of oil and a vast of blubber, but for all that her flag was drooping into rain, half-mast high, for mourning and sorrow, and they'd a dead man aboard, a dead man as was living and strong last sunrise, and there was another as lay between life and death, and there was 7 more as should have been there as wasn't, but was carried off by to gang. To frigate, as we'n heard tell on, as lying off Hartlepool, got tidings fro to tender as captured to seamen on Thursday, and to Aurora, as they called her, made off for to Nord, and 9 leagues off St. Abb's Head, to Resolution think she were, she seed to frigate, and knowed by her build she were a man o' war, and guessed she were bound on king's kidnapping. I seen to wounded man mysen with my own eyes, and he'll live, niver a man died yet, with such a strong purpose of vengeance in him. He could barely speak, for he were badly shot, but his colour coom and went, as to master's mate and to captain telled me and some others, how to Aurora fired at him, and how to innocent whaler hoisted her colours. But afore they were fairly run up, another shot coom close into shrouds, and then to Greenland ship being to windward, bore down on to frigate. But as they knew she were an old fox, and bent on mischief, Kinraid, that's he who lies a-dying, only he'll no one die as bound, the specksioneer, bade to men go down between decks, and fasten to hatches well, and he'd stand guard, he and captain and told master's mate, being left up on deck for to give a welcome just skin deep to boat's crew fra to Aurora, as they could see coming towards them or to water, with their regular man-o'-wars rowing. "Damn 'em," said Daniel in soliloquy and under his breath. Sylvia stood, poising her iron and listening eagerly, afraid to give Donkin the hot iron for fear of interrupting the narrative, unwilling to put it into the fire again because that action would perchance remind him of his work, which now the tailor had forgotten, so eager was he in telling his story. Well, they coom on over to waters with great bounds, and up to sides they coom like locusts, all armed men, and to captain says he saw Kinraid hide away his whaling knife under some tarpaulin, and he knew he meant mischief, and he would no more a stopped him wi' a word, nor he would a stopped him from killing a whale. And when Aurora's men were aboard, one on 'em runs to helm, and at that to captain says, he felt as if his wife were kissed afore his face. But says he, I bethought me on to men as were shut up below hatches, and I remembered to folk at Monkshaven as were looking out for us even then, and I said to myself I would speak fair as long as I could, more by token o' the whaling knife as I could see glinting bright under the black tarpaulin. So he spoke quite fair and civil, though he seed they was nearing Aurora, and Aurora was nearing them. Then t' navy captain hailed him through trumpet with a great rough blast, and says he, Order your men to come on deck. And t' captain of t' whalers says his men cried up from under t' hatches as they'd niver begin up without bloodshed, and he sees Kinraid take out his pistol and look well to priming. So he says to navy captain, We're protected Greenland men, and you have no right to meddle with us. But t' navy captain only bellows to more, Order your men to come on deck. If they won't obey you, and you have lost the command of your vessel, I reckon you're in a state of mutiny, and you may come aboard to Aurora and such men as are willing to follow you, and I'll fire into the rest. You see, that were to the depth of the man. He were for pretending and pretexting as to captain couldna manage his own ship, and as he'd help him. But our Greenland captain were known so poor-spirited, and says he, She's full of oil, and I ware you of the consequences if you fire into her. Anyhow, pirate or no pirate, for t' word pirate stuck in his gizzard, I'm a honest Monkshaven man, and I come fra a land where there's great icebergs and many a deadly danger, but niver a press gang, thank God, and that's what you are, I reckon. Them's the words he told me, but whether he spoke 'em out so bold at the time, I's not so sure. They were in his mind for to speak, only maybe prudence got to better on him, for he said he prayed in his heart to bring his cargo safe to owners, come what might. Well, Aurora's men aboard, to good fortune, cried out, might they fire down to hatches and bring to men out that-a-way? And then to specksioneer he speaks, and he says he stands o'er to hatches, and he has 2 good pistols, and summat besides, and he don't care for his life, being a bachelor, but all below are married men, you see, and he'll put an end to first 2 chaps as come near to hatches. And they say he picked 2 off as made for to come near, and then, just as he were stooping for to whaling knife, and it's as big as a sickle. Teach folk as don't know a whaling knife, cried Daniel. I were a Greenland man mysel'. They shot him through to side, and dizzied him, and kicked him aside for dead, and fired down to hatches, and killed one man, and disabled two, and then to rest cried for quarter, for life is sweet, e'en aboard a king's ship, and Aurora carried 'em off, wounded men and able men and all, leaving Kinraid for dead, as wasn't dead, and Darley for dead, as was dead, and to captain and master's mate, as were too old for work, and to captain, as loves Kinraid like a brother, poured rum down his throat and bandaged him up, and has sent for to first doctor in Monkshaven for to get to slugs out, for they say there's niver such a harpooner in a' to Greenland seas, and I can speak from my own seeing he's a fine young fellow where he lies there, all stark and wan for weakness and loss of blood. But Darley's dead as a doornail, and there's to be such a burying of him as niver was seen afore in Monkshaven come Sunday. And now give us to iron, wench, and let's lose no more time a-talking." "It's noan loss of time," said Daniel, moving himself heavily in his chair to feel how helpless he was once more. "If I were as young as I once were, nay, lad, if I had na these sore rheumatics now, I reckon as to press gang I'd find out as to shouldn't do such things for nothing. Bless thee, man, it's war nor in my youth in the Ameriky war, and then it were bad enough." "And Kinraid," said Sylvia, drawing a long breath after the effort of realizing it all. Her cheeks had flushed up and her eyes had glittered during the progress of the tale. "Oh, he'll do, he'll not die. Life's stuff is in him yet." "He'll be Molly Corney's cousin, I reckon," said Sylvia, bethinking her with a blush of Molly Corney's implication that he was more than a cousin to her, and immediately longing to go off and see Molly, and hear all the little details which women do not think it beneath them to give to women. From that time Sylvia's little heart was bent on this purpose, but it was not one to be openly avowed even to herself. She only wanted sadly to see Molly, and she almost believed herself that it was to consult her about the fashion of her cloak, which Donkin was to cut out, and which she was to make under his directions. At any rate, this was the reason she gave to her mother when the day's work was done, and a fine gleam came out upon the pale and watery sky towards evening. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 6. The Sailor's Funeral. Moss Brow, the Corneys' house, was but a disorderly, comfortless place. You had to cross a dirty farmyard, all puddles and dung heaps, on stepping stones, to get to the door of the house place. That great room itself was sure to have clothes hanging to dry at the fire, whatever day of the week it was, some one of the large irregular family having had what is called in the district a dab wash of a few articles, forgotten on the regular day. And sometimes these articles lay in their dirty state in the untidy kitchen, out of which a room, half parlor, half bedroom, opened on one side, and a dairy, the only clean place in the house, at the opposite. In face of you as you entered the door was the entrance to the working kitchen or scullery. Still, in spite of disorder like this, there was a well-to-do aspect about the place. The Corneys were rich in their way, in flocks and herds, as well as in children, and to them neither dirt nor the perpetual bustle arising from ill-ordered work detracted from comfort. They were all of an easy, good-tempered nature. Mrs. Corney and her daughters gave everyone a welcome at whatever time of the day they came, and would just as soon sit down for a gossip at 10 o'clock in the morning as at 5 in the evening, though at the former time the house-place was full of work of various kinds, which ought to be got out of hand and done with, while the latter hour was towards the end of the day, when farmers' wives and daughters were usually cleaned was the word then, dressed is that in vogue now. Of course, in such a household as this, Sylvia was sure to be gladly received. She was young and pretty and bright, and brought a fresh breeze of pleasant air about her as her appropriate atmosphere. And besides, Belle Robson held her head so high that visits from her daughter were rather esteemed as a favor, for it was not everywhere that Sylvia was allowed to go. Sit you down, cried Dame Corney, dusting a chair with her apron. I reckon Molly'll be in no time. She's nobbut gone into t'orchard to see if she can find windfalls enough for to make a pie or two for t' lads. They like nowt so weel for supper as apple pies sweetened with treacle, crust stout and leathery as stands chewing, and we ha not getten in our apples yet. If Molly is in t'orchard, I'll go find her, said Sylvia. Well, you lasses will have your conks, private talks. No, secrets 'bout sweethearts and such like, said Mrs. Corney, with a knowing look, which made Sylvia hate her for the moment. I've not forgotten as we're young mysen. Tak care, there's a pool o' mucky water just outside t' back door. But Sylvia was halfway across the backyard, worse if possible than the front as to the condition in which it was kept, and had passed through the little gate into the orchard. It was full of old gnarled apple trees, their trunks covered with gray lichen, in which the cunning chaffinch built her nest in springtime. The cankered branches remained on the trees and added to the knotted interweaving overhead, if they did not to the productiveness. The grass grew in long tufts and was wet and tangled underfoot. There was a tolerable crop of rosy apples still hanging on the gray old trees, and here and there they showed ruddy in the green bosses of untrimmed grass. Why the fruit was not gathered, as it was evidently ripe, would have puzzled anyone not acquainted with the Corney family to say, but to them it was always a maxim in practice, if not in precept, do nothing today that you can put off till tomorrow, and accordingly the apples dropped from the trees at any little gust of wind, and lay rotting on the ground until the lads wanted a supply of pies for supper. Molly saw Sylvia and came quickly across the orchard to meet her, catching her feet in knots of grass as she hurried along. Well, lass, said she, who'd have thought of seeing you such a day as it has been? But it's cleared up now beautiful, said Sylvia, looking up at the soft evening sky to be seen through the apple boughs. It was of a tender, delicate gray, with the faint warmth of a promising sunset tinging it with a pink atmosphere. Rain is over and gone, and I wanted to know how my cloak is to be made, for Donkin's working at our house, and I wanted to know all about the news, you know. What news? Asked Molly, for she had heard of the affair between the Good Fortune and the Aurora some days before, and to tell the truth it had rather passed out of her head just at this moment. "Hannot you heard all about t' press gang and t' whaler and t' great fight and Kinraid, as is your cousin, acting so brave and grand and lying on his deathbed now?" "Oh," said Molly, enlightened as to Sylvia's news, and half surprised at the vehemence with which the little creature spoke. "Yes, I heard that days ago. But Charlie's noan on his deathbed, he's a deal better, and mother says as he's to be moved up here next week for nursin' and better air nor he gets into town yonder." "Oh, I am so glad," said Sylvia, with all her heart. "I thought he'd maybe die, and I should never see him." "I'll promise you shall see him, that's to say if all goes on well, for he's gettin' an ugly hurt. Mother says as there's 4 blue marks on his sides as'll last him his life, and t' doctor fears bleedin' in his inside, and then he'll drop down dead when no one looks for't." "But you said he was better," said Sylvia, blanching a little at this account. "Aye, he's better, but life's uncertain, special after gunshot wounds." "He acted very fine," said Sylvia, meditating. "I allus knowed he would. Many's the time I've heerd him say, 'Honor bright,' and now he's shown how bright his is." Molly did not speak sentimentally, but with a kind of proprietorship in Kinraid's honor, which confirmed Sylvia in her previous idea of a mutual attachment between her and her cousin. Considering this notion, she was a little surprised at Molly's next speech. "And about your cloak, are you for a hood or a cape? I reckon that's the question." "Oh, I don't care. Tell me more about Kinraid. Do you really think he'll get better?" "Dear, how t'lass takes on about him. I'll tell him what a deal of interest a young woman takes in him." From that time Sylvia never asked another question about him. In a somewhat dry and altered tone she said, after a little pause, "I think on a hood. What do you say to it?" "Well, hoods is a bit old-fashioned to my mind. If 'twere mine, I'd have a cape cut in 3 points, one to tie on each shoulder, and one to dip down handsome behind. But let you and me go to Monkshaven Church on Sunday, and see Meester Fishburne's daughters, as has their things made in York, and notice a bit how they're made. We needn't do it in church, but just scan 'em o'er into churchyard, and there'll be no harm done. Besides, there's to be this grand buryin' on to man to press gang shot, and 'twill be like killing 2 birds at once." "I should like to go," said Sylvia. "I feel so sorry like for the poor sailors shot down and kidnapped just as they was coming home, as we'd seed 'em o' Thursday last. I'll ask mother if she'll let me go." "Aye, do. I know my mother'll let me, if she doesn't go hersen, for it'll be a sight to see and to speak on for many a long year, after what I've heerd. And Miss Fishburne's is sure to be there, so I'd just get Donkin to cut out cloak itsel, and keep back your mind from fixin' on either cape or hood till Sunday's turned." "Will you set me part o' t'way home?" said Sylvia, seeing the dying daylight become more and more crimson through the blackening trees. "No, I can't. I should like it well enough, but somehow there's a deal o' work to be done yet, for t'hours slip through one's fingers, so as there's no knowing. Mind you then on Sunday. I'll be at t' stile 1 o'clock punctual, and we'll go slowly into t' town and look about us as we go, and see folks' dresses, and go to t' church and say we're prayers, and come out and have a look at t' funeral." And with this program of proceeding settled for the following Sunday, the girls whom neighborhood and parity of age had forced into some measure of friendship parted for the time. Sylvia hastened home feeling as if she had been absent long. Her mother stood on the little knoll at the side of the house, watching for her, with her hand shading her eyes from the low rays of the setting sun. But as soon as she saw her daughter in the distance, she returned to her work, whatever that might be. She was not a woman of many words or of much demonstration. Few observers would have guessed how much she loved her child. But Sylvia, without any reasoning or observation, instinctively knew that her mother's heart was bound up in her. Her father and Donkin were going on much as when she had left them, talking and disputing, the one compelled to be idle, the other stitching away as fast as he talked. They seemed as if they had never missed Sylvia. No more did her mother, for that matter, for she was busy and absorbed in her afternoon dairy work to all appearance. But Sylvia had noted the watching not 3 minutes before, and many a time in her afterlife, when no one cared much for her outgoings and incomings, the straight, upright figure of her mother, fronting the setting sun, but searching through its blinding rays for a sight of her child, rose up like a sudden-seen picture, the remembrance of which smote Sylvia to the heart with a sense of a lost blessing, not duly valued while possessed. "Well, feyther, and how's it wi' you?" asked Sylvia, going to the side of his chair and laying her hand on his shoulder. Harkee till this lass o' mine. She thinks as because she's gone galraverging, I munna mist her and be ailing. Why, lass, Donkin and me has had t' most sensible talk I've had this many a day. I've gi'n him a vast o' knowledge, and he's done me a power o' good. Please God, tomorrow I'll talk a start at walking, if t' weather holds up." "Aye," said Donkin, with a touch of sarcasm in his voice, "feyther and me has settled many puzzles. It's been a loss to government, as they ha' not been here for profiting by our wisdom. We've done away with taxes and press gangs and many a plague, and beaten to French, in our own minds, that's to say." "It's a wonder to me as those Lunnon folks can't see things clear," said Daniel, all in good faith. Sylvia did not quite understand the state of things as regarded politics and taxes, and politics and taxes were all one in her mind, it must be confessed. But she saw that her innocent little scheme of giving her father the change of society afforded by Donkin's coming had answered, and in the gladness of her heart she went out and ran round the corner of the house to find Kester, and obtain from him that sympathy in her success which she dared not ask from her mother. "Kester, Kester, lad," said she in a loud whisper. But Kester was suppering the horses, and in the clamp of their feet on the round stable pavement he did not hear her at first. She went a little farther into the stable. "Kester, he's a vast better. He'll go out tomorrow. It's all Donkin's doing. I'm beholden to thee for fetching him, and I'll try and spare thee waistcoat fronts out o' the stuff for my new red cloak. Thou'll like that, Kester, won't ta?" Kester took the notion in slowly and weighed it. "Na, lass," said he deliberately, after a pause, "I could not bear to see wi' thy cloak scrimpit. I like to see a wench look bonny and smart, and tak a kind of pride in thee, and should be a'most as much hurt in my mind to see thee in a pinch cloak, as if old Moll's tail here were docked too short. Na, lass, I's never got a mirroring glass for to see mysen in, so what's waistcoats to me? Keep thy stuff to thysen, there's a good wench, but I's main and glad about t' measter. Place isn't like itsen when he's shut up and cranky." He took up a wisp of straw and began rubbing down the old mare, and hissing over his work as if he wished to consider the conversation as ended. And Sylvia, who had strung herself up in a momentary fervor of gratitude to make the generous offer, was not sorry to have it refused, and went back planning what kindness she could show to Kester without its involving so much sacrifice to herself. For giving waistcoat fronts to him would deprive her of the pleasant power of selecting a fashionable pattern in Monkshaven churchyard next Sunday. That wished-for day seemed long a-coming, as wished-for days most frequently do. Her father got better by slow degrees, and her mother was pleased by the tailor's good pieces of work, showing the neatly placed patches with as much pride as many matrons take in new clothes nowadays, and the weather cleared up into a dim kind of autumnal fineness, into anything but an Indian summer as far as regarded gorgeousness of coloring, for on that coast the mists and sea fogs early spoil the brilliancy of the foliage. Yet perhaps the more did the silvery grays and browns of the inland scenery conduce to the tranquillity of the time of peace and rest before the fierce and stormy winter comes on. It seems a time for gathering up human forces to encounter the coming severity, as well as of storing up the produce of harvest for the needs of winter. Old people turn out and sun themselves in that calm St. Martin's summer, without fear of the heat of the sun or the coming winter's rages, and we may read in their pensive, dreamy eyes that they are weaning themselves away from the earth, which probably many may never see dressed in her summer glory again. Many such old people set out betimes on the Sunday afternoon to which Sylvia had been so looking forward, to scale the long flights of stone steps, worn by the feet of many generations, which led up to the parish church, placed on a height above the town, on a great green area at the summit of the cliff, which was the angle where the river and the sea met, and so overlooking both the busy, crowded little town, the port, the shipping, and the bar on the one hand, and the wide, illimitable, tranquil sea on the other, types of life and eternity. It was a good situation for that church. Homeward-bound sailors caught sight of the tower of St. Nicholas, the first land object of all. They who went forth upon the great deep might carry solemn thoughts with them of the words they had heard there, not conscious thoughts perhaps, rather a distinct if dim conviction that buying and selling, eating and marrying, even life and death, were not all the realities in existence. Nor were the words that came up to their remembrance words of sermons preached there, however impressive. The sailors mostly slept through the sermons, unless indeed there were incidents such as were involved in what were called funeral discourses to be narrated. They did not recognize their daily faults or temptations under the grand aliases befitting their appearance from a preacher's mouth, but they knew the old oft-repeated words praying for deliverance from the familiar dangers of lightning and tempest, from battle, murder, and sudden death, and nearly every man was aware that he left behind him someone who would watch for the prayer for the preservation of those who travel by land or by water, and think of him, as God protected the more for the earnestness of the response then given. There, too, lay the dead of many generations, for St. Nicholas had been the parish church ever since Monkshaven was a town, and the large churchyard was rich in the dead. Masters, mariners, ship-owners, seamen, it seemed strange how few other trades were represented in that great plain so full of upright gravestones. Here and there was a memorial stone placed by some survivor of a large family, most of whom perished at sea. Supposed to have perished in the Greenland seas, shipwrecked in the Baltic, drowned off the coast of Iceland. There was a strange sensation, as if the cold sea winds must bring with them the dim phantoms of those lost sailors who had died far from their homes and from the hallowed ground where their fathers lay. Each flight of steps up to this churchyard ended in a small flat space on which a wooden seat was placed. On this particular Sunday all these seats were filled by aged people, breathless with the unusual exertion of climbing. You could see the church stair, as it was called, from nearly every part of the town, and the figures of the numerous climbers, diminished by distance, looked like a busy ant-hill long before the bell began to ring for afternoon service. All who could manage it had put on a bit of black in token of mourning. It might be very little, an old ribbon, a rusty piece of crape, but some sign of mourning was shown by every one down to the little child in its mother's arms, that innocently clutched the piece of rosemary to be thrown into the grave for remembrance. Darley, the seaman shot by the press-gang 9 leagues off St. Abb's Head, was to be buried today at the accustomed time for the funerals of the poorer classes, directly after evening service, and there were only the sick and their nurse-tenders who did not come forth to show their feeling for the man whom they looked upon as murdered. The crowd of vessels in harbor bore their flags half-mast high, and the crews were making their way through the High Street. The gentlefolk of Monkshaven, full of indignation at this interference with their ships, full of sympathy with the family who had lost their son and brother almost within sight of his home, came in unusual numbers. No lack of patterns for Sylvia, but her thoughts were far otherwise and more suitably occupied. The unwonted sternness and solemnity visible on the countenances of all whom she met awed and affected her. She did not speak in reply to Molly's remarks on the dress or appearance of those who struck her. She felt as if these speeches jarred on her and annoyed her almost to irritation. Yet Molly had come all the way to Monkshaven Church in her service, and deserved forbearance accordingly. The two mounted the steps alongside of many people. Few words were exchanged, even at the breathing places, so often the little centers of gossip. Looking over the sea, there was not a sail to be seen. It seemed bared of life, as if to be in serious harmony with what was going on inland. The church was of old Norman architecture, low and massive outside, inside a vast space, only a quarter of which was filled on ordinary Sundays. The walls were disfigured by numerous tablets of black and white marble intermixed, and the usual ornamentation of that style of memorial as erected in the last century, of weeping willows, urns, and drooping figures, with here and there a ship in full sail or an anchor, where the seafaring idea prevalent through the place had launched out into a little originality. There was no woodwork. The church had been stripped of that, most probably when the neighboring monastery had been destroyed. There were large square pews lined with green baize, with the names of the families of the most flourishing ship owners painted white on the doors. There were pews, not so large and not lined at all, for the farmers and shopkeepers of the parish, and numerous heavy oaken benches which, by the united efforts of several men, might be brought within earshot of the pulpit. These were being removed into the most convenient situations when Molly and Sylvia entered the church, and after 2 or 3 whispered sentences they took their seats on one of these. The vicar of Monkshaven was a kindly, peaceable old man, hating strife and troubled waters above everything. He was a vehement Tory in theory, as became his cloth in those days. He had 2 bugbears to fear, the French and the dissenters. It was difficult to say of which he had the worst opinion and the most intense dread. Perhaps he hated the dissenters most, because they came nearer in contact with him than the French. Besides, the French had the excuse of being papists, while the dissenters might have belonged to the Church of England if they had not been utterly depraved. Yet in practice Dr. Wilson did not object to dine with Mr. Fishburne, who was a personal friend and follower of Wesley, but then, as the doctor would say, Wesley was an Oxford man, and that makes him a gentleman, and he was an ordained minister of the Church of England, so that grace can never depart from him. But I do not know what excuse he would have alleged for sending broth and vegetables to old Ralph Thompson, a rabid independent, who had been given to abusing the church and the vicar from a dissenting pulpit as long as ever he could mount the stairs. However, that inconsistency between Dr. Wilson's theories and practice was not generally known in Monkshaven, so we have nothing to do with it. Dr. Wilson had had a very difficult part to play and a still more difficult sermon to write during this last week. The Darley who had been killed was the son of the vicar's gardener, and Dr. Wilson's sympathies as a man had been all on the bereaved father's side. But then he had received, as the oldest magistrate in the neighborhood, a letter from the captain of the Aurora, explanatory and exculpatory. Darley had been resisting the orders of an officer in His Majesty's service. What would become of due subordination and loyalty and the interests of the service and the chances of beating those confounded French if such conduct as Darley's was to be encouraged? Poor Darley, he was past all evil effects of human encouragement now. So the vicar mumbled hastily over a sermon on the text, "In the midst of life we are in death," which might have done as well for a baby cut off in a convulsion fit as for the strong man shot down with all his eager blood hot within him by men as hot-blooded as himself. But once when the old doctor's eye caught the upturned, straining gaze of the Father Darley, seeking with all his soul to find a grain of holy comfort in the chaff of words, his conscience smote him. Had he nothing to say that should calm anger and revenge with spiritual power? No breath of the Comforter to soothe repining into resignation? But again the discord between the laws of man and the laws of Christ stood before him, and he gave up the attempt to do more than he was doing as beyond his power. Though the hearers went away as full of anger as they had entered the church, and some with a dull feeling of disappointment as to what they had got there, yet no one felt anything but kindly towards the old vicar. His simple, happy life led amongst them for 40 years, and open to all men in its daily course. His sweet-tempered, cordial ways, his practical kindness, made him beloved by all, and neither he nor they thought much or cared much for admiration of his talents. Respect for his office was all the respect he thought of, and that was conceded to him from old traditional and hereditary association. In looking back to the last century, it appears curious to see how little our ancestors had the power of putting two things together, and perceiving either the discord or harmony thus produced. Is it because we are farther off from those times, and have consequently a greater range of vision? Will our descendants have a wonder about us, such as we have about the inconsistency of our forefathers, or a surprise at our blindness that we do not perceive that, holding such and such opinions, our course of action must be so and so, or that the logical consequence of particular opinions must be convictions which at present we hold in abhorrence? It seems puzzling to look back on men such as our vicar, who almost held the doctrine that the king could do no wrong, yet were ever ready to talk of the glorious Revolution, and to abuse the Stuarts for having entertained the same doctrine and tried to put it in practice. But such discrepancies ran through good men's lives in those days. It is well for us that we live at the present time, when everybody is logical and consistent. This little discussion must be taken in place of Dr. Wilson's sermon, of which no one could remember more than the text, half an hour after it was delivered. Even the doctor himself had the recollection of the words he had uttered swept out of his mind, as having doffed his gown and donned his surplice, he came out of the dusk of his vestry and went to the church door, looking into the broad light which came upon the plain of the churchyard on the cliffs. For the sun had not yet set, and the pale moon was slowly rising through the silvery mist that obscured the distant moors. There was a thick, dense crowd, all still and silent, looking away from the church and the vicar, who awaited the bringing of the dead. They were watching the slow black line winding up the long steps, resting their heavy burden here and there, standing in silent groups at each landing place, now lost to sight as a piece of broken overhanging ground intervened, now emerging suddenly nearer, and overhead the great church bell with its medieval inscription, familiar to the vicar, if to no one else who heard it, "I to the grave do summon all," kept on its heavy booming monotone, with which no other sound from land or sea, near or distant, intermingled, except the cackle of the geese on some faraway farm on the moors, as they were coming home to roost, and that one noise from so great a distance seemed only to deepen the stillness. Then there was a little movement in the crowd, a little pushing from side to side to make a path for the corpse and its bearers, an aggregate of the fragments of room. With bent heads and spent strength, those who carried the coffin moved on. Behind came the poor old gardener, a brown-black funeral cloak thrown over his homely dress, and supporting his wife with steps scarcely less feeble than her own. He had come to church that afternoon with a promise to her that he would return to lead her to the funeral of her firstborn, for he felt in his sore perplexed heart, full of indignation and dumb anger, as if he must go and hear something which should exorcise the unwanted longing for revenge that disturbed his grief and made him conscious of that great blank of consolation which faithfulness produces. And for the time he was faithless. How came God to permit such cruel injustice of man? Permitting it, he could not be good. Then what was life and what was death but woe and despair? The beautiful solemn words of the ritual had done him good and restored much of his faith, though he could not understand why such sorrow had befallen him any more than before. He had come back to something of his childlike trust. He kept saying to himself in a whisper as he mounted the weary steps, "It is the Lord's doing," and the repetition soothed him unspeakably. Behind this old couple followed their children, grown men and women, come from distant place or farmhouse service, the servants at the vicarage, and many a neighbor, anxious to show their sympathy, and most of the sailors from the crews of the vessels in port, joined in procession and followed the dead body into the church. There was too great a crowd immediately within the door for Sylvia and Molly to go in again, and they accordingly betook themselves to the place where the deep grave was waiting, wide and hungry, to receive its dead. There, leaning against the headstones all around, were many standing, looking over the broad and placid sea, and turned to the soft salt air which blew on their hot eyes and rigid faces. For no one spoke of all that number. They were thinking of the violent death of him over whom the solemn words were now being said in the gray old church, scarcely out of their hearing, had not the sound been broken by the measured lapping of the tide far beneath. Suddenly everyone looked round towards the path from the churchyard steps. 2 sailors were supporting a ghastly figure that with feeble motions was drawing near the open grave. "It's the specksioneer as tried to save him. It's him as was left for dead," the people murmured round. "It's Charlie Kinraid, as I'm a sinner," said Molly, starting forward to greet her cousin. But as he came on, she saw that all his strength was needed for the mere action of walking. The sailors, in their strong sympathy, had yielded to his earnest entreaty and carried him up the steps in order that he might see the last of his messmate. They placed him near the grave, resting against a stone, and he was hardly there before the vicar came forth, and the great crowd poured out of the church, following the body to the grave. Sylvia was so much wrapped up in the solemnity of the occasion that she had no thought to spare at the first moment for the pale and haggard figure opposite. Much less was she aware of her cousin Philip, who now, singling her out for the first time from among the crowd, pressed to her side with an intention of companionship and protection. As the service went on, ill-checked sobs rose from behind the 2 girls, who were among the foremost in the crowd, and by the cry and the wail became general. Sylvia's tears rained down her face, and her distress became so evident that it attracted the attention of many in that inner circle. Among others who noticed it, the specksioneer's hollow eyes were caught by the sight of the innocent, blooming, childlike face opposite to him, and he wondered if she were a relation. Yet seeing that she bore no badge of mourning, he rather concluded that she must have been a sweetheart of the dead man. And now all was over, the rattle of the gravel on the coffin, the last long lingering look of friends and lovers. The rosemary sprigs had been cast down by all who were fortunate enough to have brought them, and oh, how much Sylvia wished she had remembered this last act of respect. And slowly the outer rim of the crowd began to slacken and disappear. Now Philip spoke to Sylvia. "I never dreamt of seeing you here. I thought my aunt always went to Kirk Moorside." "I came with Molly Corney," said Sylvia. "Mother is staying at home with Feyther." "How's his rheumatics?" asked Philip. But at the same moment Molly took hold of Sylvia's hand and said, "I want to get round and speak to Charlie. Mother'll be main and glad to hear as he's getting out, though for sure he looks as though he'd have been better in his bed. Come, Sylvia." And Philip, fain to keep with Sylvia, had to follow the two girls close up to the specksioneer, who was preparing for his slow, laborious walk back to his lodgings. He stopped on seeing his cousin. "Well, Molly," said he faintly, putting out his hand, but his eye passing her face to look at Sylvia in the background, her tear-stained face full of shy admiration of the nearest approach to a hero she had ever seen. "Well, Charlie, I niver was so taken aback as when I saw you there, like a ghost a-standing agin a gravestone. How white and wan you do look." "Aye," said he wearily, "wan and weak enough." "But I hope you're getting better, sir," said Sylvia in a low voice, longing to speak to him, and yet wondering at her own temerity. "Thank you, my lass, I'm o'er the worst." He sighed heavily. Philip now spoke. "We're doing him no kindness a keeping him standing here into nightfall, and him so tired." And he made as though he would turn away. Kinraid's two sailor friends backed up Philip's words with such urgency that somehow Sylvia thought they had been to blame in speaking to him, and blushed excessively with the idea. "You'll come and be nursed at Moss Brow, Charlie," said Molly, and Sylvia dropped her little maidenly curtsy and said "Good-bye," and went away, wondering how Molly could talk so freely to such a hero. But then, to be sure, he was a cousin, and probably a sweetheart, and that would make a great deal of difference, of course. Meanwhile, her own cousin kept close by her side. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 7, Tête-à-Tête, the Will. "And now tell me all about the folk at home," said Philip, evidently preparing to walk back with the girls. He generally came to Haytersbank every Sunday afternoon, so Sylvia knew what she had to expect the moment she became aware of his neighborhood in the churchyard. "My feyther's been sadly troubled with his rheumatics this week past, but he's a vast better now, thank you kindly." Then addressing herself to Molly, she asked, "Has your cousin a doctor to look after him?" "Aye, for sure," said Molly quickly, for though she knew nothing about the matter, she was determined to suppose that her cousin had everything becoming an invalid as well as a hero. "He's well-to-do and can afford everything as he needs," continued she. "His feyther's left him money, and he were a farmer out up in Northumberland, and he's reckoned such a specksioneer as never was, and gets what wage he asks for, and a share on every whale he harpoons beside." "I reckon he'll have to make himself scarce on this coast for a while, at any rate," said Philip. "And what for should he?" asked Molly, who never liked Philip at the best of times, and now, if he was going to disparage her cousin in any way, was ready to take up arms and do battle. "Why, they do say as he fired the shot as has killed some of the men-o'-war's men, and of course, if he has, he'll have to stand his trial if he's caught." "What lies people do say!" exclaimed Molly. "He niver killed naught but whales, I'll be bound. Or if he did, it were all right and proper as he should, when they were for stealing him and all t'others, and did kill poor Darley as we come fra seeing buried. I suppose now you're such a Quaker that if someone was to break through fra t'other side of this dike and offer for to murder Sylvia and me, you'd look on with your hands hanging by your side. But the press gang had law on their side, and were doing naught but what they'd warrant for. The tender's gone away as if she were ashamed of what she'd done, said Sylvia, and to flags down from old Randyvouse. There'll be no more press ganging here a while. No, Feyther says, continued Molly, as they've made the place too hot to hold 'em, coming so strong afore people had getten used to their ways of catching up poor lads just come fra to Greenland seas. To folks had their blood so up they'd think no harm of fighting them into streets, aye, and of killing 'em too, if they were for using firearms as to Aurora's men did. Women is so fond of bloodshed, said Philip, for to hear you talk, who'd have thought you'd just come from a crying o'er the grave of a man who was killed by violence. I should have thought you'd seen enough of what sorrow comes of fighting. Why, them lads o' to Aurora, as they say Kinraid shot down, had fathers and mothers, maybe, a-looking out for them to come home. I don't think he could have killed them, said Sylvia. He looked so gentle. But Molly did not like this half-and-half view of the case. I dare say he did kill 'em dead. He's not one to do things by halves, and I think he served 'em reet. That's what I do. Isna this Hester as serves in Foster's shop? Asked Sylvia in a low voice, as a young woman came through a stile in the stone wall by the roadside and suddenly appeared before them. Yes, said Philip. Why, Hester, where have you been? He asked as they drew near. Hester reddened a little and then replied in her slow, quiet way, I've been sitting with Betsy Darley, her that is bedridden. It were lonesome for her when the others were away at the burying. And she made as though she would have passed, but Sylvia, all her sympathies alive for the relations of the murdered man, wanted to ask more questions, and put her hand on Hester's arm to detain her a moment. Hester suddenly drew back a little, reddened still more, and then replied fully and quietly to all Sylvia asked. In the agricultural counties, and among the class to which these four persons belonged, there is little analysis of motive or comparison of characters and actions, even at this present day of enlightenment. 60 or 70 years ago there was still less. I do not mean that amongst thoughtful and serious people there was not much reading of such books as Mason on Self-Knowledge and Law's Serious Call, or that there were not the experiences of the Wesleyans that were related at class meeting for the edification of the hearers. But taken as a general ride, it may be said that few knew what manner of men they were, compared to the numbers now who are fully conscious of their virtues, qualities, failings, and weaknesses, and who go about comparing others with themselves, not in a spirit of Pharisaism and arrogance, but with a vivid self-consciousness that more than anything else deprives characters of freshness and originality. To return to the party we left standing on the high-raised footway that ran alongside of the bridle road to Haytersbank, Sylvia had leisure in her heart to think how good Hester is for sitting with the poor bedridden sister of Darley, without having a pang of self-depreciation in the comparison of her own conduct with that she was capable of so fully appreciating. She had gone to church for the ends of vanity, and remained to the funeral for curiosity and the pleasure of the excitement. In this way a modern young lady would have condemned herself, and therefore lost the simple, purifying pleasure of admiration of another. Hester passed onwards, going down the hill towards the town. The other three walked slowly on. All were silent for a few moments. Then Sylvia said, "How good she is!" And Philip replied with ready warmth, "Yes, she is. No one knows how good but us, who live in the same house with her." "Her mother is an old Quakeress, bean't she?" Molly inquired. Alice Rose is a friend, if that is what you mean, said Philip. Well, well, some folks so particular. Is William Colson a Quaker, by which I mean a friend? Yes, they're all on 'em right down good folk. Dearie me, what a wonder you can speak to such sinners as Sylvia and me after keeping company with so much goodness, said Molly, who had not yet forgiven Philip for doubting Kinraid's power of killing men. Isn't it, Sylvia? But Sylvia was too highly strung for banter. If she had not been one of those who went to mock, but remained to pray, she had gone to church with the thought of the cloak that was to be uppermost in her mind, and she had come down the long church stair with life and death suddenly become real to her mind, the enduring sea and hills forming a contrasting background to the vanishing away of man. She was full of a solemn wonder as to the abiding place of the souls of the dead, and a childlike dread lest the number of the elect should be accomplished before she was included therein. How people could ever be merry again after they had been at a funeral, she could not imagine, so she answered gravely and slightly beside the question. I wonder if I was a friend, if I should be good. Give me your red cloak, that's all, when you turn Quaker. They'll none let thee wear scarlet, so it'll be of no use to thee. I think thou'rt good enough as thou art, said Philip tenderly, at least as tenderly as he durst, for he knew by experience that it did not do to alarm her girlish coyness. Either one speech or the other made Sylvia silent. Neither was accordant to her mood of mind, so perhaps both contributed to her quietness. Folks say William Colson looks sweet on Hester Rose, said Molly, always up in Monkshaven gossip. It was in the form of an assertion, but it was said in the tone of a question, and as such Philip replied to it. Yes, I think he likes her a good deal, but he's so quiet I never feel sure. John and Jeremiah would like the match, I've a notion. And now they came to the stile which had filled Philip's eye for some minutes past, though neither of the others had perceived they were so near it, the stile which led to Moss Brow from the road into the fields that sloped down to Haytersbank. Here they would leave Molly, and now would begin the delicious tete-a-tete walk which Philip always tried to make as lingering as possible. Today he was anxious to show his sympathy with Sylvia, as far as he could read what was passing in her mind, but how was he to guess the multitude of tangled thoughts in that unseen receptacle? A resolution to be good if she could, and always to be thinking on death, so that what seemed to her now as simply impossible might come true, that she might dread the grave as little as her bed. A wish that Philip were not coming home with her, a wonder if the specksioneer really had killed a man, an idea which made her shudder. Yet from the awful fascination about it, her imagination was compelled to dwell on the tall, gaunt figure and try to recall the wan countenance. A hatred and desire of revenge on the press gang, so vehement that it sadly militated against her intention of trying to be good. All these notions and wonders and fancies were whirling about in Sylvia's brain, and at one of their promptings she spoke. How many miles away is to Greenland seas? I mean, how long do they take to reach? I don't know, 10 days or a fortnight or more, maybe. I'll ask. Oh, Feyther'll tell me all about it. He's been there many a time. I say, Sylvie, my aunt said I were to give you lessons this winter in writing and ciphering. I can begin to come up now, 2 evenings, maybe a week, to shop closes early after November comes in. Sylvia did not like learning and did not want him for her teacher, so she answered in a dry little tone, It'll use a deal of candlelight. Mother'll not like that. I can't see to spell without a candle close at my elbow. Never mind about candles. I can bring up a candle wi' me, for I should be burning one at Alice Rose's. So that excuse would not do. Sylvia beat her brains for another. "Writing cramps my hand so, I can't do any sewing for a day after, and Feyther wants his shirts very bad." "But Sylvia, I'll teach you geography, and ever such a vast to find things about to countries on to map." "Is to Arctic seas down on to map?" she asked, in a tone of greater interest. "Yes, Arctics and tropics and equator and equinoctial line, we'll take 'em turn and turn about. We'll do writing and ciphering one night and geography t'other." Philip spoke with pleasure at the prospect, but Sylvia relaxed into indifference. "I'm no scholard. It's like throwing away labor to teach me. I'm such a dunce at my book. Now there's Betsy Corney, third girl. Her as is younger than Molly, she'd be a credit to you. There niver was such a lass for pottering o'er books." If Philip had had his wits about him, he would have pretended to listen to this proposition of a change of pupils, and then possibly Sylvia might have repented making it. But he was too much mortified to be diplomatic. "My aunt asked me to teach you a bit, not any neighbour's lass." "Well, if I mun be taught, I mun, but I'd rather be whipped and had done with it," was Sylvia's ungracious reply. A moment afterwards she repented of her little spirit of unkindness, and thought that she should not like to die that night without making friends. Sudden death was very present in her thoughts since the funeral, so she instinctively chose the best method of making friends again, and slipped her hand into his as he walked a little sullenly at her side. She was half afraid, however, when she found it firmly held, and that she could not draw it away again without making what she called in her own mind a fuss. So hand in hand they slowly and silently came up to the door of Haytersbank Farm, not unseen by Belle Robson, who sate in the window seat with her Bible open upon her knee. She had read her chapter aloud to herself, and now she could see no longer, even if she had wished to read more, but she gazed out into the darkening air, and a dim look of contentment came like moonshine over her face when she saw the cousins approach. "That's my prayer day and night," said she to herself. But there was no unusual aspect of gladness on her face as she lighted the candle to give them a more cheerful welcome. "Where's Feyther?" said Sylvia, looking round the room for Daniel. "He's been to Kirkmoorside Church, for to see a bit of the world, as he calls it, and sin then he's gone out to the cattle, for Kester's ta'en his turn of playing hissel, now that father's better." "I've been talking to Sylvia," said Philip, his head still full of his pleasant plan, his hand still tingling from the touch of hers, "about turning schoolmaster and coming up here 2 nights a week for to teach her a bit of writing and ciphering." "And geography," put in Sylvia, "for," thought she, "if I'm to learn them things I don't care a pin about, anyhow I'll learn what I do care to know, if it'll tell me about the Greenland seas and how far they're off." That same evening a trio alike in many outward circumstances sate in a small neat room in a house opening out of a confined court on the hilly side of the High Street of Monkshaven, a mother, her only child, and the young man who silently loved that daughter, and was favored by Alice Rose, though not by Hester. When the latter returned from her afternoon's absence, she stood for a minute or two on the little flight of steep steps, whitened to a snowy whiteness. The aspect of the whole house partook of the same character of irreproachable cleanliness. It was wedged up into a space which necessitated all sorts of odd projections and irregularities in order to obtain sufficient light for the interior. And if ever the being situated in a dusky, confined corner might have been made an excuse for dirt, Alice Rose's house had that apology. Yet the small diamond panes of glass in the casement window were kept so bright and clear that a great sweet-scented leaved geranium grew and flourished, though it did not flower profusely. The leaves seemed to fill the air with fragrance as soon as Hester summoned up energy enough to open the door. Perhaps that was because the young Quaker, William Colson, was crushing one between his finger and thumb while waiting to set down Alice's next words. For the old woman, who looked as if many years of life remained in her yet, was solemnly dictating her last will and testament. It had been on her mind for many months, for she had something to leave beyond the mere furniture of the house. Something, a few pounds, in the hands of John and Jeremiah Foster, her cousins, and it was they who had suggested the duty on which she was engaged. She had asked William Colson to write down her wishes, and he had consented, though with some fear and trepidation, for he had an idea that he was infringing on a lawyer's prerogative, and that for aught he knew he might be prosecuted for making a will without a license, just as a man might be punished for selling wine and spirits without going through the preliminary legal forms that give permission for such a sale. But to his suggestion that Alice should employ a lawyer, she had replied, "That would cost me £5 sterling, and thee canst do it as well, if thee'll but attend to my words." So he had bought at her desire a black-edged sheet of fine wove paper and a couple of good pens on the previous Saturday, and while waiting for her to begin her dictation, and full serious thought himself, he had almost unconsciously made the grand flourish at the top of the paper, which he had learnt at school, and which was there called a spread eagle. "What art thee doing there?" asked Alice, suddenly alive to his proceedings. Without a word he showed her his handiwork. "It's a vanity," said she, "and may make to will not stand. Folk may think I were na in my right mind if they see such fly legs and cobwebs atop. Right, this is my doing, William Colson, and none of Alice Rose's, she being in her sound mind." "I don't think it's needed," said William. Nevertheless, he wrote down the words. "Hast thee put that I'm in my sound mind and 7 senses? Then make the sign of the Trinity and write, 'In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.'" "Is that the right way of beginning a will?" said Colson, a little startled. "My father and my father's father and my husband had it atop of theirs, and I'm noan going for to cease for following after them, for they were godly men, though my husband were a to Episcopal persuasion." "It's done," said William. "Hast thee dated it?" asked Alice. "Nay." "Then date it 3rd day, 9th month. Now, art ready?" Colson nodded. "I, Alice Rose, do leave my furniture, that is, my bed and chest of drawers, for thy bed and things is thine and not mine, and settle and saucepans and dresser and table and kettle, and all the rest of my furniture, to my lawful and only daughter, Hester Rose. I think that's safe for her to have all, is not, William?" "I think so too," said he, writing on all the time. "And thee shalt have tyroller and pasteboard, because thee's so fond of puddings and cakes. It'll serve thy wife after I'm gone, and I trust she'll boil her paste long enough, for that's been a secret of mine, and thee'll no one be so easy to please." "I didn't reckon on marriage," said William. "Thee'll marry," said Alice. "Thee likes to have thy victuals hot and comfortable, and there's no one many but a wife as'll look after that for to please thee." "I know who could please me," sighed forth William, "but I can't please her." Alice looked sharply at him from over her spectacles, which she had put on the better to think about the disposal of her property. "Thee art thinking on our Hester," said she, plainly out. He started a little, but looked up at her and met her eyes. "Hester cares noan for me," said he dejectedly. "Bide a while, my lad," said Alice kindly. "Young women don't always know their own minds. Thee and her would make a marriage after my own heart, and the Lord has been very good to me hitherto, and I think he'll bring it to pass. But don't thee let on as thee cares for her so much. I sometimes think she wearies of thy looks and thy ways. Show up thy manly heart, and make as though thee had much else to think on, and no leisure for to dawdle after her, and she'll think a deal more on thee. And now mend thy pen for a fresh start. I give and bequeath. Did thee put give and bequeath at the beginning? Nay, said William, looking back, thee didst not tell me give and bequeath. Then it won't be legal, and my bit of furniture'll be taken to London and put into Chancery, and Hester will have none on it. I can write it over, said William. Well, write it clear then, and put a line under it to show those are my special words. Hast thee done it? Then now start afresh. I give and bequeath my book of sermons, as is bound in good calfskin, and lies on the third shelf of the corner cupboard, at the right hand of the fireplace, to Philip Hepburn, for I reckon he's as fond of reading sermons as thee are o' light, well-boiled paste, and I'd be glad for each on ye to have somewhat ye like for to remember me by. Is that down? There. Now for my cousins John and Jeremiah. They are rich in world's gear, but they'll prize what I leave 'em, if I could only bethink me what they would like. Hearken, isna that our Hester's step? Put it away quick. I'm no one for grieving her with telling her what I've been about. We'll take a turn at 'twill next first day. It will serve us for several Sabbaths to come, and maybe I can think on something as will suit John and cousin Jeremiah afore then. Hester, as was mentioned, paused a minute or two before lifting the latch of the door. When she entered, there was no unusual sign of writing about, only Will Coulson, looking very red, and crushing and smelling at the geranium leaf. Hester came in briskly with the little stock of enforced cheerfulness she had stopped at the door to acquire. But it faded away along with the faint flush of color in her cheeks, and the mother's quick eye immediately noted the wan, heavy look of care. I have kept a pot into oven. It'll have almost got all to goodness out of to tea by now, for it'll be an hour since I made it. Poor lass, thou lookest if thou needed a good cup of tea. It were dree work sitting with Betsy Darley, were it? And how does she look on her affliction? She takes it sore to heart, said Hester, taking off her hat and folding and smoothing away her cloak, before putting them in the great oak chest, or ark, as it was called, in which they were laid from Sunday to Sunday. As she opened the lid, a sweet scent of dried lavender and rose leaves came out. William stepped hastily forwards to hold up the heavy lid for her. She lifted up her head, looked at him full with her serene eyes, and thanked him for his little service. Then she took a creepy stool and sate down on the side of the fireplace, having her back to the window. The hearth was of the same spotless whiteness as the steps. All that was black about the grate was polished to the utmost extent. All that was of brass, like the handle of the oven, was burnished bright. Her mother placed the little black earthenware teapot in which the tea had been stewing on the table, where cups and saucers were already set for four, and a large plate of bread and butter cut. Then they sate round the table, bowed their heads, and kept silence for a minute or two. When this grace was ended, and they were about to begin, Alice said, as if without premeditation, but in reality with a keen shrinking of heart out of sympathy with her child, "Philip would have been into his tea by now, I reckon, if he'd been coming." William looked up suddenly at Hester. Her mother carefully turned her head another way, but she answered quite quietly, "He'll be gone to his aunt's at Haytersbank. I met him at Totoppa to Brow with his cousin and Molly Corney." "He's a deal there," said William. "Yes," said Hester, "it's likely. Him and his aunt come from Carlisle way, and must needs cling together in these strange parts." "I saw him at the burying of yon Darley," said William. "It were a vast of people went past the entry end," said Alice. "It were almost like election time. I were just come back from meeting when they were all going up the church steps. I met yon sailor, as they say, used violence and did murder. He looked like a ghost, though whether it were his bodily wounds or the sense of his sins stirring within him, it's not for me to say. And by the time I was back here and settled to my Bible, to folk were returning, and it were tramp, tramp past the entry end for better nor a quarter of an hour. They say Kinraid has getten slugs and gunshot in his side, said Hester. He's niver won Charlie Kinraid for sure, as I knowed at Newcastle, said William Coulson, roused to sudden and energetic curiosity. I don't know, replied Hester. They call him just Kinraid, and Betsy Darley says he's t' most daring specksioneer of all that go off this coast to Greenland seas. But he's been in Newcastle, for I mind me she said her poor brother met with him there. How didst thee come to know him? Inquired Alice. I cannot abide him if it is Charlie, said William. He kept company with my poor sister as is dead for better nor 2 year, and then he left off coming to see her and went with another girl, and it just broke her heart. He don't look now as if he ever could play at that game again, said Alice. He has had a warning from the Lord. Whether it be a call, no one can tell. But to my eyne he looks as if he had been called and was going. Then he'll meet my sister, said William solemnly, and I hope the Lord will make it clear to him then how he killed her as sure as he shot down yon sailors. And if there's a gnashing of teeth for murder in that other place, I reckon he'll have his share on't. He's a bad man, yon. Betsy said he were such a friend to her brother as never was, and he sent her word and promised to go and see her, first place he goes out to. But William only shook his head and repeated his last words. He's a bad man, he is. When Philip came home that Sunday night, he found only Alice up to receive him. The usual bedtime in the household was 9 o'clock, and it was but 10 minutes past the hour. But Alice looked displeased and stern. "Thee art late, lad," said she shortly. "I'm sorry, it's a long way from my uncle's, and I think clocks are different," said he, taking out his watch to compare it with the round moon's face that told the time to Alice. "I know naught about thy uncle's, but thee art late. Take thy candle and be gone." If Alice made any reply to Philip's good night, he did not hear it. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 8 Attraction and Repulsion. A fortnight had passed over, and winter was advancing with rapid strides. In bleak northern farmsteads there was much to be done before November weather should make the roads too heavy for half-fed horses to pull carts through. There was the turf, pared up on the distant moors and left out to dry, to be carried home and stacked. The brown fern was to be stored up for winter bedding for the cattle, for straw was scarce and dear in those parts. Even for thatching, heather, or rather ling, was used. Then there was meat to salt while it could be had, for in default of turnips and mangold wurzel, there was a great slaughtering of barren cows as soon as the summer herbage failed, and good housewives stored up their Christmas piece of beef in pickle before Martinmas was over. Corn was to be ground while yet it could be carried to the distant mill. The great racks for oat cake that swung at the top of the kitchen had to be filled. And last of all came the pig killing, when the second frost set in. For up in the north there is an idea that the ice stored in the first frost will melt, and the meat cured then taint. The first frost is good for nothing but to be thrown away, as they express it. There came a breathing time after this last event. The house had had its last autumn cleaning, and was neat and bright from top to bottom, from one end to another. The turf was laid, the coal carted up from Monkshaven, the wood stored, the corn ground, the pig killed, and the hams and head and hands lying in salt. The butcher had been glad to take the best parts of a pig of Dame Robson's careful feeding, but there was unusual plenty in the Haytersbank pantry, and as Belle surveyed it one morning, she said to her husband, "I wonder if yon poor sick chap at Mossbrow would fancy some of my sausages. There's something to crack on, for they are made from an old Cumberland receipt, as is not known in Yorkshire yet." "Thou's allays so set upon Cumberland ways," said her husband, not displeased with the suggestion, however. "Still, when folk's sick, they han their fancies, and maybe Kinraid'll be glad o' thy sausages. I ha' known sick folk talk to eatin' snails." This was not complimentary, perhaps, but Daniel went on to say that he did not mind if he stepped over with the sausages himself, when it was too late to do anything else. Sylvia longed to offer to accompany her father, but somehow she did not like to propose it. Towards dusk she came to her mother to ask for the key of the great bureau that stood in the house-place as a state piece of furniture, although its use was to contain the family's best wearing apparel and stores of linen, such as might be supposed to be more needed upstairs. "What for do you want my keys?" asked Belle. "Only just to get out one of t' damask napkins." "The best napkins, as my mother span?" "Yes," said Sylvia, her colour heightening. "I thought as how it would set off to sausages." "A good clean homespun cloth will serve them better," said Belle, wondering in her own mind what was come over the girl, to be thinking of setting off sausages that were to be eaten, not to be looked at like a picture book. She might have wondered still more if she had seen Sylvia steal round to the little flower border she had persuaded Kester to make under the wall at the sunny side of the house, and gather the 2 or 3 Michaelmas daisies and the 1 bud of the China rose that, growing against the kitchen chimney, had escaped the frost, and then, when her mother was not looking, softly open the cloth inside of the little basket that contained the sausages and a fresh egg or two, and lay her autumn blossoms in one of the folds of the towel. After Daniel, now pretty clear of his rheumatism, had had his afternoon meal — tea was a Sunday treat — he prepared to set out on his walk to Moss Brow. But as he was taking his stick, he caught the look on Sylvia's face, and unconsciously interpreted its dumb wistfulness. "Missus," said he, "t' wench has naught more to do, has she? She may as well put on her cloak and step down with me and see Molly a bit. She'll be company like." Belle considered. "There's to yarn for thy stockings, as is yet to spin, but she can go, for I'll do a bit at myself, and there's nowt else agate." "Put on thy things in a jiffy then, and let's be off," said Daniel. And Sylvia did not need another word. Down she came in a twinkling, dressed in her new red cloak and hood, her face peeping out of the folds of the latter, bright and blushing. "Thou shouldst na have put on thy new cloak for a night walk to Moss Brow," said Belle, shaking her head. "Shall I go take it off and put on my shawl?" asked Sylvia, a little dolefully. "Na, na, come along. I'm no a-goin' for to wait a woman's chops and changes. Come along, come, lassie," this last to his dog. So Sylvia set off with a dancing heart and a dancing step that had to be restrained to the sober gait her father chose. The sky above was bright and clear with the light of 1,000 stars. The grass was crisping under their feet with the coming hoar-frost, and as they mounted to the higher ground they could see the dark sea stretching away far below them. The night was very still, though now and then crisp sounds in the distant air sounded very near in the silence. Sylvia carried the basket and looked like Little Red Riding Hood. Her father had nothing to say and did not care to make himself agreeable. But Sylvia enjoyed her own thoughts, and any conversation would have been a disturbance to her. The long, monotonous roll of the distant waves as the tide bore them in, the multitudinous rush at last, and then the retreating rattle and trickle as the baffled waters fell back over the shingle that skirted the sands and divided them from the cliffs, her father's measured tread and slow, even movement, Lassie's pattering, all lulled Sylvia into a reverie of which she could not have given herself any definite account. But at length they arrived at Moss Brow, and with a sudden sigh she quitted the subjects of her dreamy meditations, and followed her father into the great house-place. It had a more comfortable aspect by night than by day. The fire was always kept up to a wasteful size, and the dancing blaze and the partial light of candles left much in shadow that was best ignored in such a disorderly family. But there was always a warm welcome to friends, however roughly given, and after the words of this were spoken, the next rose up equally naturally in the mind of Mrs. Corney. "And what will ye tak? But t' measter'll be fine and vexed at your comin' when he's away. He's off to Horncastle to sell some colts, and he'll not be back till tomorrow's neet. But here's Charlie Kinraid as we've getten to nurse up a bit, and t' lads'll be back from Monkshaven in a crack o' no time." All this was addressed to Daniel, to whom she knew that none but masculine company would be acceptable. Amongst uneducated people, whose range of subjects and interest do not extend beyond their daily life, it is natural that when the first blush and hurry of youth is over, there should be no great pleasure in the conversation of the other sex. Men have plenty to say to men, which in their estimation, gained from tradition and experience, women cannot understand, and farmers of a much later date than the one of which I am writing would have contemptuously considered it as a loss of time to talk to women. Indeed, they were often more communicative to the sheepdog that accompanied them through all the day's work, and frequently became a sort of dumb confidant. Farmer Robson's lassie now lay down at her master's feet, placed her nose between her paws, and watched with attentive eyes the preparations going on for refreshments, preparations which, to the disappointment of her canine heart, consisted entirely of tumblers and sugar. "Where's t' wench?" said Robson, after he had shaken hands with Kinraid and spoken a few words to him and to Mrs. Corney. "She's getten a basket with sausages in 'em, as my missus has made, and she's a rare hand at sausages. There's no one like her in a' Tree Ridings, I'll be bound." For Daniel could praise his wife's powers in her absence, though he did not often express himself in an appreciative manner when she was by to hear. But Sylvia's quick sense caught up the manner in which Mrs. Corney would apply the way in which her mother's housewifery had been exalted, and stepping forwards out of the shadow, she said, "Mother thought maybe you hadn't killed a pig yet, and sausages is always a bit savory for any one who's na well, and—" She might have gone on, but she caught Kinraid's eyes looking at her with kindly admiration. She stopped speaking, and Mrs. Corney took up the word. "As for sausages, I ha' niver had a chance this year, else I stand again anyone for to making of 'em. Yorkshire ham's a vast thought on, and I'll niver let another county woman say as she can make better sausages nor me. But, as I'm saying, I'd niver a chance, for our pig, as I were so fond on and fed mysel, and as would have been 14 stone by now if he were an ounce, and as knew me as well as any Christian, and a pig, as I may say, that I just idolized, went and took a fit a week after Michaelmas Day and died, as if it had been to spite me, and to next is not ready for killing, nor won't it be this 6 week. So I'm much beholden to your missus, and so's Charlie, I'm sure, though he's taken a turn to betterin' since he came out here to be nursed." "I'm a deal better," said Kinraid, "almost ready for t' press gang to give chase to again." "But folks say they're gone off this coast for one while," added Daniel. "They're gone down towards Hull, as I've been told," said Kinraid, "but they're a deep set. They'll be here before we know where we are, some of these days." "See thee here," said Daniel, exhibiting his maimed hand, "I reckon I served 'em out time o' t' Ameriky War," and he began the story Sylvia knew so well, for her father never made a new acquaintance but what he told him of his self-mutilation to escape the press gang. It had been done, as he would himself have owned, to spite himself as well as them, for it had obliged him to leave a sea life, to which, in comparison, all life spent on shore was worse than nothing for dullness. For Robson had never reached that rank aboard ship which made his being unable to run up the rigging, or to throw a harpoon, or to fire off a gun, of no great consequence. So he had to be thankful that an opportune legacy enabled him to turn farmer, a great degradation in his opinion. But his blood warmed as he told the specksioneer towards a sailor, and he pressed Kinraid to beguile the time when he was compelled to be ashore by coming over to see him at Haytersbank whenever he felt inclined. Sylvia, appearing to listen to Molly's confidences, was hearkening in reality to all this conversation between her father and the specksioneer, and at this invitation she became especially attentive. Kinraid replied, "I'm much obliged to ye, I'm sure. Maybe I can come and spend an evening with you, but as soon as I'm got round a bit, I must go see my own people as live at Cullercoats, near Newcastle upon Tyne." "Well, well," said Daniel, rising to take leave, with unusual prudence as to the amount of his drink. "Thou'lt see, thou'lt see. I shall be main glad to see thee if thou'lt come. But I've nae lads to keep thee company, only one sprig of a wench. Sylvia, come here, and let's show thee to this young fellow." Sylvia came forwards, ruddy as any rose, and in a moment Kinraid recognized her as the pretty little girl he had seen crying so bitterly over Darley's grave. He rose up out of true sailor's gallantry as she shyly approached and stood by her father's side, scarcely daring to lift her great soft eyes to have one fair gaze at his face. He had to support himself by one hand rested on the dresser, but she saw he was looking far better, younger, less haggard, than he had seemed to her before. His face was short and expressive, his complexion had been weather-beaten and bronzed, though now he looked so pale. His eyes and hair were dark, the former quick, deep-set and penetrating, the latter curly and almost in ringlets. His teeth gleamed white as he smiled at her, a pleasant, friendly smile of recognition, but she only blushed the deeper and hung her head. "I'll come, sir, and be thankful. I dare say a turn'll do me good, if the weather holds up and the frost keeps on." "That's right, my lad," said Robson, shaking him by the hand, and then Kinraid's hand was held out to Sylvia, and she could not avoid the same friendly action. Molly Corney followed her to the door, and when they were fairly outside, she held Sylvia back for an instant to say, "Isna he a fine, likely man? I'm so glad as you've seen him, for he's to be off next week to Newcastle and that neighbourhood." "But he said he'd come to us some night," asked Sylvia, half in a fright. "Aye, I'll see as he does, never fear, for I should like you for to know him a bit. He's a rare talker. I'll mind him a-coming to you." Somehow Sylvia felt as if this repeated promise of reminding Kinraid of his promise to come and see her father took away part of the pleasure she had anticipated from his visit. Yet what could be more natural than that Molly Corney should wish her friend to be acquainted with the man whom Sylvia believed to be all but Molly's engaged lover? Pondering these thoughts, the walk home was as silent as that going to Mossbrow had been. The only change seemed to be that now they faced the brilliant northern lights flashing up the sky, and that either this appearance or some of the wailing narrations of Kinraid had stirred up Daniel Robson's recollections of a sea ditty, which he kept singing to himself in a low, unmusical voice, the burden of which was, "For I loves the toss and say." Bell met them at the door. "Well, and here ye are at home again, and Philip has been, Sylvie, to give thee thy ciphering lesson, and he stayed a while, thinking thou'd be coming back." "I'm very sorry," said Sylvia, more out of deference to her mother's tone of annoyance than because she herself cared either for her lesson or her cousin's disappointment. "He'll come again tomorrow night, he says, but thou must take care and mind the nights he says he'll come, for it's a long way to come for naught." Sylvia might have repeated her "I'm very sorry" at this announcement of Philip's intentions, but she restrained herself, inwardly and fervently hoping that Molly would not urge the fulfillment of the specksioneer's promise for tomorrow night, for Philip's being there would spoil all. And besides, if she sate at the dresser at her lesson, and Kinraid at the table with her father, he might hear all and find out what a dunce she was. She need not have been afraid. With the next night Hepburn came, and Kinraid did not. After a few words to her mother, Philip produced the candles he had promised, and some books and a quill or two. "What for hast thou brought candles?" asked Bell, in a half-affronted tone. Hepburn smiled. Sylvia thought it would take a deal of candlelight, and was for making it into a reason not to learn. "I should 'a' used to candles if I'd stayed at home, so I just brought 'em with me." "Then thou mayest just take them back again," said Bell shortly, blowing out that which he had lighted, and placing one of her own on the dresser instead. Sylvia caught her mother's look of displeasure, and it made her docile for the evening, although she owed her cousin a grudge for her enforced good behavior. "Now, Sylvia, here's a copybook with the Tower o' London on it, and we'll fill it with as pretty writing as any into North Riding." Sylvia sate quite still, unenlivened by this prospect. "Here's a pen as'll nearly write of itself," continued Philip, still trying to coax her out her sullenness of manner. Then he arranged her in the right position. "Don't lay your head down on your left arm, you'll ne'er see to write straight." The attitude was changed, but not a word was spoken. Philip began to grow angry at such determined dumbness. "Are you tired?" asked he, with a strange mixture of crossness and tenderness. "Yes, very," was her reply. "But thou oughtst not to be tired," said Bell, who had not yet got over the offense to her hospitality, who, moreover, liked her nephew, and had, to boot, a great respect for the learning she had never acquired. "Mother," said Sylvia, bursting out, "what's the use on my writing Abednego, Abednego, Abednego all down a page? If I could see to use on it, I'd a axed father to send me to school, but I'm none wanting to have learning." "It's a fine thing, though, is learning. My mother and my grandmother had it, but the family came down in the world, and Philip's mother and me, we had none of it, but I ha' set my heart on thy having it, child." "My fingers is stiff," pleaded Sylvia, holding up her little hand and shaking it. "Let us take a turn at spelling, then," said Philip. "What's to use on't?" asked captious Sylvia. "Why, it helps one in reading and writing." "And what does reading and writing do for one?" Her mother gave her another of the severe looks that, quiet woman as she was, she could occasionally bestow upon the refractory, and Sylvia took her book and glanced down the column Philip pointed out to her. But as she justly considered, one man might point out the task, but 20 could not make her learn it if she did not choose. And she sat herself down on the edge of the dresser and idly gazed into the fire. But her mother came round to look for something in the drawers of the dresser, and as she passed her daughter, she said in a low voice, "Sylvie, be a good lass. I set a deal o' store by learning, and father 'ud never send thee to school, as has stuck by me sore." If Philip, sitting with his back to them, heard these words, he was discreet enough not to show that he heard. And he had his reward, for in a very short time Sylvia stood before him with her book in her hand, prepared to say her spelling, at which he also stood up by instinct and listened to her slow succeeding letters, helping her out when she looked up at him with a sweet childlike perplexity in her face, for a dunce as to book learning poor Sylvia was and was likely to remain, and in spite of his assumed office of schoolmaster, Philip Hepburn could almost have echoed the words of the lover of Jess MacFarlane. "I sent my love a letter, but alas, she canna read, and I love her all the better." Still he knew his aunt's strong wish on the subject, and it was very delightful to stand in the relation of teacher to so dear and pretty, if so wilful, a pupil. Perhaps it was not very flattering to notice Sylvia's great joy when her lessons were over, sadly shortened as they were by Philip's desire not to be too hard upon her. Sylvia danced round to her mother, bent her head back and kissed her face, and then said defyingly to Philip, "If ever I write thee a letter, it shall just be full of nothing but Abednego, Abednego, Abednego." But at this moment her father came in from a distant expedition on the moors with Kester to look after the sheep he had pasturing there before the winter set fairly in. He was tired, and so was Lassie, and so too was Kester, who, lifting his heavy legs one after the other and smoothing down his hair, followed his master into the house-place, and seating himself on a bench at the farther end of the dresser, patiently awaited the supper of porridge and milk which he shared with his master. Sylvia meanwhile coaxed Lassie, poor footsore dog, to her side, and gave her some food, which the creature was almost too tired to eat. Philip made as though he would be going, but Daniel motioned him to be quiet. "Sit thee down, lad. As soon as I've had my victual, I want to hear a bit of news." Sylvia took her sewing and sat at the little round table by her mother, sharing the light of the scanty dip candle. No one spoke. Everyone was absorbed in what they were doing. What Philip was doing was gazing at Sylvia, learning her face off by heart. When every scrap of porridge was cleared out of the mighty bowl, Kester yawned, and wishing good night, withdrew to his loft over the cow-house. Then Philip pulled out the weekly York paper and began to read the latest accounts of the war then raging. This was giving Daniel one of his greatest pleasures, for though he could read pretty well, yet the double effort of reading and understanding what he read was almost too much for him. He could read or he could understand what was read aloud to him. Reading was no pleasure, but listening was. Besides, he had a true John Bullish interest in the war, without very well knowing what the English were fighting for. But in those days, so long as they fought the French for any cause or for no cause at all, every true patriot was satisfied. Sylvia and her mother did not care for any such far-extended interest. A little bit of York news, the stealing of a few apples out of a Scarborough garden that they knew, was of far more interest to them than all the battles of Nelson and the North. Philip read in a high-pitched and unnatural tone of voice, which deprived the words of their reality, for even familiar expressions can become unfamiliar and convey no ideas, if the utterance is forced or affected. Philip was somewhat of a pedant, yet there was a simplicity in his pedantry not always to be met with in those who are self-taught, and which might have interested anyone who cared to know with what labor and difficulty he had acquired the knowledge which he now prized so highly, reading out Latin quotations as easily as if they were English, and taking a pleasure in rolling polysyllables, until all at once, looking askance at Sylvia, he saw that her head had fallen back, her pretty rosy lips open, her eyes fast shut. In short, she was asleep. "Aye," said Farmer Robson, "and to reading has almost sent me off. Mother'd look angry now if I was to tell you you had a right to a kiss, but when I was a young man I'd a kissed a pretty girl as I saw asleep, afore you'd said Jack Robson." Philip trembled at these words and looked at his aunt. She gave him no encouragement, standing up and making as though she had never heard her husband's speech, by extending her hand and wishing him good night. At the noise of the chairs moving over the flag floor, Sylvia started up, confused and annoyed at her father's laughter. "Ay, lass, it's iver a good time to fall asleep when a young fellow is by. Here's Philip here as thou'rt bound to give a pair of gloves to." Sylvia went like fire. She turned to her mother to read her face. "It's only father's joke, lass," said she. "Philip knows manners too well." "He'd better," said Sylvia, flaming round at him. "If he'd a touched me, I'd never ha' spoken to him no more." And she looked even as it was as if she was far from forgiving him. "Hoots, lass, wenches are brought up so mim nowadays. In my time they'd ha' thought no such great harm of a kiss." "Good night, Philip," said Bell Robson, thinking the conversation unseemly. "Good night, aunt. Good night, Sylvie." But Sylvia turned her back on him, and he could hardly say good night to Daniel, who had caused such an unpleasant end to an evening that had at one time been going on so well. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 9. The Specksioneer. A few days after, Farmer Robson left Haytersbank betimes on a longish day's journey to purchase a horse. Sylvia and her mother were busied with 100 household things, and the early winter's evening closed in upon them almost before they were aware. The consequences of darkness in the country even now are to gather the members of a family together into one room, and to make them settle to some sedentary employment. And it was much more the case at the period of my story, when candles were far dearer than they are at present, and when one was often made to suffice for a large family. The mother and daughter hardly spoke at all when they sat down at last. The cheerful click of the knitting needles made a pleasant home sound, and in the occasional snatches of slumber that overcame her mother, Sylvia could hear the long rushing boom of the waves down below the rocks, for the Haytersbank gully allowed the sullen roar to come up so far inland. It might have been about 8 o'clock, though from the monotonous course of the evening it seemed much later, when Sylvia heard her father's heavy step cranching down the pebbly path. More unusual, she heard his voice talking to some companion. Curious to see who it could be, with a lively instinctive advance towards any event which might break the monotony she had begun to find somewhat dull, she sprang up to open the door. Half a glance into the gray darkness outside made her suddenly timid, and she drew back behind the door as she opened it wide to admit her father and Kinraid. Daniel Robson came in bright and boisterous. He was pleased with his purchase, and had had some drink to celebrate his bargain. He had ridden the new mare into Monkshaven, and left her at the smithy there until morning to have her feet looked at, and to be new shod. On his way from the town he had met Kinraid, wandering about in search of Haytersbank Farm itself, so he had just brought him along with him, and here they were, ready for bread and cheese and aught else the mistress would set before them. To Sylvia the sudden change into brightness and bustle occasioned by the entrance of her father and the specksioneer was like that which you may effect any winter's night when you come into a room where a great lump of coal lies hot and slumbering on the fire. Just break it up with a judicious blow from the poker, and the room, late so dark and dusk and lone, is full of life and light and warmth. She moved about with pretty household briskness, attending to all her father's wants. Kinraid's eye watched her as she went backwards and forwards, to and fro, into the pantry, the back kitchen, out of light into shade, out of the shadow into the broad firelight, where he could see and note her appearance. She wore the high-crowned linen cap of that day, surmounting her lovely masses of golden-brown hair, rather than concealing them, and tied firm to her head by a broad blue ribbon. A long curl hung down on each side of her neck, her throat rather, for her neck was concealed by a little spotted handkerchief, carefully pinned across at the waist of her brown stuff gown. How well it was, thought the young girl, that she had doffed her bedgown and linsey-woolsey petticoat, her working dress, and made herself smart in her stuff gown when she sate down to work with her mother. By the time she could sit down again, her father and Kinraid had their glasses filled and were talking of the relative merits of various kinds of spirits. That led on to tales of smuggling and the different contrivances by which they or their friends had eluded the preventive service, the nightly relays of men to carry the goods inland, the kegs of brandy found by certain farmers whose horses had gone so far in the night that they could do no work the next day, the clever way in which certain women managed to bring in prohibited goods. In fact, that when a woman did give her mind to smuggling, she was more full of resources and tricks and impudence and energy than any man. There was no question of the morality of the affair. One of the greatest signs of the real progress we have made since those times seems to be that our daily concerns of buying and selling, eating and drinking, whatsoever we do, are more tested by the real practical standard of our religion than they were in the days of our grandfathers. Neither Sylvia nor her mother was in advance of their age. Both listened with admiration to the ingenious devices, and acted as well as spoken lies that were talked about as fine and spirited things. Yet if Sylvia had attempted 1/10 of this deceit in her everyday life, it would have half broken her mother's heart. But when the duty on salt was strictly and cruelly enforced, making it penal to pick up rough, dirty lumps containing small quantities that might be thrown out with the ashes of the brine houses on the high roads, when the price of this necessary was so increased by the tax upon it as to make it an expensive, sometimes an unattainable, luxury to the working man, government did more to demoralize the popular sense of rectitude and uprightness than heaps of sermons could undo. And the same, though in smaller measure, was the consequence of many other taxes. It may seem curious to trace up the popular standard of truth to taxation, but I do not think the idea would be so very far-fetched. From smuggling adventures it was easy to pass on to stories of what had happened to Robson, in his youth a sailor in the Greenland seas, and to Kinraid, now one of the best harpooners in any whaler that sailed off the coast. "There's 3 things to be afeared on," said Robson authoritatively. "There's to ice, that's bad. There's dirty weather, that's worse. And there's whales theirselves, as is to worst of all. Leastways they was in my days. To darned brutes may a larnt better manners sin. When I were young, they could never be got to let theirselves be harpooned without floundering, and making play with their tails and their fins, till to say were all in a foam, and to boats' crews was all o'er with spray, which in them latitudes is a kind of shower bath not needed." "The whales hasn't mended their manners, as you call it," said Kinraid, "but the ice is not to be spoken lightly on. I were once in the ship John of Hull, and we were in good green water, and were keen after whales, and ne'er thought harm of a great grey iceberg as were on our lee bow, a mile or so off. It looked as if it had been there from the days of Adam, and were likely to see the last man out, and it ne'er a bit bigger nor smaller in all them thousands and thousands of years. Well, the fast boats were out after a fish, and I were specksioneer in one, and we were so keen after capturing our whale that none on us ever saw that we were drifting away from them right into deep shadow of the iceberg. But we were set upon our whale, and I harpooned it, and as soon as it were dead we lashed its fins together and fastened its tail to our boat, and then we took breath and looked about us, and away from us a little space were the other boats, with 2 other fish making play, and as likely as not to break loose, for I may say as I were the best harpooner on board the John, without saying great things of myself. So I says, my lads, one of you stay in the boat by this fish, the fins of which, as I said, I'd reeved a rope through myself, and which was as dead as Noah's grandfather, and the rest on us shall go off and help the other boats with their fish. For you see, we had another boat close by in order to sweep the fish. I suppose they swept fish in your time, master?" "Aye, aye," said Robson. "One boat lies still holding to end of to line, t'other makes a circuit round to fish." "Well, luckily for us, we had our second boat, for we all got into it, ne'er a man on us was left in the fast boat. And says I, but who's to stay by to dead fish? And no man answered, for they were all as keen as me for to go and help our mates. And we thought as we could come back to our dead fish, as had a boat for a boy, once we had helped our mates. So off we rowed, every man jack on us, out of the black shadow of the iceberg, as looked as steady as the pole star. Well, we had not been a dozen fathoms away from the boat as we had left, when crash! Down with a roaring noise, and then a gulp of the deep waters, and then a shower of blinding spray, and when we had wiped our eyes clear and gotten our hearts down again from our mouths, there were never a boat nor a glittering belly or e'er a great whale to be seen. But the iceberg were there, still and grim, as if 100 ton or more had fallen off all in a mass, and crushed down boat and fish and all into the deep water, as goes half through the earth in them latitudes. The coal miners round about Newcastle way may come upon our good boat if they mine deep enough, else ne'er another man will see her, and I left as good a clasp knife in her as ever I clapped eyes on." "But what a mercy no man stayed in her," said Bell. "Why, mistress, I reckon we all must die some way, and I'd as soon go down into the deep waters as be choked up with molds." "But it must be so cold," said Sylvia, shuddering, and giving a little poke to the fire to warm her fancy. "Cold," said her father. "What do ye stay-at-homes know about cold, I should like to know? If you'd been where I were once, north latitude 81, in such a frost as ye had never known, no, not a deep winter, and it were June in them seas, and a whale in sight, and I were off in a boat after her, and t' ill-mannered brute, as soon as she were harpooned, ups wi' her big awkward tail and struck t' boat in her stern, and chucks me out into water. That were cold, I can tell tha. First I smarted all o'er me as if my skin were suddenly stripped off me, and next ivery bone in my body had getten to toothache, and there were a great roar in my ears, and a great dizziness in my eyes, and t' boat's crew kept throwing out their oars, and I kept clutching at 'em, but I could na make out where they was, my eyes dazzled so with t' cold, and I thought I were bound for kingdom come, and I tried to remember t' creed as I might die a Christian, but all I could think on was, 'What is your name, M or N?' And just as I were giving up both words and life, they heaved me aboard. But bless ye, they had but one oar, for they'd thrown aught to the others after me, so you may reckon it were some time afore we could reach t' ship, and I've heerd tell, I were a precious sight to look on, for my clothes was just hard frozen to me, and my hair almost as big a lump o' ice as yon iceberg he was a-telling us on. They rubbed me as Mrs. Theer were rubbing to hams yesterday, and gav me brandy, and I've niver getten to frost out of my bones for all their rubbin', and a deal o' brandy as I've taken sin. Talk o' cold, it's little you women known o' cold." "But there's heat, too, in some places," said Kinraid. "I was once a voyage in an American. They goes for the most part south, to where you come round to cold again, and they'll stay there for 3 year at a time, if need be, going into Winter Harbor in some of the Pacific Islands. Well, we were in the southern seas, a-seeking for good whaling ground, and close on our larboard beam there were a great wall o' ice, as much as 60 feet high, and says our captain, as were a daredevil if ever a man were, 'There'll be an opening in yon dark grey wall, and into that opening I'll sail, if I coast along it till the day o' judgment.' But for all our sailing we never seemed to come nearer to the opening. The waters were rocking beneath us, and the sky were steady above us, and the ice rose out of the waters and seemed to reach up into the sky. We sailed on, and we sailed on, for more days nor I could count. Our captain were a strange, wild man, but once he looked a little pale when he came upon deck after his turn in, and saw the green-grey ice going straight up on our beam. Many on us thought as the ship were bewitched for the captain's words, and we got to speak low and to say our prayers o' nights, and a kind of dull silence came into the very air. Our voices didna rightly seem our own. And we sailed on, and we sailed on. All at once the man as were on watch gave a cry. He saw a break in the ice, as we'd begun to think were everlasting, and we all gathered towards the bows, and the captain called to the man at the helm to keep her course, and cocked his head, and began to walk the quarter-deck jaunty again. And we came to a great cleft in the long weary rock of ice, and the sides of the cleft were not jagged, but went straight sharp down into the foaming waters. But we took but one look at what lay inside, for our captain, with a loud cry to God, bade the helmsman steer nor'ards away for the mouth of hell. We all saw with our own eyes, inside that fearsome wall o' ice, 70 miles long as we could swear to, inside that grey cold ice came leaping flames, all red and yellow, with heat of some unearthly kind out of the very waters of the sea, making our eyes dazzle with their scarlet blaze, that shot up as high, nay higher than the ice around, yet never so much as a shred on't was melted. They did say that some beside our captain saw the black devils dart hither and thither, quicker than the very flames themselves. Anyhow he saw them, and as he knew it were his own daring as had led him to have that peep at terrors forbidden to any on us afore our time, he just dwined away, and we hadn't taken but one whale afore our captain died, and first mate took the command. It were a prosperous voyage, but for all that I'll never sail those seas again, nor ever take wage aboard an American again." "Eh, dear, but it's awful to think of sitting with a man that has seen the doorway into hell," said Belle, aghast. Sylvia had dropped her work and sat gazing at Kinraid with fascinated wonder. Daniel was just a little annoyed at the admiration which his own wife and daughter were bestowing on the specksioneer's wonderful stories, and he said, Aye, if I'd been a talker, you'd have thought a deal more on me nor ye've ever done yet. I've seen such things and done such things." "Tell us, father," said Sylvia, greedy and breathless. "Some on 'em is past telling," he replied, "and some is not to be had for tasking, seeing as how they might bring a man into trouble. But as I said, if I had a fancy to reveal all as is on my mind, I could make to hair on your heads lift up your caps. Well, we'll say an inch at least. Thy mother, lass, has heerd one or two on 'em. Thou minds the story o' my ride on a whale's back, Belle? That'll maybe be within this young fellow's comprehension o' to danger. Thou's heerd me tell it, hasn't ta?" "Yes," said Belle, "but it's a long time ago, when we was courting." "And that's afore this young lass were born, as is almost up to woman's estate. But sin those days I ha' been o'er busy to tell stories to my wife, and as I'll warrant she's forgotten it, and as Sylvia here never heerd it, if you'll fill your glass, Kinraid, you shall have to benefit it." "I were a specksioneer mysel, though, after that, or rather directed my talents into smuggling branch of my profession. But I were once a whaling aboard to Ainwell of Whitby, and we was anchored off the coast of Greenland one season, and we'd getten a cargo of 7 whale. But our captain, he were a keen-eyed chap, and niver above doing any man's work, and once seeing a whale he throws himself into a boat and goes off to it, making signals to me and another specksioneer as were off for diversion in another boat, for to come after him sharp. Well, afore we comes alongside, Captain had harpooned to fish, and says he, "Now, Robson, all ready, give in to her again when she comes to the top." And I stands up, right leg foremost, harpoon all ready, as soon as iver I cotched a sight o' t' whale, but niver a fin could I see. 'Twere no wonder, for she were right below t' boat in which I were, and when she wanted to rise, what does t' great ugly brute do but come wi' her head, as is like cast iron, a bang again t' bottom o' t' boat. I were thrown up into air like a shuttlecock. Me and my line and my harpoon, up we goes, and many a good piece of timber with us, and many a good fellow too. But I had to look after mysel, and I were up high into air, afore I could say Jack Robinson, and I thought I were safe for another dive into salt water, but instead comes down plump on t' back o' t' whale. Aye, you may stare, master, but theer I were, and main on slippery it were, only I sticks my harpoon intil her, and steadies mysel, and looks abroad over t' vast waves, and gets seasick in a manner, and puts up a prayer as she mayn't dive, and it were as good a prayer for wishing it might come true as iver t' clergyman and t' clerk too puts up in Monkshaven Church. Well, I reckon it were heerd, for all I were in them north latitudes, for she keeps steady, and I does my best for to keep steady. Indeed, I was too steady, for I was fast with t' harpoon line all knotted and tangled about me. T' captain he sings out for me to cut it, but it's easy singing out, and it's noan so easy fumbling for your knife in t' pocket of your drawers, when you've to hold hard with the other hand to the back of a whale, swimming 14 knots an hour. At last I thinks to mysel, I can't get free of t' line, and t' line is fast to harpoon, and t' harpoon is fast to t' whale, and t' whale may go down fathoms deep whenever t' maggot stirs in her head, and t' water's cold and noan good for drowning in. I can't get free of t' line, and cannot get my knife out of my breeches pocket, though t' captain should call it mutiny to disobey orders, and t' line's fast to t' harpoon. Let's see if t' harpoon's fast to t' whale. So I tugged and I lugged, and t' whale didn't mistake it for tickling, but she cocks up her tail and throws out showers of water, as were ice or iver it touched me. But I pulls on at t' shank, and I were only afeard as she wouldn't keep at t' top with it sticking in her. But at last t' harpoon broke, and just in time, for I reckon she was near as tired of me as I were on her, and down she went, and I had hard work to make for t' boats as was near enough to catch me, for what with t' whales being but slippery, and t' water being cold, and me hampered with t' line and t' piece of harpoon, it's a chance, missus, as thou had stopped an old maid. "Eh, dear o' me," said Bell, "how well I mind your telling me that tale. It were 24 year ago come October. I thought I never could think enough on a man as had rode on a whale's back." "You may learn t' way of winning to women," said Daniel, winking at the specksioneer. And Kinraid immediately looked at Sylvia. It was no premeditated action. It came as naturally as wakening in the morning, when his sleep was ended. But Sylvia colored as red as any rose at his sudden glance, colored so deeply that he looked away until he thought she had recovered her composure, and then he sat gazing at her again. But not for long, for Bell, suddenly starting up, did all but turn him out of the house. It was late, she said, and her master was tired, and they had a hard day before them next day, and it was keeping Ellen Corney up, and they had had enough to drink, more than was good for them, she was sure, for they had both been taking her in with their stories, which she had been foolish enough to believe. No one saw the real motive of all this almost inhospitable haste to dismiss her guest, how the sudden fear had taken possession of her that he and Sylvia were fancying each other. Kinraid had said early in the evening that he had come to thank her for her kindness in sending the sausages, as he was off to his own home near Newcastle in a day or two. But now he said in reply to Daniel Robson that he would step in another night before long and hear some more of the old man's yarns. Daniel had just had enough drink to make him very good-tempered, or else his wife would not have dared to have acted as she did, and this maudlin amiability took the shape of hospitable urgency that Kinraid should come as often as he liked to Haytersbank, come and make it his home when he was in these parts, stay there altogether, and so on, till Bell fairly shut the outer door to and locked it before the specksioneer had well got out of the shadow of their roof. All night long Sylvia dreamed of burning volcanoes springing out of icy southern seas. But as in the specksioneer's tale the flames were peopled with demons, there was no human interest for her in the wondrous scene in which she was no actor, only a spectator. With daylight came wakening and little homely everyday wonders. Did Kinraid mean that he was going away really and entirely, or did he not? Was he Molly Corney's sweetheart, or was he not? When she had argued herself into certainty on one side, she suddenly wheeled about and was just of the opposite opinion. At length she settled that it could not be settled until she saw Molly again. So by a strong gulping effort she resolutely determined to think no more about him, only about the marvels he had told. She might think a little about them when she sat at night spinning in silence by the household fire, or when she went out in the gloaming to call the cattle home to be milked, and sauntered back behind the patient, slow-gaited creatures, and at times on future summer days, when as in the past she took her knitting out for the sake of the freshness of the faint sea breeze, and dropping down from ledge to ledge of the rocks that faced the blue ocean, established herself in a perilous nook that had been her haunt ever since her parents had come to Haytersbank Farm. From thence she had often seen the distant ships pass to and fro, with a certain sort of lazy pleasure in watching their swift tranquillity of motion, but no thought as to where they were bound to, or what strange places they would penetrate to, before they turned again homeward bound. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 10. A Refractory Pupil. Sylvia was still full of the specksioneer and his stories when Hepburn came up to give her the next lesson. But the prospect of a little sensible commendation for writing a whole page full of flourishing Abednegos had lost all the slight charm it had ever possessed. She was much more inclined to try and elicit some sympathy in her interest in the perils and adventures of the northern seas than to bend and control her mind to the right formation of letters. Unwisely enough, she endeavored to repeat one of the narratives that she had heard from Kinraid, and when she found that Hepburn, if indeed he did not look upon the whole as a silly invention, considered it only as an interruption to the real business in hand, to which he would try to listen as patiently as he could, in the hope of Sylvia's applying herself diligently to her copybook when she had cleared her mind, she contracted her pretty lips as if to check them from making any further appeals for sympathy, and set about her writing lesson in a very rebellious frame of mind, only restrained by her mother's presence from spoken mutiny. "After all," said she, throwing down her pen and opening and shutting her weary, cramped hand, "I see no good in tiring myself with learning for to write letters when I's never got one in all my life. What for should I write answers when there's niver a one writes to me? And if I had one, I couldn't read it. It's bad enough wi' a book o' print as I've niver seen afore, for there's sure to be newfangled words in it. I'm sure I wish the man were farred who plagues his brains with striking out new words. Why can't folks just ha' set on 'em for good and all?" "Why, you'll be after using 200 or 300 yoursel every day as you live, Sylvie, and yet I must use a great many as you never think on about to shop, and to folks into fields want their set, let alone the high English that parsons and lawyers speak." "Well, it's weary work is reading and writing. Cannot you learn me something else if we mun do lessons?" "There's sums and geography," said Hepburn, slowly and gravely. "Geography," said Sylvia, brightening, and perhaps not pronouncing the word quite correctly. "I'd like you to learn me geography. There's a deal of places I want to hear all about." "Well, I'll bring up a book and a map next time, but I can tell you something now. There's 4 quarters in the globe." "What's that?" asked Sylvia. "The globe is the earth, the place we live on." "Go on. Which quarter is Greenland?" "Greenland is no quarter. It is only a part of one." "Maybe it's a half quarter." "No, not so much as that." "Half again?" "No," he replied, smiling a little. She thought he was making it into a very small place in order to tease her, so she pouted a little and then said, "Greenland is all to geography I want to know, except perhaps York. I'd like to learn about York because of Teresa's, and London because King George lives there." "But if you learn geography at all, you must learn about all places, which of them is hot and which is cold, and how many inhabitants is in each, and what's the rivers, and which is the principal towns." "I'm sure, Sylvie, if Philip will learn thee all that, thou'lt be such a sight of knowledge as ne'er one of the Prestons has been since my great-grandfather lost his property. I should be main proud of thee. 'Twould seem as if we was Prestons of Slidburn once more." "I do a deal to pleasure you, mammy, but weary befaw riches and land, if folks that has 'em is to write Abednegos by to score, and to get hard words into their brains, till they work like barm, and end wi' cracking 'em." This seemed to be Sylvia's last protest against learning for the night, for after this she turned docile, and really took pains to understand all that Philip could teach her, by means of the not unskilful, though rude, map which he drew for her with a piece of charred wood on his aunt's dresser. He had asked his aunt's leave before beginning what Sylvia called his dirty work, but by and by even she became a little interested in starting from a great black spot called Monkshaven, and in the shaping of land and sea around that one center. Sylvia held her round chin in the palms of her hands, supporting her elbows on the dresser, looking down at the progress of the rough drawing in general, but now and then glancing up at him with sudden inquiry. All along he was not so much absorbed in his teaching as to be unconscious of her sweet proximity. She was in her best mood towards him, neither mutinous nor saucy, and he was striving with all his might to retain her interest, speaking better than ever he had done before, such brightness did love call forth, understanding what she would care to hear and to know. When in the middle of an attempt at explaining the cause of the long polar days, of which she had heard from her childhood, he felt that her attention was no longer his, that a discord had come in between their minds, that she had passed out of his power. This certainty of intuition lasted but for an instant. He had no time to wonder or to speculate as to what had affected her so adversely to his wishes, before the door opened and Kinraid came in. Then Hepburn knew that she must have heard his coming footsteps and recognized them. He angrily stiffened himself up into coldness of demeanor. Almost to his surprise, Sylvia's greeting to the newcomer was as cold as his own. She stood rather behind him, so perhaps she did not see the hand which Kinraid stretched out towards her, for she did not place her own little palm in it, as she had done to Philip an hour ago. And she hardly spoke, but began to pore over the rough black map, as if seized with strong geographical curiosity, or determined to impress Philip's lesson deep on her memory. Still Philip was dismayed by seeing the warm welcome which Kinraid received from the master of the house, who came in from the back premises almost at the same time as the specksioneer entered at the front. Hepburn was uneasy, too, at finding Kinraid take his seat by the fireside, like one accustomed to the ways of the house. Pipes were soon produced. Philip disliked smoking. Possibly Kinraid did so, too, but he took a pipe at any rate and lighted it, though he hardly used it at all, but kept talking to Farmer Robson on sea affairs. He had the conversation pretty much to himself. Philip sat gloomily by, Sylvia and his aunt were silent, and old Robson smoked his long clay pipe, from time to time taking it out of his mouth to spit into the bright copper spittoon, and to shake the white ashes out of the bowl. Before he replaced it, he would give a short laugh of relishing interest in Kinraid's conversation, and now and then he put in a remark. Sylvia perched herself sideways on the end of the dresser and made pretense to sew, but Philip could see how often she paused in her work to listen. By and by his aunt spoke to him, and they kept up a little side conversation, more because Belle Robson felt that her nephew, her own flesh and blood, was put out, than for any special interest they either of them felt in what they were saying. Perhaps also they neither of them disliked showing that they had no great faith in the stories Kinraid was telling. Mrs. Robson, at any rate, knew so little as to be afraid of believing too much. Philip was sitting on that side of the fire which was nearest to the window, and to Sylvia, and opposite to the specksioneer. At length he turned to his cousin and said in a low voice, "I suppose we can't go on with our spell at geography till that fellow's gone." The color came into Sylvia's cheek at the words, "that fellow," but she only replied with a careless air, "Well, I'm one as thinks enough is as good as a feast, and I've had enough of geography this one night. Thank you kindly all the same." Philip took refuge in offended silence. He was maliciously pleased when his aunt made so much noise with her preparation for supper as quite to prevent the sound of the sailor's words from reaching Sylvia's ears. She saw that he was glad to perceive that her efforts to reach the remainder of the story were balked. This nettled her, and determined not to let him have his malicious triumph, and still more to put a stop to any attempt at private conversation, she began to sing to herself as she sat at her work, till suddenly seized with a desire to help her mother, she dexterously slipped down from her seat, past Hepburn, and was on her knees toasting cakes right in front of the fire, and just close to her father and Kinraid. And now the noise that Hepburn had so rejoiced in proved his foe. He could not hear the little merry speeches that darted backwards and forwards as the specksioneer tried to take the toasting fork out of Sylvia's hand. "How comes that sailor chap here?" asked Hepburn of his aunt. "He's none fit to be where Sylvia is." "Nay, I dunnot know," said she. "The Corneys made us acquaint first, and my master is quite fain of his company." "And do you like him too, aunt?" asked Hepburn, almost wistfully. He had followed Mrs. Robson into the dairy on pretense of helping her. "I'm none fond on him. I think he tells us travellers' tales by way of seeing how much we can swallow. But the master and Sylvia think that there never was such a one. I could show them a score as good as he down on the quayside." "Well, laddie, keep a calm sough. Some folk like some folk, and others don't. Wherever I am, there'll always be a welcome for thee." For the good woman thought that he had been hurt by the evident absorption of her husband and daughter with their new friend, and wished to make all easy and straight. But do what she would, he did not recover his temper all evening. He was uncomfortable, put out, not enjoying himself, and yet he would not go. He was determined to assert his greater intimacy in that house by outstaying Kinraid. At length the latter got up to go, but before he went, he must needs bend over Sylvia and say something to her in so low a tone that Philip could not hear it. And she, seized with a sudden fit of diligence, never looked up from her sewing, only nodded her head by way of reply. At last he took his departure, after many a little delay and many a quick return, which to the suspicious Philip seemed only pretenses for taking stolen glances at Sylvia. As soon as he was decidedly gone, she folded up her work and declared that she was so much tired that she must go to bed there and then. Her mother, too, had been dozing for the last half-hour, and was only too glad to see signs that she might betake herself to her natural place of slumber. "Take another glass, Philip," said Farmer Robson. But Hepburn refused the offer rather abruptly. He drew near to Sylvia instead. He wanted to make her speak to him, and he saw that she wished to avoid it. He took up the readiest pretext. It was an unwise one, as it proved, for it deprived him of his chances of occasionally obtaining her undivided attention. "I don't think you care much for learning geography, Sylvie." "Not much tonight," said she, making a pretense to yawn, yet looking timidly up at his countenance of displeasure. "Not at any time," said he, with growing anger, "nor for any kind of learning. I did bring some books last time I came, meaning to teach you many a thing. But now I'll just trouble you for my books. I put them on yon shelf by the Bible." He had a mind that she should bring them to him, that at any rate he should have the pleasure of receiving them out of her hands. Sylvia did not reply, but went and took down the books with a languid, indifferent air. "And so you won't learn any more geography," said Hepburn. Something in his tone struck her, and she looked up in his face. There were marks of stern offense upon his countenance, and yet in it there was also an air of wistful regret and sadness that touched her. "You're niver angry with me, Philip. Sooner than vex you, I'll try and learn, only I'm just stupid, and it mun be such a trouble to you." Hepburn would fain have snatched at this half-proposal that the lessons should be continued, but he was too stubborn and proud to say anything. He turned away from the sweet, pleading face without a word, to wrap up his books in a piece of paper. He knew that she was standing quite still by his side, though he made as if he did not perceive her. When he had done, he abruptly wished them all good night, and took his leave. There were tears in Sylvia's eyes, although the feeling in her heart was rather one of relief. She had made a fair offer, and it had been treated with silent contempt. A few days afterwards her father came in from Monkshaven market, and dropped out, among other pieces of news, that he had met Kinraid, who was bound for his own home at Cullercoats. He had desired his respects to Mrs. Robson and her daughter, and had bid Robson say that he would have come up to Haytersbank to wish them good-bye, but that as he was pressed for time, he hoped they would excuse him. But Robson did not think it worth while to give this long message of mere politeness. Indeed, as it did not relate to business and was only sent to women, Robson forgot all about it pretty nearly as soon as it was uttered. So Sylvia went about fretting herself for 1 or 2 days at her hero's apparent carelessness of those who had at any rate treated him more like a friend than an acquaintance of only a few weeks' standing. And then, her anger quenching her incipient regard, she went about her daily business pretty much as though he had never been. He had gone away out of her sight into the thick mist of unseen life from which he had emerged, gone away without a word, and she might never see him again. But still there was a chance of her seeing him when he came to marry Molly Corney. Perhaps she should be bridesmaid, and then what a pleasant merry time the wedding day would be. The Corneys were all such kind people, and in their family there never seemed to be the checks and restraints by which her own mother hedged her round. Then there came an overwhelming, self-reproaching burst of love for that own mother, a humiliation before her slightest wish, as penance for the moment's unspoken treason. And thus Sylvia was led to request her cousin Philip to resume his lessons in so meek a manner that he slowly and graciously acceded to a request which he was yearning to fulfill all the time. During the ensuing winter, all went on in monotonous regularity at Haytersbank Farm for many weeks. Hepburn came and went, and thought Sylvia wonderfully improved in docility and sobriety, and perhaps also he noticed the improvement in her appearance, for she was at that age when a girl changes rapidly, and generally for the better. Sylvia shot up into a tall young woman. Her eyes deepened in color, her face increased in expression, and a sort of consciousness of unusual good looks gave her a slight tinge of coquettish shyness with the few strangers whom she ever saw. Philip hailed her interest in geography as another sign of improvement. He had brought back his book of maps to the farm, and there he sat on many an evening teaching his cousin, who had strange fancies respecting the places about which she wished to learn, and was coolly indifferent to the very existence of other towns and countries and seas far more famous in story. She was occasionally wilful, and at times very contemptuous as to the superior knowledge of her instructor, but in spite of it all, Philip went regularly on the appointed evenings to Haytersbank, through keen black east wind or driving snow or slushing thaw, for he liked dearly to sit a little behind her, with his arm on the back of her chair, she stooping over the outspread map, with her eyes, could he have seen them, a good deal fixed on one spot in the map, not Northumberland, where Kinraid was spending the winter, but those wild northern seas about which he had told them such wonders. One day towards spring she saw Molly Corney coming towards the farm. The companions had not met for many weeks, for Molly had been from home visiting her relations in the north. Sylvia opened the door and stood smiling and shivering on the threshold, glad to see her friend again. Molly called out, when a few paces off, "Why, Sylvia, is that thee? Why, how thou'rt growed, to be sure! What a bonny lass thou is!" "Dinna talk nonsense to my lass," said Bell Robson, hospitably leaving her ironing and coming to the door, but though the mother tried to look as if she thought it nonsense, she could hardly keep down the smile that shone out of her eyes as she put her hand on Sylvia's shoulder, with a fond sense of proprietorship in what was being praised. "Oh, but she is," persisted Molly. "She's grown quite a beauty since I saw her, and if I don't tell her so, the men will." "Be quiet with thee," said Sylvia, more than half offended, and turning away in a huff at the open, bare-faced admiration. "Ay, but they will," persevered Molly. "You'll not keep her long, Mistress Robson, and as mother says, you'd feel it a deal more to have your daughters left on hand." "Thy mother has many, I have but this one," said Mrs. Robson, with severe sadness, for now Molly was getting to talk as she disliked. But Molly's purpose was to bring the conversation round to her own affairs, of which she was very full. "Yes, I tell mother that with so many as she has, she ought to be thankful to one gets off quickest." "Who? Which is it?" asked Sylvia, a little eagerly, seeing that there was news of a wedding behind the talk. "Why, who should it be but me?" said Molly, laughing a good deal and reddening a little. "I've not gone fra home for naught. I's picked up a measter on my travels, leastways one as is to be." "Charlie Kinraid," said Sylvia, smiling, as she found that now she might reveal Molly's secret, which hitherto she had kept sacred. "Charlie Kinraid be hung," said Molly, with a toss of her head. "Whatten good's a husband who's at sea half t' year? Ha ha, my meester is a canny Newcastle shopkeeper on t' side. I reckon I've done pretty well for mysel, and I'll wish you as good luck, Sylvia. For you see," turning to Belle Robson, who perhaps she thought would more appreciate the substantial advantages of her engagement than Sylvia, "though Meester Brunton is near upon 40 if he's a day, yet he turns over a matter of £200 every year, and he's a good-looking man of his years too, and a kind, good-tempered feller into t' bargain. He's been married once, to be sure, but his childer are dead, a except one, and I don't mislike childer either, and I'll feed 'em well and get 'em to bed early, out o' t' road." Mrs. Robson gave her grave good wishes, but Sylvia was silent. She was disappointed. It was a coming down from the Romance with the Specksioneer for its hero. Molly laughed awkwardly, understanding Sylvia's thoughts better than the latter imagined. "Sylvia's noan so well pleased. Why, lass, it's a' to better for thee. There's Charlie to t' fore now, which, if I'd married him, he'd not ha' been, and he's said more nor once what a pretty lass you'd grow into by and by." Molly's prosperity was giving her an independence and fearlessness of talk such as had seldom appeared hitherto, and certainly never before Mrs. Robson. Sylvia was annoyed at Molly's whole tone and manner, which were loud, laughing, and boisterous, but to her mother they were positively repugnant. She said shortly and gravely, "Sylvia's none so set upon matrimony. She's content to bide wi' me and her father. Let a such be talking. It's not in my way." Molly was a little subdued, but still her elation at the prospect of being so well married kept cropping out of all the other subjects which were introduced, and when she went away Mrs. Robson broke out in an unwonted strain of depreciation. "That's the way with some lasses. They're like a cock on a dunghill. When they've teased a silly chap into wedding 'em, it's cock-a-doodle-doo, I've cotched a husband, cock-a-doodle-doo with 'em. I've no patience with such like. I beg, Sylvie, thou'lt not get too thick with Molly. She's not pretty behaved, making such an ado about menkind, as if they were two-headed calves to be run after." "But Molly's a good-hearted lass, mother, only I never dreamed but what she was troth-plighted with Charlie Kinraid," said Sylvia meditatively. "That wench'll be troth-plight to the first man as'll wed her and keep her in plenty. That's all she thinks about," replied Belle scornfully. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 11. Visions of the Future. Before May was out, Molly Corney was married and had left the neighborhood for Newcastle. Although Charlie Kinraid was not the bridegroom, Sylvia's promise to be bridesmaid was claimed, but the friendship brought on by the circumstances of neighborhood and parity of age had become very much weakened in the time that elapsed between Molly's engagement and wedding. In the first place, she herself was so absorbed in her preparations, so elated by her good fortune in getting married, and married too before her elder sister, that all her faults blossomed out full and strong. Sylvia felt her to be selfish. Mrs. Robson thought her not maidenly. A year before, she would have been far more missed and regretted by Sylvia. Now it was almost a relief to the latter to be freed from the perpetual calls upon her sympathy, from the constant demands upon her congratulations, made by one who had no thought or feeling to bestow on others, at least not in these weeks of cock-a-doodle-doing, as Mrs. Robson persisted in calling it. It was seldom that Belle was taken with a humorous idea, but this once having hatched a solitary joke, she was always clucking it into notice, to go on with her own poultry simile. Every time during that summer that Philip saw his cousin, he thought her prettier than she had ever been before. Some new touch of color, some fresh, sweet charm seemed to have been added, just as every summer day calls out new beauty in the flowers. And this was not the addition of Philip's fancy. Hester Rose, who met Sylvia on rare occasions, came back each time with a candid, sad acknowledgment in her heart that it was no wonder that Sylvia was so much admired and loved. One day Hester had seen her sitting near her mother in the marketplace. There was a basket by her, and over the clean cloth that covered the yellow pounds of butter she had laid the hedge roses and honeysuckles she had gathered on the way into Monkshaven. Her straw hat was on her knee, and she was busy placing some of the flowers in the ribbon that went round it. Then she held it on her hand and turned it round about, putting her head on one side, the better to view the effect. And all this time Hester, peeping at her through the folds of the stuffs displayed in Foster's windows, saw her with admiring, wistful eyes, wondering too if Philip, at the other counter, were aware of his cousin's being there so near to him. Then Sylvia put on her hat, and, looking up at Foster's windows, caught Hester's face of interest, and smiled and blushed at the consciousness of having been watched over her little vanities, and Hester smiled back, but rather sadly. Then a customer came in, and she had to attend to her business, which on this, as on all market days, was great. In the midst she was aware of Philip rushing bareheaded out of the shop, eager and delighted at something he saw outside. There was a little looking-glass hung against the wall on Hester's side, placed in that retired corner, in order that the good women who came to purchase headgear of any kind might see the effect thereof before they concluded their bargain. In a pause of custom, Hester, half ashamed, stole into this corner and looked at herself in the glass. What did she see? A colorless face, dark soft hair with no light gleams in it, eyes that were melancholy instead of smiling, a mouth compressed with a sense of dissatisfaction. This was what she had to compare with the bright bonny face in the sunlight outside. She gave a gulp to check the sigh that was rising, and came back even more patient than she had been before this disheartening peep, to serve all the whims and fancies of purchasers. Sylvia herself had been rather put out by Philip's way of coming to her. It made her look so silly, she thought, and what for must he make a sight of himself, coming among the market folk in that a way? And when he took to admiring her hat, she pulled out the flowers in a pet, and threw them down and trampled them underfoot. "What for art thou doing that, Sylvie?" said her mother. "The flowers is well enough, though maybe thy hat might have been stained." "I don't like Philip to speak to me so," said Sylvia, pouting. "How?" asked her mother. But Sylvia could not repeat his words. She hung her head and looked red and preoccupied, anything but pleased. Philip had addressed his first expression of personal admiration at an unfortunate tune. It just shows what different views different men and women take of their fellow creatures, when I say that Hester looked upon Philip as the best and most agreeable man she had ever known. He was not one to speak of himself without being questioned on the subject, so his Haytersbank relations, only come into the neighborhood in the last year or two, knew nothing of the trials he had surmounted, or the difficult duties he had performed. His aunt, indeed, had strong faith in him, both from partial knowledge of his character, and because he was of her own tribe and kin, but she had never learnt the small details of his past life. Sylvia respected him as her mother's friend, and treated him tolerably well, as long as he preserved his usual self-restraint of demeanor, but hardly ever thought of him when he was absent. Now Hester, who had watched him daily for all the years since he had first come as an errand boy into Foster's shop, watching with quiet, modest, yet observant eyes, had seen how devoted he was to his master's interests, had known of his careful and punctual ministration to his absent mother's comforts as long as she was living to benefit by his silent, frugal self-denial. His methodical appropriation of the few hours he could call his own was not without its charms to the equally methodical Hester. The way in which he reproduced any lately acquired piece of knowledge so wearisome to Sylvia, was delightfully instructive to Hester, although, as she was habitually silent, it would have required an observer more interested in discovering her feelings than Philip was to have perceived the little flush on the pale cheek and the brightness in the half-veiled eyes whenever he was talking. She had not thought of love on either side. Love was a vanity, a worldliness not to be spoken about or even thought about. Once or twice before the Robsons came into the neighborhood, an idea had crossed her mind that possibly the quiet, habitual way in which she and Philip lived together might drift them into matrimony at some distant period, and she could not bear the humble advances which Colson, Philip's fellow lodger, sometimes made. They seemed to disgust her with him. But after the Robsons settled at Haytersbank, Philip's evenings were so often spent there that any unconscious hopes Hester might unawares have entertained died away. At first she had felt a pang akin to jealousy when she heard of Sylvia, the little cousin, who was passing out of childhood into womanhood. Once, early in those days, she had ventured to ask Philip what Sylvia was like. Philip had not warmed up at the question, and had given rather a dry catalogue of her features, hair, and height. But Hester, almost to her own surprise, persevered, and jerked out the final question, "Is she pretty?" Philip's sallow cheek grew deeper by 2 or 3 shades, but he answered with a tone of indifference, "I believe some folks think her so." "But do you?" persevered Hester, in spite of her being aware that he somehow disliked the question. "There's no need for talking of such things," he answered with abrupt displeasure. Hester silenced her curiosity from that time, but her heart was not quite at ease, and she kept on wondering whether Philip thought his little cousin pretty, until she saw her and him together, on that occasion of which we have spoken, when Sylvia came to the shop to buy her new cloak. And after that Hester never wondered whether Philip thought his cousin pretty or no, for she knew quite well. Belle Robson had her own anxieties on the subject of her daughter's increasing attractions. She apprehended the dangers consequent upon certain facts by a mental process more akin to intuition than reason. She was uncomfortable, even while her motherly vanity was flattered, at the admiration Sylvia received from the other sex. This admiration was made evident to her mother in many ways. When Sylvia was with her at market, it might have been thought that the doctors had prescribed a diet of butter and eggs to all the men under 40 in Monkshaven. At first it seemed to Mrs. Robson but a natural tribute to the superior merit of her farm produce, but by degrees she perceived that if Sylvia remained at home, she stood no better chance than her neighbors of an early sale. There were more customers than formerly for the fleeces stored in the wool loft. Comely young butchers came after the calf almost before it had been decided to sell it. In short, excuses were seldom wanting to those who wished to see the beauty of Haytersbank Farm. All this made Belle uncomfortable, though she could hardly have told what she dreaded. Sylvia herself seemed unspoilt by it as far as her home relations were concerned. A little thoughtless she had always been, and thoughtless she was still. But as her mother had often said, You canna put old heads on young shoulders. And if blamed for her carelessness by her parents, Sylvia was always as penitent as she could be for the time being. To be sure, it was only to her father and mother that she remained the same as she had been when an awkward lassie of 13. Out of the house, there were the most contradictory opinions of her, especially if the voices of women were to be listened to. She was an ill-favored, overgrown thing, just as bonny as the first rose in June, and as sweet in her nature as to honeysuckle a-climbing round it. She was a vixen with a tongue sharp enough to make your very heart bleed. She was just a bit of sunshine wherever she went. She was sulky, lively, witty, silent, affectionate, or cold-hearted, according to the person who spoke about her. In fact, her peculiarity seemed to be this, that everyone who knew her talked about her either in praise or blame. In church or in market, she unconsciously attracted attention. They could not forget her presence as they could that of other girls, perhaps more personally attractive. Now all this was a cause of anxiety to her mother, who began to feel as if she would rather have had her child passed by in silence than so much noticed. Belle's opinion was that it was creditable to a woman to go through life in the shadow of obscurity, never named except in connection with good housewifery, husband, or children. Too much talking about a girl, even in the way of praise, disturbed Mrs. Robson's opinion of her, and when her neighbors told her how her own daughter was admired, she would reply coldly, "She's just well enough," and change the subject of conversation. But it was quite different with her husband. To his looser, less restrained mind, it was agreeable to hear of, and still more to see, the attention which his daughter's beauty received. He felt it as reflecting consequence on himself. He had never troubled his mind with speculations as to whether he himself was popular, still less whether he was respected. He was pretty welcome wherever he went, as a jovial, good-natured man who had done adventurous and illegal things in his youth, which in some measure entitled him to speak out his opinions on life in general in the authoritative manner he generally used. But of the two he preferred consorting with younger men to taking a sober stand of respectability with the elders of the place, and he perceived, without reasoning upon it, that the gay, daring spirits were more desirous of his company when Sylvia was by his side than at any other time. One or two of these would saunter up to Haytersbank on a Sunday afternoon and lounge round his fields with the old farmer. Belle kept herself from the nap which had been her weekly solace for years, in order to look after Sylvia, and on such occasions she always turned as cold a shoulder to the visitors as her sense of hospitality and of duty to her husband would permit. But if they did not enter the house, old Robson would always have Sylvia with him when he went the round of his land. Belle could see them from the upper window, the young men standing in the attitudes of listeners while Daniel laid down the law on some point, enforcing his words by pantomimic actions with his thick stick, and Sylvia, half turning away as if from some too admiring gaze, was possibly picking flowers out of the hedge-bank. These Sunday afternoon strolls were the plague of Belle's life that whole summer. Then it took as much of artifice as was in the simple woman's nature to keep Daniel from insisting on having Sylvia's company every time he went down to Monkshaven. And here again came a perplexity, the acknowledgment of which in distinct thought would have been an act of disloyalty, according to Belle's conscience. If Sylvia went with her father, he never drank to excess, and that was a good gain to health at any rate. Drinking was hardly a sin against morals in those days and in that place. So occasionally she was allowed to accompany him to Monkshaven as a check upon his folly, for he was too fond and proud of his daughter to disgrace her by any open excess. But one Sunday afternoon early in November, Philip came up before the time at which he usually paid his visits. He looked grave and pale, and his aunt began, "Why, lad, what's been ado? Thou'rt looking as peaked and pined as a Methody preacher after a love feast, when he's talked hisself to death's door. Thee dost not get good milky now, that's what it is, such stuff as Monkshaven folks put up with." "No, aunt, I'm quite well, only I'm a bit put out, vexed like at what I've heard about Sylvie." His aunt's face changed immediately. "And what'n folk say of her, next thing?" "Oh," said Philip, struck by the difference of look and manner in his aunt, and subdued by seeing how instantly she took alarm, "it were only my uncle. He shouldna take a girl like her to a public. She were wi' him at t' Admiral's Head upon All Souls' Day, that were all. There were many a one there beside. It were statute fair. But such a one as our Sylvie ought not to be cheapened with t' rest." "And he took her there, did he?" said Bell, in severe meditation. "I had never no opinion of the wenches as'll set theirselves to be hired for servants in the fair. They're a bad lot as cannot find places for theirselves. 'Bout going and standing to be stared at by folk, and grinning with the plough lads when no one's looking. It's a bad lookout for t' missus as takes one of these wenches for a servant. And dost to mean to say as my Sylvie went and demeaned hersel to dance and marlock with all the fair folk at the Admiral's Head?" "No, no, she didna dance. She barely set foot in the room. But it were her own pride as saved her. Uncle would never ha' kept her from it. For he had fallen in wi' Haley O'Seaburn and one or two others, and they were having a glass in t' bar. And Mrs. Lawson, t' landlady, knew how there was them who would come and dance among parish prentices, if need were, just to get a word or a look with Sylvie. So she tempts her in, saying that the room were all smartened and fine with flags. And there was them in the room as told me that they never were so startled as when they saw our Sylvie's face peeping in among all t' flusters maids and men, rough and red wi' weather and drink. And Jem McBean, he said she were just like a bit o' apple blossom among peonies. And some man, he didn't know who, went up and spoke to her. And either at that or at some o' t' words she heard, for they'd got a good way on afore that time, she went quite white and mad, as if fire were coming out of her eyes, and then she turned red and left the room, for all t' landlady tried to laugh it off and keep her in. I'll be down to Monkshaven before I'm a day older, and tell Margaret Lawson some on my mind as she'll not forget in a hurry." Bell moved as though she would put on her cloak and hood there and then. "Nay, it's not in reason as a woman in that line o' life shouldn't try to make her house agreeable," said Philip. "Now wi' my wench," said Bell in a determined voice. Philip's information had made a deeper impression on his aunt than he intended. He himself had been annoyed more at the idea that Sylvia would be spoken of as having been at a rough piece of rustic gaiety, a yearly festival for the lower classes of Yorkshire servants, outdoor as well as indoor, than at the affair itself, for he had learnt from his informant how instantaneous her appearance had been. He stood watching his aunt's troubled face, and almost wishing that he had not spoken. At last she heaved a deep sigh, and stirring the fire, as if by this little household occupation to compose her mind, she said, "It's a pity as wenches aren't lads or married folk. I could 'a wished, but it were the Lord's will. It would 'a been summat to look to, if she'd had a brother. My master is so full on his own thoughts, you see, he's no mind left for thinking on her, what with the oats and the wool and the young colt and his venture in the Lucky Mary." She really believed her husband to have the serious and important occupation for his mind that she had been taught to consider befitting the superior intellect of the masculine gender. She would have taxed herself severely if even in thought she had blamed him, and Philip respected her feelings too much to say that Sylvia's father ought to look after her more closely if he made such a pretty creature so constantly his companion. Yet some such speech was only just pent within Philip's closed lips. Again his aunt spoke. "I used to think as she and you might fancy one another, but thou'rt too old-fashioned like for her. Ye wouldna suit, and it's as well, for now I can say to thee that I would take it very kindly if thou wouldst look after her a bit." Philip's countenance fell into gloom. He had to gulp down certain feelings before he could make answer with discretion. "How can I look after her, and me tied to the shop more and more every day?" "I could send her on a bit of an errand to Foster's, and then for sure you might keep an eye upon her when she's in the town, and just walk a bit way with her when she's in the street, and keep t'other fellows off her, Ned Simpson to butcher in special, for folks do say he means no good by any girl he goes with. And I'll ask father to leave her a bit more with me. They're coming down the brow, and Ned Simpson with them. Now, Philip, I look to thee to do a brother's part by my wench, and warn off all as isn't fit." The door opened, and the coarse, strong voice of Simpson made itself heard. He was a stout man, comely enough as to form and feature, but with a depth of color in his face that betokened the coming on of the habits of the sot. His Sunday hat was in his hand, and he smoothed the long nap of it as he said, with a mixture of shyness and familiarity, "Sarvant, missus, your meester is fain that I should come in and have a drop. No offence, I hope." Sylvia passed quickly through the house-place and went upstairs without speaking to her cousin Philip or to anyone. He sat on, disliking the visitor and almost disliking his hospitable uncle for having brought Simpson into the house, sympathizing with his aunt in the spirit which prompted her curt answers, and in the intervals of all these feelings, wondering what ground she had for speaking as if she had now given up all thought of Sylvia and him ever being married, and in what way he was too old-fashioned. Robson would gladly have persuaded Philip to join him and Simpson in their drink, but Philip was in no sociable mood and sate a little aloof, watching the staircase down which, sooner or later, Sylvia must come. For, as perhaps has been already said, the stairs went up straight out of the kitchen, and at length his yearning watch was rewarded. First the little pointed toe came daintily in sight, then the trim ankle in the tight blue stocking, the wool of which was spun and the web of which was knitted by her mother's careful hands, then the full brown stuff petticoat, the arm holding the petticoat back in decent folds, so as not to encumber the descending feet, the slender neck and shoulders hidden under the folded square of fresh white muslin, the crowning beauty of the soft, innocent face, radiant in color, and with the light brown curls clustering around. She made her way quickly to Philip's side. How his heart beat at her approach, and even more when she entered into a low-voiced tete-a-tete. "Isn't he gone yet?" said she. "I cannot abide him. I could have pinched father when he asked him for to come in." "Maybe he'll not stay long," said Philip, hardly understanding the meaning of what he said, so sweet was it to have her making her whispered confidences to him. But Simpson was not going to let her alone in the dark corner between the door and the window. He began paying her some coarse country compliments, too strong in their direct flattery for even her father's taste, more especially as he saw by his wife's set lips and frowning brow how much she disapproved of their visitor's style of conversation. "Come, meester, leave to lass alone. She's set up enough already. Her mother makes such a deal on her. You and me's men for sensible talk at our time of life. And as I was saying, t'horse was a weaver if ever one was, as any one could have told as had come within a mile on him." And in this way the old farmer and the bluff butcher chatted on about horses, while Philip and Sylvia sate together, he turning over all manner of hopes and projects for the future, in spite of his aunt's opinion that he was too old-fashioned for her dainty, blooming daughter. Perhaps, too, Mrs. Robson saw some reason for changing her mind on this head as she watched Sylvia this night, for she accompanied Philip to the door when the time came for him to start homewards, and bade him good night with unusual fervour, adding, "Thou'st been a deal o' comfort to me, lad, almost as one as if thou wert a child o' my own, as at times I could welly think thou art to be. Anyways, I trust to thee to look after the lile lass as has no brother to guide her among men, and men's very kittle for a woman to deal with. But if thou'lt have an eye on whom she consorts with, my mind'll be easier." Philip's heart beat fast, but his voice was as calm as usual when he replied, "I'd just keep her a bit aloof from Monkshaven folks. A lass is always the more thought on for being chary of herself. And as for t' rest, I'll have an eye to the folks she goes among, and if I see that they don't befit her, I'll just give her a warning, for she's not one to like such chaps as yon Simpson there. She can see what's becoming in a man to say to a lass, and what's not." Philip set out on his 2-mile walk home with a tumult of happiness in his heart. He was not often carried away by delusions of his own creating. Tonight he thought he had good ground for believing that by patient self-restraint he might win Sylvia's love. A year ago he had nearly earned her dislike by obtruding upon her looks and words betokening his passionate love. He alarmed her girlish coyness as well as wearied her with the wish he had then felt that she should take an interest in his pursuits. But with unusual wisdom he had perceived his mistake. It was many months now since he had betrayed by word or look that she was anything more to him than a little cousin to be cared for and protected when need was. The consequence was that she had become tamed, just as a wild animal is tamed. He had remained tranquil and impassive, almost as if he did not perceive her shy advances toward friendliness. These advances were made by her after the lessons had ceased. She was afraid lest he was displeased with her behavior in rejecting his instructions, and was not easy till she was at peace with him. And now, to all appearance, he and she were perfect friends, but nothing more. In his absence she would not allow her young companions to laugh at his grave sobriety of character and somewhat prim demeanor. She would even go against her conscience and deny that she perceived any peculiarity. When she wanted it, she sought his advice on such small subjects as came up in her daily life, and she tried not to show signs of weariness when he used more words, and more difficult words, than were necessary to convey his ideas. But her ideal husband was different from Philip in every point. The two images never for an instant merged into one. To Philip she was the only woman in the world. It was the one subject on which he dared not consider, for fear that both conscience and judgment should decide against him, and that he should be convinced against his will that she was an unfit mate for him, that she never would be his, and that it was a waste of time and life to keep her shrined in the dearest sanctuary of his being, to the exclusion of all the serious and religious aims which in any other case he would have been the first to acknowledge as the object he ought to pursue. For he had been brought up among the Quakers, and shared in their austere distrust of a self-seeking spirit. Yet what else but self-seeking was his passionate prayer, "Give me Sylvia, or else I die." No other vision had ever crossed his masculine fancy for a moment. His was a rare and constant love that deserved a better fate than it met with. At this time his hopes were high, as I have said, not merely as to the growth of Sylvia's feelings towards him, but as to the probability of his soon being in a position to place her in such comfort as his wife as she had never enjoyed before. For the brothers Foster were thinking of retiring from business and relinquishing the shop to their two shopmen, Philip Hepburn and William Colson. To be sure, it was only by looking back for a few months and noticing chance expressions and small indications that this intention of theirs could be discovered. but every step they took tended this way, and Philip knew their usual practice of deliberation too well to feel in the least impatient for the quicker progress of the end, which he saw steadily approaching. The whole atmosphere of life among the Friends at this date partook of this character of self-repression, and both Coulson and Hepburn shared in it. Coulson was just as much aware of the prospect opening before him as Hepburn, but they never spoke together on the subject, although their mutual knowledge might be occasionally implied in their conversation on their future lives. Meanwhile, the Fosters were imparting more of the background of their business to their successors. For the present at least, the brothers meant to retain an interest in the shop, even after they had given up the active management, and they sometimes thought of setting up a separate establishment as bankers. The separation of the business, the introduction of their shopmen to the distant manufacturers who furnished their goods — in those days the system of travelers was not so widely organized as it is at present — all these steps were in gradual progress, and already Philip saw himself in imagination in the dignified position of joint master of the principal shop in Monkshaven, with Sylvia installed as his wife, with certainly a silk gown and possibly a gig at her disposal. In all Philip's visions of future prosperity, it was Sylvia who was to be aggrandized by them. His own life was to be spent as it was now, pretty much between the four shop walls. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 12. New Year's Fête. All this enlargement of interest in the shop occupied Philip fully for some months after the period referred to in the preceding chapter. Remembering his last conversation with his aunt, he might have been uneasy at his inability to perform his promise and look after his pretty cousin, but that about the middle of November Belle Robson had fallen ill of a rheumatic fever, and that her daughter had been entirely absorbed in nursing her. No thought of company or gaiety was in Sylvia's mind as long as her mother's illness lasted. Vehement in all her feelings, she discovered in the dread of losing her mother how passionately she was attached to her. Hitherto she had supposed, as children so often do, that her parents would live forever. And now, when it was a question of days, whether by that time the following week her mother might not be buried out of her sight forever, she clung to every semblance of service to be rendered or affection shown, as if she hoped to condense the love and care of years into the few days only that might remain. Mrs. Robson lingered on, began slowly to recover, and before Christmas was again sitting by the fireside in the house place, wan and pulled down, muffled up with shawls and blankets, but still there once more, where not long before Sylvia had scarcely expected to see her again. Philip came up that evening and found Sylvia in wild spirits. She thought that everything was done now that her mother had once come downstairs again. She laughed with glee, she kissed her mother, she shook hands with Philip, she almost submitted to a speech of more than usual tenderness from him. But in the midst of his words her mother's pillows wanted arranging, and she went to her chair, paying no more heed to his words than if they had been addressed to the cat, that lying on the individual's knee was purring out her welcome to the weak hand feebly stroking her back. Robson himself soon came in, looking older and more subdued since Philip had seen him last. He was very urgent that his wife should have some spirits and water, but on her refusal, almost as if she loathed the thought of the smell, he contented himself with sharing her tea, though he kept abusing the beverage as washing the heart out of a man, and attributing all the degeneracy of the world, growing up about him in his old age, to the drinking of such slop. At the same time, his little self-sacrifice put him in an unusually good temper, and mingled with his real gladness at having his wife once more on the way to recovery, brought back some of the old charm of tenderness, combined with light-heartedness, which had won the sober Isabella Preston long ago. He sat by her side, holding her hand, and talking of old times to the young couple opposite, of his adventures and escapes, and how he had won his wife. She, faintly smiling at the remembrance of those days, yet half ashamed at having the little details of her courtship revealed, from time to time kept saying, "For shame wi' thee, Dan'l, I never did," and faint denials of a similar kind. "Niver believe her, Sylvie. She were a woman, and there's niver a woman but likes to have a sweetheart, and can tell when a chap's castin' sheep's eyes at her. Aye, and afore he knows what he's about hissen. She were a pretty one then, was my old woman, and liked them as thought her so, though she did cock her head high as being a Preston, which were a family o' standin' and means in those parts aforetime. There's Philip there, I'll warrant, is as proud of being Preston by t' mother's side, for it runs into blood, lass. I can tell when a child of a Preston taks to being proud of their kin by t' cut o' their nose. Now Philip's and my missis's has a turn beyond comma in their nostrils, as if they was sniffin' at t' rest of us world, and seeing if we was good enough for 'em to consort with. Thee and me, lass, is Robsons, oat-cake folk, while they's pie-crust. Lord, how Belle used to speak to me, as short as though I wasn't a Christian, and at t' time she loved me as her very life, and well I knew it, though I'd had to make as though I didn't. Philip, when thou goes courtin', come to me, and I'll give thee many a wrinkle. I've shown, too, as I know well how to choose a good wife by tokens and signs. Hannah, missus, come to me, my lad, and show me t' lass, and I'll just tack a squint at her, and tell you if she'll do or not, and if she'll do, I'll teach you how to win her." "They say another o' yon Corney girls is going to be married," said Mrs. Robson, in her faint, deliberate tones. "By gosh, and it's well thou'dst spoke on 'em. I was as clean forgetting it as iver could be. I met Nanny Corney in Monkshaven last neet, and she axed me for to let our Sylvia come o' New Year's Eve, and see Molly and her man, that'n as is wed beyond Newcastle. They'll be over at her feyther's for to New Year, and there's to be a merry-making." Sylvia's colour came, her eyes brightened. She would have liked to go, but the thought of her mother came across her, and her features fell. Her mother's eye caught the look and the change, and knew what both meant as well as if Sylvia had spoken out. "Thursday sennight," said she. "I'll be rare and strong by then, and Sylvie shall go play her sen. She's been nurse-tending long enough." "You're but weakly yet," said Philip shortly. He did not intend to say it, but the words seemed to come out in spite of himself. "I said as our lass should come, God willin', if she only came and went, and thee goin' on sprightly, old woman, and I'll turn nurse-tender mysen for t' occasion, special if thou canst stand good honest smell o' whiskey by then. So, my lass, get up thy smart clothes, and cut t' best on 'em out as becomes a Preston. Maybe I'll fetch thee home, and maybe Philip will convoy thee, for Nanny Corney bade thee to merry-making as well. She said her meester would be seem thee about to wool afore then." "I don't think as I can go," said Philip, secretly pleased to know that he had the opportunity in his power. "I'm half bound to go with Hester Rose and her mother to watch night." "Is Hester a Methody?" asked Sylvia in surprise. "No, she's neither a Methody nor a friend, nor a church person, but she's a turn for serious things, choose wherever they're found." "Well then," said good-natured Farmer Robson, only seeing the surface of things, "I'll make shift to fetch Sylvie back fro to merry-making, and thee and thy young woman can go to prayer-making. It's every man to his taste, say I." but in spite of his half-promise, nay, against his natural inclination, Philip was lured to the Corneys by the thought of meeting Sylvia, of watching her and exulting in her superiority in pretty looks and ways to all the other girls likely to be assembled. Besides, he told his conscience, he was pledged to his aunt to watch over Sylvia like a brother. So in the interval before New Year's Eve he silently reveled as much as any young girl in the anticipation of the happy coming time. At this hour all the actors in this story having played out their parts and gone to their rest, there is something touching in recording the futile efforts made by Philip to win from Sylvia the love he yearned for. But at the time, anyone who had watched him might have been amused to see the grave, awkward, plain young man studying patterns and colors for a new waistcoat, with his head a little on one side, after the meditative manner common to those who are choosing a new article of dress. They might have smiled could they have read in his imagination the frequent rehearsals of the coming evening, when he and she should each be dressed in their gala attire, to spend a few hours under a bright, festive aspect, among people whose company would oblige them to assume a new demeanor towards each other, not so familiar as their everyday manner, but allowing more scope for the expression of rustic gallantry. Philip had so seldom been to anything of the kind that even had Sylvia not been going, he would have felt a kind of shy excitement at the prospect of anything so unusual. But indeed, if Sylvia had not been going, it is very probable that Philip's rigid conscience might have been aroused to the question whether such parties did not savor too much of the world for him to form one in them. As it was, however, the facts to him were simply these. He was going and she was going. The day before he had hurried off to Haytersbank Farm with a small paper parcel in his pocket, a ribbon with a little briar rose pattern running upon it for Sylvia. It was the first thing he had ever ventured to give her. The first thing of the kind would perhaps be more accurate, for when he had first begun to teach her any lessons, he had given her Mayer's spelling book, but that he might have done out of zeal for knowledge to any dunce of a little girl of his acquaintance. This ribbon was quite a different kind of present. He touched it tenderly as if he were caressing it when he thought of her wearing it. The briar rose, sweetness and thorns, seemed to be the very flower for her. The soft green ground on which the pink and brown pattern ran was just the color to show off her complexion, and she would in a way belong to him, her cousin, her mentor, her chaperone, her lover. While others only admired, he might hope to appropriate, for of late they had been such happy friends. Her mother approved of him, her father liked him. A few months, perhaps only a few weeks more of self-restraint, and then he might go and speak openly of his wishes and what he had to offer, for he had resolved, with the quiet force of his character, to wait until all was finally settled between him and his masters before he declared himself to either Sylvia or her parents. The interval was spent in patient, silent endeavors to recommend himself to her. He had to give his ribbon to his aunt in charge for Sylvia, and that was a disappointment to his fancy, although he tried to reason himself into thinking that it was better so. He had not time to wait for her return from some errand on which she had gone, for he was daily more and more occupied with the affairs of the shop. Sylvia made many a promise to her mother, and more to herself, that she would not stay late at the party, but she might go as early as she liked. And before the December daylight had faded away, Sylvia presented herself at the Corneys. She was to come early in order to help set out the supper, which was arranged in the large old flagged parlor, which served as best bedroom as well. It opened out of the house-place and was the sacred room of the house, as chambers of a similar description are still considered in retired farmhouses in the north of England. They are used on occasions like the one now described for purposes of hospitality. But in the state bed, overshadowing so large a portion of the floor, the births and, as far as may be, the deaths of the household take place. At the Corneys, the united efforts of some former generation of the family had produced patchwork curtains and coverlet, and patchwork was patchwork in those days, before the early Yeats and Peels had found out the secret of printing the parsley leaf. Scraps of costly Indian chintzes and palampours were intermixed with commoner black and red calico in minute hexagons, and the variety of patterns served for the useful purpose of promoting conversation as well as the more obvious one of displaying the workwoman's taste. Sylvia, for instance, began at once to her old friend, Molly Brunton, who had accompanied her into this chamber to take off her hat and cloak, with a remark on one of the chintzes. Stooping over the counterpane, with a face into which the flush would come whether or no, she said to Molly, "Dear, I never seed this one afore this, for all to world like the eyes in a peacock's tail." "Thou's seen it many a time and oft, lass, but weren't thou surprised to find Charlie here? We picked him up at Shields, quite by surprise like, and when Brunton and me said as we was comin' here, naught would serve him but comin' with us, for to see to New Year in. It's a pity as your mother's ta'en this time, for to fall ill and want you back so early." Sylvia had taken off her hat and cloak by this time, and began to help Molly and a younger unmarried sister in laying out the substantial supper. "Here," continued Mrs. Brunton, "stick a bit of holly in yon pig's mouth. That's the way we do things in Newcastle. But folks is so behindhand in Monkshaven. It's a fine thing to live in a large town, Sylvia, and if you're looking out for a husband, I'd advise you to tack one as lives in a town. I feel as if I were buried alive comin' back here, such an out-o'-t-way place after t'side, where there's many 100 carts and carriages goes past in a day. I've a great mind for to tack yo 2 lassies back with me, and let you see a bit o' t' world. Maybe I may yet." Her sister Bessie looked much pleased with this plan, but Sylvia was rather inclined to take offense at Molly's patronizing ways, and replied, "I'm none so fond o' noise and bustle, while you'll not be able to hear yourselves speak wi' all them carts and carriages. I'd rather bide at home, let alone that mother can't spare me." It was perhaps a rather ungracious way of answering Molly Brunton's speech, and so she felt it to be, although her invitation had been none of the most courteously worded. She irritated Sylvia still further by repeating her last words. "Mother can't spare me. Why, mother'll have to spare thee sometime, when t' time for wedding comes." "I'm none going to be wed," said Sylvia, "and if I were, I'd niver go far from mother." "Eh, what a spoilt darling it is! How Brunton will laugh when I tell him about you. Brunton's a rare one for laughing. It's a great thing to have got such a merry man for a husband. Why, he has his joke for everyone as comes into t' shop, and he'll have something funny to say to everything this evening." Bessie saw that Sylvia was annoyed, and with more delicacy than her sister she tried to turn the conversation. "That's a pretty ribbon in thy hair, Sylvia. I'd like to have one of t' same pattern. Feyther likes pickled walnuts stuck about to round a beef, Molly." "I know what I'm about," replied Mrs. Brunton, with a toss of her married head. Bessie resumed her inquiry. "Is there any more to be had where that come from, Sylvia?" "I don't know," replied Sylvia. "It come from Foster's, and you can ask." "What might it cost?" said Betsy, fingering an end of it to test its quality. "I can't tell," said Sylvia. "It were a present." "Niver mak ado about t' price," said Molly. "I'll gie ye enough on to tie up thy hair, just like Sylvia's. Only thou hasn't such wealth o' curls as she has. It'll niver look t' same in thy straight locks." "And who might it be as give it thee, Sylvia?" asked the unscrupulous, if good-natured Molly. "My cousin Philip, him as is shopman at Foster's," said Sylvia innocently. but it was far too good an opportunity for the exercise of Molly's kind of wit for her to pass over. "Oh, our cousin Philip, is it? And he'll not be living so far away from your mother. I've no need to be a witch to put two and two together. He's a-coming here tonight, isn't he, Bessie?" "I wish you wouldn't talk so, Molly," said Sylvia. "Me and Philip is good enough friends, but we niver think on each other in that way. Leastways, I don't." "Sweet butter, now that's my mother's old-fashioned way, as if folks must eat sweet butter nowadays because her mother did." "That way," continued Molly in the manner that annoyed Sylvia so much, repeating her words as if for the purpose of laughing at them. "That way. And pray, what is to way you're speaking on? I niver said naught about marrying, did I, that you need look so red and shamefaced about your cousin Philip? But as Brunton says, if t' cap fits you, put it on. I'm glad he's coming tonight, though, for as I'm done making love and courtin', it's next best to watch other folks, and your face, Sylvia, has letten me into a secret as I'd some glimpses on afore I was wed." Sylvia secretly determined not to speak a word more to Philip than she could help, and wondered how she could ever have liked Molly at all, much less have made a companion of her. The table was now laid out, and nothing remained but to criticize the arrangement a little. Bessie was full of admiration. "There, Molly," said she, "you never seed more victual brought together in Newcastle, I'll be bound. There'll be above 100 of butcher's meat, besides pies and custards. I've eaten no dinner these 2 days for thinking on't. It's been a weary burden on my mind, but it's off now I see how well it looks. I told mother not to come near it till we'd spread it all out, and now I'll go fetch her." Bessie ran off into the house-place. "It's well enough in a country kind of way," said Molly, with the faint approbation of condescension. "But if I'd thought on, I'd a brought him down a beast or two done in sponge cake, with currants for his eyes to give to table and air." The door was opened, and Bessie came in, smiling and blushing with proud pleasure. Her mother followed her on tiptoe, smoothing down her apron, and with her voice subdued to a whisper. "Ay, my lass, it is fine, but dunnot mak an ado about it. Let 'em think it's just our common way. If any one says aught about how good t' victual is, tak it calm, and say we'n better into house. It'll mak 'em eat wi' a better appetite, and think the more on us. Sylvia, I'm much beholden to you for coming so early and helping to lasses, but you mun come into the house-place now. T' folks is gathering, and your cousin's been asking after you already." Molly gave her a nudge which made Sylvia's face go all aflame with angry embarrassment. She was conscious that the watching which Molly had threatened her with began directly, for Molly went up to her husband and whispered something to him which set him off in a chuckling laugh, and Sylvia was aware that his eyes followed her about with knowing looks all the evening. She would hardly speak to Philip, and pretended not to see his outstretched hand, but passed on to the chimney corner and tried to shelter herself behind the broad back of Farmer Corney, who had no notion of relinquishing his customary place for all the young people who ever came to the house, or for any old people either, for that matter. It was his household throne, and there he sat with no more idea of abdicating in favor of any comer than King George at St. James's. But he was glad to see his friends, and had paid them the unwonted compliment of shaving on a weekday, and putting on his Sunday coat. The united efforts of wife and children had failed to persuade him to make any farther change in his attire. To all their arguments on this head he had replied, "Them as doesn't like to see me in my workaday waistcoat and breeches may bide away." It was the longest sentence he said that day, but he repeated it several times over. He was glad enough to see all the young people, but they were not of his kidney, as he expressed it to himself, and he did not feel any call upon himself to entertain them. He left that to his bustling wife, all smartness and smiles, and to his daughters and son-in-law. His efforts at hospitality consisted in sitting still, smoking his pipe. When anyone came, he took it out of his mouth for an instant and nodded his head in a cheerful, friendly way without a word of speech, and then returned to his smoking with the greater relish for the moment's intermission. He thought to himself, "They're a set of young chaps as thinks more on lasses than on baccy. They'll find out their mistake in time. Give 'em time, give 'em time." And before 8 o'clock he went as quietly as a man of 12 stone can upstairs to bed, having made a previous arrangement with his wife that she should bring him up about 2 pounds of spiced beef and a hot tumbler of stiff grog. But at the beginning of the evening he formed a good screen for Sylvia, who was rather a favorite with the old man, for twice he spoke to her. "Feyther smokes?" "Yes," said Sylvia. "Reach me tobaccy box, my lass." And that was all the conversation that passed between her and her nearest neighbor for the first quarter of an hour after she came into company. But for all her screen, she felt a pair of eyes were fixed upon her with a glow of admiration deepening their honest brightness. Somehow, look in what direction she would, she caught the glance of those eyes before she could see anything else. So she played with her apron strings and tried not to feel so conscious. There were another pair of eyes, not such beautiful, sparkling eyes, deep-set, earnest, sad, nay, even gloomy, watching her every movement. But of this she was not aware. Philip had not recovered from the rebuff she had given him by refusing his offered hand, and was standing still in angry silence when Mrs. Corney thrust a young woman just arrived upon his attention. "Come, Meester Hepburn, here's Nancy Pratt without even a soul to speak to her, and you moping theer. She says she knows you by sight for having dealt at Foster's these 6 year. See if you can't find summat to say to each other, for I mun go pour out tea. Dixons and Walkers and Elliots and Smiths is come," said she, marking off the families on her fingers, as she looked round and called over their names, "and there's only Will Latham and his 2 sisters, and Roger Harbottle and Taylor to come, and they'll turn up before tea's ended." So she went off to her duty at the one table, which, placed alongside of the dresser, was the only article of furniture left in the middle of the room, all the seats being arranged as close to the 4 walls as could be managed. The candles of those days gave but a faint light compared to the light of the immense fire, which it was a point of hospitality to keep at the highest roaring, blazing pitch. The young women occupied the seats, with the exception of 2 or 3 of the elder ones, who, in an eager desire to show their capability, insisted on helping Mrs. Corney in her duties, very much to her annoyance, as there were certain little contrivances for eking out cream and adjusting the strength of the cups of tea to the worldly position of the intended drinkers, which she did not like everyone to see. The young men, whom tea did not embolden, and who had as yet had no chance of stronger liquor, clustered in rustic shyness round the door, not speaking even to themselves, except now and then when one, apparently the wag of the party, made some whispered remark which set them all off laughing. But in a minute they checked themselves and passed the back of their hands across their mouths to compose that unlucky feature, and then some would try to fix their eyes on the rafters of the ceiling in a manner which was decorous, if rather abstracted from the business in hand. Most of these were young farmers with whom Philip had nothing in common, and from whom, in shy reserve, he had withdrawn himself when he first came in. But now he wished himself among them sooner than set to talk to Nancy Pratt, when he had nothing to say. And yet he might have had a companion less to his mind, for she was a decent young woman of a sober age, less inclined to giggle than many of the younger ones. But all the time that he was making commonplace remarks to her, he was wondering if he had offended Sylvia, and why she would not shake hands with him, and this preoccupation of his thoughts did not make him an agreeable companion. Nancy Pratt, who had been engaged for some years to a mate of a whaling ship, perceived something of his state of mind and took no offense at it. On the contrary, she tried to give him pleasure by admiring Sylvia. "I've often heerd tell on her," said she, "but I niver thought she's be so pretty, and so staid and quiet like too. To most part of girls as has looks like hers are always gape-gazing to catch other folks' eyes and see what is thought on 'em. But she looks just like a child, a bit flustered with coming into company, and getting into as dark a corner and biding as still as she can." Just then Sylvia lifted up her long dark lashes, and catching the same glance which she had so often met before, Charlie Kinraid was standing talking to Brunton on the opposite side of the fireplace, she started back into the shadow as if she had not expected it, and in so doing spilt her tea all over her gown. She could almost have cried, she felt herself so awkward, and as if everything was going wrong with her. She thought that everyone would think she had never been in company before and did not know how to behave. And while she was thus fluttered and crimson, she saw through her tearful eyes Kinraid on his knees before her, wiping her gown with his silk pocket-handkerchief, and heard him speaking through all the buzz of commiserating voices. "Your cupboard handle is so much in the way. I hurt my elbow against it only this very afternoon." So perhaps it was no clumsiness of hers, as they would all know now, since he had so skilfully laid the blame somewhere else. And after all, it turned out that her accident had been the means of bringing him across to her side, which was much more pleasant than having him opposite, staring at her. For now he began to talk to her, and this was very pleasant, although she was rather embarrassed at their tête-à-tête at first. "I did not know you again when I first saw you," said he, in a tone which implied a good deal more than was uttered in words. "I knowed you at once," she replied softly, and then she blushed and played with her apron string, and wondered if she ought to have confessed to the clearness of her recollection. "You're grown up into, well, perhaps it's not manners to say what you're grown into. Anyhow, I shan't forget you again." More playing with her apron string, and head hung still lower down, though the corners of her mouth would go up in a shy smile of pleasure. Philip watched it all as greedily as if it gave him delight. "Your father, he'll be well and hearty, I hope?" asked Charlie. "Yes," replied Sylvia, and then she wished she could originate some remark. He would think her so stupid if she just kept on saying such little short bits of speeches, and if he thought her stupid, he might perhaps go away again to his former place. But he was quite far enough gone in love of her beauty and pretty modest ways, not to care much whether she talked or no, so long as she showed herself so pleasingly conscious of his close neighborhood. "I must come and see the old gentleman, and your mother too," he added more slowly, for he remembered that his visits last year had not been quite so much welcomed by Belle Robson as by her husband. Perhaps it was because of the amount of drink which he and Daniel managed to get through of an evening. He resolved this year to be more careful to please the mother of Sylvia. When tea was ended, there was a great bustle and shifting of places, while Mrs. Corney and her daughters carried out trays full of used cups and great platters of uneaten bread and butter into the back kitchen, to be washed up after the guests were gone. Just because she was so conscious that she did not want to move and break up the little conversation between herself and Kinraid, Sylvia forced herself to be as active in the service going on as became a friend of the house, and she was too much her mother's own daughter to feel comfortable at leaving all the things in the disorder which to the Corney girls was second nature. "This milk mun go back to the dairy, I reckon," said she, loading herself with milk and cream. "Niver fash thysel about it," said Nellie Corney. "Christmas comes but once a year, if it does go sour, and Mother said she'd have a game at forfeits first thing after tea to loosen folks' tongues and mix up to lads and lasses, so come along." But Sylvia steered her careful way to the cold chill of the dairy, and would not be satisfied till she had carried away all the unused provision into some fresher air than that heated by the fires and ovens used for the long day's cooking of pies and cakes and much roast meat. When they came back, a round of red-faced lads, as young men up to 35 are called in Lancashire and Yorkshire if they are not married before, and lasses, whose age was not to be defined, were playing at some country game in which the women were apparently more interested than the men, who looked shamefaced and afraid of each other's ridicule. Mrs. Corney, however, knew how to remedy this, and at a sign from her a great jug of beer was brought in. This jug was the pride of her heart, and was in the shape of a fat man in white knee-breeches and a three-cornered hat. With one arm he supported the pipe in his broad, smiling mouth, and the other was placed akimbo and formed the handle. There was also a great china punch bowl filled with grog made after an old ship receipt current in these parts, but not too strong, because if their visitors had too much to drink at that early part of the evening, it would spoil to fun, as Nellie Corney had observed. Her father, however, after the notions of hospitality prevalent at that time in higher circles, had stipulated that each man should have enough before he left the house, enough meaning in Monkshaven parlance the liberty of getting drunk if they thought fit to do it. Before long one of the lads was seized with a fit of admiration for Toby, the name of the old gentleman who contained liquor, and went up to the tray for a closer inspection. He was speedily followed by other amateurs of curious earthenware, and by Mr. Brunton, who had been charged by his mother-in-law with the due supplying of liquor, by his father-in-law that every man should have his fill, and by his wife and her sisters that no one should have too much, at any rate at the beginning of the evening, thought fit to carry out Toby to be replenished, and a faster spirit of enjoyment and mirth began to reign in the room. Kinraid was too well seasoned to care what amount of liquor he drank. Philip had what was called a weak head, and disliked muddling himself with drink, because of the immediate consequence of intense feelings of irritability, and the more distant one of a racking headache next day. So both these two preserved very much the same demeanor they had held at the beginning of the evening. Sylvia was by all acknowledged and treated as the belle. When they played at blind man's buff, go where she would, she was always caught. She was called out repeatedly to do what was required in any game, as if all had a pleasure in seeing her light figure and deft ways. She was sufficiently pleased with this to have got over her shyness with all except Charlie. When others paid her their rustic compliments, she tossed her head, and made her little saucy repartees. But when he said something low and flattering, it was too honey-sweet to her heart to be thrown off thus, and somehow the more she yielded to this fascination, the more she avoided Philip. He did not speak flatteringly, he did not pay compliments. He watched her with discontented, longing eyes, and grew more inclined every moment, as he remembered his anticipation of a happy evening, to cry out in his heart, "Vanitas vanitatum." And now came crying the forfeits. Molly Brunton knelt down, her face buried in her mother's lap. The latter took out the forfeits one by one, and as she held them up said the accustomed formula, "A fine thing and a very fine thing. What must he or she do who owns this thing?" One or two had been told to kneel to the prettiest, bow to the wittiest, and kiss those they loved best. Others had had to bite an inch off the poker, or such plays upon words. And now came Sylvia's pretty new ribbon that Philip had given her. He almost longed to snatch it out of Mrs. Corney's hands and burn it, before all their faces, so annoyed was he with the whole affair. "A fine thing, and a very fine thing, a most particular fine thing. Choose how she came by it. What must she do as owns this thing? She must blow out to candle and kiss to candlestick." In one instant Kinraid had hold of the only candle within reach. All the others had been put up high on inaccessible shelves and other places. Sylvia went up and blew out the candle, and before the sudden partial darkness was over, he had taken the candle into his fingers, and according to the traditional meaning of the words, was in the place of the candlestick, and as such was to be kissed. Everyone laughed at innocent Sylvia's face as the meaning of her penance came into it. Everyone but Philip, who almost choked. "I'm candlestick," said Kinraid, with less of triumph in his voice than he would have had with any other girl in the room. "You mun kiss to candlestick," cried the Corneys, "or you'll niver get your ribbon back." "And she sets a deal of store by that ribbon," said Molly Brunton maliciously. "I'll none kiss to candlestick, nor him either," said Sylvia in a low voice of determination, turning away, full of confusion. "You'll not get your ribbon if you do not," cried one and all. "I don't care for to ribbon," said she, flashing up with a look at her tormentors. Now her back was turned to Kinraid, "and I wunnot play any more at such like games," she added, with fresh indignation rising in her heart, as she took her old place in the corner of the room, a little away from the rest. Philip's spirits rose, and he yearned to go to her and tell her how he approved of her conduct. Alas, Philip, Sylvia, though as modest a girl as ever lived, was no prude, and had been brought up in simple, straightforward country ways, and with any other young man, excepting perhaps Philip's self, she would have thought no more of making a rapid pretense of kissing the hand or cheek of the temporary candlestick than our ancestresses did in a much higher rank on similar occasions. Kinraid, though mortified by his public rejection, was more conscious of this than the inexperienced Philip. He resolved not to be balked, and watched his opportunity. For the time he went on playing as if Sylvia's conduct had not affected him in the least, and as if he was hardly aware of her defection from the game. As she saw others submitting, quite as a matter of course, to similar penances, she began to be angry with herself for having thought twice about it, and almost to dislike herself for the strange consciousness which had made it at the time seem impossible to do what she was told. Her eyes kept filling with tears as her isolated position in the gay party, the thought of what a fool she had made of herself, kept recurring to her mind. But no one saw her, she thought, thus crying, and ashamed to be discovered when the party should pause in their game, she stole round behind them into the great chamber in which she had helped to lay out the supper, with the intention of bathing her eyes and taking a drink of water. One instant Charlie Kinraid was missing from the circle of which he was the life and soul, and then back he came with an air of satisfaction on his face, intelligible enough to those who had seen his game, but unnoticed by Philip, who amidst the perpetual noise and movements around him had not perceived Sylvia's leaving the room until she came back at the end of about a quarter of an hour, looking lovelier than ever, her complexion brilliant, her eyes drooping, her hair neatly and freshly arranged, tied with a brown ribbon instead of that she was supposed to have forfeited. She looked as if she did not wish her return to be noticed, stealing softly behind the romping lads and lasses with noiseless motions, and altogether such a contrast to them in her cool freshness and modest neatness that both Kinraid and Philip found it difficult to keep their eyes off her. But the former had a secret triumph in his heart which enabled him to go on with his merrymaking as if it absorbed him, while Philip dropped out of the crowd and came up to where she was standing silently by Mrs. Corney, who, arms akimbo, was laughing at the frolic and fun around her. Sylvia started a little when Philip spoke, and kept her soft eyes averted from him after the first glance. She answered him shortly, but with unaccustomed gentleness. He had only asked her when she would like him to take her home, and she, a little surprised at the idea of going home when to her the evening seemed only beginning, had answered, "Go home? I don't know. It's New Year's Eve." "Aye, but your mother'll lie awake till you come home, Sylvie." But Mrs. Corney, having heard his question, broke in with all sorts of upbraidings. "Go home? Not see to New Year in? Why, what should take 'em home these 6 hours? Wasn't there a moon as clear as day, and did such a time as this come often? And were they to break up the party before the New Year came in? And was there not supper with a spiced round of beef that had been in pickle pretty nice in Martinmas, and hams and mince pies and what not? And if they thought any evil of her master's going to bed, or that by that early retirement he meant to imply that he did not bid his friends welcome, why, he would not stay up beyond 8 o'clock for King George upon his throne, as he'd tell them soon enough, if they'd only step upstairs and ask him. Well, she knowed what it was to want a daughter when she was ailing, so she'd say naught more, but hasten supper. And this idea now took possession of Mrs. Corney's mind, for she would not willingly allow one of her guests to leave before they had done justice to her preparations. And cutting her speech short, she hastily left Sylvia and Philip together. His heart beat fast. His feeling towards her had never been so strong or so distinct as since her refusal to kiss the candlestick. He was on the point of speaking, of saying something explicitly tender, when the wooden trencher which the party were using at their play came bowling between him and Sylvia, and spun out its little period right betwixt them. Everyone was moving from chair to chair, and when the bustle was over, Sylvia was seated at some distance from him, and he left standing outside the circle, as if he were not playing. In fact, Sylvia had unconsciously taken his place as actor in the game, while he remained spectator, and as it turned out, an auditor of a conversation not intended for his ears. He was wedged against the wall, close to the great 8-day clock, with its round, moon-like smiling face forming a ludicrous contrast to his long, sallow, grave countenance, which was pretty much at the same level above the sanded floor. Before him sat Molly Brunton and one of her sisters, their heads close together in too deep talk to attend to the progress of the game. Philip's attention was caught by the words, "I'll lay any wager he kissed her when he ran off into t' parlor." "She's so coy she'd niver let him," replied Bessie Corney. "She couldn't help herself, and for all she looks so demure and prim now," and then both heads were turned in the direction of Sylvia, "I'm as sure as I'm born that Charlie is not t' chap to lose his forfeit, and yet you see he says naught more about it, and she's left off being feared of him." There was something in Sylvia's look, aye, and in Charlie Kinraid's too, that shot conviction into Philip's mind. He watched them incessantly during the interval before supper. They were intimate and yet shy with each other, in a manner that enraged while it bewildered Philip. What was Charlie saying to her in that whispered voice as they passed each other? Why did they linger near each other? Why did Sylvia look so dreamily happy, so startled at every call of the game, as if recalled from some pleasant idea? Why did Kinraid's eyes always seek her, while hers were averted or downcast, and her cheeks all aflame? Philip's dark brow grew darker as he gazed. He, too, started when Mrs. Corney, close at his elbow, bade him go into supper along with some of the elder ones, who were not playing, for the parlor was not large enough to hold all at once, even with the squeezing and cramming and sitting together on chairs, which was not at all out of etiquette at Monkshaven. Philip was too reserved to express his disappointment and annoyance at being thus arrested in his painful watch over Sylvia, but he had no appetite for the good things set before him, and found it hard work to smile a sickly smile when called upon by Josiah Pratt for applause at some country joke. When supper was ended, there was some little discussion between Mrs. Corney and her son-in-law as to whether the different individuals of the company should be called upon for songs or stories, as was the wont at such convivial meetings. Brunton had been helping his mother-in-law in urging people to eat, heaping their plates over their shoulders with unexpected good things, filling the glasses at the upper end of the table, and the mugs which supplied the deficiency of glasses at the lower. And now, everyone being satisfied, not to say stuffed to repletion, the two who had been attending to their wants stood still, hot, and exhausted. "They're almost stawed," said Mrs. Corney with a pleased smile. "It'll be manners to ask someone as knows how to sing." "It may be manners for full men, but not for fasting," replied Brunton. "Folks into next room will be wanting their victual, and singing is always out of tune to empty bellies." "But there's them here as'll take it ill if they're not asked. I heerd Josiah Pratt a-clearing his throat not a minute ago, and he thinks as much on his singing as a cock does on his crowing." "If one sings, I'm afeard all on 'em will like to hear their own pipes." But their dilemma was solved by Bessie Corney, who opened the door to see if the hungry ones outside might not come in for their share of the entertainment, and in they rushed, bright and riotous, scarcely giving the first party time to rise from their seats ere they took their places. One or two young men, released from all their previous shyness, helped Mrs. Corney and her daughters to carry off such dishes as were actually empty. There was no time for changing or washing of plates, but then, as Mrs. Corney laughingly observed, "We're a' on us friends, and some on us mayhap sweethearts, so no need to be particular about plates. Them as gets clean ones is lucky, and them as doesn't and cannot put up with plates that has been used mun go without." It seemed to be Philip's luck this night to be pent up in places, for again the space between the benches and the wall was filled up by the inrush before he had time to make his way out, and all he could do was to sit quiet where he was. But between the busy heads and overreaching arms he could see Charlie and Sylvia sitting close together, talking and listening more than eating. She was in a new, strange state of happiness, not to be reasoned about or accounted for, but in a state of more exquisite feeling than she had ever experienced before, when suddenly lifting her eyes, she caught Philip's face of extreme displeasure. "Oh," said she, "I must go. There's Philip looking at me so." "Philip," said Kinraid, with a sudden frown upon his face. "My cousin," she replied, instinctively comprehending what had flashed into his mind, and anxious to disclaim the suspicion of having a lover. "Mother told him to see me home, and he's knowin' one for staying up late." "But you needn't go. I'll see you home." "Mother's but ailing," said Sylvia, a little conscience-smitten at having so entirely forgotten everything in the delight of the present, "and I said I wouldn't be late." "And do you allays keep to your word?" asked he, with a tender meaning in his tone. "Allays. Leastways, I think so," replied she, blushing. "Then if I ask you not to forget me, and you give me your word, I may be sure you'll keep it." "It wasn't I as forgot you," said Sylvia, so softly as not to be heard by him. He tried to make her repeat what she had said, but she would not, and he could only conjecture that it was something more telltale than she liked to say again, and that alone was very charming to him. "I shall walk home with you," said he, as Sylvia at last rose to depart, warned by a further glimpse of Philip's angry face. "No," said she hastily, "I can't do with you," for somehow she felt the need of pacifying Philip, and knew in her heart that a third person joining their tete-a-tete walk would only increase his displeasure. "Why not?" said Charlie sharply. "Oh, I don't know, only please don't." By this time her cloak and hood were on, and she was slowly making her way down her side of the room, followed by Charlie, and often interrupted by indignant remonstrances against her departure and the early breaking up of the party. Philip stood hat in hand in the doorway between the kitchen and parlor, watching her so intently that he forgot to be civil, and drew many a jest and jibe upon him for his absorption in his pretty cousin. When Sylvia reached him, he said, "You're ready at last, are you?" "Yes," she replied in her little beseeching tone. "You've not been wanting to go long, han you? I have but just eaten my supper." "You've been so full of talk. That's been the reason your supper lasted so long." "That fellow's none going with us," said he sharply, as he saw Kinraid rummaging for his cap in a heap of men's clothes thrown into the back kitchen. "No," said Sylvia, in a fright at Philip's fierce look and passionate tone. "I telled him not." But at that moment the heavy outer door was opened by Daniel Robson himself, bright, broad, and rosy, a jolly impersonation of winter. His large drover's coat was covered with snowflakes, and through the black frame of the doorway might be seen a white waste world of sweeping fell and field, with the dark air filled with the pure downfall. Robson stamped his snow-laden feet and shook himself well, still standing on the mat and letting a cold, frosty current of fresh air into the great warm kitchen. He laughed at them all before he spoke. "It's a cold New Year as I'm lettin' in, though it's noan to New Year yet. You'll all be snowed up, as sure as my name's Dan'l, if you stop for 12 o'clock. You'd better mak haste and go home. Why, Charlie, my lad, how be'st ta? Who'd 'a thought o' seeing thee in these parts again? Nay, Mrs. Nay, to New Year mun find its way into the house by itself for me, for I ha' promised my old woman to bring Sylvie home as quick as may be. She's lying awake and fretting about to snow and what not. Thank you kindly, missus, but I'll tak naught to eat, just a drop o' something hot to keep out cold, and wish you all the compliments of the season. Philip, my man, you'll not be sorry to be spared to walk around by Haytersbank such a neat. My missus were in such a way about Sylvia that I thought I'd just step off mysel, and have a peep at you all and bring her some wraps. Your sheep will be a-folded, I reckon, Mr. Pratt, for there'll niver be a nibble o' grass to be seen this 2 month, according to my reading, and I've been at sea long enough, and on land long enough, to know signs and wonders. It's good stuff, that, anyway, and worth coming for." After he had gulped down a tumblerful of half-and-half grog, "Kinraid, if ta doesn't come and see me afore thou'rt many days older, thee and me'll have words. Come, Sylvie, what art ta about, keeping me here? Here's Mistress Corney mixing me another jorum. Well, this time I'll give to married couple and to single wed." Sylvia was all this while standing by her father, quite ready for departure, and not a little relieved by his appearance as her convoy home. "I'm ready to see Haytersbank tonight, master," said Kinraid with easy freedom, a freedom which Philip envied but could not have imitated, although he was deeply disappointed at the loss of his walk with Sylvia, when he had intended to exercise the power his aunt had delegated to him of remonstrance if her behavior had been light or thoughtless, and of warning if he saw cause to disapprove of any of her associates. After the Robsons had left, a blank fell upon both Charlie and Philip. In a few minutes, however, the former, accustomed to prompt decision, resolved that she and no other should be his wife. Accustomed to popularity among women, and well versed in the incipient signs of their liking for him, he anticipated no difficulty in winning her. Satisfied with the past and pleasantly hopeful about the future, he found it easy to turn his attention to the next prettiest girl in the room, and to make the whole gathering bright with his ready good temper and buoyant spirit. Mrs. Corney had felt it her duty to press Philip to stay, now that, as she said, he had no one but himself to see home, and the New Year so near coming in. To anyone else in the room she would have added the clinching argument, "I should take it very unkind if you go now," but somehow she could not say this, for in truth Philip's look showed that he would be but a wet blanket on the merriment of the party. So with as much civility as could be mustered up between them, he took leave. Shutting the door behind him, he went out into the dreary night and began his lonesome walk back to Monkshaven. The cold sleet almost blinded him as the sea wind drove it straight in his face. It cut against him as it was blown with drifting force. The roar of the wintry sea came borne on the breeze. There was more light from the whitened ground than from the dark laden sky above. The field paths would have been a matter of perplexity had it not been for the well-known gaps in the dike side, which showed the whitened land beyond, between the two dark stone walls. Yet he went clear and straight along his way, having unconsciously left all guidance to the animal instinct which coexists with the human soul, and sometimes takes strange charge of the human body when all the nobler powers of the individual are absorbed in acute suffering. At length he was in the lane, toiling up the hill, from which by day Monkshaven might be seen. Now all features of the landscape before him were lost in the darkness of night, against which the white flakes came closer and nearer, thicker and faster. On a sudden the bells of Monkshaven Church rang out a welcome to the new year, 1796. From the direction of the wind it seemed as if the sound was flung with strength and power right into Philip's face. He walked down the hill to its merry sound. Its merry sound, his heavy heart. As he entered the long high street of Monkshaven, he could see the watching lights put out in parlor, chamber, or kitchen. The new year had come, and expectation was ended. Reality had begun. He turned to the right into the court where he lodged with Alice Rose. There was a light still burning there, and cheerful voices were heard. He opened the door. Alice, her daughter, and Coulson stood as if awaiting him. Hester's wet cloak hung on a chair before the fire. She had her hood on, for she and Coulson had been to the watch night. The solemn excitement of the services had left its traces upon her countenance and in her mind. There was a spiritual light in her usually shadowed eyes, and a slight flush on her pale cheek. Merely personal and self-conscious feelings were merged in a loving goodwill to all her fellow creatures. Under the influence of this large charity, she forgot her habitual reserve and came forward as Philip entered to meet him with her New Year's wishes, wishes that she had previously interchanged with the other two. "A happy New Year to you, Philip, and may God have you in his keeping all the days thereof." He took her hand and shook it warmly in reply. The flush on her cheek deepened as she withdrew it. Alice Rose said something curtly about the lateness of the hour, and her being much tired, and then she and her daughter went upstairs to the front chamber, and Philip and Coulson to that which they shared at the back of the house. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 13, Perplexities. Coulson and Philip were friendly but not intimate. They never had had a dispute. They never were confidential with each other. In truth, they were both reserved and silent men, and probably respected each other the more for being so self-contained. There was a private feeling in Coulson's heart which would have made a less amiable fellow dislike Philip, but of this the latter was unconscious. They were not apt to exchange many words in the room which they occupied jointly. Coulson asked Philip if he had enjoyed himself at the Corneys', and Philip replied, "Not much. Such parties are no unto my liking." "And yet thou broke off from to watch night to go there." No answer, so Coulson went on, with a sense of the duty laid upon him to improve the occasion. the first that had presented itself since the good old Methodist minister had given his congregation the solemn warning to watch over the opportunities of various kinds which the coming year would present. Jonas Barclay told us as the pleasures of this world were like apples of Sodom, pleasant to look at, but ashes to taste. Coulson wisely left Philip to make the application for himself. If he did, he made no sign, but threw himself on his bed with a heavy sigh. "Are you not going to undress?" said Coulson, as he covered him up in bed. There had been a long pause of silence. Philip did not answer him, and he thought he had fallen asleep. But he was roused from his first slumber by Hepburn's soft movements about the room. Philip had thought better of it, and with some penitence in his heart for his gruffness to the unoffending Coulson, was trying not to make any noise while he undressed. But he could not sleep. He kept seeing the Corneys' kitchen and the scenes that had taken place in it passing like a pageant before his closed eyes. Then he opened them in angry weariness at the recurring vision, and tried to make out the outlines of the room and the furniture in the darkness. The white ceiling sloped into the whitewashed walls, and against them he could see the 4 rush-bottomed chairs, the looking-glass hung on one side, the old carved oak chest, his own property, with the initials of forgotten ancestors cut upon it, which held his clothes, the boxes that belonged to Coulson, sleeping soundly in the bed in the opposite corner of the room, the casement window in the roof, through which the snowy ground on the steep hillside could be plainly seen. And when he got so far as this in the catalogue of the room, he fell into a troubled, feverish sleep, which lasted 2 or 3 hours, and then he awoke with a start, and a consciousness of uneasiness, though what about he could not remember at first. When he recollected all that had happened the night before, it impressed him much more favorably than it had done at the time. If not joy, hope had come in the morning, and at any rate he could be up and be doing, for the late wintry light was stealing down the hillside, and he knew that, although Coulson lay motionless in his sleep, it was past their usual time of rising. Still, as it was New Year's Day, a time of some license, Philip had mercy on his fellow shopman, and did not waken him till just as he was leaving the room. Carrying his shoes in his hand, he went softly downstairs, for he could see from the top of the flight that neither Alice nor her daughter was down yet, as the kitchen shutters were not unclosed. It was Mrs. Rose's habit to rise early and have all bright and clean against her lodgers came down, but then in general she went to rest before 9 o'clock, whereas the last night she had not gone till past 12. Philip went about undoing the shutters and trying to break up the raking coal with as little noise as might be, for he had compassion on the tired sleepers. The kettle had not been filled, probably because Mrs. Rose had been unable to face the storm of the night before in taking it to the pump just at the entrance of the court. When Philip came back from filling it, he found Alice and Hester both in the kitchen and trying to make up for lost time by hastening over their work. Hester looked busy and notable, with her gown pinned up behind her and her hair all tucked away under a clean linen cap. But Alice was angry with herself for her late sleeping, and that and other causes made her speak crossly to Philip as he came in with his snowy feet and well-filled kettle. "Look thee there, droppin' and drippin' along to flags as was cleaned last night, and meddlin' with women's work as a man has no business with." Philip was surprised and annoyed. He had found relief from his own thoughts in doing what he believed would help others. He gave up the kettle to her snatching hands and sate down behind the door in momentary ill temper. But the kettle was better filled and consequently heavier than the old woman expected, and she could not manage to lift it to the crook from which it generally hung suspended. She looked round for Hester, but she was gone into the back kitchen. In a minute Philip was at her side and had heaved it to its place for her. She looked in his face for a moment wistfully, but hardly condescended to thank him. At least the sound of the words did not pass the lips that formed them. Rebuffed by her manner, he went back to his old seat and mechanically watched the preparations for breakfast. But his thoughts went back to the night before, and the comparative ease of his heart was gone. The first stir of a new day had made him feel as if he had had no sufficient cause for his annoyance and despondency the previous evening. But now, condemned to sit quiet, he reviewed looks and words and saw just reason for his anxiety. After some consideration, he resolved to go that very night to Haytersbank and have some talk with either Sylvia or her mother. What the exact nature of this purposed conversation should be, he did not determine. Much would depend on Sylvia's manner and mood, and on her mother's state of health, but at any rate something would be learnt. During breakfast something was learnt nearer home, though not all that a man less unconscious and more vain than Philip might have discovered. He only found out that Mrs. Rose was displeased with him for not having gone to the watch night with Hester, according to the plan made some weeks before. But he soothed his conscience by remembering that he had made no promise. He had merely spoken of his wish to be present at the service, about which Hester was speaking, and although at the time and for a good while afterwards he had fully intended going, yet as there had been William Coulson to accompany her, his absence could not have been seriously noticed. Still he was made uncomfortable by Mrs. Rose's change of manner. Once or twice he said to himself that she little knew how miserable he had been during his gay evening, as she would persist in calling it, or she would not talk at him with such persevering bitterness this morning. Before he left for the shop, he spoke of his intention of going to see how his aunt was, and of paying her a New Year's Day visit. Hepburn and Coulson took it in turns, week and week about, to go first home to dinner. The one who went first sate down with Mrs. Rose and her daughter, instead of having his portion put in the oven to keep warm for him. Today it was Hepburn's turn to be last. All morning the shop was full with customers, come rather to offer good wishes than to buy, and with an unspoken remembrance of the cake and wine which the two hospitable brothers Foster made a point of offering to all comers on New Year's Day. It was busy work for all, for Hester on her side, where caps, ribbons, and women's gear were exclusively sold, for the shopmen and boys in the grocery and drapery department. Philip was trying to do his business with his mind far away, and the consequence was that his manner was not such as to recommend him to the customers, some of whom recollected it as very different, courteous and attentive, if grave and sedate. One buxom farmer's wife noticed the change to him. She had a little girl with her of about 5 years old that she had lifted up on the counter, and who was watching Philip with anxious eyes, occasionally whispering in her mother's ear, and then hiding her face against her cloak. "She's thought a deal o' coming to see you, and I dunnot think as you mind her at all. My pretty, he's clean forgotten as how he said last New Year's Day he'd give thee a barley sugar stick if thou'd hem him a handkerchief by this." The child's face was buried in the comfortable breadth of duffel at these words, while the little outstretched hand held a small square of coarse linen. "Aye, she's noan forgotten it, and has done her 5 stitches a day, bless her, and I dunnot believe as you know her again. She's Phoebe Morsum, and I'm Hannah, and I've dealt at t' shop reg'lar this 15 year." "I'm very sorry," said Philip. "I was up late last night, and I'm a bit dazed to-day. Well, this is nice work, Phoebe, and I'm sure I'm very much beholden to you. And here's 5 sticks of barley sugar, 1 for every stitch, and thank you kindly, Mrs. Morsom, too." Philip took the handkerchief and hoped he had made honourable amends for his want of recognition. But the wee lassie refused to be lifted down, and whispered something afresh into her mother's ear, who smiled and bade her be quiet. Philip saw, however, that there was some wish ungratified on the part of the little maiden, which he was expected to inquire into, and accordingly he did his duty. "She's a little fool. She says you promised to give her a kiss and to make her your wife." The child burrowed her face closer into her mother's neck and refused to allow the kiss which Philip willingly offered. All he could do was to touch the back of the little white fat neck with his lips. The mother carried her off only half satisfied, and Philip felt that he must try and collect his scattered wits and be more alive to the occasion. Towards the dinner hour the crowd slackened. Hester began to replenish decanters and bottles, and to bring out a fresh cake before she went home to dinner, and Coulson and Philip looked over the joint present they always made to her on this day. It was a silk handkerchief of the prettiest colors they could pick out of the shop, intended for her to wear round her neck. Each tried to persuade the other to give it to her, for each was shy of the act of presentation. Coulson was, however, the most resolute, and when she returned from the parlor, the little parcel was in Philip's hands. "Here, Hester," said he, going round the counter to her, just as she was leaving the shop. "It's from Coulson and me, a handkerchief for you to wear, and we wish you a happy New Year, and plenty on 'em, and there's many a one wishes the same." He took her hand as he said this. She went a little paler, and her eyes brightened as though they would fill with tears as they met his. She could not have helped it, do what she would. But she only said, "Thank you kindly," and going up to Coulson she repeated the words and action to him, and then they went off together to dinner. There was a lull of business for the next hour. John and Jeremiah were dining like the rest of the world. Even the elder errand boy had vanished. Philip rearranged disorderly goods and then sate down on the counter by the window. It was the habitual place for the one who stayed behind, for excepting on market day there was little or no custom during the noon hour. Formerly he used to move the drapery with which the window was ornamented and watch the passers-by with careless eye. But now, though he seemed to gaze abroad, he saw nothing but vacancy. All the morning since he got up he had been trying to fight through his duties, leaning against a hope that first had bowed and then had broke as soon as he really tried its weight. There was not a sign of Sylvia's liking for him to be gathered from the most careful recollection of the past evening. It was of no use thinking that there was. It was better to give it up altogether and at once. But what if he could not? What if the thought of her was bound up with his life, and that once torn out by his own free will, the very roots of his heart must come also? No, he was resolved he would go on. As long as there was life, there was hope. As long as Sylvia remained unpledged to anyone else, there was a chance for him. He would remodel his behavior to her. He could not be merry and light-hearted like other young men. His nature was not cast in that mold, and the early sorrows that had left him a lonely orphan might have matured but had not enlivened his character. He thought with some bitterness on the power of easy talking about trifles which some of those he had met with at the Corneys had exhibited. But then he felt stirring within him a force of enduring love which he believed to be unusual, and which seemed as if it must compel all things to his wish in the end. A year or so ago he had thought much of his own cleverness and his painfully acquired learning, and he had imagined that these were the qualities which were to gain Sylvia. But now, whether he had tried them and had failed to win even her admiration, or whether some true instinct had told him that a woman's love may be gained in many ways sooner than by mere learning, he was only angry with himself for his past folly in making himself her school, nay, her taskmaster. Tonight, though, he would start off on a new tack. He would not even upbraid her for her conduct the night before. He had shown her his displeasure at the time, but she should see how tender and forgiving he could be. He would lure her to him rather than find fault with her. There had perhaps been too much of that already. When Coulson came back, Philip went to his solitary dinner. In general, he was quite alone while eating it, but today Alice Rose chose to bear him company. She watched him with cold, severe eye for some time, until he had appeased his languid appetite. Then she began with the rebuke she had in store for him, a rebuke the motives to which were not entirely revealed even to herself. "Thou're none so keen after thy food as common," she began. "Plain victuals goes ill down after feastin'." Philip felt the color mount to his face. He was not in the mood for patiently standing the brunt of the attack which he saw was coming, and yet he had a reverent feeling for woman and for age. He wished she would leave him alone, but he only said, "I had naught but a slice of cold beef for supper, if you'll call that feasting." "Neither do godly ways savor delicately after the pleasures of the world," continued she, unheeding his speech. "Thou wert wont to seek the house of the Lord, and I thought well on thee. But of late thou'st changed, and fallen away, and I mun speak what is in my heart towards thee." "Mother," said Philip impatiently, both he and Coulson called Alice mother at times, "I don't think I am fallen away, and anyway I cannot stay now to be. It's New Year's Day, and to shop is throng." But Alice held up her hand. Her speech was ready, and she must deliver it. "Shop here, shop there. The flesh and the devil are gettin' hold on you, and you need more nor iver to seek to ways o' grace. New Year's Day comes and says, 'Watch and pray,' and you say, 'Nay, I'll seek feasts and marketplaces, and let times and seasons come and go without heedin' into whose presence they're hastening me.' Time was, Philip, when thou'd niver ha' letten a merry-making keep thee from to watch night, and to company of the godly." "I tell you it was no merry-making to me," said Philip with sharpness as he left the house. Alice sat down on the nearest seat and leaned her head on her wrinkled hand. "He's tangled and snared," said she. "My heart has yearned after him, and I esteemed him as one of the elect, and more nor me yearns after him. O Lord, I have but one child. O Lord, spare her. But o'er and above all, I would like to pray for his soul, that Satan might not have it, for he came to me but a little lad." At that moment Philip, smitten by his conscience for his hard manner of speech, came back, but Alice did not hear or see him till he was close by her, and then he had to touch her to recall her attention. "Mother," said he, "I was wrong. I'm fretted by many things. I shouldn't have spoken so. It was ill done of me." "Oh, my lad," said she, looking up and putting her thin arm on his shoulder as he stooped, "Satan is desiring after you, that he may sift you as wheat. Bide at home, and go not after them as care not for holy things. Why need you go to Haytersbank this night?" Philip reddened. He could not and would not give it up, and yet it was difficult to resist the pleading of the usually stern old woman. "Nay," said he, withdrawing himself ever so little from her hold, "my aunt is but ailing. They're my own flesh and blood, and as good folks as need be, though they mayn't be o' your way o' thinking o' things." "Our ways, your ways o' thinking," says he, as if they were no longer his'n, "and as good folks as need be," repeated she with returning severity. "Them's Satan's words, though yo spoke them, Philip. I can do naught against Satan, but I can speak to them as can, and we'll see which pulls hardest, for it'll be better for thee to be riven and rent in twain than to go body and soul to hell." "But don't think, mother," said Philip, his last words of conciliation, for the clock had given warning for 2, "as I'm bound for hell just because I go to see my own folks, all I have left of kin." And once more, after laying his hand with as much of a caress as was in his nature on hers, he left the house. Probably Alice would have considered the first words that greeted Philip on his entrance into the shop as an answer to her prayer, for they were such as put a stop to his plan of going to see Sylvia that evening, and if Alice had formed her inchoate thoughts into words, Sylvia would have appeared as the nearest earthly representative of the spirit of temptation whom she dreaded for Philip. As he took his place behind the counter, Coulson said to him in a low voice, "Jeremiah Foster has been round to bid us to sup with him tonight. He says that he and John have a little matter of business to talk over with us." A glance from his eyes to Philip told the latter that Coulson believed the business spoken of had something to do with the partnership, respecting which there had been a silent intelligence for some time between the shopmen. "And what didst thou say?" asked Philip, doggedly unwilling even yet to give up his purposed visit. "Say? Why, what could I say but that we'd come? There was summat up for sure, and summat as he thought we should be glad on. I could tell it fra to look on his face." "I don't think as I can go," said Philip, feeling just then as if the long-hoped-for partnership was as nothing compared to his plan. It was always distasteful to him to have to give up a project, or to disarrange an intended order of things. Such was his nature, but today it was absolute pain to yield his own purpose. "Why, man alive," said Coulson, in amaze at his reluctance. "I didn't say I mightn't go," said Philip, weighing consequences until called off to attend to customers. In the course of the afternoon, however, he felt himself more easy in deferring his visit to Haytersbank till the next evening. Charlie Kinraid entered the shop, accompanied by Molly Brunton and her sisters, and though they all went towards Hester's side of the shop, and Philip and Coulson had many people to attend to, yet Hepburn's sharpened ears caught much of what the young women were saying. From that he gathered that Kinraid had promised them New Year's gifts, for the purchase of which they were come, and after a little more listening he learnt that Kinraid was returning to Shields the next day, having only come over to spend a holiday with his relations, and being tied with ship's work at the other end. They all talked together lightly and merrily, as if his going or staying was almost a matter of indifference to himself and his cousins. The principal thought of the young women was to secure the articles they most fancied. Charlie Kinraid was, so Philip thought, especially anxious that the youngest and prettiest should be pleased. Hepburn watched him perpetually with a kind of envy of his bright, courteous manner, the natural gallantry of the sailor. If it were but clear that Sylvia took as little thought of him as he did of her, to all appearance, Philip could even have given him praise for manly good looks and a certain kind of geniality of disposition which made him ready to smile pleasantly at all strangers, from babies upwards. As the party turned to leave the shop, they saw Philip, the guest of the night before, and they came over to shake hands with him across the counter. Kinraid's hand was proffered among the number. Last night Philip could not have believed it possible that such a demonstration of fellowship should have passed between them, and perhaps there was a slight hesitation of manner on his part, for some idea or remembrance crossed Kinraid's mind, which brought a keen searching glance into the eyes, which for a moment were fastened on Philip's face. In spite of himself, and during the very action of handshaking, Philip felt a cloud come over his face, not altering or moving his features, but taking light and peace out of his countenance. Molly Brunton began to say something, and he gladly turned to look at her. She was asking him why he went away so early, for they had kept it up for 4 hours after he left, and last of all she added, turning to Kinraid, her cousin Charlie had danced a hornpipe among the platters on the ground. Philip hardly knew what he said in reply. The mention of that pas seul lifted such a weight off his heart. He could smile now after his grave fashion, and would have shaken hands again with Kinraid had it been required, for it seemed to him that no one, caring ever so little in the way that he did for Sylvia, could have borne 4 mortal hours of a company where she had been and was not. Least of all could have danced a hornpipe, either from gaiety of heart or even out of complacence. He felt as if the yearning after the absent one would have been a weight to his legs as well as to his spirit, and he imagined that all men were like himself. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 14, Partnership. As darkness closed in and the New Year's throng became scarce, Philip's hesitation about accompanying Coulson faded away. He was more comfortable respecting Sylvia, and his going to see her might be deferred, and after all he felt that the wishes of his masters ought to be attended to, and the honor of an invitation to the private house of Jeremiah not to be slighted for anything short of a positive engagement. Besides, the ambitious man of business existed strongly in Philip. It would never do to slight advances towards the second great earthly object in his life, one also on which the first depended. So when the shop was closed, the two set out down Bridge Street to cross the river to the house of Jeremiah Foster. They stood a moment on the bridge to breathe the keen, fresh sea air after their busy day. The waters came down, swollen, full, and dark, with rapid rushing speed from the snow-fed springs high up on the moorland above. The close-packed houses in the old town seemed a cluster of white roofs, irregularly piled against the more unbroken white of the hillside. Lights twinkled here and there in the town, and were slung from stern and bow of the ships in the harbor. The air was very still, settling in for a frost, so still that all distant sounds seemed near: the rumble of a returning cart in the high street, the voices on board ship, the closing of shutters and barring of doors in the new town to which they were bound. But the sharp air was filled, as it were, with saline particles in a freezing state, little pungent crystals of sea salt burning lips and cheeks with their cold keenness. It would not do to linger here in the very center of the valley, up which passed the current of atmosphere coming straight with the rushing tide from the icy northern seas. Besides, there was the unusual honor of a supper with Jeremiah Foster awaiting them. He had asked each of them separately to a meal before now, but they had never gone together, and they felt that there was something serious in the conjuncture. They began to climb the steep heights leading to the freshly built rows of the new town of Monkshaven, feeling as if they were rising into aristocratic regions where no shop profaned the streets. Jeremiah Foster's house was one of 6, undistinguished in size or shape or color, but noticed in the daytime by all passers-by for its spotless cleanliness of lintel and doorstep, window and window frame. The very bricks seemed as though they came in for the daily scrubbing, which brightened handle, knocker, all down to the very scraper. The two young men felt as shy of the interview with their master under such unusual relations of guest and host as a girl does of her first party. Each rather drew back from the decided step of knocking at the door. But with a rebuffing shake at his own folly, Philip was the one to give a loud single rap. As if they had been waited for, the door flew open, and a middle-aged servant stood behind, as spotless and neat as the house itself, and smiled a welcome to the familiar faces. "Let me dust you a bit, William," said she, suiting the action to the word. "You've been leaning against some whitewash, I'll be bound." "Ay, Philip," continued she, turning him round with motherly freedom, "you'll do if you'll but gie your shoon a polish and wipe on yon other mat. This'n for taking to roughest mud off. Meester always polishes on that." In the square parlor the same precise order was observed. Every article of furniture was free from speck of dirt or particle of dust, and everything was placed either in a parallel line or at exact right angles with every other. Even John and Jeremiah sat in symmetry on opposite sides of the fireplace. The very smiles on their honest faces seemed drawn to a line of exactitude. Such formality, however admirable, was not calculated to promote ease. It was not until after supper, until a good quantity of Yorkshire pie had been swallowed, and washed down, too, with the best and most generous wine in Jeremiah's cellar, that there was the least geniality among them, in spite of the friendly kindness of the host and his brother. The long silence, during which mute thanks for the meal were given, having come to an end, Jeremiah called for pipes, and 3 of the party began to smoke. Politics in those days were tickle subjects to meddle with, even in the most private company. The nation was in a state of terror against France, and against any at home who might be supposed to sympathize with the enormities she had just been committing. The oppressive act against seditious meetings had been passed the year before, and people were doubtful to what extremity of severity it might be construed. Even the law authorities forgot to be impartial, but either their alarms or their interests made too many of them vehement partisans instead of calm arbiters, and thus destroyed the popular confidence in what should have been considered the supreme tribunal of justice. Yet for all this there were some who dared to speak of reform of Parliament as a preliminary step to fair representation of the people, and to a reduction of the heavy war taxation that was imminent, if not already imposed. But these pioneers of 1830 were generally obnoxious. The great body of the people gloried in being Tories and haters of the French, with whom they were on tenterhooks to fight, almost unaware of the rising reputation of the young Corsican warrior, whose name would be used ere a dozen years had passed to hush English babies with a terror such as that of Marlborough once had for the French. At such a place as Monkshaven all these opinions were held in excess. One or two might, for the mere sake of argument, dispute on certain points of history or government, but they took care to be very sure of their listeners before such arguments touched on anything of the present day, for it had been not unfrequently found that the public duty of prosecuting opinions not your own overrode the private duty of respecting confidence. Most of the Monkshaven politicians confined themselves, therefore, to such general questions as these. Could an Englishman lick more than 4 Frenchmen at a time? What was the proper punishment for members of the Corresponding Society, correspondence with the French Directory, hanging and quartering, or burning? Would the forthcoming child of the Princess of Wales be a boy or a girl? If a girl, would it be more loyal to call it Charlotte or Elizabeth? The Fosters were quite secure enough of their guests this evening to have spoken freely on politics had they been so inclined. And they did begin on the outrages which had been lately offered to the king in crossing St. James's Park to go and open the House of Lords. But soon, so accustomed were their minds to caution and restraint, the talk dropped down to the high price of provisions. Bread at 1 shilling 3d the quartern loaf, according to the London test. Wheat at 120 shillings per quarter, as the home-baking northerners viewed the matter, and then the conversation died away to an ominous silence. John looked at Jeremiah as if asking him to begin. Jeremiah was the host and had been a married man. Jeremiah returned the look with the same meaning in it. John, though a bachelor, was the elder brother. The great church bell, brought from the Monkshaven Monastery centuries ago, high up on the opposite hillside, began to ring 9 o'clock. It was getting late. Jeremiah began. It seems a bad time for starting anyone on business, with prices and taxes and bread so dear. But John and I are getting into years, and we've no children to follow us. Yet we would fain draw out of some of our worldly affairs. We would like to give up the shop and stick to banking, to which there seemeth a plain path. But first there is the stock and goodwill of the shop to be disposed on. A dead pause. This opening was not favorable to the hopes of the two moneyless young men who had been hoping to succeed their masters by the more gradual process of partnership. But it was only the kind of speech that had been agreed upon by the two brothers, with a view of impressing on Hepburn and Coulson the great and unusual responsibility of the situation into which the Fosters wished them to enter. In some ways, the talk of many was much less simple and straightforward in those days than it is now. The study of effect shown in the London diners out of the last generation, who prepared their conversation beforehand, was not without its parallel in humbler spheres, and for different objects than self-display. The brothers Foster had all but rehearsed the speeches they were about to make this evening. They were aware of the youth of the parties to whom they were going to make a most favorable proposal, and they dreaded that if that proposal was too lightly made, it would be too lightly considered, and the duties involved in it too carelessly entered upon. So the role of one brother was to suggest, that of the other to repress. The young men, too, had their reserves. They foresaw, and had long foreseen, what was coming that evening. They were impatient to hear it in distinct words, and yet they had to wait, as if unconscious, during all the long preamble. Do age and youth never play the same parts now? To return, John Foster replied to his brother, "The stock and goodwill, that would take much wealth, and there will be fixtures to be considered. Philip, canst thee tell me the exact amount of stock in the shop at present?" It had only just been taken. Philip had it at his fingers' ends. 1,941 pounds, 13 shillings and 2d. Coulson looked at him in a little dismay, and could not repress a sigh. The figures put into words and spoken aloud seemed to indicate so much larger an amount of money than when quickly written down in numerals. But Philip read the countenances, nay, by some process of which he was not himself aware, he read the minds of the brothers, and felt no dismay at what he saw there. "And the fixtures?" asked John Foster. The appraiser valued them at 435 pounds, 3 and 6d when father died. We have added to them since, but we will reckon them at that. How much does that make with the value of the stock? 2,176 pounds, 16 shillings and 8d, said Philip. Coulson had done the sum quicker, but was too much disheartened by the amount to speak. "And the goodwill?" asked the pitiless John. "What dost thee set that at?" "I think, brother, that would depend on who came forward with the purchase money of the stock and fixtures. To some folks we might make it sit easy if they were known to us, and those as we wished well to. If Philip and William here, for instance, said they'd like to purchase the business, I reckon thee and me would not ask 'em so much as we should ask Miller's. Miller's was an upstart petty rival shop at the end of the bridge in the new town. I wish Philip and William was to come after us, said John. But that's out of the question, he continued, knowing all the while that far from being out of the question, it was the very question, and that it was as good as settled at this very time. No one spoke. Then Jeremiah went on, "It's out of the question, I reckon?" He looked at the two young men. Colson shook his head. Philip more bravely said, "I have 53 pounds 7 and 4 in your hands, Master John, and it's all I have in the world." "It's a pity," said John, and again they were silent. 9:30 struck. It was time to be beginning to make an end. "Perhaps, brother, they have friends who could advance 'em the money. We might make it sit light to them, for the sake of their good service." Philip replied, "There's no one who can put forwards a penny for me. I have but few kin, and they have little to spare beyond what they need." Colson said, "My father and mother have 9 on us." Let alone," said John, relenting fast, for he was weary of his part of cold, stern prudence. "Brother, I think we have enough of this world's goods to do what we like with our own." Jeremiah was a little scandalized at the rapid melting away of assumed character, and took a good pull at his pipe before he replied, "Upwards of 2,000 pounds is a large sum to set on the well-being and well-doing of 2 lads, the elder of whom is not 23. I fear we must look farther afield." "Why, John," replied Jeremiah, "it was but yesterday thee saidst thee would rather have Philip and William than any men of 50 that thee knowed, and now to bring up their youth again them." Well, to half on it is thine, and thou shalt do even as thou wilt. But I think as I must have security for my moiety, for it's a risk, a great risk. Have ye any security to offer, any expectations, any legacies, as other folk have a life interest in at present?" No, neither of them had. So Jeremiah rejoined, "Then I suppose I mun do as thee dost, John, and take the security of character. And it's a great security too, lads, and to best o' all, and one that I couldn't 'a done without, no, not if you'd pay me down 5,000 for goodwill and stock and fixtures. For John Foster and Son has been a shop in Monkshaven this 80 years and more, and I dunnot think there's a man living, or dead for that matter, as can say Foster's wronged him of a penny, or gave short measure to a child, or a cousin Betty." They all 4 shook hands round with the same heartiness as if it had been a legal ceremony necessary to the completion of the partnership. The old men's faces were bright with smiles, the eyes of the young ones sparkled with hope. "But after all," said Jeremiah, "we've not told you particulars. You're thanking us for a pig in a poke, but we had more forethought, and we put all down on a piece of paper." He took down a folded piece of paper from the mantel shelf, put on his horn spectacles, and began to read aloud, occasionally peering over his glasses to note the effect on the countenances of the young men. The only thing he was in the habit of reading aloud was a chapter in the Bible daily to his housekeeper servant, and like many he reserved a peculiar tone for that solemn occupation, a tone which he unconsciously employed for the present enumeration of pounds, shilling, and pence. Average returns of the last 3 years, 127 pounds 3 shillings and 7 penny and 1/6 a week. Profits thereupon 34%, as near as may be. Clear profits of the concern after deducting all expenses except rent, for t' house is our own, £1,202 a year. This was far more than either Hepburn or Colson had imagined it to be, and a look of surprise, almost amounting to dismay, crept over their faces, in spite of their endeavor to keep simply motionless and attentive. "It's a deal of money, lads, and the Lord give you grace to guide it," said Jeremiah, putting down his paper for a minute. "Amen," said John, shaking his head to give effect to his word. "Now what we propose is this," continued Jeremiah, beginning afresh to refer to his paper. "We will call to value of stock and fixtures 2,150. You may have John Holden, appraiser and auctioneer, in to set a price on 'em if you will, or you may look over books and bills, or better still do both, and so check one against t'other. But for to sake of making the ground of the bargain, I state the sum as above, and I reckon it's so much capital left in your hands, for the use of which you're bound to pay us 5% quarterly. That's £107.10 per annum, at least for the first year, and after it will be reduced by the gradual payment on our money, which must be at the rate of 20%, thus paying us our principal back in 5 years. And the rent, including all backyards, right of wharfage, warehouse, and premises, is reckoned by us to be £65 per annum. So you will have to pay us, John and Jeremiah Foster, brothers, £612.10 out of the profits of the first year, leaving at the present rate of profits about £589.10 for the share to be divided between you." The plan had in all its details been carefully arranged by the two brothers. They were afraid lest Hepburn and Coulson should be dazzled by the amount of profits, and had so arranged the sliding scale of payment as to reduce the first year's income to what the elder men thought a very moderate sum, but what to the younger ones appeared an amount of wealth such as they, who had neither of them ever owned much more than £50, considered almost inexhaustible. It was certainly a remarkable instance of prosperity and desert meeting together so early in life. For a moment or two the brothers were disappointed at not hearing any reply from either of them. Then Philip stood up, for he felt as if anything he could say sitting down would not be sufficiently expressive of gratitude, and William instantly followed his example. Hepburn began in a formal manner, something the way in which he had read in the York newspapers that honorable members returned thanks when their health was given. "I can hardly express my feelings," Coulson nudged him, his feelings, too, of gratitude. "Oh, Master John, Master Jeremiah, I thought it might come in time, nay, I thought it might come afore long, but I niver thought as it would be so much or made so easy. We've got good, kind friends, we have we not, William? And we'll do our best, and I hope as we shall come up to their wishes." Philip's voice quivered a little as some remembrance passed across his mind. At this unusual moment of expansion out it came. "I wish Mother could have seen this day." "She shall see a better day, my lad, when thy name and William's is painted over to shop door, and J. Foster blacked out." "Nay, master," said William, "that mun never be. I'd almost sooner not come in for the business. Anyhow, it must be late J. Foster, and I'm not sure as I can stomach that." "Well, well, William," said John Foster, highly gratified, "there be time enough to talk over that. There was one thing more to be said, was there not, brother Jeremiah? We do not wish to have this talked over in Monkshaven until shortly before the time when you must enter on the business. We have our own arrangements to make with regard to the banking concern, and there'll be lawyers' work to do after you've examined books and looked over stock again together. Maybe we've overstated it, or to fixtures aren't worth so much as we said. Anyhow, you must each on you give us your word for to keep from naming this night's conversation to anyone. Meantime, Jeremiah and I will have to pay accounts and take a kind of farewell of the merchants and manufacturers with whom Fosters have had dealings this 70 or 80 year, and when and where it seems fitting to us, we will take one of you to introduce as our successors and friends. But all that's to come. But you must each give us your word not to name what has passed here to anyone, till further speech on the subject has passed between us." Coulson immediately gave the promise. Philip's assent came lagging. He had thought of Sylvia living almost as much as of the dead mother, whose last words had been a committal of her child to the Father of the friendless, and now that a short delay was placed between the sight of the cup and his enjoyment of it, there was an impatient chafing in the mind of the composed and self-restrained Philip, and then repentance quick as lightning effaced the feeling, and he pledged himself to the secrecy which was enjoined. Some few more details as to their mode of procedure, of verifying the Fosters' statements, which to the younger men seemed a perfectly unnecessary piece of business, of probable journeys and introductions, and then farewell was bidden, and Hepburn and Coulson were in the passage donning their wraps, and rather to their indignation, being assisted therein by Martha, who was accustomed to the office with her own master. Suddenly they were recalled into the parlor. John Foster was fumbling with the papers a little nervously. Jeremiah spoke. "We have not thought it necessary to commend Hester Rose to you. If she had been a lad, she would have had a third of the business along with you. Being a woman, it's ill troubling her with a partnership. Better give her a fixed salary till such time as she marries." He looked a little knowingly and curiously at the faces of the young men he addressed. William Coulson seemed sheepish and uncomfortable, but said nothing, leaving it as usual to Philip to be spokesman. "If we hadn't cared for Hester for herself, master, we should have cared for her as being forspoken by you. You and Master John shall fix what we ought to pay her, and I think I may make bold to say that as our income rises, hers shall too, Coulson?" A sound of assent quite distinct enough. "For we both look on her as a sister, and on Alice like a mother, as I told her only this very day." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 15. A Difficult Question. Philip went to bed with that kind of humble, penitent gratitude in his heart which we sometimes feel after a sudden revulsion of feeling from despondency to hope. The night before it seemed as if all events were so arranged as to thwart him in his dearest wishes. He felt now as if his discontent and repining, not 24 hours before, had been almost impious, so great was the change in his circumstances for the better. Now all seemed promising for the fulfillment of what he most desired. He was almost convinced that he was mistaken in thinking that Kinraid had had anything more than a sailor's admiration for a pretty girl with regard to Sylvia. At any rate, he was going away tomorrow, in all probability not to return for another year, for Greenland ships left for the northern seas as soon as there was a chance of the ice being broken up. And ere then he himself might speak out openly, laying before her parents all his fortunate prospects, and before her all his deep, passionate love. So this night his prayers were more than the mere form that they had been the night before. They were a vehement expression of gratitude to God for having, as it were, interfered on his behalf, to grant him the desire of his eyes and the lust of his heart. He was like too many of us. He did not place his future life in the hands of God, and only ask for grace to do his will in whatever circumstances might arise, but he yearned in that terrible way after a blessing which, when granted under such circumstances, too often turns out to be equivalent to a curse. And that spirit brings with it the material and earthly idea that all events that favor our wishes are answers to our prayer, and so they are in one sense, but they need prayer in a deeper and higher spirit to keep us from the temptation to evil which such events invariably bring with them. Philip little knew how Sylvia's time had been passed that day. If he had, he would have laid down this night with even a heavier heart than he had done on the last. Charlie Kinraid accompanied his cousins as far as the spot where the path to Haytersbank Farm diverged. Then he stopped his merry talk and announced his intention of going to see Farmer Robson. Bessie Corney looked disappointed and a little sulky, but her sister Molly Brunton laughed and said, "Tell truth, lad, Dan'l Robson'd never have a call from thee if he hadn't a pretty daughter." "Indeed, but he would," replied Charlie, rather annoyed. "When I've said a thing, I do it. I promised last night to go see him. Besides, I like the old man." "Well, when shall we tell mother you're coming home?" "Toward 8 o'clock, maybe sooner." "Why, it's bare 5 now, bless t' lad. Does he think o' staying theer a' neet, and they up so late last night, and Mrs. Robson ailing beside? Mother'll not think it kind on you either, will she, Bess?" "I dunno. Charlie mun do as he likes. I dare say no one'll miss him if he does bide away till 8. "Well, well, I can't tell what I shall do, but you'd best not stop lingering here, for it's getting on, and there'll be a keen frost by to look o' the stars." Haytersbank was closed for the night, as far as it ever was closed. There were no shutters to the windows, nor did they care to draw the inside curtains, so few were the passers-by. The house door was fastened, but the shippen door a little on in the same long, low block of building stood open, and a dim light made an oblong upon the snowy ground outside. As Kinraid drew near, he heard talking there, and a woman's voice. He threw a passing glance through the window into the fire-lit house-place, and seeing Mrs. Robson asleep by the fireside in her easy-chair, he went on. There was the intermittent sound of the sharp whistling of milk into the pail, and Kester, sitting on a 3-legged stool, cajoling a capricious cow into letting her fragrant burden flow. Sylvia stood near the farther window ledge, on which a horn lantern was placed, pretending to knit at a grey worsted stocking, but in reality laughing at Kester's futile endeavors, and finding quite enough to do with her eyes, in keeping herself untouched by the whisking tail or the occasional kick. The frosty air was mellowed by the warm and odorous breath of the cattle, breath that hung about the place in faint, misty clouds. There was only a dim light. Such as it was not clearly defined against the dark, heavy shadow in which the old black rafters and manger and partitions were enveloped. As Charlie came to the door, Kester was saying, "Quiet with thee, wench. Theer now, she's a beauty if she'll stand still. There's niver such a cow into riding. If she'll only behave hersel, she's a bonny lass, she is. Let down her milk. Theer's a pretty." "Why, Kester," laughed Sylvia, "thou'rt asking her for her milk with as many pretty speeches as if thou wert wooing a wife." "Hey, lass," said Kester, turning a bit towards her and shutting one eye to cock the other the better upon her, an operation which puckered up his already wrinkled face into 1,000 new lines and folds. "And how does thee know how a man woos a wife, that thee talks so knowin' about it? That's tellin'. Some'un's been trying it on thee." "There's niver one been so impudent," said Sylvia, reddening and tossing her head a little. "I'd like to see him try me." "Well, well," said Kester, wilfully misunderstanding her meaning. "Thou mun be patient, wench, and if thou's a good lass, maybe thy turn'll come and they'll try it." "I wish thou'd talk of what thou's some knowledge on, Kester, instead of in that silly way," replied Sylvia. "Then I mun talk no more about women, for they're past knowin', and druv even King Solomon silly." At this moment Charlie stepped in. Sylvia gave a little start and dropped her ball of worsted. Kester made as though absorbed in his task of cajoling Black Nell, but his eyes and ears were both vigilant. "I was going into the house, but I saw your mother asleep, and I didn't like to waken her, so I just came on here. Is your father to the fore?" "No," said Sylvia, hanging down her head a little, wondering if he could have heard the way in which she and Kester had been talking, and thinking over her little foolish jokes with anger against herself. "Father is gone to Winthrop about some pigs as he's heerd on. He'll not be back till 7 o'clock or so." It was but 5:30, and Sylvia, in the irritation of the moment, believed that she wished Kinraid would go, but she would have been extremely disappointed if he had. Kinraid himself seemed to have no thought of the kind. He saw with his quick eyes, not unaccustomed to women, that his coming so unexpectedly had fluttered Sylvia, and anxious to make her quite at her ease with him, and not unwilling to conciliate Kester, he addressed his next speech to him, with the same kind of air of interest in the old man's pursuit that a young man of a different class sometimes puts on when talking to the chaperone of a pretty girl in a ballroom. "That's a handsome beast you've just been milking, master." "Ay, but handsome is as handsome does. It were only yesterday as she aimed her leg right at the pail wi' the afterings in. She knowed it were afterings as well as any Christian, and to more to mischief to better she likes it, and if I hadn't been too quick for her, it would have all gone swash down into litter. This'n a far better cow into long run, she's just a steady goer," as the milky downpour came musical and even from the stall next to Black Nell's. Sylvia was knitting away vigorously, thinking all the while that it was a great pity she had not put on a better gown, or even a cap with brighter ribbon, and quite unconscious how very pretty she looked, standing against the faint light, her head a little bent down, her hair catching bright golden touches as it fell from under her little linen cap, her pink bedgown, confined by her apron string, giving a sort of easy grace to her figure, her dark full linsey petticoat short above her trim ankles, looking far more suitable to the place where she was standing than her long gown of the night before would have done. Kinraid was wanting to talk to her and to make her talk, but was uncertain how to begin. In the meantime, Kester went on with the subject last spoken about. "Black Nell's at her 4th calf now, so she ought to 'a left off her tricks and turned sober-like. But bless you, there's some cows as'll be skittish till they're fat for to butcher. Not but what I'll like milking her better nor a steady goer. A man has allays somewhat to be watching for, and I'm kind of set up when I've mastered her at last. To young Mrs. there, she's mighty fond of coming to see Black Nell at her tantrums. She'd niver come near me if all cows were like this'n." "Do you often come and see the cows milked?" asked Kinraid. "Many a time," said Sylvia, smiling a little. "Why, when we're throng, I help Kester, but now we've only Black Nell and Daisy giving milk. Kester knows as I can milk Black Nell quite easy," she continued, half vexed that Kester had not named this accomplishment. "Ay, when she's in a good frame of mind, as she is sometimes, but the difficulty is to milk her at all times. I wish I'd come a bit sooner. I should like to have seen you milk Black Nell," addressing Sylvia. "You'd better come tomorrow e'en and see what a hand she'll mak on her," said Kester. "Tomorrow night I shall be far on my road back to Shields." "Tomorrow," said Sylvia, suddenly looking up at him, and then dropping her eyes, as she found he had been watching for the effect of his intelligence on her. "I mun be back at t' Whaler where I'm engaged," continued he. "She's fitting up after a fresh fashion, and as I've been one as wanted new ways, I mun be on the spot for to look after her. Maybe I shall take a run down here afore sailing in March. I'm sure I shall try." There was a good deal meant and understood by these last few words. The tone in which they were spoken gave them a tender intensity not lost upon either of the hearers. Kester cocked his eye once more, but with as little obtrusiveness as he could, and pondered the sailor's looks and ways. He remembered his coming about the place the winter before, and how the old master had then appeared to have taken to him, but at that time Sylvia had seemed to Kester too little removed from a child to have either art or part in Kinraid's visits. Now, however, the case was different. Kester in his sphere, among his circle of acquaintance, narrow though it was, had heard with much pride of Sylvia's bearing away the bell at church and at market, wherever girls of her age were congregated. He was a north countryman, so he gave out no further sign of his feelings than his mistress and Sylvia's mother had done on a like occasion. "'T lass is weel enough," said he, but he grinned to himself and looked about and listened to the hearsay of every lad, wondering who was handsome and brave and good enough to be Sylvia's mate. Now of late it had seemed to the canny farm servant pretty clear that Philip Hepburn was after her, and to Philip Kester had an instinctive objection, a kind of natural antipathy such as has existed in all ages between the dwellers in a town and those in the country, between agriculture and trade. So while Kinraid and Sylvia kept up their half-tender, half-jesting conversation, Kester was making up his slow, persistent mind as to the desirability of the young man then present as a husband for his darling, as much from his being other than Philip in every respect as from the individual good qualities he possessed. Kester's first opportunity of favoring Kinraid's suit consisted in being as long as possible over his milking. So never were cows that required such stripping or were expected to yield such afterings as Black Nell and Daisy that night. But all things must come to an end, and at length Kester got up from his three-legged stool, on seeing what the others did not, that the dip candle in the lantern was coming to an end, and that in 2 or 3 minutes more the shippen would be in darkness, and so his pails of milk be endangered. In an instant Sylvia had started out of her delicious dreamland. Her drooping eyes were raised and recovered their power of observation. Her ruddy arms were freed from the apron in which she had enfolded them as a protection from the gathering cold, and she had seized and adjusted the wooden yoke across her shoulders, ready to bear the brimming milk pails to the dairy. "Look you at her," exclaimed Kester to Charlie as he adjusted the fragrant pails on the yoke. "She thinks she's Mrs. A'Ready, and she's allays for carrying in to milk, since to rheumatiz cotched my shuther into back end, and when she says yea, it's as much as my heed's worth to say nay." And along the wall, round the corner, down round the slippery stones of the rambling farmyard, behind the buildings, did Sylvia trip, safe and well poised, though the ground were all one coating of white snow, and in many places was so slippery as to oblige Kinraid to linger near Kester, the lantern-bearer. Kester did not lose his opportunity, though the cold, misty night air provoked his asthmatic cough whenever he breathed, and often interrupted his words. "She's a good wench as iver was, and come on a good stock, and that's summit, whether in a cow or a woman. I've known her from a baby. She's a reet down good un." By this time they had reached the back kitchen door, just as Sylvia had unladen herself and was striking a light with flint and tinder. The house seemed warm and inviting after the piercing outer air, although the kitchen into which they entered contained only a raked and slumbering fire at one end, over which, on a crook, hung the immense pan of potatoes cooking for the evening meal of the pigs. To this pan Kester immediately addressed himself, swinging it round with ease, owing to the admirable simplicity of the old-fashioned machinery. Kinraid stood between Kester and the door into the dairy, through which Sylvia had vanished with the milk. He half wished to conciliate Kester by helping him, but he seemed also attracted by a force which annihilated his will, to follow her wherever she went. Kester read his mind. Let alone," said he. "Pig's vittle takes noan such dainty carrion as milk. I may set it down and niver spill a drop. She's noan fit for to serve swine, nor your other mister. Better help her to teem to milk." So Kinraid followed the light, his light, into the icy chill of the dairy, where the bright polished tin cans were quickly dimmed with the warm, sweet-smelling milk that Sylvia was emptying out into the brown pans. In his haste to help her, Charlie took up one of the pails. "Eh? That'n's to be strained. You have all the cow's hair in. Mother's very particular, and cannot abide a hair." So she went over to her awkward dairymaid, and before she, but not before he, was aware of the sweet proximity, she was adjusting his happy awkward arms to the new office of holding a milk strainer over the bowl and pouring the white liquid through it. "There," said she, looking up for a moment and half blushing. "Now you'll know how to do it next time." "I wish next time was to come now," said Kinraid, but she had returned to her own pail and seemed not to hear him. He followed her to her side of the dairy. "I've but a short memory. Can you not show me again how to hold to strainer?" "No," said she, half laughing, but holding her strainer fast in spite of his insinuating efforts to unlock her fingers. "But there's no need to tell me you've getten a short memory." "Why, what have I done? How done you know it?" "Last night," she began, and then she stopped and turned away her head, pretending to be busy in her dairy duties of rinsing and such like. "Well," said he, half conjecturing her meaning and flattered by it, if his conjecture were right. "Last night, what?" "Oh, you know," said she, as if impatient at being both literally and metaphorically followed about and driven into a corner. "No, tell me," persisted he. "Well," said she, "if you will have it, I think you showed you'd but a short memory when you didn't know me again, and you were 5 times at this house last winter, and that's not so long sin. But I suppose you see a vast of things on your voyages by land or by sea, and then it's but natural you should forget." She wished she could go on talking, but could not think of anything more to say just then, for in the middle of her sentence, the flattering interpretation he might put upon her words, on her knowing so exactly the number of times he had been to Haytersbank, flashed upon her, and she wanted to lead the conversation a little farther afield, to make it a little less personal. This was not his wish, however. In a tone which thrilled through her, even in her own despite, he said, "Do you think that can ever happen again, Sylvia?" She was quite silent, almost trembling. He repeated the question as if to force her to answer. Driven to bay, she equivocated. "What happen again? Let me go. I dunna know what you're talking about, and I'm almost numbed with cold." For the frosty air came sharp in through the open lattice window, and the ice was already forming on the milk. Kinraid would have found a ready way of keeping his cousins, or indeed most young women, warm, but he paused before he dared put his arm round Sylvia. She had something so shy and wild in her look and manner, and her very innocence of what her words, spoken by another girl, might lead to, inspired him with respect and kept him in check. So he contented himself with saying, "I'll let you go into to warm kitchen if you'll tell me if you think I can ever forget you again." She looked up at him defiantly and set her red lips firm. He enjoyed her determination not to reply to this question. It showed she felt its significance. Her pure eyes looked steadily into his, nor was the expression in his such as to daunt her or make her afraid. They were like 2 children defying each other, each determined to conquer. At last she unclosed her lips, and nodding her head as if in triumph, said, as she folded her arms once more in her check apron, "You'll have to go home sometime." "Not for a couple of hours yet," said he, "and you'll be frozen first, so you'd better say if I can ever forget you again without more ado." Perhaps the fresh voices breaking on the silence, perhaps the tones were less modulated than they had been before, but anyhow Belle Robson's voice was heard calling Sylvia through the second door, which opened from the dairy to the house place, in which her mother had been till this moment asleep. Sylvia darted off in obedience to the call, glad to leave him, as at the moment Kinraid resentfully imagined. Through the open door he heard the conversation between mother and daughter, almost unconscious of its meaning, so difficult did he find it to wrench his thoughts from the ideas he had just been forming, with Sylvia's bright, lovely face right under his eyes. "Sylvia," said her mother, "who's yonder?" Belle was sitting up in the attitude of one startled out of slumber into intensity of listening, her hands on each of the chair arms, as if just going to rise. "There's a fremd man into house. I heard his voice." It's just Charlie Kinraid. He was a-talking to me into Derry." "Into Derry, lass? And how comed he into Derry?" "He come to see Feyther. Feyther asked him last night," said Sylvia, conscious that he could overhear every word that was said, and a little suspecting that he was no great favourite with her mother. "Thy feyther's out. How comed he into to Derry?" persevered Belle. "He come past this window and saw you asleep, and didn't like for to waken you, so he comed on to shippen, and when I carried to milk in—" But now Kinraid came in, feeling the awkwardness of his situation a little, yet with an expression so pleasant and manly in his open face and in his exculpatory manner, that Sylvia lost his first words in a strange kind of pride of possession in him, about which she did not reason nor care to define the grounds. But her mother rose from her chair somewhat formally, as if she did not intend to sit down again while he stayed, yet was too weak to be kept in that standing attitude long. "I'm afeard, sir, Sylvie hasn't told you that my master's out, and not like to be in till late. He'll be main and sorry to have missed you." There was nothing for it after this but to go. His only comfort was that on Sylvia's rosy face he could read unmistakable signs of regret and dismay. His sailor's life, in bringing him suddenly face to face with unexpected events, had given him something of that self-possession which we consider the attribute of a gentleman, and with an apparent calmness which almost disappointed Sylvia, who construed it into a symptom of indifference as to whether he went or stayed, he bade her mother good night, and only said, in holding her hand a minute longer than was absolutely necessary, "I'm coming back ere I sail, and then, maybe, you'll answer yon question." He spoke low, and her mother was rearranging herself in her chair, else Sylvia would have had to repeat the previous words. As it was, with soft, thrilling ideas ringing through her, she could get her wheel and sit down to her spinning by the fire. Waiting for her mother to speak first, Sylvia dreamed her dreams. Belle Robson was partly aware of the state of things as far as it lay on the surface. She was not aware how deep down certain feelings had penetrated into the girl's heart who sat on the other side of the fire, with a little sad air diffused over her face and figure. Belle looked upon Sylvia as still a child, to be warned off forbidden things by threats of danger, but the forbidden thing was already tasted, and possible danger in its full acquisition only served to make it more precious sweet. Belle sat upright in her chair, gazing into the fire. Her milk-white linen mob-cap fringed round and softened her face, from which the usual apple red was banished by illness, and the features, from the same cause, rendered more prominent and stern. She had a clean buff kerchief round her neck, and stuffed into the bosom of her Sunday woolen gown of dark blue. If she had been in working trim, she would have worn a bedgown like Sylvia's. Her sleeves were pinned back at the elbows, and her brown arms and hard-working hands lay crossed in unwonted idleness on her check apron. Her knitting was by her side, and if she had been going through any accustomed calculation or consideration, she would have had it busily clinking in her fingers. But she had something quite beyond common to think about, and perhaps to speak about, and for the minute she was not equal to knitting. "Sylvie," she began at length, "did I e'er tell thee on Nancy Hartley as I knew when I were a child? I'm thinking a deal on her tonight. Maybe it's because I've been dreaming on yon old times. She was a bonny lass as ever were seen, I've heard folk say, but that were afore I knew her. When I knew her, she were crazy, poor wench, wi' her black hair a streaming down her back, and her eyes as were almost as black, allays crying out for pity, though never a word she spoke but, "He once was here." Just that, o'er and o'er again, whether she were cold or hot, full or hungry. "He once was here," were all her speech. She had been farm servant to my mother's brother, James Hepburn, thy great uncle as was. She were a poor friendless wench, a parish prentice, but honest and gom-like, till a lad as nobody knowed come o'er the hills one sheep shearing from Whitehaven. He had somewhat to do with the sea, though not rightly to be called a sailor, and he made a deal on Nancy Hartley just to beguile the time like, and he went away and ne'er sent a thought after her more. It's the way as lads have, and there's no holding 'em when they're fellows as nobody knows, neither where they come from, nor what they've been doing all their lives, till they come athwart some poor wench like Nancy Hartley. She were but a softy after all, for she left off doing her work in a proper manner. I've heard my aunt say as she found out as summat was wrong with Nancy as soon as the milk turned bingy, for there ne'er had been such a clean lass about her milk cans afore that. And from bad it grew to worse, and she would sit and do nothing but play with her fingers from morn till night, and if they asked her what ailed her, she just said, "He once was here." And if they bid her go about her work, it were all the same. And when they scolded her, and pretty sharp too, she would stand up and put her hair from her eyes, and look about her like a crazy thing, searching for her wits, and ne'er finding them, for all she could think on was just, "He once was here." It were a caution to me again thinking a man to mean what he says when he's a-talking to a young woman. "But what became on poor Nancy?" asked Sylvia. "What should become on her, or on any lass as gives hersel up to thinking on a man who cares not for her," replied her mother, a little severely. "She were crazed, and my aunt couldn't keep her on, could she? She did keep her a long weary time, thinking as she would, maybe, come to hersel. And anyhow she were a motherless wench. But at length she had for to go where she came from, back to Keswick workhouse. And when I last heard on her, she were chained to the great kitchen dresser into workhouse. They'd beaten her till she were taught to be silent and quiet in the daytime, but at night when she were left alone, she would take up the old cry, till it wrung their heart, so they'd many a time to come down and beat her again to get any peace. It were a caution to me, as I said afore, to keep from thinking on men as thought not on me." "Poor crazy Nancy," sighed Sylvia. The mother wondered if she had taken the caution to herself, or was only full of pity for the mad girl dead long before. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 16. The Engagement. As the day lengthens, so the cold strengthens. It was so that year. The hard frost, which began on New Year's Eve, lasted on and on into late February, black and bitter, but welcome enough to the farmers, as it kept back the too early growth of autumn-sown wheat, and gave them the opportunity of leading manure. But it did not suit invalids as well, and Belle Robson, though not getting worse, did not make any progress towards amendment. Sylvia was kept very busy, notwithstanding that she had the assistance of a poor widow woman in the neighborhood on cleaning or washing or churning days. Her life was quiet and monotonous, although hard-working, and while her hands mechanically found and did their accustomed labor, the thoughts that rose in her head always centered on Charlie Kinraid, his ways, his words, his looks, whether they all meant what she would fain believe they did, and whether, meaning love at the time, such a feeling was likely to endure. Her mother's story of crazy Nancy had taken hold of her, but not as a caution, rather as a parallel case to her own. Like Nancy, and borrowing the poor girl's own words, she would say softly to herself, "He once was here," but all along she believed in her heart he would come back again to her, though it touched her strangely to imagine the agonies of forsaken love. Philip knew little of all this. He was very busy with facts and figures, doggedly fighting through the necessary business, and only now and then allowing himself the delicious relaxation of going to Haytersbank in an evening, to inquire after his aunt's health and to see Sylvia. For the two Fosters were punctiliously anxious to make their shopmen test all their statements, insisting on an examination of the stock as if Hepburn and Coulson were strangers to the shop, having the Monkshaven auctioneer in to appraise the fixtures and necessary furniture, going over the shop books for the last 20 years with their successors, an employment which took up evening after evening, and not unfrequently taking one of the young men on the long commercial journeys which were tediously made in a gig. By degrees both Hepburn and Coulson were introduced to distant manufacturers and wholesale dealers. They would have been willing to take the Fosters' word for every statement the brothers had made on New Year's Day, but this, it was evident, would not have satisfied their masters, who were scrupulous in insisting that whatever advantage there was should always fall on the side of the younger men. When Philip saw Sylvia, she was always quiet and gentle, perhaps more silent than she had been a year ago, and she did not attend so briskly to what was passing around her. She was rather thinner and paler, but whatever change there was in her was always an improvement in Philip's eyes, so long as she spoke graciously to him. He thought she was suffering from long-continued anxiety about her mother, or that she had too much to do, and either cause was enough to make him treat her with a grave regard and deference which had a repressed tenderness in it, of which she, otherwise occupied, was quite unaware. She liked him better, too, than she had done a year or two before, because he did not show her any of the eager attention which teased her then, although its meaning was not fully understood. Things were much in this state when the frost broke, and milder weather succeeded. This was the time so long looked forward to by the invalid and her friends, as favoring the doctor's recommendation of change of air. Her husband was to take her to spend a fortnight with a kindly neighbor who lived near the farm they had occupied, 40 miles or so inland, before they came to Haytersbank. The widow woman was to come and stay in the house to keep Sylvia company during her mother's absence. Daniel, indeed, was to return home after conveying his wife to her destination, but there was so much to be done on the land at this time of the year that Sylvia would have been alone all day had it not been for the arrangement just mentioned. There was active stirring in Monkshaven harbor as well as on shore. The whalers were finishing their fittings out for the Greenland seas. It was a close season. That is to say, there would be difficulty in passing the barrier of ice which lay between the ships and the whaling grounds, and yet these must be reached before June, or the year's expedition would be of little avail. Every blacksmith's shop rung with the rhythmical clang of busy hammers, beating out old iron, such as horseshoes, nails, or stubs, into the great harpoons. The quays were thronged with busy and important sailors rushing hither and thither, conscious of the demand in which they were held at this season of the year. It was wartime, too. Many captains, unable to procure men in Monkshaven, would have to complete their crews in the Shetlands. The shops in the town were equally busy. Stores had to be purchased by the whaling masters, warm clothing of all sorts to be provided. These were the larger wholesale orders, but many a man, and woman too, brought out their small hoards to purchase extra comforts or precious keepsakes for some beloved one. It was the time of the great half-yearly traffic of the place. Another impetus was given to business when the whalers returned in the autumn, and the men were flush of money, and full of delight at once more seeing their homes and their friends. There was much to be done in Foster's shop, and later hours were kept than usual. Some perplexity or other was occupying John and Jeremiah Foster. Their minds were not so much on the alert as usual, being engaged on some weighty matter of which they had as yet spoken to no one. But it thus happened that they did not give the prompt assistance they were accustomed to render at such times, and Coulson had been away on some of the new expeditions devolving on him and Philip as future partners. One evening after the shop was closed, while they were examining the goods and comparing the sales with the entries in the day book, Coulson suddenly inquired, "By the way, Hester, does thee know where the parcel of best bandanas is gone? There was 4 left, as I'm pretty sure, when I set off to Sandsend, and today Mark Alderson came in, and would fain have had one, and I could find none nowhere." "I sold to last today to yon sailor, the specksioneer, who fought the press gang same time as poor Darley were killed. He took it, and 3 yards of yon pink ribbon with to black and yellow crosses on it, as Philip could never abide. Philip has got 'em into book, if he'll only look." "Is he here again?" said Philip. "I didn't see him. What brings him here, where he's known wanted?" "To shop were throng with folk," said Hester, "and he knew his own mind about the handkerchief, and didn't tarry long. Just as he was leaving, his eye caught on to ribbon, and he came back for it. It were when you were serving Mary Darby, and there was a vast of folk about you." "I wish I'd seen him," said Coulson. "I'd ha' gi'n him a word and a look he'd not have forgotten in a hurry." "Why, what's up?" said Philip, surprised at William's unusual manner, and at the same time rather gratified to find a reflection of his own feelings about Kinraid. Coulson's face was pale with anger, but for a moment or two he seemed uncertain whether he would reply or not. "Up," said he at length, "it's just this. He came after my sister for better nor 2 year, and a better lass, no nor a prettier in my eyes, niver broke bread. And then my master saw another girl that he liked better." William almost choked in his endeavor to keep down all appearance of violent anger, and then went on, "and that he played to same game wit as I've heerd tell." "And how did thy sister take it?" asked Philip eagerly. "She died in a 6-month," said William. "She forgived him, but it's beyond me. I thought it were him when I heerd of to work about Darley, Kinraid, and coming from Newcastle, where Annie lived prentice, and I made inquiry, and it were to same man. But I'll say no more about him, for it stirs to old Adam more nor I like, or is fitting." Out of respect to him, Philip asked no more questions, although there were many things that he fain would have known. Both Coulson and he went silently and grimly through the remainder of their day's work. Independent of any personal interest which either or both of them had or might have in Kinraid's being a light o' love, this fault of his was one with which the 2 grave, sedate young men had no sympathy. Their hearts were true and constant, whatever else might be their failings, and it is no new thing to damn the faults we have no mind to. Philip wished that it was not so late, or that very evening he would have gone to keep guard over Sylvia in her mother's absence. Nay, perhaps he might have seen reason to give her a warning of some kind. but if he had done so, it would have been locking the stable door after the steed was stolen. Kinraid had turned his steps towards Haytersbank Farm as soon as ever he had completed his purchases. He had only come that afternoon to Monkshaven, and for the sole purpose of seeing Sylvia once more, before he went to fulfill his engagement as specksioneer in the Urania, a whaling vessel that was to sail from North Shields on Thursday morning, and this was Monday. Sylvia sat in the house-place, her back to the long, low window, in order to have all the light the afternoon hour afforded for her work. A basket of her father's unmended stockings was on the little round table beside her, and one was on her left hand, which she supposed herself to be mending, but from time to time she made long pauses and looked in the fire, and yet there was but little motion of flame or light in it out of which to conjure visions. It was redd up for the afternoon, covered with a black mass of coal, over which the equally black kettle hung on the crook. In the back kitchen, Dolly Reed, Sylvia's assistant during her mother's absence, chanted a lugubrious ditty befitting her condition as a widow, while she cleaned tins and cans and milking pails. Perhaps these bustling sounds prevented Sylvia from hearing approaching footsteps coming down the brow with swift advance. At any rate, she started and suddenly stood up as someone entered the open door. It was strange she should be so much startled, for the person who entered had been in her thoughts all during those long pauses. Charlie Kinraid and the story of Crazy Nancy had been the subjects for her dreams for many a day and many a night. Now he stood there, bright and handsome as ever, with just that much timidity in his face, that anxiety as to his welcome, which gave his accost an added charm, could she but have perceived it. But she was so afraid of herself, so unwilling to show what she felt, and how much she had been thinking of him in his absence, that her reception seemed cold and still. She did not come forward to meet him. She went crimson to the very roots of her hair, but that, in the waning light, he could not see, and she shook so that she felt as if she could hardly stand, but the tremor was not visible to him. She wondered if he remembered the kiss that had passed between them on New Year's Eve, the words that had been spoken in the dairy on New Year's Day, the tones, the looks that had accompanied those words. But all she said was, "I didn't think to see you. I thought you'd a sailed." "I told you I should come back, didn't I?" said he, still standing, with his hat in his hand, waiting to be asked to sit down, and she, in her bashfulness, forgetting to give the invitation, but instead pretending to be attentively mending the stocking she held. Neither could keep quiet and silent long. She felt his eyes were upon her, watching every motion, and grew more and more confused in her expression and behavior. He was a little taken aback by the nature of his reception, and was not sure at first whether to take the great change in her manner, from what it had been when last he saw her, as a favorable symptom or otherwise. By and by, luckily for him, in some turn of her arm to reach the scissors on the table, she caught the edge of her work-basket, and down it fell. She stooped to pick up the scattered stockings and ball of worsted, and so did he. And when they rose up, he had fast hold of her hand, and her face was turned away, half ready to cry. "What ails you at me?" said he beseechingly. "You might have forgotten me, and yet I thought we made a bargain against forgetting each other." No answer. He went on, "You've never been out of my thoughts, Sylvia Robson, and I'm come back to Monkshaven for naught but to see you once and again afore I go away to the northern seas. It's not 2 hours since I landed at Monkshaven, and I've been near neither kith nor kin as yet, and now I'm here you won't speak to me." "I don't know what to say," said she, in a low, almost inaudible tone. Then hardening herself, and resolving to speak as if she did not understand his only half-expressed meaning, she lifted up her head, and all but looking at him, while she wrenched her hand out of his, she said, "Mother's gone to Middleham for a visit, and Feyther's out to Plowfield wi' Kester, but he'll be in afore long." Charlie did not speak for a minute or so. Then he said, "You're not so dull as to think I'm come all this way for to see either your father or your mother. I've a great respect for 'em both, but I'd hardly a come all this way for to see 'em, and me bound to be back in Shields if I walk every step of the way by Wednesday night. It's that you won't understand my meaning, Sylvia. It's not that you don't, or that you can't." He made no effort to repossess himself of her hand. She was quite silent, but in spite of herself she drew long, hard breaths. "I may go back to where I came from," he went on. "I thought to go to sea wi' a blessed hope to cheer me up, and a knowledge of someone as loved me as I'd left behind. Someone as loved me half as much as I did her, for the measure of my love toward her is so great and mighty I'd be content with half as much from her, till I'd taught her to love me more. But if she's a cold heart and cannot care for a honest sailor, why, then I'd best go back at once." He made for the door. He must have been pretty sure from some sign or other, or he would never have left it to her womanly pride to give way, and for her to make the next advance. He had not taken 2 steps when she turned quickly towards him and said something, the echo of which, rather than the words themselves, reached him. "I didn't know you cared for me. You never said so." In an instant he was back at her side, his arm round her in spite of her short struggle, and his eager, passionate voice saying, "You never knowed I loved you, Sylvia? Say it again, and look in my face while you say it, if you can. Why, last winter I thought you'd be such a woman, when you'd come to be one as my een had never looked upon, and this year, ever sin' I saw you in the kitchen corner, sitting crouching behind my uncle, I as good as swore I'd have you for wife, or never wed at all. And it was not long ere you knowed it, for all you were so coy, and now you have the face. No, you have not the face. Come, my darling, what is it?" For she was crying, and on his turning her wet, blushing face towards him, the better to look at it, she suddenly hid it in his breast. He lulled and soothed her in his arms, as if she had been a weeping child and he her mother, and then they sat down on the settle together, and when she was more composed, they began to talk. He asked her about her mother, not sorry in his heart at Belle Robson's absence. He had intended, if necessary, to acknowledge his wishes and desires with regard to Sylvia to her parents, but for various reasons he was not sorry that circumstances had given him the chance of seeing her alone, and obtaining her promise to marry him without being obliged to tell either her father or her mother at present. "I have spent my money pretty free," he said, "and I've ne'er a penny to the fore, and your parents may look for something better for you, my pretty. But when I come back from this voyage, I shall stand a chance of having a share in the Urania, and maybe I shall be mate as well as specksioneer, and I can get a matter of from 70 to 90 pound a voyage, let alone the half guineas for every whale I strike, and 6 shilling a gallon on the oil, and if I keep steady with Forbes and Company, they'll make me master in time, for I've had good schooling, and can work a ship as well as any man. And I leave you wi' your parents, or take a cottage for you nigh at hand, but I would like to have something to the fore, and that I shall have, please God, when we come back in the autumn. I shall go to sea happy now, thinking I've your word. You're not one to go back from it, I'm sure, else it's a long time to leave such a pretty girl as you, and ne'er a chance of a letter reaching you just to tell you once again how I love you, and to bid you not to forget your true love." "There'll be no need of that," murmured Sylvia. She was too dizzy with happiness to have attended much to his details of his worldly prospects, but at the sound of his tender words of love her eager heart was ready to listen. "I don't know," said he, wanting to draw her out into more confession of her feelings. "There's many a one ready to come after you, and your mother is not o'er captivated with me. And there's yon tall fellow of a cousin as looks black at me, for if I'm not mista'en, he's a notion of being sweet on you hisself." "Not he," said Sylvia, with some contempt in her tone. "He's so full of business and to shop, and of making money and getting wealth." Ay, but perhaps when he gets a rich man, he'll come and ask my Sylvia to be his wife, and what will she say then?" "He'll niver come asking such a foolish question," said she, a little impatiently. "He knows what answer he'd get if he did." Kinraid said, almost as if to himself, "Your mother favors him, though." But she, weary of a subject she cared nothing about, and eager to identify herself with all his interests, asked him about his plans almost at the same time that he said these last words, and they went on as lovers do, intermixing a great many tender expressions with a very little conversation relating to facts. Dolly Reed came in and went out softly, unheeded by them, but Sylvia's listening ears caught her father's voice as he and Kester returned homewards from their day's work in the plough-field, and she started away and fled upstairs in shy affright, leaving Charlie to explain his presence in the solitary kitchen to her father. He came in, not seeing that anyone was there at first, for they had never thought of lighting a candle. Kinraid stepped forward into the firelight, his purpose of concealing what he had said to Sylvia quite melted away by the cordial welcome her father gave him the instant that he recognized him. "Bless thee, lad, who'd a thought o' seeing thee? Why, if ever a thought on thee at all, it were halfway to Davis Straits. To be sure, to winter's been a dree season, and thou'rt, maybe, into reet on to mak a late start. Latest start as iver I made was 9th o' March, and we struck 13 whales that year." "I have something to say to you," said Charlie in a hesitating voice, so different to his usual hearty way that Daniel gave him a keen look of attention before he began to speak. And perhaps the elder man was not unprepared for the communication that followed. At any rate, it was not unwelcome. He liked Kinraid, and had strong sympathy not merely with what he knew of the young sailor's character, but with the life he led and the business he followed. Robson listened to all he said with approving nods and winks, till Charlie had told him everything he had to say, and then he turned and struck his broad, horny palm into Kinraid's as if concluding a bargain, while he expressed in words his hearty consent to their engagement. He wound up with a chuckle as the thought struck him that this great piece of business of disposing of their only child had been concluded while his wife was away. "I'm none so sure as to Missis'll like it," said he, "though whatever she'll have to say agin it, mischief only knows. But she's noan keen on mattermony, though I have made her as good a man as there is in a' to writings. Anyhow, I'm master, and that she knows. But maybe, for to sake of peace and quietness, though she's niver a scolding tongue, that I will say for her, we'd best keep this matter to ourselves till thou comes into port again. To lass upstairs'll like naught better than to curl hersel round a secret, and purr over it just as to old cat does o'er her blind kitten. But thou'll be wanting to see to lass, I'll be bound. An old man like me isn't as good company as a pretty lass." Laughing a low, rich laugh over his own wit, Daniel went to the bottom of the stairs and called, "Sylvie, Sylvie, come down, lass. Osreet, come down." For a time there was no answer. Then a door was unbolted, and Sylvia said, "I can't come down again. I'm noan coming down again tonight." Daniel laughed the more at this, especially when he caught Charlie's look of disappointment. "Hearken how she's bolted her door. She'll noan come near us this night. But she's a stiff little un. She's been our only one, and we'n mostly let her have her own way. But we'll have a pipe and a glass, and that, to my thinking, is as good company as iver a woman in Yorkshire. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 17, Rejected Warnings. The post arrived at Monkshaven 3 times in the week. Sometimes, indeed, there were not a dozen letters in the bag, which was brought thither by a man in a light mail cart, who took the better part of a day to drive from York, dropping private bags here and there on the moors, at some squire's lodge or roadside inn. Of the number of letters that arrived in Monkshaven, the Fosters, shopkeepers and bankers, had the largest share. The morning succeeding the day on which Sylvia had engaged herself to Kinraid, the Fosters seemed unusually anxious to obtain their letters. Several times Jeremiah came out of the parlour in which his brother John was sitting in expectant silence, and passing through the shop, looked up and down the market-place in search of the old lame woman who was charitably employed to deliver letters, and who must have been lamer than ever this morning, to judge from the lateness of her coming. Although none but the Fosters knew the cause of their impatience for their letters, yet there was such tacit sympathy between them and those whom they employed, that Hepburn, Coulson, and Hester were all much relieved when the old woman at length appeared with her basket of letters. One of these seemed of especial consequence to the good brothers. They each separately looked at the direction, and then at one another, and without a word they returned with it unread into the parlour, shutting the door, and drawing the green silk curtain close, the better to read it in privacy. Both Coulson and Philip felt that something unusual was going on, and were perhaps as full of consideration as to the possible contents of this London letter as of attention to their more immediate business. But fortunately there was little doing in the shop. Philip, indeed, was quite idle when John Foster opened the parlour door and, half doubtfully, called him into the room. As the door of communication shut the three in, Coulson felt himself a little aggrieved. A minute ago Philip and he were on a level of ignorance from which the former was evidently going to be raised, but he soon returned to his usual state of acquiescence in things as they were, which was partly constitutional and partly the result of his Quaker training. It was apparently by John Foster's wish that Philip had been summoned. Jeremiah, the less energetic and decided brother, was still discussing the propriety of the step when Philip entered. "No need for haste, John. Better not call the young man till we have further considered the matter." But the young man was there in presence, and John's will carried the day. It seemed from his account to Philip, explanatory of what he, in advance of his brother's slower judgment, thought to be a necessary step, that the Fosters had for some time received anonymous letters, warning them with distinct meaning, though in ambiguous terms, against a certain silk manufacturer in Spitalfields, with whom they had had straightforward business dealings for many years, but to whom they had latterly advanced money. The letters hinted at the utter insolvency of this manufacturer. They had urged their correspondent to give them his name in confidence, and this morning's letter had brought it. But the name was totally unknown to them, though there seemed no reason to doubt the reality of either it or the address, the latter of which was given in full. Certain circumstances were mentioned regarding the transaction between the Fosters and this manufacturer, which could be known only to those who were in the confidence of one or the other, and to the Fosters the man was, as has been said, a perfect stranger. Probably they would have been unwilling to incur the risk they had done on this manufacturer Dickinson's account, if it had not been that he belonged to the same denomination as themselves, and was publicly distinguished for his excellent and philanthropic character. But these letters were provocative of anxiety, especially since this morning's post had brought out the writer's full name, and various particulars showing his intimate knowledge of Dickinson's affairs. After much perplexed consultation, John had hit upon the plan of sending Hepburn to London to make secret inquiries respecting the true character and commercial position of the man whose creditors, not a month ago, they had esteemed it an honor to be. Even now Jeremiah was ashamed of their want of confidence in one so good. He believed that the information they had received would all prove a mistake, founded on erroneous grounds, if not a pure invention of an enemy, and he had only been brought partially to consent to the sending of Hepburn by his brother's pledging himself that the real nature of Philip's errand should be unknown to any human creature save them three. As all this was being revealed to Philip, he sat apparently unmoved and simply attentive. In fact, he was giving all his mind to understanding the probabilities of the case, leaving his own feelings in the background till his intellect should have done its work. He said little, but what he did say was to the point and satisfied both brothers. John perceived that his messenger would exercise penetration and act with energy, while Jeremiah was soothed by Philip's caution in not hastily admitting the probability of any charge against Dickinson, and in giving full weight to his previous good conduct and good character. Philip had the satisfaction of feeling himself employed on a mission which would call out his powers and yet not exceed them. In his own mind he forestalled the instructions of his masters, and was silently in advance of John Foster's plans and arrangements, while he appeared to listen to all that was said with quiet, businesslike attention. It was settled that the next morning he was to make his way northwards to Hartlepool, whence he could easily proceed either by land or sea to Newcastle, from which place smacks were constantly sailing to London. As to his personal conduct and behavior there, the brothers overwhelmed him with directions and advice, nor did they fail to draw out of the strong box in the thick wall of their counting-house a more than sufficient sum of money for all possible expenses. Philip had never had so much in his hands before, and hesitated to take it, saying it was more than he should require. But they repeated with fresh urgency their warnings about the terrible high prices of London, till he could only resolve to keep a strict account, and bring back all that he did not expend, since nothing but his taking the whole sum would satisfy his employers. When he was once more behind the counter, he had leisure enough for consideration as far as Coulson could give it him. The latter was silent, brooding over the confidence which Philip had apparently received, but which was withheld from him. He did not yet know of the culminating point, of Philip's proposed journey to London, that great city of London which, from its very inaccessibility 50 years ago, loomed so magnificent through the mist of men's imaginations. It is not to be denied that Philip felt exultant at the mere fact of going to London. But then again the thought of leaving Sylvia, of going out of possible daily reach of her, of not seeing her for a week, a fortnight, nay, he might be away for a month, for no rash hurry was to mar his delicate negotiation, gnawed at his heart, and spoilt any enjoyment he might have anticipated from gratified curiosity, or even from the consciousness of being trusted by those whose trust and regard he valued. The sense of what he was leaving grew upon him the longer he thought on the subject. He almost wished that he had told his masters earlier in the conversation of his unwillingness to leave Monkshaven for so long a time. And then again he felt that the gratitude he owed them quite prohibited his declining any task they might impose, especially as they had more than once said that it would not do for them to appear in the affair, and yet that to no one else could they entrust so difficult and delicate a matter. Several times that day, as he perceived Coulson's jealous sullenness, he thought in his heart that the consequence of the excessive confidence for which Coulson envied him was a burden from which he would be thankful to be relieved. As they all sat at tea in Alice Rose's house place, Philip announced his intended journey, a piece of intelligence he had not communicated earlier to Coulson, because he had rather dreaded the increase of dissatisfaction it was sure to produce, and of which he knew the expression would be restrained by the presence of Alice Rose and her daughter. "To Lunnon!" exclaimed Alice. Hester said nothing. "Well, some folks has the luck," said Coulson. "Luck!" said Alice, turning sharp round on him. "Niver let me hear such a vain word out of thy mouth, laddie, again. It's the Lord's doing, and luck's the devil's way of putting it. Maybe it's to try Philip he's sent there. Happen it may be a fiery furnace to him, for I've heard tell it's full of temptations, and he may fall into sin, and then where'd be the luck on it? But why art to going? And the morning, sayst thou? Why, thy best shirt is in to suds, and no time for to starch and iron it. What in the great haste as should take thee to Lunnon without thy ruffled shirt?" "It's none of my doing," said Philip. "There's business to be done, and John Foster says I'm to do it, and I'm to start tomorrow." "I'll not turn thee out without thy ruffled shirt if I sit up all neet," said Alice resolutely. "Niver fret thyself, mother, about to shirts," said Philip. "If I need a shirt, London's not what I take it for if I can't buy myself one ready-made." "Hearken to him," said Alice. "He speaks as if buying a ready-made shirts were naught to him, and he wi' a good half-dozen as I made mysel'. Eh, lad? But if that's the frame of mind thou'rt in, Lunnon is like for to be a sore place of temptation. There's pitfalls for men and traps for money at ivery turn, as I've heard say. It would have been better if John Foster had sent an older man on his business, whatever it be." "They seem to make a deal of Philip all on a sudden," said Coulson. "He's sent for and talked to in privacy, while Hester and me is left into shop for to bear to brunt of to serving." "Philip knows," said Hester, and then somehow her voice failed her and she stopped. Philip paid no attention to this half-uttered sentence. He was eager to tell Coulson, as far as he could do so without betraying his master's secret, how many drawbacks there were to his proposed journey, in the responsibility which it involved, and his unwillingness to leave Monkshaven. He said, "Coulson, I'd give a deal it were thou that were going, and not me. At least there is many a time I'd give a deal. I'll not deny but at other times I'm pleased at the thought on it. But if I could, I'd change places with thee at this moment." "It's fine talking," said Coulson, half mollified, and yet not caring to show it. "I make no doubt it were an even chance betwixt us two at first, which on us was to go. But somehow thou got the start, and thou stuck to it till it's too late for aught but to say thou's sorry." "Nay, William," said Philip, rising, "it's an ill lookout for the future if thee and me is to quarrel like two silly wenches, or each bit of pleasure, or what thou fancies to be pleasure, as falls it to way of either on us. I've said truth to thee, and played thee fair, and I've got to go to Haytersbank for to wish 'em good-bye, so I'll not stay longer here to be misdoubted by thee." He took his cap and was gone, not heeding Alice's shrill inquiry as to his clothes and his ruffled shirt. Coulson sat still, penitent and ashamed. At length he stole a look at Hester. She was playing with her teaspoon, but he could see that she was choking down her tears. He could not choose but force her to speak with an ill-timed question. "What's to do, Hester?" said he. She lifted up those eyes, usually so soft and serene. Now they were full of the light of indignation shining through tears. "To do," she said. "Coulson, I thought better of thee, going and doubting and envying Philip, as never did thee an ill turn, or said an ill word, or thought an ill thought by thee, and sending him away out to house this last night of all, maybe, with thy envyings and jealousy." She hastily got up and left the room. Alice was away, looking up Philip's things for his journey. Coulson remained alone, feeling like a guilty child, but dismayed by Hester's words, even more than by his own regret at what he had said. Philip walked rapidly up the hill road towards Haytersbank. He was chafed and excited by Coulson's words and the events of the day. He had meant to shape his life, and now it was, as it were, being shaped for him, and yet he was reproached for the course it was taking, as much as though he were an active agent, accused of taking advantage over Coulson, his intimate companion for years, he who esteemed himself above taking an unfair advantage over any man. His feeling on the subject was akin to that of Hazael. "Is thy servant a dog that he should do this thing?" His feelings, disturbed on this one point, shook his judgment off its balance on another. The resolution he had deliberately formed of not speaking to Sylvia on the subject of his love till he could announce to her parents the fact of his succession to Foster's business, until he had patiently, with long-continuing and deep affection, worked his way into her regard, was set aside during the present walk. He would speak to her of his passionate attachment before he left for an uncertain length of time and the certain distance of London, and all the modification on this point which his judgment could obtain from his impetuous and excited heart was that he would watch her words and manner well when he announced his approaching absence, and if in them he read the slightest token of tender, regretful feeling, he would pour out his love at her feet, not even urging the young girl to make any return, or to express the feelings of which he hoped the germ was already budding in her. He would be patient with her. He could not be patient himself. His heart beating, his busy mind rehearsing the probable coming scene, he turned into the field path that led to Haytersbank. Coming along it, and so meeting him, advanced Daniel Robson, in earnest talk with Charlie Kinraid. Kinraid, then, had been at the farm. Kinraid had been seeing Sylvia, her mother, away. The thought of poor dead Annie Coulson flashed into Philip's mind. Could he be playing the same game with Sylvia? Philip set his teeth and tightened his lips at the thought of it. They had stopped talking. They had seen him already, or his impulse would have been to dodge behind the wall and avoid them, even though one of his purposes in going to Haytersbank had been to bid his uncle farewell. Kinraid took him by surprise from the hearty greeting he gave him, and which Philip would fain have avoided. But the specksioneer was full of kindliness towards all the world, especially towards all Sylvia's friends, and convinced of her great love towards himself, had forgotten any previous jealousy of Philip. Secure and exultant, his broad, handsome, weather-bronzed face was as great a contrast to Philip's long, thoughtful, sallow countenance as his frank manner was to the other's cold reserve. It was some minutes before Hepburn could bring himself to tell the great event that was about to befall him before this third person, whom he considered as an intrusive stranger. But as Kinraid seemed to have no idea of going on, and as there really was no reason why he and all the world should not know of Philip's intentions, he told his uncle that he was bound for London the next day, on business connected with the Fosters. Daniel was deeply struck with the fact that he was talking to a man setting off for London at a day's notice. "Thou'll niver tell me this hasn't been brewing longer nor 12 hours. Thou's a sly, close chap, and we ha' not seen thee this se'night. Thou'll ha' been thinking on this and cogitating it, maybe, all that time." "Nay," said Philip, "I knew naught about it last night. It's none of my doing, going, for I'd liefer ha' stayed where I am." "You'll like it when once you're there," said Kinraid, with a travelled air of superiority, as Philip fancied. "No, I shan't," he replied shortly. "Liking has naught to do with it." "And you knew naught about it last neet," continued Daniel musingly. "Well, life's soon o'er, else when I were a young fellow, folks made their wills afore going to Lunnon." "Yet I'll be bound to say yo niver made a will before going to sea," said Philip, half smiling. Na, but that's quite another mak' o' thing. Going to sea comes natural to a man, but going to Lunnon! I were once there, and were near deafened with t' throng and t' sound. I were but 2 hours into place, though our ship lay a fortnight off Gravesend." Kinraid now seemed in a hurry, but Philip was stung with curiosity to ascertain his movements, and suddenly addressed him. "I heard you were in these parts. Are you for staying here long?" There was a certain abruptness in Philip's tone, if not in his words, which made Kinraid look in his face with surprise, and answer with equal curtness. "I'm off in the morning, and sail for the North Seas day after." He turned away and began to whistle, as if he did not wish for any further conversation with his interrogator. Philip, indeed, had nothing more to say to him. He had learned all he wanted to know. "I'd like to bid good-bye to Sylvie. Is she at home?" he asked of her father. "I'm thinking thou'll not find her. She'll be off to Yesterbarrow to see if she'd get a settin' o' their eggs. Her grey speckled hen is clucking, and naught'll serve our Sylvia but their eggs to set her upon. But for a' that she mayn't be gone yet. Best go on and see for thysel." So they parted, but Philip had not gone many steps before his uncle called him back, Kinraid slowly loitering on meanwhile. Robson was fumbling among some dirty papers he had in an old leather case, which he had produced out of his pocket. "Fact is, Philip, t' Plews in a bad way, gearin' and a', and folk is talking on a new kind o' mac, and if thou's bound for York—" "I'm not going by York. I'm going by a Newcastle smack." Newcastle, it's pretty much t' same. Here, lad, thou can read print easy. It's a bit as was cut out on a paper. There's Newcastle and York and Durham and a vast more towns named, where folk can learn about t' new mac o' plew." "I see," said Philip. "Robinson, Side, Newcastle can give all requisite information." Aye, said Robson. "Thou's hit t' marrow on t' matter. Now if thou'rt in Newcastle, thou can learn all about it. Thou'rt little better nor a woman, for sure, being mainly acquaint with ribbons. But they'll tell thee, lad, and write down what they say'n, and what's to be t' price, and look sharp as to what kind of folk they are as sells 'em, and write and let me know. Thou'll be in Newcastle tomorrow, maybe. Well then, I'll reckon to hear for thee in a week, or mayhap less, for t' land is backward, and I'd like to know about t' Plews. I'd a month's mind to write to Brunton as married Molly Corney, but writing is more in thy way and to parsons nor mine, and if thou sells ribbons, Brunton sells cheese, and that's no better." Philip promised to do his best and to write word to Robson, who, satisfied with his willingness to undertake the commission, bade him go on and see if he could not find the lass. Her father was right in saying that she might not have set out for Yesterbarrow. She had talked about it to Kinraid and her father in order to cover her regret at her lover's accompanying her father to see some new kind of harpoon about which the latter had spoken. But as soon as they had left the house, and she had covertly watched them up the brow in the field, she sate down to meditate and dream about her great happiness in being beloved by her hero, Charlie Kinraid. No gloomy dread of his long summer's absence, no fear of the cold, glittering icebergs bearing mercilessly down on the Urania, nor shuddering anticipation of the dark waves of evil import crossed her mind. He loved her, and that was enough. Her eyes looked trance-like into a dim, glorious future of life. Her lips, still warm and reddened by his kiss, were just parted in a happy smile, when she was startled by the sound of an approaching footstep, a footstep quite familiar enough for her to recognize it, and which was unwelcome now, as disturbing her in the one blessed subject of thought in which alone she cared to indulge. "Well, Philip, and what brings you here?" was her rather ungracious greeting. "Why, Sylvie, are you sorry to see me?" asked Philip reproachfully. But she turned it off with assumed lightness. "Oh, yes," said she, "I've been wanting you this week past to match to my blue ribbon you said you'd get and bring me next time you came." "I've forgotten it, Sylvie. It's clean gone out of my mind," said Philip, with true regret. "But I've had a deal to think on," he continued penitently, as if anxious to be forgiven. Sylvia did not want his penitence, did not care for her ribbon, was troubled by his earnestness of manner. But he knew nothing of all that. He only knew that she whom he loved had asked him to do something for her, and he had neglected it. So, anxious to be excused and forgiven, he went on with the apology she cared not to hear. If she had been less occupied with her own affairs, less engrossed with deep feeling, she would have reproached him, if only in jest, for his carelessness. As it was, she scarcely took in the sense of his words. "You see, Sylvie, I've had a deal to think on. Before long I intend telling you all about it. Just now I'm not free to do it. And when a man's mind is full of business, most particular when it's other folks as is trusted to him, he seems to lose count on the very things he'd most care for at another time." He paused a little. Sylvia's galloping thoughts were pulled suddenly up by his silence. She felt that he wanted her to say something, but she could think of nothing besides an ambiguous "Well?" "And I'm off to London into morning," added he, a little wistfully, almost as if beseeching her to show or express some sorrow at a journey, the very destination of which showed that he would be absent for some time. "To Lunnon," said she, with some surprise. "You're niver thinking of going to live there, for sure?" Surprise and curiosity and wonder, nothing more, as Philip's instinct told him. But he reasoned that first correct impression away with ingenious sophistry. "Not to live there, only to stay for some time. I shall be back, I reckon, in a month or so." "Oh, that's naught of a going away," said she, rather petulantly. "Them as goes to Greenland seas has to bide away for 6 months and more," and she sighed. Suddenly a light shone down into Philip's mind. His voice was changed as he spoke next. "I met that good-for-nothing chap Kinraid wi' your father just now. He'll ha' been here, Sylvie?" She stooped for something she had dropped, and came up red as a rose. "To be sure, what then?" And she eyed him defiantly, though in her heart she trembled, she knew not why. "What then? And your mother away? He's no company for such as thee, at no time, Sylvie." "Feyther and me chooses our own company, without iver asking leave o' you," said Sylvia, hastily arranging the things in the little wooden work-box that was on the table, preparatory to putting it away. At the time, in his agitation, he saw, but did not affix any meaning to it, that the half of some silver coin was among the contents thus turned over before the box was locked. "But thy mother wouldn't like it, Sylvie. He's played false with other lasses. He'll be playing thee false some of these days, if thou lets him come about thee. He went on wi' Annie Coulson, William's sister, till he broke her heart, and sin then he's been on with others." "I dunnot believe a word on it," said Sylvia, standing up all aflame. "I never telled a lie in my life," said Philip, almost choking with grief at her manner to him, and the regard for his rival which she betrayed. "It were Willie Colson as telled me, as solemn and serious as one man can speak to another. And he said it weren't the first nor the last time as he had made his own game with young women." "And how dare you come here to me with your backbiting tales?" said Sylvia, shivering all over with passion. Philip tried to keep calm and to explain. "It were your own mother, Sylvia, as knowed you had no brother or any one to see after you, and you so pretty, Sylvia," he continued, shaking his head sadly, "that men run after you against their will, as one may say, and your mother bade me watch o'er ye and see what company you kept, and who was following after you, and to warn you if need were." "My mother niver bade you to come spying after me and blaming me for seeing a lad as my feyther thinks well on, and I don't believe a word about Annie Colson, and I'm not going to suffer you to come with your tales to me, say 'em out to his face, and hear what he'll say to you." "Sylvie, Sylvie," cried poor Philip, as his offended cousin rushed past him and upstairs to her little bedroom, where he heard the sound of the wooden bolt flying into its place. He could hear her feet pacing quickly about through the unceiled rafters. He sate still in despair, his head buried in his two hands. He sate till it grew dusk, dark. The wood fire, not gathered together by careful hands, died out into gray ashes. Dolly Reed had done her work and gone home. There were but Philip and Sylvia in the house. He knew he ought to be going home, for he had much to do and many arrangements to make. Yet it seemed as though he could not stir. At length he raised his stiffened body and stood up, dizzy. Up the little wooden stairs he went, where he had never been before, to the small square landing, almost filled up with the great chest for oat cake. He breathed hard for a minute and then knocked at the door of Sylvia's room. "Sylvie, I'm going away. Say good-bye." No answer. Not a sound heard. "Sylvie," a little louder and less hoarsely spoken. There was no reply. "Sylvie, I shall be a long time away. Perhaps I may niver come back at all." Here he bitterly thought of an unregarded death. "Say good-bye." No answer. He waited patiently. Can she be wearied out and gone to sleep, he wondered. Yet once again, "Good-bye, Sylvie, and God bless you. I'm sorry I vexed you." No reply. With a heavy, heavy heart he creaked down the stairs, felt for his cap, and left the house. "She's warned anyway," thought he. Just at that moment the little casement window of Sylvia's room was opened, and she said, "Good-bye, Philip." The window was shut again as soon as the words were spoken. Philip knew the uselessness of remaining, the need for his departure, and yet he stood still for a little time like one entranced, as if his will had lost all power to compel him to leave the place. Those 2 words of hers, which 2 hours before would have been so far beneath his aspirations, had now power to relight hope, to quench reproach or blame. "She's but a young lassie," said he to himself, "and Kinraid has been playing with her, as such as he can't help doing once they get among the women. And I came down sudden on her about Annie Colson and touched her pride. Maybe, too, it were ill-advised to tell her how her mother was feared for her. I couldn't ha' left the place to-morrow if he'd been biding here. But he's off for half a year or so, and I'll be home again as soon as iver I can. In half a year such as he forgets, if ever he's thought serious about her, but in all my lifetime, if I live to 80, I can niver forget. God bless her for saying, 'Good-bye, Philip.'" He repeated the words aloud in fond mimicry of her tones. "Good-bye, Philip." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 18 Eddy in Love's Current. The next morning shone bright and clear, if ever a March morning did. The beguiling month was coming in like a lamb, with whatever storms it might go raging out. It was long since Philip had tasted the freshness of the early air on the shore or in the country, as his employment at the shop detained him in Monkshaven till the evening. And as he turned down the quays, or staiths, on the north side of the river towards the shore, and met the fresh sea breeze blowing right in his face, it was impossible not to feel bright and elastic. With his knapsack slung over his shoulder, he was prepared for a good stretch towards Hartlepool, whence a coach would take him to Newcastle before night. For 7 or 8 miles the level sands were as short and far more agreeable a road than the up and down landways. Philip walked on pretty briskly, unconsciously enjoying the sunny landscape before him, the crisp, curling waves rushing almost up to his feet on his right hand, and then swishing back over the fine small pebbles into the great swelling sea. To his left were the cliffs, rising one behind another, having deep gullies here and there between, with long green slopes upward from the land, and then sudden falls of brown and red soil or rock, deepening to a yet greater richness of color at their base towards the blue ocean before him. The loud, monotonous murmur of the advancing and receding waters lulled him into dreaminess. The sunny look of everything tinged his daydreams with hope. So he trudged merrily over the first mile or so, not an obstacle to his measured pace on the hard, level pavement, not a creature to be seen, since he had left the little gathering of bare-legged urchins dabbling in the sea-pools near Monkshaven. The cares of land were shut out by the glorious barrier of rocks before him. There were some great masses that had been detached by the action of the weather, and lay half embedded in the sand, draperied over by the heavy, pendant, olive-green seaweed. The waves were nearer at this point. The advancing sea came up with a mighty distant length of roar. Here and there the smooth swell was lashed by the fret against unseen rocks into white breakers. But otherwise the waves came up from the German Ocean upon that English shore, with a long steady roll that might have taken its first impetus far away, in the haunt of the sea serpent on the coast of Norroway over the foam. The air was soft as May. Right overhead the sky was blue, but it deadened into gray near the sea lines. Flocks of seagulls hovered about the edge of the waves, slowly rising and turning their white underplumage to glimmer in the sunlight as Philip approached. The whole scene was so peaceful, so soothing, that it dispelled the cares and fears, too well-founded in fact, which had weighed down on his heart during the dark hours of the past night. There was Haytersbank Gully, opening down its green entrance among the warm brown bases of the cliffs. Below, in the sheltered brushwood, among the last year's withered leaves, some primroses might be found. He half thought of gathering Sylvia a posy of them, and rushing up to the farm to make a little farewell peace offering. But on looking at his watch he put all thoughts of such an action out of his head. It was above an hour later than he had supposed, and he must make all haste on to Hartlepool. Just as he was approaching this gully, a man came dashing down, and ran out some way upon the sand with the very force of his descent. Then he turned to the left and took the direction of Hartlepool, 100 yards or so in advance of Philip. He never stayed to look round him, but went swiftly and steadily on his way. By the peculiar lurch in his walk, by everything, Philip knew it was the specksioneer Kinraid. Now the road up to Haytersbank Gully led to the farm, and nowhere else. Still, anyone wishing to descend to the shore might do so by first going up to the Robsons' house and skirting the walls till they came to the little slender path down to the shore. But by the farm, by the very house door, they must of necessity pass. Philip slackened his pace, keeping under the shadow of the rock. By and by Kinraid, walking on the sunlight open sands, turned round and looked long and earnestly towards Haytersbank Gully. Hepburn paused when he paused, but as intently as he looked at some object above, so intently did Hepburn look at him. No need to ascertain by sight towards whom his looks, his thoughts were directed. He took off his hat and waved it, touching one part of it as if with particular meaning. When he turned away at last, Hepburn heaved a heavy sigh, and crept yet more into the cold, dank shadow of the cliffs. Each step was now a heavy task, his sad heart tired and weary. After a while he climbed up a few feet, so as to mingle his form yet more completely with the stones and rocks around. Stumbling over the uneven and often jagged points, slipping on the seaweed, plunging into little pools of water left by the ebbing tide in some natural basins, he yet kept his eyes fixed as if in fascination on Kinraid, and made his way almost alongside of him. But the last hour had pinched Hepburn's features into something of the wan haggardness they would wear when he should first be lying still forever. And now the two men were drawing near a creek about 8 miles from Monkshaven. The creek was formed by a beck or small stream that came flowing down from the moors, and took its way to the sea between the widening rocks. The melting of the snows and running of the flooded water springs above made this beck in the early springtime both deep and wide. Hepburn knew that here they both must take a path leading inland to a narrow footbridge about 1/4 of a mile up the stream. Indeed, from this point, owing to the jutting out of the rocks, the land path was the shortest, and this way lay by the waterside at an angle right below the cliff to which Hepburn's steps were leading him. He knew that on this long, level field path he might easily be seen by anyone following. Nay, if he followed anyone at a short distance, for it was full of turnings, and he resolved, late as he was, to sit down for a while, till Kinraid was far enough in advance for him to escape being seen. He came up to the last rock behind which he could be concealed. 7 or 8 feet above the stream he stood, and looked cautiously for the specksioneer. Up by the rushing stream he looked, then right below. "It is God's providence," he murmured, "it is God's providence." He crouched down where he had been standing and covered his face with his hands. He tried to deafen as well as to blind himself, that he might neither hear nor see anything of the coming event of which he, an inhabitant of Monkshaven at that day, well understood the betokening signs. Kinraid had taken the larger angle of the sands before turning up towards the bridge. He came along now nearing the rocks. By this time he was sufficiently buoyant to whistle to himself. It steeled Philip's heart to what was coming to hear his rival whistling, "Weel may the keel row," so soon after parting with Sylvia. The instant Kinraid turned the corner of the cliff, the ambush was upon him. 4 man-of-war's men sprang on him and strove to pinion him. "In the King's name," cried they, with rough, triumphant jeers. Their boat was moored not a dozen yards above. They were sent by the tender of a frigate lying off Hartlepool for fresh water. The tender was at anchor just beyond the jutting rocks in face. They knew that fishermen were in the habit of going to and from their nets by the side of the creek, but such a prize as this active, strong, and evidently superior sailor was what they had not hoped for, and their endeavors to secure him were in proportion to the value of the prize. Although taken by surprise and attacked by so many, Kinraid did not lose his wits. He wrenched himself free, crying out loud, "Avast! I'm a protected whaler. I claim my protection. I've my papers to show. I'm bonded specksioneer to the Urania whaler, Donkin Captain, North Shields Port." As a protected whaler, the press gang had, by the 17th section of Act 26 Go3, no legal right to seize him, unless he had failed to return to his ship by the 10th March following the date of his bond. But of what use were the papers he hastily dragged out of his breast? Of what use were laws in those days of slow intercourse with such as were powerful enough to protect, and in the time of popular panic against a French invasion? "Damn your protection," cried the leader of the press gang. "Come and serve His Majesty. That's better than catching whales." "Is it, though?" said the specksioneer, with a motion of his hand, which the swift-eyed sailor opposed to him saw and interpreted rightly. "Thou wilt thou? Close with him, Jack, and wear the cutlass." In a minute his cutlass was forced from him, and it became a hand-to-hand struggle, of which, from the difference in numbers, it was not difficult to foretell the result. Yet Kinraid made desperate efforts to free himself. He wasted no breath in words, but fought, as the men said, like a very devil. Hepburn heard loud pants of breath, great thuds, the dull struggle of limbs on the sand, the growling curses of those who thought to have managed their affair more easily, the sudden cry of someone wounded, not Kinraid, he knew. Kinraid would have borne any pain in silence at such a moment. Another wrestling, swearing, infuriated strife, and then a strange silence. Hepburn sickened at the heart. Was then his rival dead? Had he left this bright world, lost his life, his love? For an instant Hepburn felt guilty of his death. He said to himself he had never wished him dead, and yet in the struggle he had kept aloof, and now it might be too late forever. Philip could not bear the suspense. He looked stealthily round the corner of the rock behind which he had been hidden, and saw that they had overpowered Kinraid, and, too exhausted to speak, were binding him hand and foot to carry him to their boat. Kinraid lay as still as any hedgehog. He rolled when they pushed him. He suffered himself to be dragged without any resistance, any motion. The strong color brought into his face while fighting was gone now. His countenance was livid pale. His lips were tightly held together, as if it cost him more effort to be passive, wooden, and stiff in their hands than it had done to fight and struggle with all his might. His eyes seemed the only part about him that showed cognizance of what was going on. They were watchful, vivid, fierce as those of a wildcat brought to bay, seeking in its desperate, quickened brain for some mode of escape not yet visible, and in all probability never to become visible to the hopeless creature in its supreme agony. Without a motion of his head, he was perceiving and taking in everything, while he lay bound at the bottom of the boat. A sailor sat by his side, who had been hurt by a blow from him. The man held his head in his hand, moaning, but every now and then he revenged himself by a kick at the prostrate specksioneer, till even his comrades stopped their cursing and swearing at their prisoner for the trouble he had given them, to cry shame on their comrade. But Kinraid never spoke nor shrank from the outstretched foot. One of his captors, with the successful insolence of victory, ventured to jeer him on the supposed reason for his vehement and hopeless resistance. He might have said yet more insolent things. The kicks might have hit harder. Kinraid did not hear or heed. His soul was beating itself against the bars of inflexible circumstance, reviewing in one terrible instant of time what had been, what might have been, what was. Yet while these thoughts thus stabbed him, he was still mechanically looking out for chances. He moved his head a little so as to turn towards Haytersbank, where Sylvia must be quickly, if sadly, going about her simple daily work. And then his quick eye caught Hepburn's face, blanched with excitement rather than fear, watching eagerly from behind the rock where he had sat breathless during the affray and the impressment of his rival. "Come here, lad," shouted the specksioneer as soon as he saw Philip, heaving and writhing his body the while with so much vigor that the sailors started away from the work they were engaged in about the boat, and held him down once more, as if afraid he should break the strong rope that held him like withes of green flax. But the bound man had no such notion in his head. His mighty wish was to call Hepburn near, that he might send some message by him to Sylvia. "Come here, Hepburn," he cried again, falling back this time so weak and exhausted that the man-of-war's men became sympathetic. "Come down, Peeping Tom, and don't be afeard," they called out. "I'm not afeard," said Philip. "I'm no sailor for you to impress me, nor have you any right to take that fellow. He's a Greenland specksioneer under protection, as I know and can testify." "You and your testify go hang. Make haste, man, and hear what this gemman as was in a dirty blubbery whale ship and is now in His Majesty's service has got to say." "I dare say, Jack," went on the speaker, "it's some message to his sweetheart, asking her to come for to serve on board ship along with he, like Billy Taylor's young woman." Philip was coming towards them slowly, not from want of activity, but because he was undecided what he should be called upon to do or to say by the man whom he hated and dreaded, yet whom just now he could not help admiring. Kinraid groaned with impatience at seeing one, free to move with quick decision, so slow and dilatory. "Come on then," cried the sailors, "or we'll take you too on board, and run you up and down the mainmast a few times. Nothing like life aboard ship for quickening a landlubber." "You'd better take him and leave me," said Kinraid grimly. "I've been taught my lesson, and seemingly he has his yet to learn." "His Majesty isn't a schoolmaster to need scholars, but a jolly good captain to need men," replied the leader of the gang, eyeing Philip nevertheless, and questioning within himself how far, with only 2 other available men, they durst venture on his capture as well as the specksioneers. It might be done, he thought, even though there was this powerful captive aboard, and the boat to manage too, but running his eye over Philip's figure, he decided that the tall, stooping fellow was never cut out for a sailor, and that he should get small thanks if he captured him, to pay him for the possible risk of losing the other, or else the mere fact of being a landsman was of as little consequence to the press gang as the protecting papers which Kinraid had vainly showed. "Yon fellow wouldn't have been worth his grog this many a day, and be damned to you," said he, catching Hepburn by the shoulder and giving him a push. Philip stumbled over something in this his forced run. He looked down. His foot had caught in Kinraid's hat, which had dropped off in the previous struggle. In the band that went round the low crown a ribbon was knotted, a piece of that same ribbon which Philip had chosen out with such tender hope to give to Sylvia for the Corneys' party on New Year's Eve. He knew every delicate thread that made up the briar rose pattern, and a spasm of hatred towards Kinraid contracted his heart. He had been almost relenting into pity for the man captured before his eyes. Now he abhorred him. Kinraid did not speak for a minute or two. The sailors, who had begun to take him into favor, were all agog with curiosity to hear the message to his sweetheart, which they believed he was going to send. Hepburn's perceptions, quickened with his vehement agitation of soul, were aware of this feeling of theirs, and it increased his rage against Kinraid, who had exposed the idea of Sylvia to be the subject of ribald whispers. But the specksioneer cared little what others said or thought about the maiden, whom he yet saw before his closed eyelids as she stood watching him from the Haytersbank gully, waving her hands, her handkerchief, all in one passionate farewell. "What do you want with me?" asked Hepburn, at last in a gloomy tone. If he could have helped it, he would have kept silence till Kinraid spoke first, but he could no longer endure the sailors' nudges and winks and jests among themselves. "Tell Sylvia," said Kinraid. "There's a smart name for a sweetheart," exclaimed one of the men, but Kinraid went straight on. "What you've seen, how I've been pressed by this cursed gang." "Civil words, messmate, if you please. Sylvia can't abide cursing and swearing, I'm sure. We're gentlemen serving His Majesty on board the Alcestis, and this proper young fellow shall be helped on to more honor and glory than he'd ever get bobbing for whales. Tell Sylvia this with my love, Jack Carter's love, if she's anxious about my name." One of the sailors laughed at this rude humor. Another bade Carter hold his stupid tongue. Philip hated him in his heart. Kinraid hardly heard him. He was growing faint with the heavy blows he had received, the stunning fall he had met with, and the reaction from his dogged self-control at first. Philip did not speak nor move. "Tell her," continued Kinraid, rousing himself for another effort, "what you've seen. Tell her I'll come back to her. Bid her not forget the great oath we took together this morning. She's as much my wife as if we'd gone to church. I'll come back and marry her afore long." Philip said something inarticulately. "Hurrah!" cried Carter, "and I'll be best man. Tell her, too, that I'll have an eye on her sweetheart, and keep him from running after other girls." "You'll have your hands full then," muttered Philip, his passion boiling over at the thought of having been chosen out from among all men to convey such a message as Kinraid's to Sylvia. "Make an end of your darn yarns, and be off," said the man who had been hurt by Kinraid, and who had sate apart and silent till now. Philip turned away. Kinraid raised himself and cried after him, "Hepburn, Hepburn, tell her—" What he added Philip could not hear, for the words were lost before they reached him in the outward noise of the regular splash of the oars and the rush of the wind down the gully, with which mingled the closer sound that filled his ears of his own hurrying blood surging up into his brain. He was conscious that he had said something in reply to Kinraid's adjuration that he would deliver his message to Sylvia, at the very time when Carter had stung him into fresh anger by the allusion to the possibility of the specksioneers running after other girls. For an instant, Hepburn had been touched by the contrast of circumstances. Kinraid an hour or two ago, Kinraid a banished man, for in those days an impressed sailor might linger out years on some foreign station, far from those he loved, who all this time remained ignorant of his cruel fate. But Hepburn began to wonder what he himself had said, how much of a promise he had made to deliver those last passionate words of Kinraid's. He could not recollect how much, how little he had said. He knew he had spoken hoarsely and low almost at the same time as Carter had uttered his loud joke, but he doubted if Kinraid had caught his words. And then the dread inner creature who lurks in each of our hearts arose and said, "It is as well. A promise given is a fetter to the giver, but a promise is not given when it has not been received." At a sudden impulse he turned again towards the shore when he had crossed the bridge, and almost ran towards the verge of the land. Then he threw himself down on the soft, fine turf that grew on the margin of the cliffs overhanging the sea, and commanding an extent of view towards the north. His face supported by his hands, he looked down upon the blue, rippling ocean, flashing here and there into the sunlight in long, glittering lines. The boat was still in the distance, making her swift, silent way with long, regular bounds to the tender that lay in the offing. Hepburn felt insecure as in a nightmare dream, so long as the boat did not reach her immediate destination. His contracted eyes could see 4 minute figures rowing with ceaseless motion, and a 5th, sate at the helm, but he knew there was a sixth, unseen, lying bound and helpless at the bottom of the boat, and his fancy kept expecting this man to start up and break his bonds and overcome all the others, and return to the shore free and triumphant. It was by no fault of Hepburn's that the boat sped well away, that she was now alongside the tender, dancing on the waves, now emptied of her crew, now hoisted up to her place. No fault of his, and yet it took him some time before he could reason himself into the belief that his mad, feverish wishes, not an hour before, his wild prayer to be rid of his rival, as he himself had scrambled onward over the rocks alongside of Kinraid's path on the sands, had not compelled the event. Anyhow, thought he as he rose up, my prayer is granted. God be thanked. Once more he looked out towards the ship. She had spread her beautiful great sails and was standing out to sea in the glittering path of the descending sun. He saw that he had been delayed on his road and had lingered long. He shook his stiffened limbs, shouldered his knapsack, and prepared to walk on to Hartlepool as swiftly as he could. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 19, An Important Mission. Philip was too late for the coach he had hoped to go by, but there was another that left at night, and which reached Newcastle in the forenoon, so that by the loss of a night's sleep he might overtake his lost time. But restless and miserable, he could not stop in Hartlepool longer than to get some hasty food at the inn from which the coach started. He acquainted himself with the names of the towns through which it would pass, and the inns at which it would stop, and left word that the coachman was to be on the lookout for him, and pick him up at some one of these places. He was thoroughly worn out before this happened, too much tired to gain any sleep in the coach. When he reached Newcastle, he went to engage his passage in the next London-bound smack, and then directed his steps to Robinson's, in the side, to make all the inquiries he could think of respecting the plough his uncle wanted to know about. So it was pretty late in the afternoon, indeed almost evening, before he arrived at the small inn on the quayside where he intended to sleep. It was but a rough kind of place, frequented principally by sailors. He had been recommended to it by Daniel Robson, who had known it well in former days. The accommodation in it was, however, clean and homely, and the people keeping it were respectable enough in their way. Still, Hepburn was rather repelled by the appearance of the sailors, who sate drinking in the bar, and he asked in a low voice if there was not another room. The woman stared in surprise and only shook her head. Hepburn went to a separate table away from the roaring fire, which on this cold March evening was the great attraction, and called for food and drink. Then, seeing that the other men were eyeing him with the sociable idea of speaking to him, he asked for pen and ink and paper, with the intention of defeating their purpose by preoccupation on his part. But when the paper came, the new pen, the unused thickened ink, he hesitated long before he began to write, and at last he slowly put down the words, "Dear and honored uncle." There was a pause. His meal was brought and hastily swallowed. Even while he was eating it, he kept occasionally touching up the letters of these words. When he had drunk a glass of ale, he began again to write, fluently this time, for he was giving an account of the plough. Then came another long stop. he was weighing in his own mind what he should say about Kinraid. Once he thought for a second of writing to Sylvia herself and telling her how much. She might treasure up her lover's words like grains of gold, while they were lighter than dust in their meaning to Philip's mind, words which such as the specksioneer used as counters to beguile and lead astray silly women. It was for him to prove his constancy by action, and the chances of his giving such proof were infinitesimal in Philip's estimation. But should the latter mention the bare fact of Kinraid's impressment to Robson? That would have been the natural course of things, remembering that the last time Philip had seen either, they were in each other's company. 20 times he put his pen to the paper with the intention of relating briefly the event that had befallen Kinraid, and as often he stopped as though the first word would be irrevocable. While he thus sate, pen in hand, thinking himself wiser than conscience, and looking on beyond the next step which she bade him take into an indefinite future, he caught some fragments of the sailors' talk at the other end of the room, which made him listen to their words. They were speaking of that very Kinraid, the thought of whom filled his own mind like an actual presence. In a rough, careless way they spoke of the specksioneer, with admiration enough for his powers as a sailor and harpooner, and from that they passed on to jesting mention of his power amongst women, and 1 or 2 girls' names were spoken of in connection with him. Hepburn silently added Annie Coulson and Sylvia Robson to this list, and his cheeks turned paler as he did so. Long after they had done speaking about Kinraid, after they had paid their shot and gone away, he sate in the same attitude, thinking bitter thoughts. The people of the house prepared for bed. Their silent guest took no heed of their mute signs. At length the landlord spoke to him, and he started, gathered his wits together with an effort, and prepared to retire with the rest. But before he did so, he signed and directed the letter to his uncle, leaving it still open, however, in case some sudden feeling should prompt him to add a postscript. The landlord volunteered the information that the letter his guest had been writing must be posted early the next morning, if it was going south, as the mails in that direction only left Newcastle every other day. All night long Hepburn wearied himself with passionate tossings, prompted by stinging recollection. Towards morning he fell into a dead sound sleep. He was roused by a hasty knocking at the door. It was broad, full daylight. He had overslept himself, and the smack was leaving by the early tide. He was even now summoned on board. He dressed, wafered his letter, and rushed with it to the neighboring post office, and without caring to touch the breakfast for which he had paid, he embarked. Once on board, he experienced the relief which it always is to an undecided man, and generally is at first to anyone who has been paltering with duty, when circumstances decide for him. In the first case, it is pleasant to be relieved from the burden of decision. In the second, the responsibility seems to be shifted onto impersonal events. And so Philip sailed out of the mouth of the Tyne onto the great open sea. It would be a week before the smack reached London, even if she pursued a tolerably straight course, but she had to keep a sharp lookout after possible impressment of her crew, and it was not until after many dodges and some adventures that at the end of a fortnight from the time of his leaving Monkshaven, Philip found himself safely housed in London, and ready to begin the delicate piece of work which was given him to do. He felt himself fully capable of unraveling each clue to information and deciding on the value of the knowledge so gained. But during the leisure of the voyage he had wisely determined to communicate everything he learnt about Dickinson, in short, every step he took in the matter, by letter to his employers. And thus his mind, both in and out of his lodgings, might have appeared to have been fully occupied with the concerns of others. But there were times when the miserable luxury of dwelling upon his own affairs was his, when he lay down in his bed till he fell into restless sleep, when the point to which his steps tended in his walks was ascertained. Then he gave himself up to memory and regret, which often deepened into despair, and but seldom was cheered by hope. He grew so impatient of the ignorance in which he was kept, for in those days of heavy postage any correspondence he might have had on mere Monkshaven intelligence was very limited, as to the affairs at Haytersbank, that he cut out an advertisement respecting some new kind of plough from a newspaper that lay in the chop-house where he usually dined, and rising early the next morning, he employed the time thus gained in going round to the shop where these new ploughs were sold. That night he wrote another letter to Daniel Robson with a long account of the merits of the implements he had that day seen. With a sick heart and a hesitating hand, he wound up with a message of regard to his aunt and to Sylvia, an expression of regard which he dared not make as warm as he wished, and which, consequently, fell below the usual mark attained by such messages, and would have appeared to anyone who cared to think about it as cold and formal. When this letter was dispatched, Hepburn began to wonder what he had hoped for in writing it. He knew that Daniel could write, or rather that he could make strange hieroglyphics, the meaning of which puzzled others and often himself, but these pen and ink signs were seldom employed by Robson, and never, so far as Philip knew, for the purpose of letter writing. But still he craved so for news of Sylvia, even for a sight of paper which she had seen, and perhaps touched, that he thought all his trouble about the plough, to say nothing of the 1 and 2 postage which he had prepaid in order to make sure of his letter's reception in the frugal household at Haytersbank, well lost for the mere chance of his uncle's caring enough for the intelligence to write in reply, or even to get some friend to write an answer. For in such case, perhaps, Philip might see her name mentioned in some way, even though it was only that she sent her duty to him. But the post office was dumb. No letter came from Daniel Robson. Philip heard, it is true, from his employers pretty frequently on business, and he felt sure they would have named it if any ill had befallen his uncle's family, for they knew of the relationship and of his intimacy there. They generally ended their formal letters with as formal a summary of Monkshaven news, but there was never a mention of the Robsons, and that of itself was well, but it did not soothe Philip's impatient curiosity. He had never confided his attachment to his cousin to anyone. It was not his way. But he sometimes thought that if Coulson had not taken his present appointment to a confidential piece of employment so ill, he would have written to him and asked him to go up to Haytersbank Farm and let him know how they all were. All this time he was transacting the affair on which he had been sent with great skill, and indeed in several ways he was quietly laying the foundation for enlarging the business in Monkshaven. Naturally grave and quiet, and slow to speak, he impressed those who saw him with the idea of greater age and experience than he really possessed. Indeed, those who encountered him in London thought he was absorbed in the business of money-making. Yet before the time came when he could wind up affairs and return to Monkshaven, he would have given all he possessed for a letter from his uncle telling him something about Sylvia. For he still hoped to hear from Robson, although he knew that he hoped against reason. But we often convince ourselves by good argument that what we wish for need never have been expected, and then at the end of our reasoning find that we might have saved ourselves the trouble, for that our wishes are untouched, and are as strong enemies to our peace of mind as ever. Hepburn's balked hope was the Mordecai sitting in Haman's gate. All his success in his errand to London, his well-doing in worldly affairs, was tasteless, and gave him no pleasure, because of this blank and void of all intelligence concerning Sylvia. And yet he came back with a letter from the Fosters in his pocket, curt yet expressive of deep gratitude for his discreet services in London, and at another time, in fact, if Philip's life had been ordered differently to what it was, it might have given this man a not unworthy pleasure to remember that, without a penny of his own, simply by diligence, honesty, and faithful quick-sightedness as to the interests of his masters, he had risen to hold the promise of being their successor, and to be ranked by them as a trusted friend. As the Newcastle smack neared the shore on her voyage home, Hepburn looked wistfully out for the faint gray outline of Monkshaven Priory against the sky, and the well-known cliffs, as if the masses of inanimate stone could tell him any news of Sylvia. In the streets of Shields, just after landing, he encountered a neighbor of the Robsons and an acquaintance of his own. By this honest man he was welcomed as a great traveler is welcomed on his return from a long voyage, with many hearty good shakes of the hand, much repetition of kind wishes, and offers to treat him to drink. Yet from some insurmountable feeling, Philip avoided all mention of the family, who were the principal bond between the honest farmer and himself. He did not know why, but he could not bear the shock of first hearing her name in the open street, or in the rough public-house, and thus he shrank from the intelligence he craved to hear. Thus he knew no more about the Robsons when he returned to Monkshaven than he had done on the day when he had last seen them. And of course his first task there was to give a long, viva voce account of all his London proceedings to the two brothers Foster, who, considering that they had heard the result of everything by letter, seemed to take an insatiable interest in details. He could hardly tell why, but even when released from the Fosters' parlor, he was unwilling to go to Haytersbank Farm. It was late, it is true, but on a May evening even country people keep up till 8 or 9 o'clock. Perhaps it was because Hepburn was still in his travel-stained dress, having gone straight to the shop on his arrival in Monkshaven. Perhaps it was because if he went this night for the short half-hour intervening before bedtime, he would have no excuse for paying a longer visit on the following evening. At any rate, he proceeded straight to Alice Rose's as soon as he had finished his interview with his employers. Both Hester and Coulson had given him their welcome home in the shop, which they had, however, left an hour or two before him. Yet they gave him a fresh greeting, almost one in which surprise was blended, when he came to his lodgings. Even Alice seemed gratified by his spending this first evening with them, as if she had thought it might have been otherwise. Weary though he was, he exerted himself to talk, and to relate what he had done and seen in London, as far as he could without breaking confidence with his employers. It was something to see the pleasure he gave to his auditors, although there were several mixed feelings in their minds to produce the expression of it which gratified him. Coulson was sorry for his former ungenerous reception of the news that Philip was going to London. Hester and her mother each secretly began to feel as if this evening was like more happy evenings of old, before the Robsons came to Haytersbank Farm, and who knows what faint delicious hopes this resemblance may not have suggested. While Philip, restless and excited, feeling that he could not sleep, was glad to pass away the waking hours that must intervene before tomorrow night, at times he tried to make them talk of what had happened in Monkshaven during his absence, but all had gone on in an eventless manner, as far as he could gather. If they knew of anything affecting the Robsons, they avoided speaking of it to him. And indeed, how little likely were they ever to have heard their names while he was away. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 20, Loved and Lost. Philip walked towards the Robsons' farm like a man in a dream, who has everything around him according to his wish, and yet is conscious of a secret, mysterious, inevitable drawback to his enjoyment. Hepburn did not care to think, would not realize what this drawback, which need not have been mysterious in his case, was. The May evening was glorious in light and shadow. The crimson sun warmed up the chilly northern air to a semblance of pleasant heat. The spring sights and sounds were all about. The lambs were bleating out their gentle weariness before they sank to rest by the side of their mothers. The linnets were chirping in every bush of golden gorse that grew out of the stone walls. The lark was singing her good night in the cloudless sky before she dropped down to her nest in the tender green wheat. All spoke of brooding peace, but Philip's heart was not at peace. Yet he was going to proclaim his good fortune. His masters had that day publicly announced that Coulson and he were to be their successors, and he had now arrived at that longed-for point in his business when he had resolved to openly speak of his love to Sylvia, and might openly strive to gain her love. But alas, the fulfillment of that wish of his had lagged sadly behind. He was placed as far as he could, even in his most sanguine moments, have hoped to be as regarded business, but Sylvia was as far from his attainment as ever, nay, farther. Still the great obstacle was removed in Kinraid's impressment. Philip took upon himself to decide that, with such a man as the specksioneer, absence was equivalent to faithless forgetfulness. He thought that he had just grounds for this decision in the account he had heard of Kinraid's behavior to Annie Coulson, to the other nameless young girl, her successor in his fickle heart, in the ribald talk of the sailors in the Newcastle public-house. It would be well for Sylvia if she could forget as quickly, and to promote this oblivion, the name of her lover should never be brought up, either in praise or blame, and Philip would be patient and enduring, all the time watching over her and laboring to win her reluctant love. There she was. He saw her as he stood at the top of the little hill path leading down to the Robsons' door. She was out of doors in the garden, which, at some distance from the house, sloped up the bank on the opposite side of the gully, much too far off to be spoken to, not too far off to be gazed at by eyes that caressed her every movement. How well Philip knew that garden, placed long ago by some tenant of the farm on a southern slope, walled in with rough moorland stones, planted with berry bushes for use, and southernwood and sweetbriar for sweetness of smell. When the Robsons had first come to Haytersbank, and Sylvia was scarcely more than a pretty child, how well he remembered helping her with the arrangement of this garden, laying out his few spare pence in hen and chicken daisies at one time, in flower seeds at another, again in a rose tree in a pot. He knew how his unaccustomed hands had labored with the spade at forming a little primitive bridge over the beck in the hollow before winter streams should make it too deep for fording, how he had cut down branches of the mountain ash and covered them over, yet decked with their scarlet berries, with sods of green turf, beyond which the brilliancy crept out. But now it was months and years since he had been in that garden, which had lost its charm for Sylvia, as she found the bleak sea winds came up and blighted all endeavors at cultivating more than the most useful things, pot herbs, marigolds, potatoes, onions, and such like. Why did she tarry there now, standing quite motionless up by the highest bit of wall, looking over the sea with her hand shading her eyes, quite motionless, as if she were a stone statue. He began to wish she would move, would look at him, but anyway that she would move and not stand gazing thus over that great dreary sea. He went down the path with an impatient step and entered the house-place. There sat his aunt spinning, and apparently as well as ever. He could hear his uncle talking to Kester in the neighboring shippen. All was well in the household. Why was Sylvia standing in the garden in that strange, quiet way? "Why, lad, thou'rt a sight for sair een," said his aunt, as she stood up to welcome him back. "And when didst ta come, eh? But thy uncle will be glad to see thee, and to hear thee talk about yon plews. He's thought a deal of thy letters. I'll go call him in." "Not yet," said Philip, stopping her in her progress towards the door. "He's busy talking to Kester. I'm in no haste to be gone. I can stay a couple of hours. Sit down and tell me how you are yourself, and how everything is, and I've a deal to tell you." To be sure, to think thou's been in Lunnon since I saw thee. Well, to be sure. There's a vast a coming and going in this world. Thou'll mind yon specksioneer lad, him as was cousin to Corney's, Charlie Kinraid? Mind him, as if he could forget him. Well, he's dead and gone. "Dead? Who told you? I don't understand," said Philip, in strange bewilderment. Could Kinraid have tried to escape after all, and been wounded, killed in the attempt? If not, how should they know he was dead? Missing he might be, though how this should be known was strange, as he was supposed to be sailing to the Greenland seas. But dead, what did they mean? At Philip's worst moment of hatred, he had hardly dared to wish him dead. "Dunnot you mention it afore our Sylvie. We niver speak on him to her, for she takes it a deal to heart, though I'm thinking it were a good thing for her, for he'd got a hold of her. He had on Bessie Corney too, as her mother telled me, not that I iver let on to them as Sylvia frets after him. So keep a calm sow, my lad. It's a girl's fancy, just a kind of calf love, let it go by, and it's well for her he's dead, though it's hard to say so on a drowned man." "Drowned?" said Philip. "How do you know?" half hoping that the poor drenched, swollen body might have been found, and thus all questions and dilemmas solved. Kinraid might have struggled overboard with ropes or handcuffs on, and so have been drowned. Lad, there's no misdoubting it. He were thought a deal on by t' captain o' Turania, and when he niver come back on to-day when she ought for to have sailed, he sent to Kinraid's people at Cullercoats, and they sent to Brunton's in Newcastle, and they knew he'd been there. T' captain put off sailing for 2 or 3 days, that he might ha' that much law, but when he heard as Kinraid were not at Corney's, but had left 'em almost on to a week, he went off to them northern seas with t' next best specksioneer he could find. For there's no use speaking ill on t' dead, and though I couldn't abear his coming for iver about t' house, he were a rare good specksioneer, as I've been told." "But how do you know he was drowned?" said Philip, feeling guiltily disappointed at his aunt's story. "Why, lad, I'm almost ashamed to tell thee, I were sore put out mysel'. But Sylvia were so broken-hearted like, I couldn't cast it up to her as I should ha' liked. The silly lass had gone and gi'n him a bit o' ribbon, as many a one knowed, for it had been a vast noticed and admired that evening at the Corneys, New Year's Eve I think it were, and to poor vain Peacock had tied it on his hat, so that when to tide, hist, there's Sylvie coming in at t' back door, never let on, and in a forced, made-up voice she inquired aloud, for hitherto she had been speaking almost in a whisper, "And didst to see King George and Queen Charlotte?" Philip could not answer, did not hear. His soul had gone out to meet Sylvia, who entered with quiet slowness quite unlike her former self. Her face was wan and white, her grey eyes seemed larger and full of dumb, tearless sorrow. She came up to Philip as if his being there touched her with no surprise, and gave him a gentle greeting as if he were a familiar, indifferent person whom she had seen but yesterday. Philip, who had recollected the quarrel they had had, and about Kinraid too, the very last time they had met, had expected some trace of this remembrance to linger in her looks and speech to him. But there was no such sign. Her great sorrow had wiped away all anger, almost all memory. Her mother looked at her anxiously, and then said in the same manner of forced cheerfulness which she had used before, "Here's Philip, lass, a full o' Lunnon. Call thy father in, and we'll hear about t' newfangled plews. It'll be rare and nice all sitting together again." Sylvia, silent and docile, went out to the shippen to obey her mother's wish. Belle Robson leant forward towards Philip, misinterpreting the expression on his face, which was guilt as much as sympathy, and checked the possible repentance which might have urged him on at that moment to tell all he knew, by saying, "Lad, it's all for t' best. He were noan good enough for her, and I misdoubt me he were only playing wi' her, as he done by others. Let her a be, let her a be. She'll come round to be thankful." Robson bustled in with loud welcome, all the louder and more talkative, because he, like his wife, assumed a cheerful manner before Sylvia. Yet he, unlike his wife, had many a secret regret over Kinraid's fate. At first, while merely the fact of his disappearance was known, Daniel Robson had hit on the truth, and had stuck to his opinion that the cursed press gang were at the bottom of it. He had backed his words by many an oath, and all the more because he had not a single reason to give that applied to the present occasion. No one on the lonely coast had remarked any sign of the presence of the men of war, or the tenders that accompanied them for the purpose of impressment on the king's ships. At Shields and at the mouth of the Tyne, where they lay in greedy wait, the owners of the Urania had caused strict search to be made for their skilled and protected specksioneer, but with no success. All this positive evidence in contradiction to Daniel Robson's opinion only made him cling to it the more, until the day when the hat was found on the shore with Kinraid's name written out large and fair in the inside, and the telltale bit of ribbon knotted in the band. Then Daniel, by a sudden revulsion, gave up every hope. It never entered his mind that it could have fallen off by any accident. No, now Kinraid was dead and drowned, and it was a bad job, and the sooner it could be forgotten, the better for all parties, and it was well no one knew how far it had gone with Sylvia, especially now since Bessie Corney was crying her eyes out as if he had been engaged to her. So Daniel said nothing to his wife about the mischief that had gone on in her absence, and never spoke to Sylvia about the affair. Only he was more than usually tender to her in his rough way, and thought morning, noon, and night on what he could do to give her pleasure and drive away all recollection of her ill-starred love. Tonight he would have her sit by him while Philip told his stories or heavily answered questions put to him. Sylvia sat on a stool by her father's knee, holding one of his hands in both of hers, and presently she laid down her head upon them, and Philip saw her sad eyes looking into the flickering firelight with long, unwinking stare, showing that her thoughts were far distant. He could hardly go on with his tales of what he had seen and what done, he was so full of pity for her. Yet for all his pity, he had now resolved never to soothe her with the knowledge of what he knew, nor to deliver the message sent by her false lover. He felt like a mother withholding something injurious from the foolish wish of her plaining child. But he went away without breathing a word of his good fortune in business. The telling of such kind of good fortune seemed out of place this night, when the thought of death and the loss of friends seemed to brood over the household, and cast its shadow there, obscuring for the time all worldly things. And so the great piece of news came out in the ordinary course of gossip, told by some Monkshaven friend to Robson the next market day. For months Philip had been looking forward to the sensation which the intelligence would produce in the farm household as a preliminary to laying his good fortune at Sylvia's feet. And they heard of it, and he away, and all chance of his making use of it in the manner he had intended vanished for the present. Daniel was always curious after other people's affairs, and now was more than ever bent on collecting scraps of news which might possibly interest Sylvia, and rouse her out of the state of indifference as to everything into which she had fallen. Perhaps he thought that he had not acted altogether wisely in allowing her to engage herself to Kinraid, for he was a man apt to judge by results, and moreover he had had so much reason to repent of the encouragement which he had given to the lover whose untimely end had so deeply affected his only child, that he was more unwilling than ever that his wife should know of the length to which the affair had gone during her absence. He even urged secrecy upon Sylvia as a personal favor, unwilling to encounter the silent blame which he openly affected to despise. "We'll noan fret thy mother by letting on how oft he came and went. She'll maybe be thinking he were for speaking to thee, my poor lass, and it would put her out a deal, for she's a woman of a stern mind towards matrimony, and she'll be noan so strong till summer weather comes, and I'd be loath to give her aught to worrit hersel about. So thee and me'll keep our own counsel. I wish mother had been here, then she'd a known all without my telling her. Cheer up, lass, it's better as it is. Thou'll get o'er it sooner for having no one to let on to. I myself am no one going to speak on't again." No more he did, but there was a strange tenderness in his tones when he spoke to her, a half-pathetic way of seeking after her, if by any chance she was absent for a minute from the places where he expected to find her, a consideration for her about this time in his way of bringing back trifling presents or small pieces of news that he thought might interest her, which sank deep into her heart. "And what dun you think o' t' folks is talking on in Monkshaven?" asked he, almost before he had taken off his coat, on the day when he had heard of Philip's promotion in the world. "Why, missus, thy nephew Philip Hepburn has got his name up in gold letters 4-inch long o'er Foster's door. Him and Colson has set up shop together, and Foster's is gone out." "That's t' secret of his journey to Lunnon," said Bell, more gratified than she chose to show. 4-inch long, if they're theer at all. I heerd on it at t' Bay Horse first, but I thought you'd niver be satisfied 'bout I seed it wi' my own eyes. They do say as Gregory Jones t' plumber got it done in York, for that naught else would satisfy old Jeremiah. It'll be a matter of some hundreds a year in Philip's pocket. "There'll be Fosters in the background, as one may say, to take the biggest share on t' profits," said Bell. Aye, that's but as it should be, for I reckon they'll ha' to find t' brass the first, my lass," said he, turning to Sylvia. "I'm fain to tak thee into t' town next market day, just for thee to see it. I'll buy thee a bonny ribbon for thy hair out of t' cousin's own shop." Some thought of another ribbon which had once tied up her hair and afterwards been cut in twain must have crossed Sylvia's mind, for she answered as if she shrank from her father's words. "I cannot go. I'm noan wantin' a ribbon. I'm much obliged, father, all t' same." Her mother read her heart clearly and suffered with her, but never spoke a word of sympathy. But she went on rather more quickly than she would otherwise have done to question her husband as to all he knew about this great rise of Philip's. Once or twice Sylvia joined in with languid curiosity, but presently she became tired and went to bed. For a few moments after she left, her parents sate silent. Then Daniel, in a tone as if he were justifying his daughter and comforting himself as well as his wife, observed that it was almost on for 9. The evenings were light so long now. Belle said nothing in reply, but gathered up her wool and began to arrange the things for night. By and by Daniel broke the silence by saying, "I thought at one time as Philip had a fancy for our Sylvie." For a minute or two Belle did not speak. Then, with deeper insight into her daughter's heart than her husband, in spite of his greater knowledge of the events that had happened to affect it, she said, "If thou's thinking on a match between 'em, it'll be a long time afore the poor sad wench is fit to think on another man as sweetheart." "I said naught about sweethearts," replied he, as if his wife had reproached him in some way. "Woman's allays so full of sweethearts and matrimony. I only said as I'd thought once as Philip had a fancy for our lass, and I think so still, and he'll be worth his 200 a year afore long. But I never said naught about sweethearts." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 21. A Rejected Suitor. There were many domestic arrangements to be made in connection with the new commercial ones which affected Hepburn and Coulson. The Fosters, with something of the busybodiness which is apt to mingle itself with kindly patronage, had planned in their own minds that the Rose household should be removed altogether to the house belonging to the shop, and that Alice, with the assistance of the capable servant, who at present managed all John's domestic affairs, should continue as mistress of the house, with Philip and Coulson for her lodgers. But arrangements without her consent did not suit Alice at any time, and she had very good reasons for declining to accede to this. She was not going to be uprooted at her time of life, she said, nor would she consent to enter upon a future which might be so uncertain. Why, Hepburn and Coulson were both young men, she said, and they were as likely to marry as not, and then the bride would be sure to wish to live in the good old-fashioned house at the back of the shop. It was in vain she was told by everyone concerned that in case of such an event the first married partner should take a house of his own, leaving her in undisputed possession. She replied with apparent truth that both might wish to marry, and surely the wife of one ought to take possession of the house belonging to the business, that she was not going to trust herself to the fancies of young men, who were always, the best of them, going and doing the very thing that was most foolish in the way of marriage, of which state, in fact, she spoke with something of acrimonious contempt and dislike, as if young people always got mismatched, yet had not the sense to let older and wiser people choose for them. "Thou'll not have been understanding why Alice Rose spoke as she did this morning," said Jeremiah Foster to Philip, on the afternoon succeeding the final discussion of this plan. "She was a-thinking of her youth, I reckon, when she was a well-favored young woman, and our John was full of the thought of marrying her. As he could not have her, he has lived a bachelor all his days. But if I am not a vast mistaken, all that he has will go to her and to Hester, for all that Hester is the child of another man. Thee and Coulson should have a try for Hester, Philip. I have told Coulson this day of Hester's chances. I told him first because he is my wife's nephew, but I tell thee now, Philip, it would be a good thing for the shop if one of ye was married." Philip reddened. Often as the idea of marriage had come into his mind, this was the first time it had been gravely suggested to him by another. But he replied quietly enough, "I don't think Hester Rose has any thought of matrimony." "To be sure not. it is for thee or for William Coulson to make her think. She, maybe, remembers enough of her mother's life with her father to make her slow to think on such things. But it's in her to think on matrimony. It's in all of us." "Alice's husband was dead before I knew her," said Philip, rather evading the main subject. "It was a mercy when he were taken, a mercy to them who were left, I mean. Alice was a bonny young woman with a smile for everybody when he wed her, a smile for everyone except our John, who never could do enough to try and win one from her. But no, she would have none of him, but set her heart on Jack Rose, a sailor in a whale ship, and so they were married at last, though all her own folks were against it. And he was a profligate sinner, and went after other women, and drank, and beat her. She turned as stiff and as grey as thou seest her now, within a year of Hester's birth. I believe they'd have perished for want and cold many a time, if it had not been for John. If she ever guessed where the money came from, it must have hurt her pride above a bit, for she was always a proud woman. But mother's love is stronger than pride." Philip fell to thinking. A generation ago something of the same kind had been going on as that which he was now living through, quick with hopes and fears. A girl beloved by two, nay, those two so identical in occupation as he and Kinraid were. Rose identical even in character with what he knew of the specksioneer. A girl choosing the wrong lover and suffering and soured all her life in consequence of her youth's mistake. Was that to be Sylvia's lot? Or rather, was she not saved from it by the event of the impressment, and by the course of silence he himself had resolved upon? Then he went on to wonder if the lives of one generation were but a repetition of the lives of those who had gone before, with no variation but from the internal cause that some had greater capacity for suffering than others. Would those very circumstances which made the interest of his life now return in due cycle when he was dead and Sylvia was forgotten? Perplexed thoughts of this and a similar kind kept returning into Philip's mind whenever he had leisure to give himself up to consideration of anything but the immediate throng of business. And every time he dwelt on this complication and succession of similar events, he emerged from his reverie more and more satisfied with the course he had taken in withholding from Sylvia all knowledge of her lover's fate. It was settled at length that Philip was to remove to the house belonging to the shop, Coulson remaining with Alice and her daughter. But in the course of the summer the latter told his partner that he had offered marriage to Hester on the previous day and been refused. It was an awkward affair altogether, as he lived in their house and was in daily companionship with Hester, who, however, seemed to preserve her gentle calmness, with only a tinge more of reserve in her manner to Coulson. "I wish you could find out what she has again me, Philip," said Coulson, about a fortnight after he had made the proposal. The poor young man thought that Hester's composure of manner towards him since the event argued that he was not distasteful to her, and as he was now on very happy terms with Philip, he came constantly to him, as if the latter could interpret the meaning of all the little occurrences between him and his beloved. "I'm a right age, not 2 months betwixt us, and there's few in Monkshaven as would think on her with better prospects than me, and she knows my folks, we're kind of cousins in fact, and I'd be like a son to her mother, and there's no one in Monkshaven as can speak again my character. There's nowt between you and her, is there, Philip? I ha' telled thee many a time that she and me is like brother and sister. She's no more thought on me nor I have for her, so be content wi't, for I's not tell thee again." "Don't be vexed, Philip. If thou knew what it was to be in love, thou'd be always fancying things just as I am." "I might be," said Philip, "but I dunnot think I should be always talking about my fancies." "I wunnot talk any more after this once, if thou'll just find out, fra thysel as it were, what it is she has agin me. I'd go to chapel forever with her, if that's what she wants. Just ask her, Philip." "It's an awkward thing for me to be melling with," said Hepburn reluctantly. "But thou said thee and she were like brother and sister, and a brother would ask a sister and never think twice about it." "Well, well," replied Philip, "I'll see what I can do. But, lad, I dunnot think she'll have thee. She doesn't fancy thee, and fancy is 3 parts o' love, if reason is t'other fourth." But somehow Philip could not begin on the subject with Hester. He did not know why, except that, as he said, it was so awkward. But he really liked Coulson so much as to be anxious to do what the latter wished, although he was almost convinced that it would be of no use. So he watched his opportunity and found Alice alone and at leisure one Sunday evening. She was sitting by the window reading her Bible when he went in. She gave him a curt welcome, hearty enough for her, for she was always chary in her expressions of pleasure or satisfaction. But she took off her horn spectacles and placed them in the book to keep her place, and then turning more fully round on her chair so as to face him, she said, "Well, lad, and how does it go on? Though it's not a day for to ask about worldly things. But I never see thee now but on Sabbath day, and rarely then. Still, we munnot speak o' such things on t' Lord's day, so thee mun just say how t' shop is doing, and then we'll leave such vain talk." "T' shop is doing main and well, thank ye, mother, but Coulson could tell you that any day." "I'd a deal rather hear for thee, Philip. Coulson doesn't know how to manage his own business, let alone half the business as it took John and Jeremiah's heads, aye, and tasked 'em too, to manage. I've no patience with Coulson." "Why, he's a decent young fellow as ever there is in Monkshaven." "He may be. He's noan cut his wisdom teeth yet. But for that matter, there's other folks as far from sense as he is." "Aye, and farther, Coulson mayn't be so bright at all times as he might be, but he's a steady goer, and I'd back him again any chap o' his age in Monkshaven." "I know who I'd sooner back in many a thing, Philip." She said it with so much meaning that he could not fail to understand that he himself was meant, and he replied, ingenuously enough, "If you mean me, mother, I'll noan deny that in a thing or two I may be more knowledgeable than Coulson. I've had a deal of time on my hands in my youth, and I'd good schooling as long as father lived." "Lad, it's not schooling, nor knowledge, nor book learning as carries a man through to world. It's mother wit, and it's noan schooling, nor knowledge, nor book learning as takes a young woman. It's summat as cannot be put into words." "That's just what I told Coulson," said Philip quickly. "He were sore put about because Hester had given him the bucket, and came to me about it." "And what did thou say?" asked Alice, her deep eyes gleaming at him, as if to read his face as well as his words. Philip, thinking he could now do what Coulson had begged of him in the neatest manner, went on, "I told him I'd help him all as I could." "Thou did thou? Well, well, there's nowt so queer as folks, that I will say," muttered Alice between her teeth. "But that fancy had 3 parts to do wi' love," continued Philip, "and it would be hard, maybe, to get a reason for her not fancying him. Yet I wish she'd think twice about it. He's so set upon having her, I think he'll do himself a mischief with fretting, if it goes on as it is." "It'll noan go on as it is," said Alice with gloomy oracularness. "How not?" asked Philip. Then, receiving no answer, he went on, "He loves her true, and he's within a month or 2 on her age, and his character will bear handling on all sides, and his share on 't shop will be worth hundreds a year afore long." Another pause. Alice was trying to bring down her pride to say something, which she could not with all her efforts. "Maybe you'll speak a word for him, mother," said Philip, annoyed at her silence. "I'll do no such thing. Marriages are best made without melling. How do I know but what she likes someone better?" "Our Hester's not the last to think on a young man, unless he's been a wooing on her, and you know, mother, as well as I do, and Coulson does too, She's niver given anyone a chance to woo her, living half her time here and t'other half into shop, and niver speaking to no one by t'way. I wish thou wouldn't come here troubling me on a Sabbath day with thy vanity and thy worldly talk. I'd liefer by far be in that world where there's neither marrying nor giving in marriage, for it's all a moithering mess here." She turned to the closed Bible lying on the dresser and opened it with a bang. While she was adjusting her spectacles on her nose, with hands trembling with passion, she heard Philip say, "I ask your pardon, I'm sure. I couldn't well come any other day." "It's all t' same, I care not. But thou might as well tell truth. I'll be bound thou's been at Haytersbank Farm some day this week?" Philip reddened. In fact, he had forgotten how he had got to consider his frequent visits to the farm as a regular piece of occupation. He kept silence. Alice looked at him with a sharp intelligence that read his silence through. "I thought so. Next time thou thinkst to thyself, I'm more knowledgeable than Colson, just remember Alice Rose's words, and they are these: if Colson's too thick-sighted to see through a board, thou'rt too blind to see through a window. As for comin' and speaking up for Colson, why, he'll be married to someone else afore 't year's out, for all he thinks he's so set upon Hester now. Go thy ways, and leave me to my scripture, and come no more on Sabbath days with thy vain babbling." So Philip returned from his mission rather crestfallen, but quite as far as ever from seeing through a glass window. Before the year was out, Alice's prophecy was fulfilled. Colson, who found the position of a rejected lover in the same house with the girl who had refused him too uncomfortable to be endured, as soon as he was convinced that his object was decidedly out of his reach, turned his attention to someone else. He did not love his new sweetheart as he had done Hester. There was more of reason and less of fancy in his attachment. But it ended successfully, and before the first snow fell, Philip was best man at his partner's wedding. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 22, Deepening Shadows. But before Colson was married, many small events happened, small events to all but Philip. To him they were as the sun and moon. The days when he went up to Haytersbank and Sylvia spoke to him. The days when he went up and she had apparently no heart to speak to anyone, but left the room as soon as he came, or never entered it at all, although she must have known that he was there, these were his alternations from happiness to sorrow. From her parents he always had a welcome. Oppressed by their daughter's depression of spirits, they hailed the coming of any visitor as a change for her as well as for themselves. The former intimacy with the Corneys was in abeyance for all parties, owing to Bessie Corney's outspoken grief for the loss of her cousin, as if she had had reason to look upon him as her lover, whereas Sylvia's parents felt this as a slur upon their daughter's cause of grief. But although at this time the members of the two families ceased to seek after each other's society, nothing was said. The thread of friendship might be joined afresh at any time, only just now it was broken, and Philip was glad of it. Before going to Haytersbank, he sought each time for some little present with which to make his coming welcome, and now he wished even more than ever that Sylvia had cared for learning. If she had, he could have taken her many a pretty ballad or story-book, such as were then in vogue. He did try her with the translation of The Sorrows of Werther, so popular at the time that it had a place in all peddlers' baskets, with Law's Serious Call, The Pilgrim's Progress, Klopstock's Messiah, and Paradise Lost. But she could not read it for herself, and after turning the leaves languidly over and smiling a little at the picture of Charlotte cutting bread and butter in a left-handed manner, she put it aside on the shelf by the Complete Farrier, and there Philip saw it, upside down and untouched, the next time he came to the farm. Many a time during that summer did he turn to the few verses in Genesis in which Jacob's twice 7 years' service for Rachel is related, and try and take fresh heart from the reward which came to the patriarch's constancy at last. After trying books, nosegays, small presents of pretty articles of dress, such as suited the notions of those days, and finding them all received with the same languid gratitude, he set himself to endeavor to please her in some other way. It was time that he should change his tactics, for the girl was becoming weary of the necessity for thanking him, every time he came, for some little favor or other. She wished he would let her alone and not watch her continually with such sad eyes. Her father and mother hailed her first signs of impatient petulance towards him as a return to the old state of things before Kinraid had come to disturb the tenor of their lives. For even Daniel had turned against the specksioneer, irritated by the Corneys' loud moans over the loss of the man to whom their daughter said that she was attached. If Daniel wished for him to be alive again, it was mainly that the Corneys might be convinced that his last visit to the neighborhood of Monkshaven was for the sake of the pale and silent Sylvia, and not for that of Bessie, who complained of Kinraid's untimely death, rather as if by it she had been cheated of a husband, than for any overwhelming personal love towards the deceased. If he were after her, he were a big black scoundrel, that's what he were, and I wish he were alive again to be hung. But I dunnot believe it. Them Corney lasses were allays a-talking and a-thinking on sweethearts, and niver a man crossed a threshold but they tried him on as a husband, and their mother were no better. Kinraid has spoken civil to Bessie as became a lad to a lass, and she makes an ado over him as if they'd been to church together not a week sin. I dunnot uphold to Corneys, but Molly Corney, as is Molly Brunton now, used to speak on this dead man to our Sylvie as if he were her sweetheart in old days. Now there's no smoke without fire, and I'm thinking it's likely enough he were one of them fellows as is always after some lass or another, and, as often as not, 2 or 3 at a time. Now look at Philip, what a different one he is. He's never thought on a woman but our Sylvie, I'll be bound. I wish he weren't so old-fashioned and faint-hearted. Aye, and to shops doing a vast o' business, I've heard say. He's a deal better company, too, nor he used to be. He'd a way o' preachin' wi' him as I couldn't abide, but now he tacks his glass and holds his tongue, leavin' room for wiser men to say their say. Such was a conjugal colloquy about this time. Philip was gaining ground with Daniel, and that was something towards winning Sylvia's heart, for she was unaware of her father's change of feeling towards Kinraid, and took all his tenderness towards herself as if they were marks of his regard for her lost lover, and his sympathy in her loss, instead of which he was rather feeling as if it might be a good thing after all that the fickle-hearted sailor was dead and drowned. In fact, Daniel was very like a child in all the parts of his character. He was strongly affected by whatever was present, and apt to forget the absent. He acted on impulse, and too often had reason to be sorry for it, but he hated his sorrow too much to let him teach him wisdom for the future. With all his many faults, however, he had something in him which made him be dearly loved, both by the daughter whom he indulged, and the wife who was in fact superior to him, but whom he imagined that he ruled with a wise and absolute sway. Love to Sylvia gave Philip tact. He seemed to find out that to please the women of the household he must pay all possible attention to the man, and though he cared little in comparison for Daniel, yet this autumn he was continually thinking of how he could please him. When he had said or done anything to gratify or amuse her father, Sylvia smiled and was kind. Whatever he did was right with his aunt, But even she was unusually glad when her husband was pleased. Still his progress was slow towards his object, and often he sighed himself to sleep with the words, 7 years, and maybe 7 years more. Then in his dreams he saw Kinraid again, sometimes struggling, sometimes sailing towards land, the only one on board a swift advancing ship, alone on deck, stern and avenging, till Philip awoke in remorseful terror. Such and similar dreams returned with the greater frequency when in the November of that year the coast between Hartlepool and Monkshaven was overshadowed by the presence of guard ships, driven south from their station at North Shields by the resolution which the sailors of that port had entered into to resist the press gang, and the energy with which they had begun to carry out their determination. For on a certain Tuesday evening, yet remembered by old inhabitants of North Shields, the sailors in the merchant service met together and overpowered the press gang, dismissing them from the town with the highest contempt, and with their jackets reversed. A numerous mob went with them to Chirton Bar, gave them 3 cheers at parting, but vowed to tear them limb from limb, should they seek to re-enter North Shields. But a few days afterwards some fresh cause of irritation arose, and 500 sailors, armed with such swords and pistols as they could collect, paraded through the town in the most riotous manner, and at last attempted to seize the tender Eleanor on some pretext of the ill treatment of the impressed men aboard. This endeavor failed, however, owing to the energetic conduct of the officers in command. Next day this body of sailors set off for Newcastle, but learning before they reached the town that there was a strong military and civil force prepared to receive them there, they dispersed for the time, but not before the good citizens had received a great fright, the drums of the North Yorkshire militia beating to arms, and the terrified people rushing out into the streets to learn the reason of the alarm, and some of them seeing the militia, under the command of the Earl of Falkenberg, marching from the guard-house adjoining Newgate to the house of rendezvous for impressed seamen in the Broad Chase. But a few weeks after, the impressment service took their revenge for the insults they had been subjected to in North Shields. In the dead of night a cordon was formed round that town by a regiment stationed at Tynemouth Barracks. The press gangs belonging to armed vessels lying off Shields Harbour were let loose. No one within the circle could escape, and upwards of 250 men, sailors, mechanics, labourers of every description, were forced on board the armed ships. With that prize they set sail and wisely left the place, where deep, passionate vengeance was sworn against them. Not all the dread of an invasion by the French could reconcile the people of these coasts to the necessity of impressment. Fear and confusion prevailed after this to within many miles of the seashore. A Yorkshire gentleman of rank said that his labourers dispersed like a covey of birds, because a press gang was reported to have established itself so far inland as Tadcaster, and they only returned to work on the assurance from the steward of his master's protection, but even then begged leave to sleep on straw in the stables or outhouses belonging to their landlord, not daring to sleep at their own homes. No fish was caught, for the fishermen dared not venture out to sea. The markets were deserted, as the press gangs might come down on any gathering of men. Prices were raised, and many were impoverished, many others ruined. For in the great struggle in which England was then involved, the navy was esteemed her safeguard, and men must be had at any price of money or suffering or of injustice. Landsmen were kidnapped and taken to London, there in too many instances to be discharged without redress and penniless, because they were discovered to be useless for the purpose for which they had been taken. Autumn brought back the whaling ships, but the period of their return was full of gloomy anxiety, instead of its being the annual time of rejoicing and feasting, of gladdened households where brave, steady husbands or sons returned, of unlimited and reckless expenditure, and boisterous joviality among those who thought that they had earned unbounded license on shore by their 6 months of compelled abstinence. In other years this had been the time for new and handsome winter clothing, for cheerful if humble hospitality, for the shopkeepers to display their gayest and best, for the public houses to be crowded, for the streets to be full of blue jackets rolling along with merry words and open hearts. In other years the boiling houses had been full of active workers, the staiths crowded with barrels, the ship carpenters' yards thronged with seamen and captains. Now a few men, tempted by high wages, went stealthily by back lanes to their work, clustering together with sinister looks, glancing round corners, and fearful of every approaching footstep, as if they were going on some unlawful business instead of true honest work. Most of them kept their whaling knives about them ready for bloody defense if they were attacked. The shops were almost deserted. There was no unnecessary expenditure by the men. They dared not venture out to buy lavish presents for the wife or sweetheart or little children. The public houses kept scouts on the lookout, while fierce men drank and swore deep oaths of vengeance in the bar, men who did not wander in their cups, nor grow foolishly merry, but in whom liquor called forth all the desperate, bad passions of human nature. Indeed, all along the coast of Yorkshire it seemed as if a blight hung over the land and the people. Men dodged about their daily business with hatred and suspicion in their eyes, and many a curse went over the sea to the 3 fatal ships lying motionless at anchor 3 miles off Monkshaven. When first Philip had heard in his shop that these 3 men-of-war might be seen lying fell and still on the grey horizon, his heart sank, and he scarcely dared to ask their names. For if one should be the Alcestis, if Kinraid should send word to Sylvia, if he should say he was living and loving and faithful, if it should come to pass that the fact of the undelivered message sent by her lover through Philip should reach Sylvia's ears, what would be the position of the latter, not merely in her love, that of course would be hopeless, but in her esteem? All sophistry vanished. The fear of detection awakened Philip to a sense of guilt, and besides he found out that in spite of all idle talk and careless slander, he could not help believing that Kinraid was in terrible earnest when he uttered those passionate words, and entreated that they might be borne to Sylvia. Some instinct told Philip that if the specksioneer had only flirted with too many, yet that for Sylvia Robson his love was true and vehement. Then Philip tried to convince himself that from all that was said of his previous character, Kinraid was not capable of an enduring, constant attachment, and with such poor opiate to his conscience as he could obtain from this notion, Philip was obliged to remain content, until a day or two after the first intelligence of the presence of those 3 ships, he learned with some trouble and pains that their names were the Megara, the Bellerophon, and the Hanover. Then he began to perceive how unlikely it was that the Alcestis should have been lingering on this shore all these many months. She was doubtless gone far away by this time. She had probably joined the fleet on the war station. Who could tell what had become of her and her crew? She might have been in battle before now, and if so... So his previous fancies shrank to nothing, rebuked for their improbability, and with them vanished his self-reproach. Yet there were times when the popular attention seemed totally absorbed by the dread of the press-gang, when no other subject was talked about, hardly in fact thought about. At such flows of panic, Philip had his own private fears lest a flash of light should come upon Sylvia, and she should suddenly see that Kinraid's absence might be accounted for in another way besides death. But when he reasoned, this seemed unlikely. No man-of-war had been seen off the coast, or if seen, had ever been spoken about, at the time of Kinraid's disappearance. If he had vanished this winter-time, everyone would have been convinced that the press-gang had seized upon him. Philip had never heard anyone breathe the dreaded name of the Alcestis. Besides, he went on to think, at the farm they are out of hearing of this one great weary subject of talk. But it was not so, as he became convinced one evening. His aunt caught him a little aside while Sylvia was in the dairy, and her husband talking in the shippen with Kester. "For good's sake, Philip, dunnot thee bring us talk about the press gang. It's a thing as has got hold on my measter till thou'd think him possessed. He's speaking perpetual on it in such a way that thou'd think he were itching to kill him afore he tasted bread again. He really trembles with rage and passion, and on night it's just as bad. He starts up in his sleep, swearing and cursing at him, till I'm sometimes afeard he'll mak an end of me by mistake. And what mun he do last night but open out on Charlie Kinraid, and tell Sylvie he thought mappen to gang had got hold on him. It might make her cry all her so tears over again." Philip spoke, by no wish of his own, but as if compelled to speak. "And who knows but what it's true?" The instant these words had come out of his lips, he could have bitten his tongue off, and yet afterwards it was a sort of balm to his conscience that he had so spoken. "What nonsense, Philip," said his aunt. "Why, these fearsome ships were far out of sight when he went away, good go wim, and Sylvie just getting o'er her trouble so nicely, and even my master went on for to say, if they'd getten hold on him, he were not a chap to stay with 'em. He'd give 'em proofs on his hatred to 'em time on. He either ha' made off, and then sure enough we should ha' heerd on him somehow. Them Corneys is full on him still, and they've a deal to wi' his folk beyond Newcastle, or as my master says, he were just a chap to hang or drown hissel sooner nor do aught against his will." "What did Sylvie say?" asked Philip in a hoarse, low voice. "Say? Why, all she could say was to burst out crying, and after a bit she just repeated her feyther's words, and said anyhow he was dead, for he'd niver live to go to sea wi' a press gang. She knowed him too well for that. Thou sees she thinks a deal on him for a spirited chap as can do what he will. I believe me she first began to think on him to fight aboard the Good Fortune when Darley were killed, and he would seem tame like to her if he couldn't conquer press gangs and men o' war. She'd sooner think on him drowned as she's ne'er to see him again." "It's best so," said Philip, and then to calm his unusually excited aunt, he promised to avoid the subject of the press gang as much as possible. But it was a promise very difficult of performance, for Daniel Robson was, as his wife said, like one possessed. He could hardly think of anything else, though he himself was occasionally weary of the same constantly recurring idea, and would fain have banished it from his mind. He was too old a man to be likely to be taken by them. He had no son to become their victim. But the terror of them, which he had braved and defied in his youth, seemed to come back and take possession of him in his age, and with the terror came impatient hatred. Since his wife's illness the previous winter, he had been a more sober man until now. He was never exactly drunk, for he had a strong, well-seasoned head. But the craving to hear the last news of the actions of the press gang drew him into Monkshaven nearly every day at this dead agricultural season of the year, and a public-house is generally the focus from which gossip radiates, and probably the amount of drink thus consumed weakened Robson's power over his mind, and caused the concentration of thought on one subject. This may be a physiological explanation of what afterwards was spoken of as a supernatural kind of possession, leading him to his doom. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terence Callan. Chapter 23, Retaliation. The public house that had been chosen by the leaders of the press gang in Monkshaven at this time for their rendezvous, or Randyvouse as it was generally pronounced, was an inn of poor repute, with a yard at the back which opened onto the Staithe or quay nearest to the open sea. A strong high stone wall bounded this grass-grown, mouldy yard on two sides. The house and some unused outbuildings formed the other two. The choice of the place was good enough both as to situation, which was sufficiently isolated, and yet near to the widening river, and as to the character of the landlord. John Hobbs was a failing man, one who seemed as if doomed to be unfortunate in all his undertakings, and the consequence of all this was that he was envious of the more prosperous, and willing to do anything that might bring him in a little present success in life. His household consisted of his wife, her niece, who acted as servant, and an out-of-doors man, a brother of Ned Simpson, the well-doing butcher, who at one time had had a fancy for Sylvia. But the one brother was prosperous, the other had gone on sinking in life, like him who was now his master. Neither Hobbs nor his man Simpson were absolutely bad men. If things had gone well with them, they might each have been as scrupulous and conscientious as their neighbors, and even now, supposing the gain in money to be equal, they would sooner have done good than evil. But a very small sum was enough to turn the balance, and in a greater degree than in most cases was the famous maxim of Rochefoucauld true with them, for in the misfortunes of their friends they seemed to see some justification of their own. It was blind fate dealing out events, not that the events themselves were the inevitable consequences of folly or misconduct. To such men as these, the large sum offered by the lieutenant of the press gang for the accommodation of the Mariners' Arms was simply and immediately irresistible. The best room in the dilapidated house was put at the service of the commanding officer of the impress service, and all other arrangements made at his desire, irrespective of all the former unprofitable sources of custom and of business. If the relatives both of Hobbs and of Simpson had not been so well known and so prosperous in the town, they themselves would have received more marks of popular ill opinion than they did during the winter, the events of which are now being recorded. As it was, people spoke to them when they appeared at kirk or at market, but held no conversation with them. No, not although they each appeared better dressed than they had either of them done for years past, and although their whole manner showed a change, inasmuch as they had been formerly snarling and misanthropic, and were now civil almost to deprecation. Everyone who was capable of understanding the state of feeling in Monkshaven at this time must have been aware that at any moment an explosion might take place, and probably there were those who had judgment enough to be surprised that it did not take place sooner than it did. For until February there were only occasional cries and growls of rage as the press gang made their captures, first here, then there, often apparently tranquil for days, then heard of at some distance along the coast, then carrying off a seaman from the very heart of the town. They seemed afraid of provoking any general hostility, such as that which had driven them from Shields, and would have conciliated the inhabitants if they could. The officers on the service and on board the 3 men of war coming often into the town, spending largely, talking to all with cheery friendliness, and making themselves very popular in such society as they could obtain access to at the houses of the neighboring magistrates or at the rectory. But this, however agreeable, did not forward the object the impress service had in view, and accordingly a more decided step was taken at a time when, although there was no apparent evidence as to the fact, the town was full of the Greenland mariners coming quietly in to renew their yearly engagements, which, when done, would legally entitle them to protection from impressment. One night, it was on a Saturday, February 23rd, when there was a bitter black frost, with a northeast wind sweeping through the streets, and men and women were close shut in their houses, all were startled in their household content and warmth by the sound of the fire bell busily swinging and pealing out for help. The fire bell was kept in the market house where High Street and Bridge Street met. Everyone knew what it meant. Some dwelling, or maybe a boiling house, was on fire, and neighborly assistance was summoned with all speed in a town where no water was laid on, nor fire engines kept in readiness. Men snatched up their hats and rushed out, wives following, some with the readiest wraps they could lay hands on, with which to clothe the over-hasty husbands, others from that mixture of dread and curiosity which draws people to the scene of any disaster. Those of the market people who were making the best of their way homewards, having waited in the town till the early darkness concealed their path, turned back at the sound of the ever-clanging fire bell, ringing out faster and faster as if the danger became every instant more pressing. As men ran against or alongside of each other, their breathless question was ever, "Where is it?" and no one could tell, so they pressed onwards into the marketplace, sure of obtaining the information desired there, where the fire bell kept calling out with its furious metal tongue. The dull oil lamps in the adjoining streets only made darkness visible in the thronged marketplace, where the buzz of many men's unanswered questions was rising louder and louder. A strange feeling of dread crept over those nearest to the closed market-house. Above them in the air the bell was still clanging, but before them was a door fast shut and locked. No one to speak and tell them why they were summoned, where they ought to be. They were at the heart of the mystery, and it was a silent blank. Their unformed dread took shape at the cry from the outside of the crowd, from where men were still coming down the eastern side of Bridge Street. "The gang! The gang!" shrieked out someone. "The gang are upon us! Help! Help!" Then the fire bell had been a decoy, a sort of seething the kid in its mother's milk, leading men into a snare through their kindliest feelings. Some dull sense of this added to utter dismay, and made them struggle and strain to get to all the outlets save that in which a fight was now going on. The swish of heavy whips, the thud of bludgeons, the groans, the growls of wounded or infuriated men, coming with terrible distinctness through the darkness to the quickened ear of fear. A breathless group rushed up the blackness of a narrow entry to stand still a while and recover strength for fresh running. For a time nothing but heavy pants and gasps were heard amongst them. No one knew his neighbor, and their good feeling, so lately abused and preyed upon, made them full of suspicion. The first who spoke was recognized by his voice. "Is it thee, Daniel Robson?" asked his neighbor in a low tone. "Aye, who else should it be?" "I don't know. If I'm to be anyone else, I'd like to be a chap of nobbut 8 stun. Am welly done for. It were as bloody a shame as iver I heerd on. Who's to go to t' next fire, I'd like to know." "I tell you what, lads," said Daniel, recovering his breath, but speaking in gasps. "We were a pack of cowards to let 'em carry off yon chaps as easy as they did, I'm reckoning." "I think so indeed," said another voice. Daniel went on. "We was 200 if we was a man, and t' gang has niver numbered above 12. But they was armed. I seen t' glitter on their cutlasses," spoke out a fresh voice. "What then?" replied he who had latest come, and who stood at the mouth of the entry. "I had my whaling knife with me in my pea-jacket, as my missus threw at me, and I'd a ripped 'em up as soon as winking, if I could a thought what was best to do with that bell making such a din reet above us. A man can but die once't, and we was ready to go into t' fire for to save folks' lives, and yet we'd none on us to wit to see as we might have saved yon poor chaps as screeched out for help." "They'll a getten 'em to Randyvouse by now," said someone. "They cannot tack 'em aboard till morning. T' tide won't serve," said the last speaker but one. Daniel Robson spoke out the thought that was surging up into the brain of everyone there. "There's a chance for us all. How many be we?" By dint of touching each other, the numbers were counted. 7. 7, but if us 7 turns out and rouses to town, there'll be many a score ready to gang to Mariner's Arms, and it'll be easy work reskying them chaps as is pressed. Us 7, each man jack on us, go and seek up his friends, and get him as well as he can to church steps. Then maybe there'll be some there as'll not be so soft as we was, letting them poor chaps be carried off from under our noses, just because our ears was busy listening to yon confounded bell, whose clip-clapping tongue I'll tear out afore this week is out." Before Daniel had finished speaking, those nearest to the entrance muttered their assent to his project, and had stolen off, keeping to the darkest side of the streets and lanes, which they threaded in different directions, most of them going straight as sleuth-hounds to the haunts of the wildest and most desperate portion of the seafaring population of Monkshaven. For in the breasts of many, revenge for the misery and alarm of the past winter took a deeper and more ferocious form than Daniel had thought of when he made his proposal of a rescue. To him it was an adventure like many he had been engaged in his younger days. Indeed, the liquor he had drunk had given him a fictitious youth for the time, and it was more in the light of a rough frolic, of which he was to be the leader, that he limped along, always lame from old attacks of rheumatism, chuckling to himself at the apparent stillness of the town, which gave no warning to the press gang at the rendezvous of anything in the wind. Daniel, too, had his friends to summon, old hands like himself, but deep uns also like himself, as he imagined. It was 9 o'clock when all who were summoned met at the church steps, and by 9 o'clock Monkshaven in those days was more quiet and asleep than many a town at present is at midnight. The church and churchyard above them were flooded with silver light, for the moon was high in the heavens. The irregular steps were here and there in pure white clearness, here and there in blackest shadow. But more than halfway up to the top men clustered like bees, all pressing so as to be near enough to question those who stood nearest to the planning of the attack. Here and there a woman with wild gestures and shrill voice that no entreaty would hush down to the whispered pitch of the men, pushed her way through the crowd, this one imploring immediate action, that adjuring those around her to smite and spare not those who had carried off her man, the father, the breadwinner. Low down in the darkened, silent town were many whose hearts went with the angry and excited crowd, and who would bless them and caress them for that night's deeds. Daniel soon found himself a laggard in planning compared to some of those around him. But when, with the rushing sound of many steps and but few words, they had arrived at the blank, dark, shut-up Mariner's Arms, they paused in surprise at the uninhabited look of the whole house. It was Daniel once more who took the lead. "Speak 'em fair," said he. "Try good words first. Hobbs'll maybe let 'em out quiet if we can catch a word wi' him. I say, Hobbs," said he, raising his voice, "is I shut up for to neat? For I'd be glad of a glass. I'm Daniel Robson, thou knows." Not one word in reply, any more than from the tomb, but his speech had been heard nevertheless. The crowd behind him began to jeer and to threaten. There was no longer any keeping down their voices, their rage, their terrible oaths. If doors and windows had not of late been strengthened with bars of iron, in anticipation of some such occasion, they would have been broken in with the onset of the fierce and now yelling crowd, who rushed against them with the force of a battering ram, to recoil in baffled rage from the vain assault. No sign, no sound from within in that breathless pause. "Come away round here. I've found a way to tobacco behind, where belike it's not so well fenced," said Daniel, who had made way for younger and more powerful men to conduct the assault, and had employed his time meanwhile in examining the back premises. The men rushed after him, almost knocking him down, as he made his way into the lane, into which the doors of the outbuildings belonging to the inn opened. Daniel had already broken the fastening of that which opened into a damp, mouldy-smelling shippen, in one corner of which a poor lean cow shifted herself on her legs in an uneasy, restless manner, as her sleeping place was invaded by as many men as could cram themselves into the dark hold. Daniel, at the end farthest from the door, was almost smothered before he could break down the rotten wooden shutter that, when opened, displayed the weedy yard of the old inn, the full clear light defining the outline of each blade of grass by the delicate black shadow behind. This hole, used to give air and light to what had once been a stable, in the days when horse travelers were in the habit of coming to the Mariner's Arms, was large enough to admit the passage of a man, and Daniel, in virtue of its discovery, was the first to get through. But he was larger and heavier than he had been. His lameness made him less agile, and the impatient crowd behind him gave him a helping push that sent him down on the round stones with which the yard was paved, and for the time disabled him so much that he could only just crawl out of the way of leaping feet and heavy nailed boots which came through the opening till the yard was filled with men, who now set up a fierce derisive shout, which, to their delight, was answered from within. No more silence, no more dead opposition, a living struggle, a glowing, raging fight, and Daniel thought he should be obliged to sit there still, leaning against the wall, inactive, while the strife and the action were going on in which he had once been foremost. He saw the stones torn up. He saw them used with good effect on the unguarded back door. He cried out in useless warning as he saw the upper windows open and aim taken among the crowd. But just then the door gave way, and there was an involuntary forward motion in the throng, so that no one was so disabled by the shots as to prevent his forcing his way in with the rest. And now the sounds came veiled by the walls as of some raging, ravening beast growling over his prey. The noise came and went, once utterly ceased, and Daniel raised himself with difficulty to ascertain the cause, when again the roar came clear and fresh, and men poured into the yard again, shouting and rejoicing over the rescued victims of the press gang. Daniel hobbled up and shouted and rejoiced and shook hands with the rest, hardly caring to understand that the lieutenant and his gang had quitted the house by a front window, and that all had poured out in search of them, the greater part, however, returning to liberate the prisoners, and then glut their vengeance on the house and its contents. From all the windows, upper and lower, furniture was now being thrown into the yard. The smash of glass, the heavier crash of wood, the cries, the laughter, the oaths, all excited Daniel to the utmost, and forgetting his bruises, he pressed forwards to lend a helping hand. The wild, rough success of his scheme almost turned his head. He hurrahed at every flagrant piece of destruction. He shook hands with everyone around him, and at last, when the destroyers inside paused to take breath, he cried out, "If I was as young as once I was, I'd have to Randyvouse down, and mak a bonfire on it. We'd ring to fire bell then to some purpose." No sooner said than done. Their excitement was ready to take the slightest hint of mischief. Old chairs, broken tables, odd drawers, smashed chests, were rapidly and skillfully heaped into a pyramid, and one who at the first broaching of the idea had gone for live coals, the speedier to light up the fire, came now through the crowd with a large shovelful of red-hot cinders. The rioters stopped to take breath and look on like children at the uncertain, flickering blaze, which sprang high one moment and dropped down the next, only to creep along the base of the heap of wreck and make secure of its future work. Then the lurid blaze darted up, wild, high, and irrepressible, and the men around gave a cry of fierce exultation, and in rough mirth began to try and push each other in. In one of the pauses of the rushing, roaring noise of the flames, the moaning low and groan of the poor alarmed cow, fastened up in the shippen, caught Daniel's ear, and he understood her groans as well as if they had been words. He limped out of the yard through the now deserted house, where men were busy at the mad work of destruction, and found his way back to the lane into which the shippen opened. The cow was dancing about at the roar and dazzle and heat of the fire, but Daniel knew how to soothe her, and in a few minutes he had a rope round her neck and led her gently out from the scene of her alarm. He was still in the lane when Simpson, the man of all work at the Mariner's Arms, crept out of some hiding place in the deserted outbuilding and stood suddenly face to face with Robson. The man was white with fear and rage. "Here, tak thy beast, and lead her where she'll no one hear yon cries and shouts. She's fairly moithered wi' heat and noise." "They're brinnin' every rag I have into world," gasped out Simpson. "I niver had much, and now I'm a beggar." "Well, thou shouldn't ha' turned against thine own town folks, and harboured to gang. Sarves thee reet. I'd no one be here leadin' beasts if I were as young as I were. I'd be into thick on it." "It was thee set 'em on. I heard thee. I seed thee a helpin' on 'em to break in. They'd niver ha' thought on attackin' t' house and settin' fire to yon things if thou hadn't spoken on it." Simpson was now fairly crying. But Daniel did not realize what the loss of all the small property he had in the world was to the poor fellow, rapscallion though he was, broken down, unprosperous ne'er-do-weel, in his pride at the good work he believed he had set on foot. "I," said he, "it's a great thing for folk to have a chap for to lead 'em wi' a head on his shoulders. I misdoubt me if there were a felly theer as would ha' thought o' routling out yon wasp's nest. It takes a deal o' mother wit to be up to things, but to gang'll niver harbour theer again one while. I only wish we'd cotched 'em, and I should like to ha' given Hobbs a bit o' my mind." "He's had his sauce," said Simpson dolefully. "Him and me is ruined." "Thou's got thy brother. He's rich enough, and Hobbs'll do a deal better. He's had his lesson now, and he'll stick to his own side time to come. Here, tak thy beast and look after her, for my bones is aching, and mak thyself scarce, for some of the fellies has getten their blood up, and wouldn't be for treating thee o'er well, if they fall in with thee. Hobbs ought to be served out. It were him as made to bargain wi' Lieutenant, and he's off safe wi' his wife and his money bag, and I'm left a beggar in this neat in Monkshaven Street. My brother and me has had words, and he'll do nowt for me but curse me. I had 3 crown pieces, and a good pair of breeches and a shirt, and I dare say better nor 2 pair of stockings. I wish to gang, and thee and Hobbs and them mad folk up yonder were all down in hell, I do." "Coom, lad," said Daniel, no ways offended at his companion's wish on his behalf. "I'm noan flush mysel, but here's 1/2 crown and 2pence. It's all I've getten wi' me, but it'll keep thee and t' beast in food and shelter to neat, and get thee a glass of comfort too. I had thought o' taking one mysel, but I shannot ha' a penny left, so I'll just toddle home to my missus." Daniel was not in the habit of feeling any emotion at actions not directly affecting himself, or else he might have despised the poor wretch who immediately clutched at the money and overwhelmed that man with slobbery thanks, whom he had not a minute before been cursing. But all Simpson's stronger passions had been long ago used up. Now he only faintly liked and disliked where once he loved and hated. His only vehement feeling was for himself. That cared for, other men might wither or flourish as best suited them. Many of the doors which had been close shut when the crowd went down the High Street were partially open as Daniel slowly returned, and light streamed from them on the otherwise dark road. The news of the successful attempt at rescue had reached those who had sate in mourning and in desolation an hour or two ago, and several of these pressed forwards as from their watching corner they recognized Daniel's approach. They pressed forward into the street to shake him by the hand, to thank him, for his name had been bruited abroad as one of those who had planned the affair, and at several places he was urged to have a dram, urgency that he was loath for many reasons to refuse, but his increasing uneasiness and pain made him for once abstinent, and only anxious to get home and rest. But he could not help being both touched and flattered at the way in which those who formed his world looked upon him as a hero, and was not insensible to the words of blessing which a wife, whose husband had been impressed and rescued this night, poured down upon him as he passed. "Theer, theer, dunnot crack thy throat with blessing. Thy man would ha' done as much for me, though maybe he mightn't ha' shown so much gumption and capability, but them's gifts, and not to be proud on." When Daniel reached the top of the hill on the road home, he turned to look round, but he was lame and bruised. He had gone along slowly. The fire had pretty nearly died out, only a red hue in the air about the houses at the end of the long High Street, and a hot lurid mist against the hillside beyond where the Mariners' Arms had stood, were still left as signs and token of the deed of violence. Daniel looked and chuckled. "That comes a ringing to fire bells," said he to himself. "It were shame for it to be telling a lie, poor old storyteller." End of chapter 23.